Realizing that Hidden Rain Village's forces were mobilizing on a large scale, Takuya was taken aback. He quickly said to Minato and Nawaki, "Hidden Rain Village's ninja are gathering in large numbers. They're targeting us from Hidden Leaf Village. We need to return to camp as soon as possible." Whether or not they were specifically targeting Hidden Leaf Village, leaving quickly was definitely the right move. Takuya had no intention of getting surrounded and then dragged into a senseless battle. He could escape on his own, but Nawaki and Minato would face all sorts of dangers. Hidden Rain Village? A large-scale mobilization of forces? Have they gone mad? Nawaki exclaimed as he hurriedly followed Takuya. Minato didn't even bother to speak, he just wanted to get away as fast as possible. Whether they're mad or not, I don't know, but I do know that if we are too slow, we could end up surrounded by the enemy, Takuya explained as he glanced back. Even someone as tough as the third Raikage could be dragged down and killed by a ninja army, so what chance did they stand? Unless they released Snowy to buy some time. But Takuya didn't want to resort to that, so running early was the safest bet. Could it be that Hanzo had been pushed to the brink? Was it possible that the destruction of their supplies had left Hanzo with no patience to continue the war of attrition, forcing him to choose a decisive battle with Hidden Leaf Village? If he won, he could plunder Hidden Leaf Village's supplies to keep fighting. If he lost, he'd negotiate with Hidden Leaf Village for aid. Hanzo wouldn't be that foolish, would he? Hidden Rain Village must have other supply routes. Maybe those were intercepted too. When it comes to intelligence gathering, Hidden Rain Village couldn't compare to Hidden Leaf Village. Difficulty in gathering intelligence would mean being at a constant disadvantage. Could Hidden Rain Village be planning a fierce attack on the position where Orochimaru and the others were stationed? Takuya, do you think Hidden Rain Village is planning to attack our camp? Nawaki asked. Impossible. The camp is too far away. At most, they'd target the territory we've occupied. Haven't you already formed a contract with a summoning beast? Get it to inform Orochimaru to prepare for a tough battle. This was no time for jokes. If they could send a warning, they should do it, to avoid Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the others from getting caught off guard. In the original story, they were almost cornered, with Jiraiya nearly dying, saved only by the timely arrival of Hidden Leaf Village reinforcements. As much as Denzo might scheme, he wouldn't dare pull any tricks in such a critical situation. If Denzo really wanted Tsunade and the others dead, he could have simply delayed the deployment, and the three would never have earned the title of Sannin. Takuya and his team couldn't deter to deliver the message themselves, as doing so would only put them right into the enemy's trap. The only option was to rely on a summoning beast to send the message. Luckily, the toads of Mount Mayabaku and the snakes of Rechi Cave were good at tasks like these. Now that they were out of the enemy's reconnaissance range, Takuya urged Nawaki to quickly notify Orochimaru. What's wrong? Seeing Nawaki's frustrated expression, his face contorted as if constipated, Takuya couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Don't tell me you're waiting for me to perform the summoning? If you dare say yes, I'll smack you, believe it. Maybe his summoning beast isn't cooperating, Minato, who shared the experience, offered an explanation. That's nonsense. Nawaki jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How could I, Nawaki-sama, be troubled by something like this? I'm just worried that a summoned creature might not obey. Really? Takuya thought to himself, unimpressed. Neither of them had room to talk. Especially you, Minato. You're in no position to laugh at Nawaki. At least Nawaki has enough chakra to summon a sizable snake. And your toad. It's so small it wouldn't even make a decent snack if you tried to roast it. Get on with it. What kind of summoning beast could be that temperamental? Takuya grumbled, giving Nawaki a swift kick. If he didn't keep this guy in line, he'd always act up. No wonder Tsunade was always hitting him. No wonder she liked to knock some sense into her brother. If Takuya had a brother like that, he'd probably hit him 3 times a day too. Fine. You don't believe me? If something goes wrong, it's not my problem. Feeling underestimated, Nawaki gritted his teeth, bit his finger, and began forming seals, determined to give Takuya and Minato a scare. As for whether the summoned snake would obey him, he'd deal with that once it appeared. Boom. After quickly forming the seals, Nawaki slammed his hand onto the ground, and a summoning circle spread out from beneath him. With a loud bang, a cloud of smoke appeared on the ground. Nawaki felt drained, having accidentally used a bit too much chakra. He was almost completely wiped out. Roar. A deafening roar echoed as a massive purple figure rose, lifting its upper body high above the ground. Its huge head loomed over Takuya and the others, eyes filled with disdain and rage. Brat, was it you who used the summoning technique? I can smell Orochimaru on you. Manda, with a tongue thicker than a thigh, flicked its tongue through the air, sniffing the scent particles as it growled in anger. Brat, have you prepared my tribute? If not, Lord Manda will eat you instead. To be honest, Manda was enormous. In the original story, this creature even took on both Gamabunta and Katsa at once. If Tsuda hadn't pinned Manda to the ground with Gamabunta's blade, Gamabunta would have been skinned alive. This showed just how powerful Manda was. A regular Jonin wouldn't stand a chance against Manda. And Nawaki had managed to summon this beast. You've really outdone yourself, Minato thought, silently giving Nawaki a thumbs up. You win. I'm not going to compete with you. You'd better start thinking about how to deal with this creature. This guy isn't easy to handle. As Jiraiya's student, Minato was well aware of Manda's notorious reputation. After all, the snakes of Richi Cave and the toads of Mount Mayabaka were mortal enemies. And Manda wasn't exactly a friendly summon. Even when Orochimaru summoned it for battle, Manda demanded a tribute or threatened to eat its summoner. This wasn't uncommon behavior among the snakes of Richi Cave. Takuya, this one's all yours. You deal with it. I'm done for, Nawaki declared before making a quick exit. Minato hesitated for a moment before following, leaving Takuya to face Manda alone. What the hell? You two cowards just left me here? Brat, no tribute? Then prepare to die. Seeing Nawaki and Minato run off, leaving only Takuya, Manda felt tricked and roared as it lunged at him with its massive jaws. Just as Takuya was preparing to negotiate with Manda using his Sharingan, Snowy suddenly appeared. Get lost, you smelly snake. How dare you threaten my master? What the? Manda only saw a white blur speeding toward it. But it didn't pay much attention, figuring whatever it was too small to be a threat, not even the size of one of its scales. Manda's only focus was on devouring the three little brats who had dared to summon it. I'll start with you, it thought as it got closer to Takuya, its enormous slit pupils glinting with cruelty and bloodlust. At that moment, a massive white claw descended from the sky, pinning Manda's neck to the ground with such force that it was slammed into the earth. Boom. The ground shook, the surface cracked, and deep fissures formed as Manda's upper body was forced into the dirt. Roar. Chapter 85, Manda, it's not that I'm weak, it's that this vixen is too fierce for the first time. An enraged Snowy revealed the full power and immense form that a tailed beast should possess. The terrifying chakra radiating from Snowy left Manda, who was pinned to the ground, completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Gulp. Seeing Snowy transform into a terrifying giant beast, as large as a small mountain, and pin Manda to the ground with a single paw, Nawaki and Minato gulped in shock. They felt a chill down their spines, as if it were them, not Manda, being crushed under Snowy's paw. Have I ever offended Snowy? Nawaki was on the verge of tears. He remembered how he had constantly tried to tease Snowy, wanting to make Snowy his own. Several times, Takuya had to intervene in time, preventing Snowy from attacking. Otherwise, even 100 Nawakis wouldn't have been enough to survive. Minato's face twitched as he replied, I remember you teasing her, and she hit you. Let's hope she doesn't hold grudges, or you won't even be enough to fill her teeth. Although Takuya had mentioned before that Snowy was incredibly strong and terrifying, Snowy had never shown her true power. She always appeared in her cute, mini version, coupled with her excellent sensory abilities, making Minato and Nawaki think Takuya was exaggerating to prevent them from trying to take Snowy away. Over time, they had even convinced themselves of this theory. But today, Snowy shattered their worldview. The fearsome Manda, who was a terror in the eyes of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, was now pinned to the ground by Snowy, unable to move. Is it too late to apologize now? Nawaki asked, on the verge of tears. I think you're doomed, Minato replied. Whether or not Snowy heard their conversation, she turned back to look at the two of them, and her lips curled slightly. This made Nawaki feel a cold shiver down his spine, convinced he was done for. Why go through all this trouble? Takuya shook his head, exasperated, as he looked at Manda, who was being dominated by Snowy. Couldn't they have just talked it out? Did they really have to resort to violence? Roar. Who dares to attack Lord Manda? Manda struggled to break free from Snowy's grip. Snowy lowered her head, and a tailed beast bomb began to form in her mouth. The moment the tailed beast bomb started forming, Manda's massive body froze. It could feel the terrifying power within the tailed beast bomb. If that blast hit, Manda would find it hard to survive. Some powerful summoning beasts could hold their own against a tailed beast. For instance, Gamabunta could go toe-to-toe with Shukaku in his semi-sealed state. But against Kurama, that's a different story. On the night of Kurama's rampage, Gamabunta couldn't even get close. Kurama's 9 tails lashed out like whips, leaving Gamabunta questioning his existence as a toad. In terms of strength comparison, Manda might be able to hold his own against Shukaku for a while, but he would never be Shukaku's match. This could be inferred from Gamabunta's own experiences. But the gap in power between Shukaku and Kurama, Takuya felt it was quite significant. However, Snowy, having reached her second growth stage, was now on par with Kurama in terms of power. Against Snowy, Manda was completely outmatched. "Alright," Takuya said, raising his hand to signal Snowy to stop as he noticed Manda was about to wet himself, too scared to move. Scaring him a little was fine, but they didn't need to actually fire the tail beast bomb. If Manda were accidentally killed, who would deliver their message? Following Takuya's command, the chakra in Snowy's mouth dissipated. Feeling the threat vanish, Manda let out a deep sigh of relief. Snowy lifted her paw off Manda and stood nearby, glaring at him with a watchful eye. The moment Manda made any suspicious move, Snowy would attack without hesitation. Shaking his dizzy head, Manda slowly got up. Suddenly, Takuya had a mischievous thought and said to Manda, "Manda, how about signing a summoning contract with me? Ditch Orochimaru and follow me instead. What do you think?" "What?" Hearing this, Manda's barely extinguished anger flared up again. But as Snowy's dark red chakra surged, Manda immediately chickened out, lowering his massive head obediently. "Ahem, compared to Orochimaru, I think you'd be a better battle partner. But, can there be tribute?" Before Amanda could finish saying tribute, a tail wrapped in dark red chakra smashed down on him, slamming him into the ground with a pained howl. "No tribute, no tribute. From now on, I'll be a good boy and follow your orders." Ouch! Manda was cut off mid-sentence by another hit, Snowy's tail lashing him harder than any whip, making him howl in pain. "How dare you call my master boy? Are you looking to die?" Snowy's massive eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, causing Manda's heart to race with fear. He quickly cried out, "No tribute. From now on, Lord Manda will follow your orders and be your battle partner." Boom! As soon as Manda lifted his head, Snowy's tail slammed it back into the ground, creating a large crater. Mewling piteously, Manda thought, "This is just too much. Haven't I already given in? Why are you still hitting me?" "Call him master," Snowy demanded, her eyes narrowing as her 9 tails floated menacingly in the air. If Manda dared to say no, she would make him understand just how terrifying an angry vixen could be. "That's impossible. This serpent will never agree to that." Ouch! Takuya took a few steps back, signaling to Snowy that she didn't need to hold back. He realized that Manda was the type that needed to be beaten into submission. Trying to reason with him wouldn't work. "I'll never agree to that. Never." Manda roared, feeling that agreeing to be a summoning beast and abandoning Orochimaru was already a big concession. How could they ask for more? "Call him master? No way." Takuya kindly reminded Manda, "Don't even think about running away. If you try, I'll force a binding contract on you and summon you back for more beatings." Manda. "Gee, thanks for the reminder. I really appreciate it." With Takuya's reminder, Snowy's blows became even more ferocious. Nawaki and Minato were both dumbfounded by the sight. "Master, master, master, I give up. Stop hitting me, I give up," Manda finally cried out, surrendering. In the end, this not-so-tough but very arrogant snake had to bow down. Takuya didn't hold back and immediately signed a contract with Manda. Since Manda didn't listen to Nawaki, Takuya saw no problem borrowing him for a while. Orochimaru didn't summon Manda that often either, since Manda always demanded a tribute. Outside of wartime, where could they find so many living sacrifices for Manda? Given the situation, Takuya didn't see any issue with using Manda himself. Relying on Snowy for everything wouldn't look very impressive. For regular tasks, summoning Manda should suffice. The contract was signed, but it was a one-sided deal, similar to the contract Madara Uchiha had forced on Kurama. Manda wouldn't be able to refuse any summons. If Takuya wanted Manda to appear, he would have no choice but to obey. Manda, covered in injuries, shed tears of regret. Why did he have to show up for some measly tribute? Now look at him, a slave with no way out. Good. Now go inform Orochimaru that Hidden Rain Village is on the move, and their main force is surrounding Hidden Lee Village's position. Tell them to be on guard. Go on. Mewling softly, Manda just wanted to find a place to hide and cry his eyes out. This time, not only did he fail to get any tribute, but he also ended up enslaved. It was a total loss. Did you forget something? Snowy blocked Manda's path, and his massive body stiffened. He turned back with a forced grin and obediently called out, "Master. Good boy. Now go do your job. Get the message across quickly, or else you won't be a snake anymore, you'll be snake soup." Chapter 86, Orochimaru, who is Manda's master. "Can I summon him again?" "Yes, master," Manda replied, his voice trembling with fear as he quickly retreated back to Rechi Cave. With the situation resolved, Snowy returned to her mini-form and gracefully perched on Takuya's shoulder. She nuzzled his cheek affectionately, then curled up into a small, fluffy white ball. Takuya turned to Nawaki with a shrug, a playful smirk on his face. Looks like I accidentally stole your teacher's summoning beast. This really isn't my fault. Nawaki shot a wary glance at Snowy, forcing a smile that was more of a grimace. It's not my problem. Manda was never my summoning beast anyway. Maybe that green snake in Richie Cave would suit Nawaki better, Takuya mused. By the timeline, the green snake was probably still just a youngling. Nawaki should be able to tame it. Perhaps he'd ask Manda about it next time. As for Minato, Takuya had no worries. As long as Minato had enough chakra and gained Gamabunta's approval, he could summon the Toad Boss anytime for battle. Gamabunta wasn't one to make absurd demands. By the way, why haven't you signed a contract with the slug? Isn't that something passed down in the Senju family? Takuya asked, genuinely curious. It was odd that Tsunade hadn't had Nawaki sign a contract with Katsu. If Sakura could do it, there was no reason Nawaki couldn't. Nawaki scrunched his nose in disgust. Too ugly, and it's all sticky. Besides, I'm not a medical ninja, so what's the point? If Katsu could hear this, Takuya thought, she'd be heartbroken. You're brave, Nawaki. If you dare say that in front of your sister, then Minato and I will definitely respect you. Come on, let's head back to camp. There's not much more we can do here. We've sent the warning, the rest is up to Orochimaru, Takuya suggested. At the Hidden Leaf village camp, inside a hidden cave, Orochimaru was intently studying a map when a small snake slithered down from his pant leg, raising its head to hiss softly at him. Jiraiya, who was sitting nearby and drinking water, nearly choked, spitting out a spray of water. Orochimaru, can't you keep your snakes under control? It's creepy when they suddenly drop out of your pants. Orochimaru gave him an icy glare, his golden eyes narrowing with disdain, before returning his focus to the snake. Tsunade sighed in exasperation and threw a punch at Jiraiya's shoulder. Shut up, you perv. Seriously, what kind of description is that? Snakes dropping out of pants? Your mind is as filthy as ever. Manda? Orochimaru murmured, his interest piqued. After a brief exchange with the small snake, he swiftly exited the cave, heading for the open area outside. He bit his finger and quickly formed a series of seals. Summoning jutsu. Boom. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing Manda's enormous form. But this time, Manda was in terrible shape, covered in wounds and with several of his scales cracked and broken. Snowy's 9 tails weren't just for show. When used like whips, they inflicted pain that even Manda, with all his toughness, could barely endure. He had been howling in agony the whole time. Did Manda come to see Orochimaru for a reason? Was he going to demand more tributes? Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, well aware of how troublesome Manda could be when it came to his demands. Orochimaru, however, was taken aback. He hadn't expected Manda to show up in such a battered state. Orochimaru, Manda began, his voice carrying a mix of pain and irritation, I'm recovering from injuries and don't have time to deal with you. My new master asked me to inform you that Hidden Rain Village is on the move. A large number of their ninja are gathering to surround Hidden Leaf Village's position. Be fully prepared. And one more thing, Manda added, his tone shifting to one of finality. From now on, I'm following my new master. Don't summon me again, I won't respond. Poof. With that, Manda vanished, returning to Richie Cave, leaving Orochimaru staring at the spot where the giant serpent had just been, a rare look of surprise on his face. Tsunade and Jiraiya were equally dumbfounded. They had expected Manda to show up demanding tributes, but instead, he had severed ties with Orochimaru and delivered a warning about Hidden Rain Village's movements. Just like that, he cut ties and left. Who made Manda deliver this message? Who was Manda's new master? Orochimaru's mind raced with questions. As Manda's summoning partner, he knew the serpent's temper all too well. Manda would never willingly call anyone master, let alone treat a summoning partner with any semblance of respect. Had Manda really changed? Were the injuries from a battle, or was there something else going on? Various scenarios played out in Orochimaru's mind as he mulled over the situation. After a moment, Orochimaru summoned a smaller snake and sent it back to Richie Cave with a mission to get to the bottom of this. Manda had been cryptic, and Orochimaru needed answers. Orochimaru, did your summoning beast just rebel? Jiraiya couldn't help but gloat, a wide grin spreading across his face. I've always said the snakes from Richie Cave are unreliable. You should have gone with the toads from Mount Mayabaku instead. Mount Mayabaku's toads are nothing but snake food, Orochimaru replied coolly, not even bothering to look at Jiraiya. Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. But it didn't take long for him to recover, his face flushing with anger as he shouted, that's nonsense. The toads of Mount Mayabaku have eaten plenty of Richie Cave snakes. Hey! Orochimaru let out a low, mocking chuckle, clearly unimpressed, before turning on his heel to head back into the cave. Don't you dare walk away from me. Jiraiya yelled, growing more frustrated by the second. Tsunade stepped in, grabbing Jiraiya by the arm before he could follow Orochimaru. That's enough. Now's not the time for your childish antics. We need to confirm the validity of this intel and make preparations. Or do you want to be surrounded by the enemy? Soon, a message returned from Richie Cave. Manda's response was that he didn't even know who his new master was. However, with Nawaki's involvement, Orochimaru quickly pieced together that Takuya was the one behind this. The intel was accurate. Hidden Rain Village was indeed mobilizing a large force to surround Hidden Leaf Village's position, likely preparing for a decisive battle. Hanzo had run out of patience. Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes narrowed as he processed the information. He had known that Hidden Rain Village would reach its breaking point sooner or later. He just hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Hanzo was preparing for a decisive battle with Hidden Leaf Village. If he won, he would likely try to expand his gains, possibly even invading the Land of Fire to plunder resources and prolong the war. If he lost, he would negotiate with Hidden Leaf Village, betting that they wouldn't refuse. At this point, Hidden Leaf Village was fighting on multiple fronts and was stretched thin. As long as Hidden Rain Village was willing to negotiate, Hidden Leaf Village would likely agree, even if it meant making some concessions. Hidden Leaf Village urgently needed to withdraw its forces from the Land of Rain to prepare for the impending conflict in the Land of Rivers. Compared to Hidden Rain Village, Hidden Sand Village posed a real threat. Takuya is Manda's new master? How did he manage to tame Manda? Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged puzzled glances, still trying to wrap their heads around the situation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru just smiled faintly, the pieces falling into place in his mind. He knew that Takuya's summoning beast must have intervened. The injuries on Manda made that much clear. As expected, Snowy wasn't just some cute pet. She was a fearsome beast. Chapter 87, is this a form of protection or a deliberate diversion? If Kurama hadn't been sealed securely inside Kushina, Orochimaru might have started to suspect that Snowy was just a differently colored version of the Ninetales. With Snowy's help and Takuya's own strength, subduing Manda shouldn't have been a problem. Orochimaru wasn't inclined to make a fuss, primarily because he didn't rely on Manda's power that often. After all, Manda always demanded a tribute, and finding suitable sacrifices wasn't easy. Moreover, Richie Cave housed many snakes whose strength rivaled Manda's. There was no need to be fixated on him. If Manda no longer responded to his summons, Orochimaru could simply form a new contract with another snake that would be easier to manage. Begin preparations. The decisive battle is approaching. Send a message to the camp requesting reinforcements. Orochimaru ordered. The forces at their position were limited, and to defeat Hidden Rain Village, reinforcements would be necessary. The most challenging aspect of winning this war would be overcoming Hanzo. As long as Hanzo appeared on the battlefield, he was almost a one-man army. Wherever he went, death followed, with no distinction between friend and foe. Even with gas masks, the poison from Hanzo's salamander could be lethal. If they could neutralize Hanzo, Hidden Leaf Village's chances of victory would significantly increase. Looking at Jiraiya and Tsunade, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh inwardly, if only Sakamo-senpai were here. Sakamo Hatake's fighting style was the perfect counter to Hanzo. He was faster than Hanzo and his blade even quicker. As long as they could defend against Hanzo's poison and join forces, defeating him wasn't out of the question. However, at this point, the three of them hadn't yet reached their peak strength. Relying solely on their abilities to defeat Hanzo would be difficult, they needed outside support. Unfortunately, Sakamo was currently on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers and couldn't just abandon that front to assist in the Land of Rain. If Sakamo left the Land of Rivers, holding the line there would become much more challenging. As Hidden Rain Village made their move, so did Hidden Leaf Village. When Orochimaru requested reinforcements from the camp, he also made sure to note the contributions of Takuya's team. Denzo approved Orochimaru's request for reinforcements without delay. A large number of shinobi left the camp, heading to the front lines. At this moment, Denzo, as the commander-in-chief, was pondering other matters. The impending battle between Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Leaf Village was no longer his primary concern. It was obvious to anyone that Hidden Rain Village was nearing its breaking point. Hidden Leaf Village didn't even need to decisively defeat Hidden Rain Village. As long as they could hold their ground and avoid defeat, victory would eventually be theirs. If Hanzo chose to negotiate, the course of the war would shift entirely. Denzo didn't want the war to end in such a muddled way. He needed to play a key role in the conclusion of this conflict to secure enough benefits. For example, during negotiations, he could push for more favorable terms for Hidden Leaf Village. Lord Denzo, Takuya's team has returned. Let them in. Denzo's thoughts were interrupted by a root member notifying him of their arrival. Takuya's team entered the command post, with Minato, as usual, taking the lead in addressing Denzo. Lord Denzo, when we arrived at the mission site, We found that Hidden Sand Village's camp had already relocated. The mission was a failure. Are we going to be punished for this? Minato wondered. We shouldn't be, right? After all, we did discover the gathering of Hidden Rain Village's forces, which should count as a significant contribution. Minato's mind was racing with these thoughts, worried that Denzo might be displeased and mark their mission as a failure, which would be disheartening. Successfully completing a mission meant earning recognition and accolades, but a failed mission could result in a deduction. A failed mission, like this one, where the enemy camp had already moved, would typically be blamed on the intelligence department. However, if the higher-ups decided to nitpick, even something as trivial as which foot they used to enter the room could be used as an excuse to cut them down. But Minato was overthinking it. Denzo wasn't one to get caught up in such trivial matters at this time. His focus was on increasing his own prestige and accumulating more merits. That was what truly mattered. Without enough prestige and merit, how could he ever hope to become Hokage? There's no chance. Denzo's expression remained as stoic as ever. He gave the trio a brief glance before saying, "The failure of this mission is attributed to the intelligence department for not providing up-to-date information, resulting in a wasted trip for you. This failure will not be recorded in your files. Moreover, your discovery of Hidden Rain Village's latest movements is of great importance to the village and the camp. I'll ensure that this contribution is noted, and you will be commended when we return to the village. Right now, we're in dire need of manpower. Many from the camp have already gone to support the front line, so I need you three to carry out another mission." "Another mission? We're not going to the front lines to support them?" Minato and Nawaki were both surprised, and even Takeya couldn't quite understand Denzo's reasoning. At this point, the camp was sending even special Jonin and elite Chunin to the front lines. But they were being assigned to another mission instead. Is this some form of indirect protection, or is he deliberately keeping us away? Denzo had no reason to protect them specifically, nor was there any apparent motive to send them away. After all, the three of them had minimal impact on the war, unless Takeya decided to unleash Snowy and start throwing around Ninetales level firepower. But Denzo didn't know about that trump card. "I thought we'd be joining the reinforcements heading to the front lines," Nawaki sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. He didn't want to be sent on some random mission at such a crucial time. He wanted to be on the front lines, fighting alongside Orochimaru and his sister, Tsunade. "Yeah, right. If you went to the front lines, would your sister be able to focus on the battle or would she have to worry about you?" "Just follow orders and stop complaining," Takeya said, giving Nawaki a firm smack on the back that nearly knocked the wind out of him. As Takeya headed toward the tent where they would rest, he added, "The mission starts tomorrow. Let's take today to rest." Cough, cough. "You might as well have just killed me with that slap," Nawaki thought, rolling his eyes dramatically. He glared at Takeya's retreating back, making exaggerated throat-slitting gestures with his hand. Suddenly, a small white head peeked out from behind Takeya, and Nawaki froze in fear, quickly dropping his hand and offering Snowy a sheepish grin. "Idiot." Snowy's verdict was swift and scathing as she turned her head away. She had sensed a flash of malice directed at Takeya, only to find that it was just Nawaki, foolishly trying to match wits with her master's shadow. "Ha ha 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 ha." Minato doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach as tears streamed down his face. This is exactly the kind of behavior that gets Nawaki into trouble, Minato thought. Earlier, Nawaki had sworn he'd never mess with Snowy again, but it hadn't been long before he'd forgotten that promise. This is what Takeya always calls asking for it, isn't it? Meanwhile, in Hidden Sand Village's new camp, an Anbu member placed a freshly collected intelligence scroll on the table, bowing respectfully. "Lady Chio, this is the latest intelligence gathered by Anbu. It appears that Hidden Rain Village and Hidden Leaf Village are making significant moves, possibly preparing for a decisive battle." Hidden Leaf Village. At the mention of that word, Chio's expression twisted in rage, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chapter 88, Hidden Agendas of the Sand and Stone Villages. Chio's face was twisted in a terrifying scowl, her eyes bloodshot with fury, as if she were staring down her most hated enemy. The Anbu operative standing before her was paralyzed with fear. Word had come from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Chio's son and daughter-in-law, in an attempt to cut off Hidden Leaf Village's supply lines, had led a team deep into the Land of Fire. They hadn't been active in the Land of Rivers battlefront, only to be slain by Tsukumo Hatake, known as the White Fang. This news had nearly shattered Chio. Her son and daughter-in-law were dead, killed in the Land of Fire by Tsukumo Hatake, and their bodies hadn't even been recovered. Chio now seethed with rage like a lioness robbed of her cubs, consumed by a thirst for revenge. Only by flaying Tsukumo alive, devouring his flesh, and gnawing on his bones would she feel her hatred was satisfied. But as the commander of the Sand Village forces in the Land of Rain, she couldn't just abandon her army to chase after vengeance. All she could do was bottle up her hatred and lead the Sand Shinobi in the ongoing conflict in the Land of Rain. Her hatred for Sakamo extended to Hidden Leaf Village as a whole. To make matters worse, the third Kusagakure had tasked her with delaying Hidden Leaf Village's advance, stirring up chaos in the Land of Rain so that Hidden Leaf Village couldn't easily extricate itself from the conflict. And right now, she had a prime opportunity. Hanzo is losing his grip. Chio quickly deduced the reason behind Hidden Rain Village's eagerness for a decisive battle with Hidden Leaf Village. If Hidden Rain Village wanted a showdown, Hidden Leaf Village would have no choice but to respond. Eyes burning with vengeance, Chio gritted her teeth and commanded, "Pass down my orders, gather the troops. Once Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village are locked in battle, we'll launch a surprise attack on Hidden Leaf Village's camp." Hidden Leaf Village is sending most of their forces to the front lines, right? Well, I'll just strike at their base. Yes, ma'am. The Anbu operative quickly left to relay Chio's orders, and soon the Sand Shinobi were preparing for the operation. They were ready to strike Hidden Leaf Village's camp as soon as the battle between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village erupted. Chio's goal was to uproot Hidden Leaf Village's presence in the Land of Rain, causing as much death and chaos as possible. But the movements of Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village hadn't gone unnoticed by the Stone Village either. News reached Onoki almost immediately. After considering the intelligence, Onoki hesitated but ultimately decided to keep his forces on standby. Damn that Cloud Village. Under the leadership of the third Raikage, they were lurking at the border, ready to invade the Land of Earth at any moment. Given the situation, Onoki couldn't afford to concern himself with the outcome of the Hidden Leaf Village-Hidden Rain Village conflict. Even though it was a prime opportunity to gain an advantage. But what good was that if he didn't secure his own home first? It would be laughable to gain a little on the front lines only to have the Cloud Village ransack the homeland. Cloud Village and Stone Village had been at each other's throats since their founding, constantly clashing. The fact that Stone Village had meddled in the Land of Rain now had the third Raikage eyeing an invasion of the Land of Earth. Cloud Village's actions left Onoki with no choice but to remain cautious and avoid any reckless moves. He could only watch as Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village tore each other apart. The conflict between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village had now escalated into a full-blown ninja world war. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only Mist Village, still locked in its isolationist policies, had remained uninvolved. The other 4 were all entangled in the war. Sand Village sought to carve out a piece of the Land of Fire. Hidden Leaf Village aimed to send a clear message to Hidden Rain Village and Hanzo, establishing that Hidden Rain Village shouldn't challenge one of the 5 great ninja villages. Stone Village hoped to seize the opportunity for gain, but instead found itself in the crosshairs of Cloud Village. The entire ninja world was in turmoil. But for Takeya's team, the chaos of the ninja world was distant. After resting at camp for a day and replenishing their supplies, the team set out once again. The 3 had now become bodyguards, glorified bodyguards, really. As Hidden Leaf Village's ally, the Grass Village had come under harassment from Stone Village's shinobi, prompting them to send an emissary to Hidden Leaf Village for help. Denzo couldn't ignore their plea, so he dispatched Takeya's team. Their mission was to escort the emissary back to Grass Village and clear the area of any Stone Village shinobi. Why is Hidden Leaf Village getting involved in Grass Village's problems? Nawaki grumbled, clearly annoyed. Minato sighed, giving him a look. Could you keep your voice down? The Grass Village shinobi are right up ahead. Imagine how awkward it'll be if they hear you. Because Grass Village is our ally, Takeya explained with a small smile. If you think about it, this whole war started because of a conflict in Grass Village. It was when Hidden Rain Village showed signs of aggression towards the Land of Grass that we ended up going to war with them, Nawaki recalled, thinking back to the discussions he'd overheard between Orochimaru and the others. It made Hidden Leaf Village seem like it had been dragged into the conflict without warning. But in reality, the Second Shinobi World War was inevitable. Grass Village was merely the excuse, the war would have happened even without them. Takeya remembered from the original story that after the war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village ended, Hidden Rain Village negotiated with Hidden Leaf Village for aid while Sand Village was left out to dry, eventually leading to Chio's retreat. She had no choice but to withdraw Sand Village's forces from the Land of Rain. But for some inexplicable reason, Hanzo decided to march a long way to attack the neutral Land of Iron instead. The Land of Rain was incredibly far from the Land of Iron. To get there, you'd either have to pass through several small countries or cross through the Land of Fire. Takeya could never understand Hanzo's reasoning behind this. Attacking a neutral country seemed like madness. And to take such a long detour to do it? Was it because he thought a neutral country was an easy target? Or maybe the Land of Rain was so desperate for resources that they needed the iron from the Land of Iron? But how would they transport it back? The whole plan was absurd. There was no way anyone in their right mind would come up with such a strategy. The Land of Grass bordered the Land of Rain, so it only took Takeya's team, along with the emissary, half a day to reach Grass Village. Nawaki and Minato were both frustrated to find that, despite being reinforcements, not a single person was there to welcome them. At least send someone to say a few polite words. Poor. That was Takeya's first impression of Grass Village. Everywhere they looked, the buildings were in disrepair, and the people on the streets all had a hunted look, likely the result of prolonged hardship. While it was understandable that life in a small nation caught between great powers would be tough, Grass Village seemed to be in a particularly dire state. After all, the land of grass wasn't like the land of wind, which was mostly desert, or the land of earth, with its barren mountains, or the land of rain, with its endless downpours. If they had properly utilized their land, the land of grass could have become another land of fields, a prosperous nation. But instead, they were burdened with an incompetent daimyo and a ninja village with weak leadership. The chance of this country ever becoming wealthy was next to nothing. I don't think we're very welcome here, Minato observed as they walked through Grass Village. The villagers seem less than thrilled by their arrival. And this place is dirt poor, Nawaki added with a groan. A selfish daimyo hoarding wealth, a village leader who's constantly swayed by others, and a country obsessed with pinching pennies, what do you expect? Takeya remarked as he lounged on a rock under the shade of a tree, crossing his legs casually. He pulled a blade of grass and stuck it in his mouth. If they don't want us here, even better. Who's eager to go out of their way to fight Stone Village shinobi anyway? Grass Village doesn't really want help, they just want to show that they have an alliance with Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 89, Encountering a member of the Uzumaki clan in the land of grass. Besides, people see us as just 3 kids, easy to push around. Takeya smirked, continuing, so why bother dealing with them? Minato, go hunt. Nawaki, gather some firewood. Let's get dinner started. Ignoring them was just fine with Takeya. He didn't want to waste his time on Grass Village, a bunch of fair-weather friends he had no respect for. You're the captain, you call the shots. Without hesitation, Minato and Nawaki split up, one heading off to hunt, the other to gather firewood. If they don't want us in the village, fine. We'll stay outside and treat this like a little vacation. The land of grass had a nice environment, pleasant weather, so much better than the land of rain, where it felt like the place was cursed, with never-ending rain. There was no way Hidden Leaf Village was going to lose this war, so why worry? All they needed to do was enjoy themselves. As for the stone shinobi, we'll fill our bellies, take a little stroll around, and call it a day. It's not like Stone is going to waste their time attacking this broke, pitiful village. With Denzo's assurance, the people of Grass Village had relaxed. As for Takeya's team, well, they decided to just ignore them. Sir, won't this attitude offend Hidden Leaf Village? One of the Grass Village officials asked. Offend them? Sneered the village leader, do I say? Hidden Leaf Village assured us they'd protect Grass Village, but sending just 3 kids? What are 3 kids going to do? Go on a sightseeing trip? Forget about them. As long as Hidden Leaf Village has our back, Stone won't dare do anything to us. Let those kids do whatever they want, go wherever they please. Yes, sir, the official replied. With orders from the top, the rest of the village followed suit, choosing to act as if Takeya's team didn't exist. The 3 of them could do whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't cause trouble in the village. Once again, Takeya's team was underestimated. But this played right into Takeya's hands. If you think we're too weak to bother with, great. I'm not too fond of your village either. Let's just ignore each other and get on with our lives. We'll do the bare minimum to complete our mission. As long as the stone shinobi didn't breach Grass Village, Takeya's mission wouldn't be considered a failure. If Grass Village was overrun, it would mean the stone army was on the move. And by then, whether the mission was a success or failure wouldn't really matter. Who would have thought that just yesterday we were stuck in the relentless downpour of the land of rain, huddled in a tent, and today we're sitting on the grass in the land of grass, eating barbecue and watching the stars. Nawaki mused aloud, gnawing on a piece of meat. He's got too much time on his hands, Takeya thought, not bothering to respond. He just kept eating, but suddenly, his attention was drawn to the tall grass nearby. Are you going to come out on your own, or do I need to drag you out? He called out. Someone's there? Snowy hadn't alerted him, which meant the person was likely just a regular civilian and not a threat. Someone's nearby? Minato and Nawaki were startled. They'd been so focused on the stars and the food that they hadn't noticed someone approaching. We can't let this happen again. We need to stay alert, not just rely on Takeya all the time, they both thought, wiping sweat from their brows and silently vowing to be more vigilant. The tall grass rustled, and after a moment, a child about the same age as Nagato cautiously stepped out. The child's hair was the same shade of red as Nagato's. An Uzumaki? Takeya recalled that some members of the Uzumaki clan had fled to the land of grass after their village was destroyed. Sadly, many had been exploited by Grass Village, treated as little more than walking medical supplies until they were used up and discarded. Even Karen, years later, bore the scars of that treatment. Do I have some kind of destiny with the Uzumaki clan? Takuya wondered. Lately, I keep running into them. This child was a girl. Takuya wondered if she was somehow related to the future Karen. The girl hesitated to approach, too frightened to come closer. Her small body trembled as she stood at a distance, head bowed. Why do we keep running into people with red hair lately? Nawaki asked curiously. Because most of them are your relatives. Takuya retorted, giving him an exasperated look. PFFT, Minato nearly choked on his meat, staring at the two in disbelief. Relatives? Did Nawaki really have that many relatives? From what Minato knew, it was just him and his sister, Tsunade. But now that he thought about it, the Uzumaki clan's connection to the daimyo's family made sense, even though most of the Uzumaki relatives didn't have red hair. The only one he'd seen was Kushina. Wait. Could it be? Minato started to piece it together. This child was probably an Uzumaki, but weren't they wiped out? How had this girl ended up here in the land of grass, nearly across the entire land of fire? Are you saying? Nawaki began, finally catching on. Takuya nodded gravely. After the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, only Kushina was brought to Hidden Leaf Village. The others scattered across the ninja world, hiding wherever they could. Are you hungry? Come have some food, Takuya said, holding up a piece of meat. The young Uzumaki girl was indeed hungry, but fear held her back. Her family had been brutally killed, treated as little more than medical tools until they were discarded like trash. She had been hiding, terrified, and only ventured out in search of food when the smell of their barbecue lured her in, only to be discovered by Takuya. Takuya continued to hold out the food, but the girl didn't dare approach. They remained at an impasse for a long while. Finally, sensing that Takuya meant no harm, the girl cautiously edged forward, took the meat from his hand, and began eating ravenously. Cough, cough. She choked, probably from eating too fast after going so long without food. Takuya handed her a canteen. The girl quickly drank, swallowing the meat. As she raised her head, Takuya finally got a good look at her dirty, tear-streaked face. Realizing she'd been seen, the girl quickly looked down again and continued eating in silence. Feeling sorry for her, Nawaki handed over his own portion of meat. Minato glanced at his own empty skewer and felt a bit awkward. Eat slowly. There's plenty more. My friend here took down a whole deer, so we've got lots of meat. Takuya reassured the girl, cutting another piece of meat from the deer and roasting it over the fire. If nothing else, they had plenty of food to offer. After going so long without eating, the sudden intake of food made the girl feel weak. After finishing her meal, she slumped to the ground, too tired to move. Don't push yourself. You've been starving for too long. Your body needs time to recover. If you strain yourself now, you could end up worse off. Takuya gently raised a hand, stopping her from trying to get up. Chapter 90, Worse than abandonment is betrayal. The young Uzumaki girl trembled slightly but obediently sat still, keeping her head down, not saying a word. You're from the Uzumaki clan, aren't you? Takuya's question hung in the air. The girl looked up in shock, her dirty face filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected her identity to be guessed simply because of her hair. So, are you going to bite me too? She asked, her voice trembling. If you have to, please be gentle. I'm scared of pain. Memories of her parents being bitten to death flashed through her mind, and her small, thin frame shook with fear. Still, she slowly raised her arm, pulling back her sleeve to reveal a pale, fragile wrist. At that moment, Takuya felt as though his heart had been struck with a hammer. Nawaki and Minato weren't faring any better. Minato clenched his fists, his head bowed. Nawaki, unable to bear the tension, shouted, "Why didn't you escape to the land of fire? To Hidden Leaf Village?" I don't know," the girl answered timidly, clearly frightened by Nawaki's outburst. "That's because Hidden Leaf Village didn't want them," Takuya said, grabbing Nawaki by the collar and glaring at him. All Hidden Leaf Village wanted was the Uzumaki clan's assets and Kushina, the perfect Jinchuriki. Nawaki was stunned into silence as Takuya continued, his voice full of anger. "Open your eyes, Nawaki. The village you're so eager to protect is run by people who turned their backs on their allies. They let the Uzumaki clan be wiped out, and then had the audacity to claim the clan's legacy as Hidden Leaf Village's own." Minato looked up, shocked. Jinchuriki. Kushina? He felt like he had just uncovered a secret that wasn't meant to be known. Hidden Leaf Village didn't just stand by, they actively contributed to the Uzumaki clan's destruction. Some people didn't want other villages to get their hands on a Jinchuriki. They wanted the other villages to keep suffering from the chaos of the tailed beasts, while Hidden Leaf Village had its own powerful Jinchuriki. The more Takuya spoke, the more the Uzumaki girl trembled. That's why the Uzumaki didn't flee to the Land of Fire or Hidden Leaf Village. Their so-called ally betrayed them, stabbed them in the back. And it was those very leaders you respect so much who did it, Takeya added, his voice heavy with bitterness. Now do you understand? Things aren't always as bright as they seem, there's darkness and filth hiding beneath the surface. Nawaki's face turned pale. His lips moved, but he couldn't find the words. All he could do was slam his fist into the ground, his frustration evident as he fell silent. Minato, still processing the revelation that Kushina was a Jinchuriki, was in a daze. The knowledge had left him reeling, unable to fully comprehend what it all meant. Having said his piece, Takuya turned back to the girl, his tone now gentle. What's your name? Can you tell me? I'm Takuya Yagami, from Hidden Leaf Village. But I'm not a bad person. Do you think you can trust me? My name is Uzumaki Nami, she replied, hesitantly. You gave me food, and you didn't hurt me or call me names. I think I can trust you. Takuya's kind words and smile seemed to break through her fear. Slowly, she let down her guard and revealed her name, deciding to trust Takuya. What about your family? Takuya asked. They're all gone. So many people bit them, Nami said, her eyes filled with terror as she relived the horrific memories. It's okay. It's all over now, Takuya said softly, patting her head to pull her out of the nightmare of her past. Would you like to come with me? I can take you to Hidden Leaf Village. You can live there safely, no one will hurt you, and no one will bite you. In that moment, Takuya made up his mind. He was going to take Uzumaki Nami back to Hidden Leaf Village. As for the issue of her identity? That would be easy enough, he'd get Tsunade to handle it. Having another Uzumaki around might even make Kushina happy. Though, once Kushina learned about Nami's past, she might hold a deep grudge against Hidden Leaf Village's leadership. But that wasn't something Takuya could predict. There was a reason Tsunade hated Denzo and why she didn't bother with Koharu and Hamura. It wasn't just because of all the underhanded things they'd done, it also had to do with the Uzumaki clan's fate. If Hiruzen wasn't her teacher, Tsunade probably wouldn't want anything to do with him either. But, can I really? Nami asked, still hesitant. She was afraid to go to Hidden Leaf Village, but at the same time, she wanted to trust Takuya, to believe he wouldn't lie to her or hurt her. Don't worry. It'll be fine, Takuya assured her. I promise. I'll make sure of it too. Nawaki chimed in, clenching his fist. And me, Minato added, raising his hand. It didn't surprise Takuya that Nawaki agreed, but Minato. This was a kid who still believed in the third Hokage and the village's leadership. But now, it seemed that his innocent outlook had been tainted by the truth. Learning about the darkness behind Hidden Leaf Village's facade was a turning point, something that could change someone's life forever. And it wasn't a joke, it was reality. Minato's worldview had just been shattered. Knowing what he did now, he was starting to see the third Hokage, Denzo, and the others in a different light. Finally, he understood why Takuya avoided dealing with the village's higher-ups. There were ugly truths hidden where he hadn't been looking. Thank you so much, Nami said, tears of relief streaming down her face as she sobbed quietly. Later that night, after bathing and changing into clean clothes, Nami fell asleep on the grass nearby. Takuya, Nawaki, and Minato sat by the fire, none of them feeling tired. Nami's appearance had shaken them to their core. Takuya seemed unfazed, but Nawaki and Minato needed time to process everything they'd learned. Why would the village do something like that, Takuya? Nawaki finally asked, still trying to understand why Hidden Leaf Village had abandoned the Uzumaki clan. Weren't they supposed to be allies? Why didn't Hidden Leaf Village help them? It's even worse than abandoning them, it's like kicking them while they're down. No wonder the surviving Uzumaki are running for their lives, refusing to go to the Land of Fire or Hidden Leaf Village. Do you want the kid-friendly version or the real version? Takuya asked, turning to look at him. Nawaki felt a chill run down his spine. There was a kid-friendly version of this? What kind of twisted tale was that? Minato, half expecting Takuya to be messing with Nawaki, quickly said, Takuya, be serious. I want to know the truth too. I am serious. I wasn't joking, Takuya replied with a sigh, realizing they were anxious to hear his explanation. Alright, the kid-friendly version is this. Hidden Leaf Village was afraid that if they sent troops to help the Uzumaki clan, it would start a war. A lot of villages were targeting the Uzumaki, including Cloud and Mist. Who knows if other villages were involved too? Patting Minato and Nawaki on the shoulder, Takuya continued, that's the story you'd get if you asked the third Hokage, Denzo, or the council. They'd tell you how difficult it was for Hidden Leaf Village, how sending aid could have sparked a war that would cost countless lives. And then they go and start a war in the Land of Rain. Nawaki shouted, his fists trembling with anger. He remembered how sad his grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, had been. Even Tsunade had complained about how the village refused to send help out of fear of starting a war. Yet, they had no problem starting one in the land of rain. It was like they were mocking him. Even Minato, usually so composed and positive, felt a surge of frustration. He wanted to curse them all out. And that brings us to the real version. Do you still want to hear it? Takuya asked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Chapter 91, Stirring Up War, A Lesson in Power. Go ahead, tell us. Minato and Nawaki nodded, determination etched on their faces. They had already uncovered so much, what harm was there in learning a little more? How Takuya knew all these secrets wasn't the issue anymore. What mattered was understanding just how deep the darkness ran in Hidden Leaf Village's leadership. Alright, Takuya began, with a hint of reluctance. He almost felt sorry for Nawaki. Here's the reality of it, the Uzumaki clan was always an ally of the Senju clan, not Hidden Leaf Village itself. The Hidden Leaf Village of today? The Senju are a relic of the past. Now, it's the Sarutobi clan that holds the reins, with the Shimura, the Koharu, and the Mito families in power. Why should they risk their own interests to help the allies of the Senju? Takuya continued. Wouldn't it be easier to just sit back, wait for the dust to settle, and then sweep in to claim everything? The Uzumaki clan's wealth, their secrets, Hidden Leaf Village needed those things. Think about it, he said, his voice darkening. The Uzumaki clan hoarded countless valuable jutsu and sealing techniques, things Hidden Leaf Village desperately wanted. And they needed a new Jinchuriki, so they brought Kushina to the village. If not for that, even she wouldn't have survived. The night was warm, but Minato and Nawaki felt a cold shiver run down their spines. So, when they started this war, Nawaki began, his voice trailing off. That's the real reason, Takuya confirmed. Because the people in charge of Hidden Leaf Village needed to maintain their grip on power. The Hidden Rain was growing too strong, too defiant. It was becoming a threat, so they decided to bring it down. They couldn't have other small villages thinking they could challenge the 5 great shinobi nations. And yes, the Hidden Rain did want war, that's true, Takuya continued. But they weren't alone. The sand, the stone, the cloud, even Hidden Leaf Village itself, they all had reasons to fight. Takuya lay back on the grass, staring up at the moon and stars, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. It had been too long since the first shinobi war, he said. The villages had all recovered their strength, and the hawks among the leaders couldn't wait any longer. They saw war as a way to get what they needed for their villages. The Sand Village is the perfect example. They jumped at the chance to raid the Land of Fire as soon as Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain started fighting. They couldn't wait to seize what they could. Don't fool yourself into thinking the Hidden Rain, even with Hanzo leading them, could really threaten the great nations. The only thing they ever really threatened was the pride and the pockets of certain powerful individuals. Hanzo wasn't stupid, he knew better than to take on the Big Five directly. Minato looked at Takuya, his eyes full of questions. Is this why you've always kept your distance from the higher-ups? Because of all this? What do you think? Takuya replied with a smirk. And don't think for a second they haven't been keeping an eye on me. On you, too. We've both been getting a little too close to Kushina, and she's the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Takuya explained the concept of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki to Minato, who broke out in a cold sweat as he listened. What the hell is this? Minato thought, feeling the weight of this new knowledge. Getting close to a Jinchuriki could get you taken out? What kind of twisted logic is that? Did that mean Kushina was supposed to be isolated, kept away from everyone? What would have happened if he'd done something to upset the wrong people? Would the Anbu have come for him? And the tailed beast? That terrifying thing was sealed inside Kushina. Suddenly, Minato found himself even more intimidated by her. Alright, that's enough for tonight, Takuya said, standing up and stretching. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we'll contact Tsunade and figure out how to handle this situation. Then we can all relax a bit. But Minato and Nawaki couldn't sleep, no matter how hard they tried. Takuya eventually left them by the campfire and took a walk around the area. The people of the Hidden Grass Village hadn't been lying, there were indeed Stone Village ninja lurking in the Land of Grass. But they weren't looking to attack the village. There weren't even that many of them. Takuya suspected they were there on some kind of mission. As for the Hidden Grass Village itself, it was clear the Stone Village didn't see them as a threat. The next day, Takuya took Nawaki to a secluded spot and summoned Manda. You had to hand it to the creatures of the Great Three Sage Lands, they were tough. Manda, who'd been beaten badly by Snowy, was already mostly healed. As soon as Manda appeared, it eyed Takuya warily, but with a submissive air. Takuya raised a hand and said, Alright, that's close enough. I summoned you to deliver this scroll to Orochimaru. During the war between the Hidden Rain and Hidden Leaf Village, if Orochimaru summoned you, lend him a hand. Understood, Master, Manda replied, swallowing the scroll and nodding its massive head, not daring to show even a hint of arrogance. Takuya nudged Nawaki forward and said to Manda, "My friend here wants to sign a summoning contract with one of your kind. Do you know of any suitable snakes that are still growing? And what about a green snake? Does the Ruchi cave have one like that?" Takuya described the green snake in more detail. At this time, it should still be young, perfect for Nawaki. The green snake had great potential, it could grow up to be as powerful as Manda. Manda-level snakes were out of Nawaki's league, but Minato could aim for something like Game Bunta. Nawaki, however, had to start with a younger, more manageable snake. As for the snakes of Ruchi Cave, they were a ruthless bunch. You either had to dominate them with strength or start a contract with one when it was young and grow together. Green snake? Manda mused. There were so many snakes in Ruchi Cave, it was hard to keep track. And Manda lived deep within a cave, with a temperament that kept most snakes away from its territory. "Master, I'll have to check on that," Manda said finally. "Go ahead. If you can't find it, just pick a suitable snake for him to contract with. That's all I need from you," Takuya said, waving his hand dismissively. "You can go now." Manda lowered its giant head respectfully before ending the summoning and returning to Ruchi Cave. It quickly sent a smaller snake to deliver the scroll to Orochimaru and relay Takuya's instructions. As Manda watched the messenger snake slither away, it couldn't help but follow Takuya's orders to the letter. It even told the little snake to inform Orochimaru that during the war in the Land of Rain, he could summon Manda for battle. Meanwhile, in the depths of a forest, Orochimaru sat on the ground, gasping for breath as several grayish-brown snakes emerged from the earth. They quickly dispatched the two hidden rain ninja who had been attacking him, snapping their necks with lethal precision. Nearby, Tsunade and Jiraiya weren't in much better shape. Tsunade was merely exhausted, but Jiraiya had taken a hit due to his carelessness, which had nearly driven Orochimaru to leave him behind. If Tsunade hadn't stopped him, Orochimaru might have done just that. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jiraiya grumbled, clutching his wound. "If you'd been able to summon Manda, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. So really, it's your fault." Orochimaru's face darkened, his fists clenching. He was seriously considering punching Jiraiya in the face. "You mess up, and it's somehow my fault for not being able to summon a creature? What kind of messed up logic is that? How the hell is this my problem?" Orochimaru was clearly holding himself back, and Jiraiya, sensing he'd pushed his luck, wisely shut his mouth. It might be fun to talk big for a moment, but push Orochimaru too far, and you'd find yourself 6 feet under. Jiraiya knew better than to test Orochimaru's patience. Anyone who did quickly learn that Orochimaru was ruthless enough to sacrifice anyone, especially Jiraiya if it suited him. Given the chance, Orochimaru wouldn't hesitate to leave Jiraiya behind. Chapter 92, Breaking Through the Siege. The Hidden Rain's strange tactics. The Hidden Rain's assault was far more intense than Orochimaru had anticipated. Even with advance warning, they were barely holding their ground. If not for the prior intel, the three of them would already be planning their retreat. At that moment, a small snake slithered out from Orochimaru's clothing, hissed twice, and spat out a scroll before quickly retreating. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, picked up the scroll, and after a quick glance, handed it to Tsunade. "What is it?" she asked, a hint of curiosity breaking through the tension. "Takuya, Nawaki, and Minato were sent to Hidden Grass by Denzo on a mission," Orochimaru explained. Near the village, they encountered a young girl from the Uzumaki clan. "They plan to bring her back to Hidden Lee Village and need your help." "Oh," Tsunade replied, her mind barely registering the information. Aiding a child with an identity issue was trivial in the face of their current predicament. Right now, the priority was dealing with the relentless enemy forces closing in on them. She glanced over at Jiraiya, concern creeping into her voice. "Can you still fight?" Jiraiya wanted to assert that he could, but reality wouldn't allow it. "Not sure I can," he admitted, voice weak. "Great," Tsunade muttered sarcastically. Their situation was deteriorating rapidly. The longer they held out, the worse it became. With the enemy closing in and their forces dwindling, their options were shrinking by the minute. The wounded and exhausted. "How are we supposed to break through?" Jiraiya grumbled, wondering if Orochimaru had lost his mind. They had barely enough strength left to stand, let alone stage a breakout. He was about to voice his doubts when a realization hit him. That small snake. Could it be Manda? Tsunade's eyes widened with understanding. "If we can summon Manda now, we might have a chance," she thought. Manda was a force to be reckoned with in direct combat, far surpassing the slug and toad in sheer power. Orochimaru bit his finger, quickly formed the necessary hand seals, and slammed his hand to the ground. Tsunade, not wasting a second, launched the signal flare. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing Manda's enormous form on the battlefield. Seeing the flare, the remaining Leaf Ninjas rushed together. "Everyone, get on Manda's back. We're breaking out," Orochimaru ordered. "Don't push your luck," Orochimaru, Manda grumbled, lowering his massive head. In the past, Manda would have cursed him out, but now there was a hint of reluctant compliance. If it weren't for Takeya's orders, I wouldn't have answered your summoning. If you don't help us, and Takeya finds out, you won't get off easy, Tsunade warned, hitting Manda where it hurt. Manda's menacing face faltered. The memory of Snowy losing her temper flashed in his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Grumbling, he muttered, fine, but you're a real pain. Let's get this over with, Manda has better things to do than saving your hides. Despite his complaints, Manda used his long tail to lift the injured ninjas onto his back and began slithering swiftly toward the leaf camp. The ground rumbled beneath him as Manda plowed forward like an unstoppable tank, crushing everything in his path, rocks, trees, nothing could withstand his charge. Traps set by the enemy barely registered as more than a mild inconvenience. Manda bulldozed through the battlefield, carrying the leaf ninjas to safety. This is insane, muttered one of the Hidden Rain ninjas as they watched Manda disappear into the distance. They had tried to intercept, but Manda was too fast. The leaf ninjas on his back kept them at bay with a barrage of jutsu, thwarting their pursuit. Half-hearted jutsu thrown at Manda did little more than annoy him, and soon, the massive snake had vanished, leaving the Hidden Rain forces in stunned silence. Lord Hanzo, the remaining leaf forces have broken through our lines, reported one of the rain ninjas. They escaped? Hanzo blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected anyone to get out, given the state they were in. How? It was Manda. Orochimaru hadn't summoned his familiar until the defenses were weakest. When he did, Manda carried them all out, the ninja explained. Manda. Hanzo mused, recalling the massive, ill-tempered snake. A summon like that wasn't something easily stopped, only he could have stood a chance. Well, it doesn't change anything. The fight between the Leaf and Hidden Rain will continue until one of us is defeated, Hanzo decided, brushing off the setback. But it seems the Sand Ninjas are up to something, he added, noticing some unusual movements from their direction. They weren't targeting the Hidden Rain, it seemed. If the Sand were focusing on the Leaf instead. Chio is planning to raid their camp. The Sand didn't want a direct confrontation with the Rain, they were here to muddy the waters, to keep the Leaf bogged down and spread thin. Perhaps Hidden Rain could find a temporary ally in the Sand. They could even demand some compensation for the damage done in the Land of Rain. Consider it payment for the trouble you're causing, Hanzo muttered, issuing orders to temporarily halt their advance. He left with a portion of his forces, leaving his subordinates to wonder about the sudden change in tactics. But orders were orders, and they had no choice but to comply. Back on the battlefield, the Leaf forces had managed to escape the encirclement. Many of the wounded wept with relief as Tsunade began treating them. The words of gratitude washed over her, barely registering. She had heard them so many times that they barely made a dent in her stoic exterior. Jiraiya lay among the wounded, utterly spent, while Orochimaru slipped away to gather intelligence. Later, they huddled in a hidden cave, waiting for reinforcements. Orochimaru entered the cave, seating himself by the fire to dry his rain-soaked clothes. Tsunade rubbed her eyes and yawned. What's the situation? It's quiet, Orochimaru replied, his tone laced with unease. Too quiet. The Rain has stopped their advance when they should be pressing their advantage. It's not like Hanzo. The Rain should be pushing forward, expanding their gains before the Leaf could regroup. The longer they waited, the more the Leaf would recover and the more the Rain's advantage would slip away. And yet, the Rain forces had slowed down. Something wasn't right. The Rain has stopped, but I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye, Orochimaru concluded, a feeling of unease settling over him as the fire crackled quietly in the cave. Chapter 93, Hanzo confronts Chio, extortion and blackmail. I suggest we leave this place as soon as possible and regroup with our reinforcements to prevent the Hidden Rain from encircling us again, Orochimaru advised, his tone laced with urgency. If the Hidden Rain were still pressing their advantage, Orochimaru might have felt more at ease staying put for a while. But the current situation was too strange, and he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The sooner they left and regrouped, the better. Agreed, Tsunade replied, equally uneasy. With the decision made, they prepared to move out, intent on avoiding any unforeseen disasters. Meanwhile, as the Hidden Rain's movements grew increasingly peculiar, Hanzo made his way to the Sand Village camp, confronting Chio directly. Who would have thought the demigod himself would have time to visit our humble Sand Village camp? Chio taunted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Or are you here to surrender to us? Despite her bravado, Chio knew she couldn't do much against Hanzo. His deadly poison, combined with his speed and taijutsu, made him a formidable opponent, especially against her puppets. Puppet masters like Chio were at a distinct disadvantage against fast, physically powerful opponents. But just because she couldn't defeat him didn't mean she would let him see her sweat. The Sand Village was one of the 5 great shinobi nations, After all, Chio couldn't afford to let Hanzo intimidate her, or the entire sand village would become a laughingstock. Hanzo, however, looked at Chio as if she were insane, ignoring the sand village ninjas slowly surrounding him. He had no fear of being surrounded by enemies. If he unleashed his poison, at least half of the ninjas present would be dead within minutes. Chio knew this too, which is why she wouldn't be foolish enough to try and trap him. "Old woman, don't you think you're being a bit naive?" Hanzo said, his voice calm but carrying an underlying threat. "What do you mean?" Chio's eyes narrowed, her tone growing colder. Hanzo wasn't fazed by her icy glare. He continued, "I know you're planning to raid the Leaf Village's camp. I also know that this war between the Leaf and the Hidden Rain was provoked by your Sand Village. I'm here for one reason. I'm willing to overlook your involvement, but the Sand Village must compensate the Hidden Rain." Chio frowned. So, he knew. The Sand Village had indeed played a hand in stirring up this war, all in the name of weakening the Leaf Village. Even if the truth came out, it wouldn't change much, the war was already in full swing. But what she hadn't anticipated was that Hanzo would catch on to their plans to raid the Leaf camp and come demanding compensation. "And what makes you think that's going to happen?" Chio scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. The Sand Village was struggling with resources as it was, they certainly didn't have anything to spare for the Hidden Rain. "If you're here just for that, then you can leave. We don't have the resources to spare for you," she added coldly. "Is that so?" Hanzo's tone remained calm, but there was an edge to it. "In that case, your plans are doomed to fail." "So what if they do?" Chio wasn't giving an inch. She knew the Hidden Rain was already locked in a fight to the death with the Leaf Village. Hanzo had no choice but to keep fighting. The Hidden Rain was on the brink of collapse, and their mission was to keep the Leaf bogged down in this war, draining their resources and manpower. The Sand Village's goal was clear: prolong the conflict, keep the Leaf Village distracted, and minimize their own losses. If the raid succeeded, great. If not, they would continue to drag things out. After all, it was the Leaf Village that was fighting on two fronts, not them. Hanzo waved a hand dismissively, signaling his men to prepare to leave. "Very well," he said as he turned to go. "Then I'll simply negotiate a truce with the Leaf Village. I'm sure they'd be willing to compensate the Hidden Rain for a peace agreement. But when that happens, I doubt your Sand Village will be pleased with the outcome." "You." Chio's facade finally cracked. Hanzo had just hit her where it hurt most. The Sand Village's greatest fear was that the war would suddenly end. If the Hidden Rain and the Leaf Village negotiated a truce, even at some cost to the Leaf Village would agree. Their real enemy was the Sand Village, not the exhausted and depleted Hidden Rain. Anyone could see that the Hidden Rain was on the verge of collapse, their resources drained and their future bleak. If the Leaf withdrew their forces and redirected them to the battle against the Sand Village, they would be in serious trouble. Chio couldn't allow that to happen. "Wait," she called out, watching as Hanzo made to leave. The surrounding ninjas instinctively moved aside, not daring to block his path without Chio's orders. Few would even want to try, those who did often met gruesome ends. Hanzo paused, glancing back. "Changed your mind? How much do you want?" Chio asked, the reluctance clear in her voice. She had no choice but to give in, to provide the Hidden Rain with some supplies to keep Hanzo fighting the Leaf. If the war ended now, the Sand Village would be in dire straits. Compared to that, a few supplies were a small price to pay, even if they were in short supply themselves. "Food, ninja tools, explosive tags, my village needs all of it," Hanzo listed off as he continued walking away. His voice echoed back through the camp, "You have 3 days. If I don't see those supplies by then, I'll negotiate a truce with the Leaf and reveal exactly who started this war." "Damn it." Chio cursed under her breath. If she could, she'd kill Hanzo right here and now. But she knew she couldn't, and she didn't dare try. The cost of taking him down would be far too great. "Chio-sama, should we?" One of the Jonin made a throat-slitting gesture, but Chio shook her head, her expression grim. "No need. Hanzo isn't someone we can take down easily. Even if we succeeded, the cost would be too high. Prepare a supplies and send them to the Hidden Rain," she ordered. As tensions in the Land of Rain shifted due to the Hidden Rain's demands, Takuya's team was dealing with their own set of problems. The number of Hidden Stones village ninjas around the Hidden Grass village was increasing. According to Snowy's observations, there were at least 3 Jonin squads and several Chunin squads scouring the area, as if searching for something, or someone. What are they looking for? Nawaki wondered aloud, confused by their actions. They weren't attacking the village or showing any signs of aggression, they were just searching. "They might be looking for her," Takuya suggested, glancing over at Uzumaki Nami, who was hiding in the tall grass. For the past few days, Nami had been staying with them, and Tsunade had already sent word back. Once the war was over, she would take responsibility for Nami's future. I'll go ask, Takuya said, approaching Nami. Have you seen any Hidden Stones village ninjas around here recently? He asked gently. No, Nami answered quietly. But there are other members of my clan in the Hidden Grass village. I don't know where they're being kept, though. That confirmed it. The Hidden Stones village ninjas were after the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Onoki wasn't a short-sighted leader like Hiruzen or Denzo. He was stubborn, but he had a long-term vision. Chapter 94, Minato sows discord between Denzo and the Hidden Grass village. The presence of Hidden Stones village ninjas here was entirely due to their search for Uzumaki bloodlines. Onoki was hoping to bring any surviving Uzumaki back to Hidden Stones village for training. Whether it was their advanced sealing techniques or their unique bloodline, the Hidden Stone village valued these immensely. Like the other villages, Hidden Stones village had its share of challenges when it came to finding suitable Jinchuriki. Upon hearing that Uzumaki bloodlines were discovered in the Hidden Grass village, Onoki dispatched teams to find them. However, the Hidden Grass village wasn't foolish, they had hidden these individuals away. The Hidden Stones village ninja were becoming increasingly aggressive in their search. Nawaki was starting to worry that Uzumaki Nami might be discovered by them. Takuya, Minato, should we leave or stay here? He asked. Those Hidden Stones village ninjas aren't here to attack the Grass village, Minato replied, glancing over at Takuya. Even if they were, we're not strong enough to take them on. Why are you both looking at me? If you want to leave, just say it. Let's go. Takuya finally decided. If they were already thinking about leaving, there was no reason to stay any longer. At most, the Hidden Stones village ninjas would turn the Hidden Grass village upside down. They weren't going to attack the village, doing so would only provoke Hidden Leaf village without gaining anything in return. Onoki isn't the type to take unnecessary risks. The team, taking Uzumaki Nami with them, embarked on an impromptu journey, crossing the Land of Grass and heading into the Land of Rain. Within the Land of Rain, things had calmed down since the Hidden Rain temporarily halted their offensive. Hidden Leaf village's reinforcements had already arrived at the front lines. Orochimaru stayed behind to command, while Tsunade returned to the camp with the injured Jiraiya and other wounded ninjas. Minato, go to the command center and report that there were too many Hidden Stones village ninjas, and we weren't strong enough to face them, so we had to retreat. Also, mention that it seems the Hidden Stone is searching for something in the Hidden Grass village, and they don't seem to have any intention of attacking the village. This was the perfect time to sow a little distrust between Denzo and the Hidden Grass village, making them suspicious of each other. Leave it to me, Minato replied, giving a thumbs up before heading off to the command center. Meanwhile, Takuya and Nawaki took Uzumaki Nami to the medical unit. Ow, 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 easy. It hurts, it hurts. Even before they reached the door, they could hear Jiraiya's loud voice echoing through the hall. Is it always this lively in here? Takuya motioned for Nawaki to keep the nervous Nami close, then pulled back the curtain to take a look. Jiraiya was lying on a hospital bed, with Tsunade overseeing a group of medical ninjas tending to his injuries. Jiraiya was in pretty bad shape, a kunai had pierced his ribs, and it was poisoned. If Tsunade hadn't been treating him constantly, he might not have made it. Now, some of the necrotic flesh had to be removed, and the process was so painful that Jiraiya was screaming his head off. What made it worse was that Tsunade wasn't doing the procedure herself, she was letting the other medical ninjas handle it. Watching Tsunade smirking with a hint of schadenfreude, Takuya knew Jiraiya must have ticked her off, and this was her way of getting back at him. If she wanted, Tsunade could have easily handled such a minor surgery, but instead, she stood back and let others do it while she supervised. The medical ninjas were so nervous that their hands were shaking, causing Jiraiya to scream in pain every time they slipped. This is... Poor Jiraiya. Takuya wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Tsunade, arms crossed, casually explained, he said he was dying and needed a farewell kiss from me. I figured the poison must have messed with his nerves, so I arranged for this special, anesthesia-free surgery to stimulate his nervous system and help with detoxification. Takuya. He's really asking for it. No, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Jiraiya sobbed, whether from fear or genuine regret. Ignoring him, Tsunade nodded to the two conflicted medical ninjas, signaling them to proceed with the surgery. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade might play around, but they couldn't afford to. If something happened to Jiraiya, they'd be in big trouble. Is this her? As they stepped outside, Tsunade glanced at the timid Uzumaki Nami. She's definitely an Uzumaki. Let her rest for a couple of days. Once Jiraiya's condition improves, I'll take both of you back to the village. I have some matters to discuss with the old man anyway. The recent behavior of the Hidden Rain was getting stranger, and after discussing it with Orochimaru, Tsunade concluded that the Hidden Rain might be close to collapsing. It might be time to negotiate peace, even if it meant making some concessions. However, When Tsunade tried to discuss this with Denzo, they ran into problems. Denzo didn't agree that it was time to negotiate. He believed that until the war was over, any peace talks would be irrational. Tsunade realized that Denzo was simply trying to rack up more accomplishments. Seeing that reasoning with him was pointless, she decided to return to the Leaf Village herself to handle the situation. What about Nawaki and Minato? Takeya asked. Let them stay here. Jiraiya can train them for a while, Tsunade replied. Jiraiya needed time to recover before he could return to the battlefield. In the meantime, he could train his students, including Nawaki. Despite his pervy tendencies, Jiraiya was reliable in most other areas. Tsunade felt confident leaving Nawaki in his care. Besides, Minato was already Jiraiya's student. As his teacher, Jiraiya hadn't had much time to properly train him, which was a bit unfair. Now was the perfect opportunity to rectify that. Alright, Takeya agreed. It would be good for Nawaki and Minato to learn from Jiraiya for a while. Jiraiya was much better at teaching students than Tsunade or Orochimaru. Come with me, Tsunade said to Nami. My grandmother was also an Uzumaki. I mean you no harm. You don't have an official status right now, so it might cause you some trouble if you don't stick with me. Tsunade then led Uzumaki Nami away. Nawaki looked like he was about to cry. I want to go back to the Leaf Village too. Then go talk to your sister, Takeya laughed, patting Nawaki on the shoulder. Poor guy, your sister always has you under her thumb. Meanwhile, Minato arrived at the command center. After getting permission, he entered and reported the mission's details just as Takeya had instructed. The Hidden Stones Village ninjas are searching for something? Denzo frowned as soon as he heard this. He began to wonder what could be in the Hidden Grass Village that was valuable enough for Hidden Stones Village to make such a show of force. The Hidden Grass Village's envoy hadn't mentioned anything like this before. They had only said that Hidden Stones Village ninjas were spotted nearby and were concerned about a possible attack. It seemed this so-called ally was hiding something. The more skilled someone is at manipulating and scheming, the more suspicious they become. Denzo didn't think Minato was making things up. Some things could be easily confirmed with a little investigation. His suspicion was directed at the Hidden Grass Village for withholding information from the Leaf. Your mission isn't considered a failure. I'll record your contributions for this time. Go and rest, the future of the village depends on young people like you, Denzo said. Yes, Lord Denzo. Minato bowed respectfully before leaving the command center. On the surface, he wore a smile, but inwardly, he was already rolling his eyes. Chapter 95, If Hidden Leaf Village can't have it, no one can. Had Minato not been aware of Hidden Leaf Village's darker secrets, he might have thought Denzo was genuinely praising him. But after learning too much of what he shouldn't have, Minato could only think that Denzo was trying to manipulate him. What a con artist. Who'd believe you? Minato thought, there's not a single decent person among you lot. When Minato found out he would be staying behind to train under Jiraiya, his reaction was entirely different from Nawaki's. He was thrilled, finally, he could learn from his teacher. All this time, Minato had felt like he had a fake sensei, being left in the village with no news of Jiraiya. Sure, he knew Jiraiya was fighting on the front lines, but still. Even when Minato arrived at the front, he wasn't able to join his teacher, instead having to follow Takeya around. Jiraiya hadn't exactly been fulfilling his responsibilities as a teacher, and this had made Minato feel quite down at times. Now, the opportunity had come. How could he not be excited? Meanwhile, Chio had also made a tough decision in order to keep the war between the Hidden Rain and Hidden Leaf Village going. She diverted some of the scarce resources from the Hidden Sand Village and sent them to the Hidden Rain Village. This move received approval from the third Kazekage. Although the Hidden Sand was struggling financially, it was crucial for them to keep Hidden Leaf Village's main forces tied up in the Land of Rain. As long as the war in the Land of Rain continued, Hidden Leaf Village would be stretched thin, unable to fully focus on any one front. The supplies were sent, but after the Hidden Rain Village received them, there was no immediate response. Chio grew impatient and quickly sent someone to urge Hanzo to act swiftly. What's the holdup? She wondered. I'm still waiting to strike Hidden Leaf Village's camp. But the messenger returned, fuming with anger. Lady Chio, the Hidden Rain are nothing but a bunch of swindlers. They refuse to fight, claiming their recent losses were too great and that they need time to recover. They also said the supplies were insufficient. They're asking for more than just food, ninja tools, and explosive tags. Now they're demanding various medicines as well. Hey! Oh, Hanzo, you crafty devil! Chio was so furious, she couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you just ask for gold while you're at it? Maybe I should send you a few bricks of it too, wouldn't that be nice? The audacity was too much. In that moment, Chio felt a strong urge to march an army straight to the Hidden Rain Village and attack. But she knew she couldn't. Over a few supplies, it wasn't worth it. Besides, the Hidden Rain wasn't an easy target. As long as Hanzo was still standing, no one could underestimate the Hidden Rain village. "Send them more supplies," Chio ordered, her voice tinged with resignation. "And make it clear, this is the last time. They'd better keep their word." "But Lady Chio, our own supplies are running low." "Just do it," Chio snapped. As long as Hidden Lee Village was kept on edge, as long as Hidden Lee Village was made to suffer, it would all be worth it. Chio's thoughts turned to her son and daughter-in-law, still on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. She desperately wanted to avenge them. And whenever she thought of Saori, waiting back in the village for his parents to return, her heart ached. "Sakamo Hatake," she muttered under her breath. The people of the Hidden Sand were frustrated, but they had no choice. Orders were orders, and so they continued sending what little resources they had to the Hidden Rain. Fortunately, this time Hanzo didn't play games with Chio, he did launch another round of attacks. However, the intensity of the conflict was nowhere near what Chio had hoped for. Instead of a grand showdown, the fighting had returned to small-scale skirmishes. Chio was so enraged she could grind her teeth to dust, but there was little she could do about Hanzo. He had, after all, reignited the war, even if it wasn't to the scale she had wanted. Without any concrete agreement, Chio had no grounds to complain. After resting for 2 days at the camp, Tsunade took Takuya and Uzumaki Nami back to Hidden Lee Village. Tsunade's reason for returning was clear to Denzo, but he wasn't concerned. With Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado backing him up, Tsunade would find it nearly impossible to convince the third Hokage to initiate peace talks with the Hidden Rain. Denzo had no reason to worry about suddenly being handed the task of negotiations, it wasn't going to happen. At the moment, Denzo was more focused on keeping tabs on the Hidden Grass Village. After Takuya's team returned, Minato had given his report. Denzo hadn't labeled the mission a failure, even recording it as a success. But suspicion still gnawed at him. Denzo didn't trust the people of the Hidden Grass Village, so he immediately sent out Anbu and Root operatives to investigate and gather intelligence. Thanks to the efforts of the Anbu and Root, the secret of the Hidden Grass Village was uncovered and soon found its way onto Denzo's desk. The Uzumaki clan. Denzo growled, slamming his hand on the desk, his expression darkening. It wasn't that Denzo particularly cared about a few members of the Uzumaki clan. After all, when he learned that Takuya's team had brought back Uzumaki Nami, he barely reacted. To him, and to Hidden Lee Village, it didn't really matter whether there were more or fewer Uzumaki around. What truly infuriated Denzo was the attitude of the Hidden Grass Village. "You asked for our help, I sent people to support you, and yet none of your villagers even bothered to show their faces. That's bad enough, but now you're hiding the Uzumaki from us, afraid we'll take them back to Hidden Lee Village?" Even the Hidden Stone knew about this, and yet Hidden Lee Village was left in the dark? Is this how an ally behaves? "Find them," Denzo ordered, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Track down every last one of them. If you can bring them back to Hidden Lee Village, do it. If not, eliminate them." The idea of killing flashed in Denzo's eyes. If Hidden Lee Village can't have the Uzumaki, then no one can. One of Hidden Lee Village's long-standing advantages had been its ability to avoid the troubles that plagued other villages with their Jinchuriki. While other villages were tormented by their tailed beasts, Hidden Lee Village had always remained peaceful. Denzo had no intention of letting any other village get their hands on the Uzumaki and turn them into Jinchuriki. That would be a threat to Hidden Lee Village. So, he planned to bring them to Hidden Lee Village. And if that wasn't possible, he'd eliminate them. If Hidden Lee Village can't have it, then no one can. Had Uzumaki Mido still been alive, Denzo wouldn't have dared to treat the scattered members of the Uzumaki clan this way. She had been a formidable pillar of support. As long as Uzumaki Mido was around, even the third Hokage had to listen to her. But now things were different. Hidden Lee Village was fully under the control of Denzo and a few others. Even if there were more Uzumaki in the village, they wouldn't be able to cause much of a stir. The legacy of the Uzumaki clan had long since become Hidden Lee Village's property. On the way back to Hidden Lee Village, Tsunade's true nature soon came out. Takuya had thought she was in a hurry, but before they were even halfway there, she started complaining about needing a break and craving some grilled meat. She even began teaching Uzumaki Nami how to play cards, deciding they should play a few rounds to unwind. Maybe after spending so long in the Land of Rain, she felt a bit repressed. But as soon as they re-entered the Land of Fire, Tsunade began to let loose. She led Takuya and Nami to a small town along the way, where they decided to take a break. She even booked them a room at an inn. "Do you even have money?" Takuya asked, voicing the question on his mind. "Who do you think you're talking to, kid? What do you call this, huh?" Tsunade shot back, her face flushing with irritation. If she didn't know that Takuya wouldn't back down easily and might even use Genjutsu on her, Tsunade would have already decked him. "How dare you doubt me?" Chapter 96, Tsunade, Takuya Yagami, what did you do to me last night? This should be enough money, right? Tsunade grumbled, tossing a stack of bills onto the table. Hey, boss, bring me 2 more bottles of sake. It seemed Tsunade had made a tidy profit from the war, reaping quite a bit from the battlefield. Not every ninja liked to keep their money in the bank, some preferred to stash it in sealing scrolls. Just unseal a scroll, and out would spill a heap of cash. No doubt, Tsunade had struck it lucky. As for whether Orochimaru or Jiraiya would get a share of her winnings, Takuya seriously doubted it. It wasn't hard to get something from Tsunade, except for her money. Even if you're her teammate, asking for a share of her winnings was out of the question. Absolutely not, her gambling fund was non-negotiable. If she gave some away, what would she have left to gamble with? Hiccup. You guys go rest up. I've got something to do outside. I'll be back soon. I've booked us a spot at the hot springs. You go ahead and enjoy it. With money in hand, there was no way Tsunade would stay put at the inn. She wouldn't be back until she'd lost it all at the gambling tables. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Uzumaki Nami replied respectfully, completely unaware of Tsunade's true nature. Takuya spread his hands, a not surprised at all look on his face. He had already figured this out. The town had several casinos, and Tsunade must have been here before, otherwise, she wouldn't have confidently led them straight here. So this was what she'd been waiting for. Let her gamble. It's not like she's losing my money. Takuya wasn't going to waste his breath trying to convince Tsunade to quit gambling. Everyone has their own way of unwinding, no point in trying to change that. She probably won't be back tonight, Takuya remarked. Just focus on your training. Once we get back to the Leaf Village and sort out your new identity, you'll be able to live there openly. He had already taught Uzumaki Nami how to refine chakra. Getting rich off someone else's loss makes you feel invincible. After spending so much time running around the land of rain, Takuya was feeling exhausted. Soaking in the hot spring, he finally felt his whole body relax. With her pockets full, Tsunade had rented out an entire hot spring pool just for them, leaving the innkeeper grinning from ear to ear. Leaning against a warm stone, a towel behind his neck, Takuya closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Splash! The sound of someone entering the water jolted Takuya awake. He opened his eyes and silently questioned, Snowy, someone's here. Why didn't you warn me? Because she doesn't have any ill intentions toward you, Master, Snowy replied, blinking innocently in the sealed space. After all, isn't your relationship with Tsunade good? Why be on guard? Ill intentions? That's not the issue. Takuya was speechless as he watched Tsunade, clearly drunk and barely able to stand, mindlessly toss her clothes aside and slide into the hot spring, humming to herself. A row of black lines appeared on Takuya's forehead. Couldn't you check if someone was already here before barging in? Stripping down in one go. It's hard to pretend I didn't see anything in this situation. This scene was just too much. To make matters worse, she seemed to think the hot spring was a swimming pool and started trying to do a few laps. Unable to stand it any longer, Takuya swiftly knocked her out with a punch. Wrapping her in a towel, grabbing her clothes, he carried her over his shoulder and dumped her in her room. Turning to a bewildered Uzumaki Nami, he said, Tsunade's drunk and completely out of it. Help her get dressed. Yes. Nami nodded dumbly, glancing from Tsunade, who was wrapped in just a towel with a flushed face, to Takuya's retreating back. Her mind began to fill with images she really shouldn't be imagining. Soon enough, Nami found herself in a dilemma. Tsunade wasn't just drunk, she'd passed out cold. Nami couldn't move her at all. In the end, she could only pull a blanket over Tsunade and leave getting dressed for the morning. Ugh. My head. Did I drink too much last night? The next morning, Tsunade woke up feeling like her head was splitting. She reached up to rub her head, only to gasp in pain when she touched a sizable lump. Someone hit me? Who the hell dares to hit me? She sat up abruptly, shivering as the blanket slid off her. Looking down, she blinked in confusion. She wasn't in the habit of sleeping naked. Is this a towel? Grabbing the clothes lying next to her, she quickly dressed and picked up the towel, memories of last night slowly returning. She'd been excited at the chance to hit the casinos, so she had a bit too much to drink at the BBQ place. After getting a little buzzed, she headed to the casino, but her luck was terrible, and she lost everything in no time. Not wanting to leave just yet, she borrowed more money from the casino owner, and lost that too. Feeling down, she snatched a few bottles of sake from the casino on her way out, drinking as she returned to the inn, planning to relax in the hot spring. But as soon as she stripped off her clothes and stepped into the hot spring, she blacked out. And that's all she remembered. Tsunade's eyes widened in shock, her face draining of color. Creak. Just then, the door to her room opened, and Uzumaki Nami walked in with a cup of warm water. Seeing Tsunade awake, she brightened and hurried over to offer the cup. Lady Tsunade, you're finally up. You were too heavy for me to move, so I couldn't get you dressed. Here, drink some warm water, you must have a terrible headache after all that alcohol. Tsunade took the cup and sipped, her forehead twitching with rising anger. Crack. The cup shattered in her grip, causing Nami to yelp in fright, her face paling. My head does hurt, but not because of the alcohol, it's because someone hit me. Someone actually hit me. And they had the nerve to go for the back of my head? How underhanded can you get? It was that brat, Takeya, who brought me up here, wasn't it? Tsunade turned to glare at Nami, who instinctively crossed her arms over her chest and nodded frantically. Yes. Master Takeya said you were drunk and asked me to help you get dressed. Great. This is just perfect? Tsunade was mortified, rubbing her forehead as she realized how much face she'd lost. That little brat probably got an eyeful. She couldn't let this slide. Damn it, this was beyond embarrassing, it was a complete disaster. Not only was it a disaster, but she also got hit. How is that fair? She had to make this right. Tsunade leapt out of bed, not even bothering with shoes, and stormed over to the next room. She kicked the door open and marched in, shouting, Takeya Yagami, what did you do to me last night? What is this, a morning wake-up call? Takeya was peacefully asleep, cuddling his warm, fluffy snowy pillow, when Tsunade's voice shocked him awake. Rubbing his eyes, he set Snowy down beside him, looked at the door that had been reduced to splinters, and then at the fuming Tsunade standing in the doorway. He rubbed his eyes again and yawned before complaining, what could I have done to you? I should be asking what you were trying to do. You didn't say a word, just walked in and started stripping, then jumped in the hot spring. Do you really think that's appropriate in front of a kid like me? Chapter 97, Money's a Curse, even Tsunade can't beat it. Look at you, passed out like a dead pig. I was actually worried you'd embarrass yourself. I knocked you out and brought you back to your room out of the goodness of my heart, and you repay me by kicking down my door and accusing me of who knows what? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Aren't you worried about setting a bad example for the kid? Takeya's string of complaints left Tsunade speechless. She had came to pick a fight, but somehow, it seemed like she was the one being scolded. It hit her that maybe she had gone a bit overboard, even though she was a woman. Theoretically, she should have felt more wronged, but Takeya was just a kid. The memory of stripping down right in front of a child and hopping into the hot spring made Tsunade cringe with embarrassment. She almost wanted to dig herself a hole and disappear into it. She might as well have lost all her dignity. And another thing, Takeya added, pointing to the shattered door. Do you even have the money to pay for that? Kicking doors, huh? Go ahead, keep kicking them. Just remember, this isn't the Leaf Village where an ambush squad would came to fix it for free. Here, if you break it, you pay for it. Money. The word alone made Tsunade's head spin. She didn't have a single cent left, she'd lost it all the night before, down to the last penny. Looks like someone lost all their money gambling. How tragic. Getting up and dressing himself, Takeya glanced at Tsunade's messy hair and the reek of alcohol clinging to her. He clicked his tongue in mock pity. Now you're in trouble. Judging by the quality of this inn and its decor, that door is going to cost you. Don't rub it in. Tsunade was practically ready to cover her face in shame. Why don't you cover the cost, and I'll pay you back later? In your dreams. She could forget it. Takeya wasn't about to fall for that. Counting on Tsunade to pay back money. That was as likely as a snowstorm in summer. Scooping up Snowy, Takeya sternly refused. I paid for the food, I paid for the drinks, but that door? That's on you. Maybe you'll think twice before kicking doors down next time. Hey, don't get violent now, or I won't even cover your meal. Tsunade looked like she was about to lose it and take a swing at him. But Takeya wasn't about to give her the chance. If she wanted to pay for the damages, that was her problem. Fine. Have it your way. Glaring at Takeya, Tsunade clenched her teeth and stormed off. After cleaning up, Tsunade went out to find some money. What she did, Takeya had no idea. He only knew that she managed to scrounge up enough to pay for the door. As a result, Tsunade barely spoke to Takeya for the rest of the trip, and he wasn't about to start the conversation. Uzumaki Nami kept glancing between the two, wanting to say something but too scared to open her mouth. And so, the three of them traveled in silence all the way back to the Leaf Village. Once back in the village, Tsunade headed to the Hokage's office while Takeya took Nami to find Kushina. Master Takeya, are you and Lady Tsunade okay? After the long, silent journey, Nami was worried that something was seriously wrong between them. We're fine. Takeya reassured her with a smile, ruffling her hair. Tsunade's already over it. She's just waiting for a way to smooth things over, that's all. Compared to the shamelessness of the third Hokage or Jiraiya, Takeya's teasing was nothing. Tsunade was more upset about how much face she'd lost. Without Takuya offering her an out, she couldn't bring herself to speak up. Despite her usual boldness, Tsunade had been completely thrown off by this. Come on, let's go find your clanswoman. Her name's Kushina, you've heard of her, right? Don't worry, Kushina's really easy to get along with. Nami shook her head. The Uzumaki clan was wiped out when she was just a toddler, too young to remember much. With her parents always on the run, they never talked about the clan, leaving Nami in the dark about her heritage. They arrived at Kushina's door, and Takuya knocked twice. When Takuya wasn't in the village, Kushina rarely went out, spending most of her time at home. So, finding her here was a safe bet. Who's there? Kushina's voice called out from inside. She shuffled to the door in her slippers, and when she opened it and saw Takuya, her face lit up with joy. Takuya, you're back? Just as she was about to invite him in, Kushina noticed Nami standing behind him. Red hair, the same shade as hers. Kushina's smile slowly faded as a guess formed in her mind. Takuya, is she from the Uzumaki clan? Kushina felt a strange tension, though she couldn't quite say why. This is Uzumaki Nami. My team found her in the Land of Grass during a mission, so I decided to bring her back here. It gets lonely with just you in the village, so having a fellow clan member around could be nice, right? Takuya gently pushed the shy Nami forward. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Nami. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. Tears streamed down Kushina's face. She had once believed she was the last Uzumaki left in the world. But today, Takuya had given her a surprise, a wonderful, unbelievable surprise. She wasn't the only Uzumaki left. She still had a clan member. This is amazing. Kushina, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged Nami tightly, laughing and crying at the same time. Nami, completely bewildered, hesitantly wrapped her small arms around Kushina's waist and hugged her back. Having another Uzumaki with her in the village, Kushina was as happy as a little bird, chirping non-stop and circling around Nami, already treating her like a little sister. Are women really made of water? Takuya thought as he watched the two of them cry and cling to each other. He couldn't take much more of this. Watching them brought back too many memories of his past life. He decided to head home and make himself something nice to eat as a distraction. Am I getting too old? Why am I getting all sentimental? Ugh, I'm still just a kid. Back home, Takuya opened the fridge to find it completely empty. Sighing, he decided lying down and doing nothing was the best option. Old man, I'm back. Tsunade pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, looking around to make sure no one she disliked was there before flopping onto the couch like a beached fish. She didn't kick the door open or barge in demanding to fight about Denzo. The third Hokage looked at Tsunade lying on the couch and thought something was off. Did something happen on the way back? He asked. Nope. Tsunade sat up lazily. I lost a lot of money. I'm in a bad mood. How about you give me a little something to help me out? Cough, cough. The third Hokage choked on air, his old face turning red from the shock. Chapter 98, You fight this war, I'm done with it you know, Tsunade, as Hokage, I don't really have much use for money, the third Hokage began, slightly evasive. So, I don't have any extra funds to give you. Being Hokage means you don't have to spend money. Tsunade eyed him suspiciously. The third Hokage, feeling the pressure, turned his gaze away, attempting to justify himself. Does being Hokage really require a lot of spending? Most of my time is spent in the Hokage office, I hardly find places to spend money. So where would I spend it? Borrow money. Not happening. Subsidize? Still not happening. Seeing how uneasy he looked, as if she would rob him of his secret stash, Tsunade couldn't help but look down on her teacher a little. Alright, fine. Don't act like I'm here to steal your money. Let's talk about Denzo and the negotiations with the Hidden Rain Village. The laziness in Tsunade's demeanor vanished as she straightened up, pulling a chair over to sit in front of the Hokage's desk, her expression serious. Right now, the situation in the Hidden Rain Village is dire. Orochimaru and I suspect that their resources are nearly depleted. They can't hold out much longer, so Hanzo is desperate to have a final showdown with us. I believe we should send someone to initiate contact with Hanzo and see if he is open to negotiating. There's no need to fight to the bitter end before sitting down to talk. But Denzo disagrees with Orochimaru and me. He thinks the honor of the Leaf Village is at stake, and that we should crush the Hidden Rain Village in battle first and then negotiate from a position of victory. Just thinking about Denzo's words made Tsunade want to punch his smug face in. If you're so confident, why don't you go fight on the front lines yourself, instead of sitting safely in the command center? It's easy for you to dismiss the lives lost as just numbers, isn't it, Denzo? Since it's not your life on the line, you don't care, right? You'd probably just say it's all for the good of the village. But it's really about pride, About tracking up more achievements, isn't it? So Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and I are suggesting that you start negotiations as soon as possible. There's no need to sacrifice a large number of shinobi on the battlefield just to save face. Tsunade looked at the third Hokage with hope in her eyes. She wanted him to accept their suggestion and start negotiations. There was no point in fighting to the last man only to negotiate afterward. Such a negotiation would be meaningless. Even if the Leaf Village won the war, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Starting negotiations early would benefit the Leaf Village by reducing casualties and conserving resources. It might mean making some small concessions in the negotiations, but the Leaf could handle that. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya's ideas were well-intentioned. But unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage shook his head slightly, causing Tsunade's heart to sink. Her expression hardened, the hope in her eyes turning into disappointment. Sighing, the third Hokage looked Tsunade in the eyes and said regretfully, "Tsunade, I know you three mean well for the village, but now is not the time for the Leaf to back down. We were the ones who initiated this war, even if it was the Sand Village that provoked it. There's no turning back now. The Hidden Rain Village has sent a clear message, giving other small shinobi villages a dangerous sense of hope. If we don't decisively defeat the Hidden Rain Village, other small nations' shinobi villages might follow their example, pouring all their resources into military expansion. And that would lead to a cycle of wars across the entire ninja world. Negotiations are necessary, but not right now. Do you understand? But the Hidden Rain Village has only come this far because of Hanzo. Small shinobi villages have limited resources and populations. It's unlikely another Hanzo will emerge." Tsunade tried once more to persuade him, but it was no use. The third Hokage shook his head again. "We can't take that risk, Tsunade. Everything I'm doing is for the village. The village, always the village. Sacrifice the village's shinobi, keep sending more troops to the front lines, this was all supposedly for the village?" Overwhelmed with disappointment, Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, splitting it in two. The third Hokage, having anticipated this, quickly rescued his pipe. "As for everything else on the desk, if it fell and broke, so be it. Old man, I'm really disappointed in you. You all can fight this war yourselves. I'm done." With a kick, she sent the broken desk flying through the window of the Hokage's office. It crashed outside, startling passers-by who screamed and scrambled to get out of the way. Who the hell has the guts to start a fight in the Hokage's office? Within seconds, a dozen Anbu appeared in the office, looking around at the fuming Tsunade and the calm, unbothered third Hokage. It was clear to them that there had been yet another clash between the Hokage and his student, Tsunade. Staring at the gaping hole left by the desk, the Anbu members could only shake their heads in embarrassment. Just another day with Tsunade around. This wasn't the first time the Hokage's office had needed new furniture because of her temper. Usually, it was the door that suffered, but this time, the window got caught in the crossfire. "I had a disagreement with Tsunade. You can all leave now," the third Hokage said calmly, waving them off. "Yes, Lord Hokage." The Anbu bowed and left. After venting her anger, Tsunade, her face still stormy, spoke again. "Jiraiya wants to get the Flying Thunder God technique from the sealed scroll for his student Minato. Deduct the contribution points from his account, and throw in the Shadow Clone technique as well." "All right." The third Hokage didn't refuse, promptly taking out the sealed scroll and copying the two jutsu onto a new scroll, which he handed to Tsunade. Taking the scroll without another word, Tsunade left without looking back. As she exited the office, she ran into Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitakato, who had arrived after catching wind of the commotion. Humphrey. Tsunade knew that Denzo wouldn't be so bold without the backing of these two, and that the third Hokage wouldn't be so inflexible without their constant influence. So she didn't bother to hide her disdain, snorting at them and almost whipping them in the face with her twin pigtails as she passed by. This left Koharu fuming with anger. Hamura was more composed, merely shaking his head without saying anything, but Koharu's face turned green with rage. "Saratobi, are you really going to let Tsunade behave like this?" she demanded. "Look at what she's become, completely out of control, with no respect for the village elders." The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, looked up and said, "Tsunade is also a high-ranking member of the Leaf, officially recognized by the daimyo as the Princess of the Leaf." Chapter 99, Takuya Yagami, do you even know what ordinary means? In the Leaf Village, Tsunade's status is second only to the Hokage himself. She's on par with the village elders and the Hokage's advisors. So, Koharu Uchiha's accusation doesn't really hold up. It's like a genin getting in trouble for mouthing off to a jonin, disrespecting someone stronger or older. But if both sides are jonin, what's the big deal if one insults the other? What's anyone going to do about it? You. Is that really the point? Koharu was practically fuming with anger. Seeing this, Hamura Midokado quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, Koharu. You know what Tsunoda's like. No need to take it out on the kid. With Hamura's reassurance, Koharu's face softened a little. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed. Tsunoda and the others think the Leaf should initiate peace talks rather than waiting until the war ends. I refused. So that's it, huh? Well, in that case, I'll let it go. Knowing she was partly at fault, Koharu couldn't stay mad. She had played a part in convincing the third Hokage to abandon the idea of peace talks. If she and Hamura hadn't backed him up, who knows if Denzo could have held on to his position as commander of the front lines. Tsunoda had been giving them the cold shoulder because of this. Everything was for the village. Hamura was right, it wasn't worth getting worked up over a kid. As she walked out of the Hokage's office, Tsunoda turned to an Anbu agent hidden in the shadows. Tell Takeya Yagami to meet me at the Akimaki family's barbecue restaurant, she ordered before leaving with a scowl. The Anbu agent sighed. He didn't dare refuse and had no choice but to carry out the order. Takeya Yagami, Lady Tsunoda wants you to meet her at the Akimaki barbecue restaurant right away. Just as Takeya was debating whether to grab some ramen or go grocery shopping, an Anbu ninja appeared with the message. TSK, looks like she's really upset, Takeya muttered to himself. Judging by the situation, Takeya could tell Tsunoda's attempt to convince the third Hokage to start peace talks had failed. Now she was likely at the barbecue place, eating meat and drinking away her frustration. And as for why she called him, it was probably because she needed someone to vent to, and maybe because her wallet was empty. He hadn't eaten yet, so barbecue sounded like a good idea. Kushina and Uzumaki Nami needed some time alone to get to know each other better, so Takeya didn't want to disturb them. As for Mikoto Uchiha, Takeya was sure she'd come looking for him once she heard he was back. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to visit the Uchiha compound. Ah, the usual spot with the usual flavor. Aside from being a bit pricey, the Akimaki family's barbecue had no flaws. I'm here for Tsunoda, Takeya said as he entered the restaurant. Please follow me. Lady Tsunoda is waiting, the staff member responded, leading him to a private room. Inside, Tsunoda was already drinking. Her cheeks were flushed, and she seemed a bit tipsy. One glance at the two empty sake bottles beside her, and Takeya couldn't help but be impressed. How long has it been, and she's already down 2 bottles. She was already working on the third one, no way she could handle much more at this pace. Takeya didn't bother telling her to slow down or offering her any comfort. After taking off his jacket, he sat down, picked up some chopsticks, and started grilling meat on the grill. Tsunoda tilted her head back and down the third bottle like it was water, then squinted at Takeya through her drunken haze. She let out a loud hiccup, not caring in the least. You're not going to tell me to stop drinking? She asked, half expecting him to. Why would I? Takeya replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of the juice he'd grabbed on the way in. I know you're in a bad mood, so what's the point of trying to stop you? If you want to drink, go ahead and drink. Getting drunk might help you forget your troubles. Cough, cough. Tsunoda was taken aback by his response and started coughing. Takeya watched her for a moment but decided against going over to pat her on the back or anything like that. With Tsunoda's resilience, this was nothing, just a minor hiccup. Sure enough, after a few more coughs, Tsunoda calmed down, though the flush on her face deepened. She picked up a piece of grilled beef, popped it into her mouth without worrying about the heat, and, after blowing on it a few times, grumbled, I couldn't convince the old man. He and Denzo are on the same page, they don't want to negotiate until the war is over. Figured as much, Takeya said as he continued placing meat on the grill, not even bothering to look up. Rain Village has been ramping up its military, expanding outward. Starting a war is a dangerous signal. If other villages follow suit, the entire shinobi world could be thrown into chaos, leading to wave after wave of conflict, with no end in sight. So, you think I was wrong too? Tsunoda asked with a bitter smile. No, you weren't wrong. Takeya shook his head, putting down his chopsticks and looking at Tsunoda with a serious expression. On the contrary, you were right. Your goal was to end the war quickly, minimize casualties, and reduce the village's losses. But you didn't consider one thing, that your perspective is shaped by your position. Where you stand determines what you see. Take me, for example. He pointed to himself, smiling. I'm just an ordinary Chunin of the Leaf. Why the village is at war with Rain Village, when we should start peace talks, when the war should end, none of that is for me to worry about. I'm just a lowly Chunin. My job is to complete the missions the village gives me and make sure I stay alive. That's it. You're saying my actions were unnecessary? That I overstepped? Tsunoda clenched her fists, her frustration evident. Takeya replied calmly, Don't drag me into this. It has nothing to do with me. You should ask the people who rejected and opposed you. The meat's ready. Let's eat. Yeah, right. Ordinary? How many ordinary people in the leaf are like you? Tsunade shot Takeya a sharp glare, then grabbed her chopsticks and started stuffing her mouth with meat, like a squirrel hoarding food, packing her cheeks full. Then she glared at Takeya as if to say, I've taken all the meat, what are you going to do about it? Doing this on purpose, huh? Takeya couldn't help but laugh, putting down his chopsticks and calling out, check, please. Lady Tsunade will be paying. Don't. Tsunade panicked. She was broke, not a single coin to her name. She left all her money at the casino. They didn't call her a big spender for nothing, she wouldn't leave until she was cleaned out. If the staff really came over to settle the bill, she'd be in big trouble. The great Lady Tsunade, having to eat on credit. She'd rather die of shame. Click, the door to the private room slid open, and a smiling staff member stood at the entrance. Would you two like to settle the bill? It's over. I've got no dignity left. Tsunade felt like crying. Takeya grinned, enjoying her misery, and told the staff, I misspoke. Please bring us 2 more plates of beef, 1 of venison, and 2 more bottles of sake. Certainly, please wait a moment. The staff member closed the door with a smile and quickly brought in the additional orders, cheerfully setting them down before leaving. You scared me half to death. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest a little too forcefully. She quickly grabbed a bottle of sake to calm her nerves. The rest of the meal was spent with Tsunade alternating between eating and loudly cursing out the 3rd Hokage, Denzo, and the others. Her voice carried, but no one outside seemed to care. Chapter 100, Do you want to end up like Shimura Shuetsu? Thanks to Snowy's warning, Takeya knew that the Anbu were around, helping to clear the area. Otherwise, with Tsunade's loud voice, ranting like this about the village's leadership would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. It took a few hours for the barbecue session to finally wrap up, and by then, the sky had already darkened. Carrying a completely intoxicated Tsunade, Takeya nearly jumped out of his skin when it was time to settle the bill. Wow, 280,000 ryo for 1 meal. The sake Tsunade had been drinking was top-notch, and the alcohol alone accounted for 2/3 of the bill. Like a dead weight, Takeya muttered, tossing Tsunade onto the guest bed and throwing a blanket over her before heading to clean up. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the door, Takeya opened it to find Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki standing there. Whoa, did you drink? You reek of alcohol, Kushina wrinkled her nose, clearly disapproving. Takeya, we're still kids, you know. Drinking too early isn't good for your health. Drink my foot. Takeya laughed, pointing toward the guest room. The one who drank is in there, passed out like a dead pig. I was just about to wash up when you two arrived. Where's Nami? Tsunade-sis. Kushina, knowing Tsunade had returned with Takeya, opened the guest room door to find Tsunade sprawled out without a care in the world. With a sigh, she tucked the blanket around her and thoughtfully placed a pillow under her head. After finishing, Kushina quietly closed the door. In the living room, Mikoto was brewing tea while Takeya was drying his still dripping hair with a towel. What happened to Tsunade-sis? Why did she drink so much? Kushina asked, a hint of concern in her voice. She's in a bad mood, I guess. I don't know the details, you'll have to ask her tomorrow, Takeya replied with a shrug. By the way, where's Nami? She's already asleep. Takeya, thank you for bringing her back to the leaf, Kushina said, her voice wavering slightly as her eyes began to water. Takeya quickly waved her off. Enough. You cried all afternoon, haven't you had enough? He teased. I'm just really happy, Kushina pouted, fighting back the tears. She knew Takeya didn't like seeing girls cry. Thanks, Mikoto-sis, she added gratefully. No need to thank me, Mikoto replied, pouring tea for both Takeya and Kushina. After a sip of tea, Kushina eagerly turned to Takeya. Takeya, I want to live with Nami. Live together? Takeya frowned, shaking his head. That's not a good idea. It'll cause problems for both of you. But Kushina hesitated. After years of being the only one, she finally had a clan member by her side. The idea of living together was so tempting. But she knew her situation was too delicate for that, and Takeya was right, it would only lead to trouble for everyone involved. This wasn't something to take lightly. Reluctantly, Kushina sighed. Then I'll buy the house next door and let her live there. PFFT. Takeya nearly choked on his tea, spitting it out in surprise. Buy a house on a whim? Talk about filthy rich. But considering Kushina's wealth, buying a house in this relatively quiet area was like a drop in the ocean. She could buy an entire street if she wanted to. As long as it makes you happy, Takeya said, not quite sure how to respond to a wealthy woman who casually throws around the idea of buying houses. While his own little stash of money wasn't small, it was nothing compared to Kushina's. The three of them chatted for a while, mostly about the recent events on the battlefield, which Kushina and Mikoto were keenly curious about. After a while, Kushina glanced at the time and decided to head back, not wanting to keep the Anbu waiting or leave Nami wondering where she was. "Mikoto sis, if there's something you want to say, just say it," Takuya prompted, noticing Mikoto had been holding back while Kushina was around. "It's about the clan," Mikoto began, hesitating, clearly uncomfortable. Takuya smiled. "Mikoto sis, there's no need to feel awkward. You're just the messenger, and I already know what you're going to say. Lately, some people from the Uchiha clan have been visiting your house a lot, haven't they?" "Yes," Mikoto admitted with a strained smile. "Not only have they been coming by often, but they've also been helping me out at the police department, giving me the easiest tasks. They've even managed to sway my mother," she added, her voice tinged with frustration. "That's only natural," Takuya chuckled. "Your mom was good friends with mine, and she knows my mother's last wish was for me to return to the Uchiha clan. It's not surprising they were able to convince her. But you don't need to feel bad about it, Mikoto sis. I'll take care of it, so you don't have to worry. Are you heading back now?" "Yes, I think I'll go," Mikoto said, getting up with a small smile. If Tsunoda hadn't been there, she might have stayed longer. After all, they had grown up together, and there were some unresolved feelings between them. But with Tsunoda passed out in the guest room, staying the night might just make things awkward in the morning. "Alright, then. Take care on your way home," Takuya said. "Don't worry, I will." Mikoto grinned, flexing her arm playfully. "Don't underestimate me. Your Sharingan evolved, didn't it?" Takuya asked, noticing her confident demeanor. "Ugh, no fun." Mikoto pouted, realizing Takuya had figured it out so easily. Nothing gets past him, she thought, exasperated. After seeing Mikoto off, Takuya hopped up to the rooftop, glancing at the Anbu agents hidden in the shadows, protecting Kushina. "You guys are really dedicated, huh?" he muttered, a bit annoyed. "When things are critical, they're nowhere to be found, but when there's nothing to do, they're glued to your side. What a shame Minato isn't around," he mused. "We could have had a deep conversation about life." "He noticed us, didn't he?" one Anbu agent whispered to the other. "Keep your voice down. Do you want to end up like Shimura Shuetsu?" the other hissed back. The Anbu agents chatted quietly, knowing full well that if Takuya had caught them hiding before, they'd have issued a warning to back off. But now, they didn't dare provoke him. The last thing they wanted was to be forced into some humiliating situation, like that infamous pole dance incident. The third Kusagakure had almost lost his mind from the accusations. Yet, hardly anyone believed him. The rumors spread like wildfire. After the third Kusagakure admitted he had been under a Genjutsu and had indeed danced, things only got worse. If he had the chance to do it all over again, he'd rather take the secret to his grave than reveal it. The original plan had been to frame Takuya, hoping to get him on other villages' assassination lists. Well, Takuya did end up on those lists. But the third Kusagakure's reputation was ruined in the process. Now, whenever someone thought of him, the first thing that came to mind was the pole dance incident, while Takuya was still out there, perfectly fine, without a care in the world. By the end of it all, the third Kusagakure had been thoroughly outplayed. Boring. After sitting around for a while, Takuya went back inside to sleep, and the Anbu agents breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, that kid's gone. The next day, Tsunoda woke up with a pounding headache, slumped over the table, looking pale. Anyone who saw her might have thought she was seriously ill. Chapter 101, Has the Uchiha clan fallen so low that the young master has to buy groceries? As it turns out, even ninjas aren't immune to the dreaded hangover. "Got any hangover soup?" Tsunoda mumbled, her head almost glued to the table. Takuya couldn't help but smirk. "No hangover soup, but I do have a remedy. Wanna try?" "Is it real?" Tsunoda asked, lifting her head slightly. "Of course. The remedy is more alcohol," Takuya said with a grin. Obviously, using alcohol to cure a hangover was a joke. Takuya eventually prepared some honey water for Tsunoda. After drinking it and resting for a bit, she finally began to recover. In the language of online games, she was now back to full health. After breakfast, Tsunoda pulled out 2 scrolls and placed them on the table. "These are from the old man," she said, referring to the third Hokage. "You can divide them however you like, or just learn them both. I've got some things to take care of." She paused before adding, "Oh, and they were exchanged for Jiraiya's battle merits, so don't even think about refusing." Damn, so this is what it's like to have connections, Takuya thought as he watched her leave. Getting a jutsu from the scroll of seals just like that? For most ninjas, it would take years of accumulating merits and passing the Hokage's evaluation to even get a chance. Opening the scrolls, Takuya saw they contained the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. I wonder if I can learn the Flying Thunder God, Takuya mused. Back in his gaming days, no one really chose this technique because most games were turn-based. The back-and-forth mechanics made it more of a hassle than it was worth. Plus, it wasn't exactly a signature skill type of technique in the games he played. He had never bothered with it before, and now, he wasn't entirely sure if he could master it in real life. The requirements were steep, an enormous amount of chakra, proficiency in sealing techniques, and a reflex speed far beyond the norm. Without these, trying to use the Flying Thunder God would only result in slamming headfirst into something and getting yourself killed. Minato's reflexes were on a level Takuya could only admire. For now, he decided to set the Flying Thunder God aside and focus on the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. With his enormous chakra reserves, not learning this technique would be a waste. Meanwhile, in the distant Rain country, Jiraiya was blissfully unaware that Tsunade had used his battle merits to score an extra jutsu. At that moment, he was preoccupied with trying to answer Minato's deep, philosophical questions about life. Each one left him more baffled than the last. Jiraiya couldn't understand what had happened to Minato on the battlefield to make him this way. The once warm little son had turned into someone who was now adept at delivering verbal jabs that left Jiraiya reeling. The most infuriating moment came when Minato asked, Jiraiya-sensei, if someone else also chose to do research and ended up peeping at the woman you like, what would you do? Of course, I'd bash his head in. Jiraiya shouted, outraged at the thought of someone peeping at his beloved. Wait. Something didn't add up. Sure enough, Minato stared at him with a deadpan expression. Then what about all those times you peeked at other people's families? How do you think they feel? Jiraiya was left speechless. It wasn't just Jiraiya who was left questioning his life choices, Orochimaru, too, was puzzled. The once naive Nawaki, who would struggle for hours with even the simplest questions, had turned into someone who constantly bombarded Orochimaru with bizarre and unexpected queries. The usually erudite Snake Master was having a hard time keeping up. And the one responsible for leading both Minato and Nawaki astray? He was currently in Hidden Leaf Village, busy mastering the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. For Takuya, mastering the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu was easier than expected. However, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu was giving him a headache. The vast amount of chakra required was just one issue, albeit a minor one. Takuya had chakra reserves in abundance. Compared to him, Minato was just a small fry. In fact, only Kushina could match him in terms of chakra. Even with the Nine Tails on her side, Takuya wasn't worried. After all, he had Snowy. Worst case scenario, they could just duke it out. But chakra was just the beginning. He also needed to master several sealing techniques as a foundation. That part was doable, considering how powerful the Flying Thunder God Jutsu was. The real problem was that even with all the prerequisites, if you didn't have the natural talent for space-time ninjutsu, you'd get nowhere. Not to mention, fully mastering the technique required exceptional sensory abilities and reflexes on par with Minato's. Learning this jutsu was no small feat. Whether or not Takuya would succeed ultimately came down to luck. He wasn't even sure if he had the talent for space-time ninjutsu. Without that, even meeting all the other requirements would be pointless. That's why, despite its potential, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu had only ever been mastered by two people in history, Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze. It wasn't that Hidden Leaf Village didn't want to spread the technique, it was just that countless attempts had ended in failure. And as for those three losers in the future who needed to team up just to teleport with the Flying Thunder God, they didn't count. This is our second official meeting, isn't it? Takuya's eyes narrowed as he smiled at the approaching figure of Fugaku Uchiha. Who would have thought I'd run into you while grocery shopping? Has the Uchiha clan fallen so low that the young master has to buy groceries himself? Fugaku had come prepared with a carefully crafted speech, intending to persuade Takuya. But with just one sentence, Takuya had him on the back foot. The young master of the Uchiha clan, out grocery shopping? What a joke. Was Takuya mocking the Uchiha? It's not like that, Fugaku finally said, calming himself. I'm here to talk to you. Reminding himself not to get angry, not to lower himself to a kid's level, Fugaku glanced around. Shouldn't we find a more private place to talk? Don't bother, Takuya said, raising a hand. I think here's just fine. Say what you need to say, but I'll tell you now, I don't want to get involved with the Uchiha's troubles. Go somewhere private to talk? Yeah, right. Only an idiot would agree to that. While the higher-ups hadn't shown any signs of targeting him yet, getting too close to the Uchiha could change that. Especially with someone like Fugaku Uchiha. Takuya only interacted with Mikoto Uchiha and her mother, nothing that would raise any flags. But if he started talking to Fugaku, that would be a whole different story. It would send a clear signal that Takuya Yagami was planning to return to the Uchiha clan. Takuya wasn't stupid. There was no way he was falling into the trap Fugaku was setting. So we can't even sit down for a calm discussion? Fugaku asked, frustration seeping into his voice. No, we can't, Takuya replied bluntly, giving Fugaku no room to maneuver. You're the young master of the Uchiha clan, that makes things complicated. Let me be clear, Takuya interrupted. Returning to the Uchiha clan was my mother's wish, but I don't intend to fulfill it. I hope you understand that. I'm not interested in revisiting old grievances because my mother was always worried about me clashing with the Uchiha. Now that she's gone, I don't want to cross that line. So I'd appreciate it if you all stopped stepping over it. I'm not going back to the Uchiha clan. So please, don't come looking for me again. Cutting Fugaku off before he could respond, Takuya laid it all out. Some people and some situations needed to be dealt with directly. But you carry the Uchiha blood in your veins. You should take pride in that and uphold the responsibilities that come with it. Fugaku retorted. Say that again? Takuya's eyes flashed red as the three tomoe of his Sharingan spun into view. He stared coldly at Fugaku, who was now spewing rhetoric. Chapter 102, Kurama, is that fox a nine-tailed one too? Honor and responsibility? Who's he trying to fool? Realizing he was getting a bit too heated, Fugaku Uchiha took a deep breath and raised his hand to calm the situation. That's not what I meant. I just hoped we could sit down and have a calm, reasonable conversation. There's nothing to talk about. The honor of the Uchiha clan doesn't belong to me, and neither does its responsibility, Takuya replied, shaking his head as he lifted the basket of groceries. I've said everything I need to. I hope, young master, that you won't trouble me any further. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to spin around here and show off your dancing skills for everyone. Trust me, if you try it, you'll regret it. Regret it so much, you'll wish you could turn back time. I'll be back, Fugaku gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. People around them started to notice, some whispering among themselves. Isn't that the Uchiha clan's young master? Honor and responsibility of the Uchiha. What a joke. Besides bullying villagers, what else do they do? Exactly. My brother-in-law got drunk and spat in one of their faces, and they locked him up for 3 months. He lost so much weight, and we had to pay a hefty fine. Your brother-in-law is lucky he didn't get beaten to death. Hearing this, Takuya couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was true that the Uchiha's role in the police force had earned them a lot of animosity. They were blamed for everything, even though some of it was pushed onto them by the higher-ups. Still, it was clear, the police force was far from beloved. Always dealing with the dirty work, earning the villagers' respect and affection was almost impossible. Did you finish your little chat? Tsunade asked as she approached, carrying some groceries and looking like she was done with life. Kushina, on the other hand, was all smiles. Why do I have to be dragged out to buy groceries first thing in the morning? Tsunade thought, annoyed. And she had been threatened with no food if she didn't go. What chat? Do you think I'm stupid enough to rejoin the Uchiha? Takuya chuckled. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. Really? I heard the Uchiha have some forbidden techniques related to the Sharingan. If you don't rejoin, you might never have a chance to learn them. Takuya looked at her in surprise. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, whose brother was practically a walking encyclopedia of forbidden jutsus, how many of those jutsus have you learned? Are you really from the Senju clan? You get back here. You're not getting away with saying that. We're not done. Does Tsunade lack jutsus? Not at all. Obirama Senju left behind many notes, now in Tsunade's possession, along with various scrolls containing all kinds of jutsus. But how many has she mastered? It was clear, very few. The market was a chaotic mess, with Tsunade accidentally breaking several items, ending with her having to pay for the damages. So this is what it feels like to regret something so much that you wish you could turn back time, Tsunade thought, lamenting the loss of several tens of thousands of ryo that she'd just earned from the hospital. The pain in her heart was real. Money. As expected, the news of Takuya's meeting with Fugaku Uchiha quickly made its way to the third Hokage, courtesy of the ever-watchful Anbu. With Takuya tagging along as Tsunade and Kushina did their grocery shopping, it was hard for the Anbu to go unnoticed. And considering that Fugaku was a person of interest, it was no surprise he was being watched. Of course, Takuya thought. Fugaku Uchiha wasn't exactly subtle, suggesting a more private place to talk. Yeah, right. If I'd gone with him, it wouldn't matter what I said, no one would believe I wasn't involved with the Uchiha. Looks like the Uchiha haven't given up yet, muttered the third Hokage. You're dismissed. No need to inform the elders about this. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Anbu ninja responded before leaving. The third Hokage then pulled out his crystal ball, observing Takeya's every move. Master, someone is watching us from the shadows. Should I remove them? Came Snowy's voice. If you remove this particular watcher, the entire village will explode. There was no need to guess, it had to be the told pervert, the third Hokage, using his telescope jutsu to spy on people again. Takeya hadn't expected the old man to move this fast. It hadn't been long since the meeting, and already he was being watched. Don't worry about it, Takeya replied. What's wrong? Tsunade asked, noticing Takeya looking around, his brow furrowed. Kushina, holding her basket of groceries, looked curious too. Takeya smirked, pretending to be serious. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like someone's watching us. Kushina, your sensory skills are pretty sharp. Do you sense anything? Nope, nothing, Kushina shook her head. Her sensory abilities were indeed strong, but she genuinely couldn't feel anyone watching. Wait a second, she said, handing her basket to Takeya. Kushina then entered her inner space, addressing the Ninetales who was bound within. Hey, Big Fox, could you help me out with something? If you do, I'll let you call the shots during our next card game. Humphrey, foolish brat. Do you really think I'd agree to such a ridiculous condition? The Ninetale scoffed, turning its head away, flatly refusing. That's a shame. I was planning to let you out for some fresh air and a bit of learning, Kushina teased. But since you're not interested, I'll just tighten these chains a bit. You don't mind, do you? Foolish brat. Are you threatening me? The Ninetales roared, its fur bristling in anger. Yep, I'm threatening you, Kushina replied, matter-of-factly. Since you won't help, I don't have a choice. Who told you to be so uncooperative? I'll devour you, you brat. The Ninetales bellowed. You really are just an evil fox, Kushina said as she exerted more control over the chains in the seal. She figured it was time to give the Ninetales a little lesson. Foolish brat. The Ninetales roared in frustration, struggling against the chains. As it did, the seal loosened momentarily, giving the Ninetales a glimpse of the outside world. Its eyes fell on Takeya and Tsunade standing beside Kushina. What really caught its attention, though, was the small white fox perched on Takeya's shoulder. The fox had 9 adorable tails swaying gently in the air. What's that? The Ninetales thought, its rage forgotten for a moment as it stared at Snowy, who seemed vaguely familiar. A 9-tailed fox? Snowy suddenly looked up, noticing the gaze from the sealed space. She glanced toward Kushina's stomach, then yawned lazily before snuggling back against Takeya's face, falling asleep. Did I just get looked down on? The Ninetales thought, suddenly feeling uneasy. Before it could figure out what was happening, the seal tightened again, cutting off its view of the outside. Ignoring the chains tightening around it, the Ninetales shouted, Hey, Kushina. What was that creature on your beloved's shoulder? If you answer me, I might just help you out. Huh? Beloved? Kushina's mind went blank for a moment, her face quickly turning red as she stammered, What are you talking about? He's not my beloved. And that's not just some creature. That's Snowy, Takeya's summon. She's a 9-tailed fox, and she's a girl, too. Really cute, and she smells nice, unlike a certain smelly fox. A fox. Smells nice. Chapter 103, The third Hokage gets exposed, and Tsunade confronts him. Kurama's mind raced as it started to piece things together. It had sensed a familiar tailed beast chakra from Takeya before, similar to its own, with an oddly pleasant scent. Now, Takeya had a small white fox by his side, with 9 tails, looking strikingly similar to Kurama itself. Well, that solves the mystery. Pa. That's no ordinary creature, that's a tailed beast. That Snowy is definitely a tailed beast, Kurama snarled. You're the tailed beast. Kushina snapped back, hands on her hips, her fierce little stance doing nothing to intimidate Kurama. Seems like I'll need to get closer to find out more, Kurama thought. After a moment of contemplation, Kurama said to Kushina, Release the seal on the barrier, and I'll help you. I'll help you first, at least. Fine, Kushina agreed, still unsure of Kurama's sudden change in attitude. As long as it's willing to help, though, that's a win, Kushina thought, grinning with satisfaction at her success. Gaining a bit more freedom to move within the seal, Kurama focused on its task. Takeya said someone's watching us, but I couldn't sense anything. Can you find out who it is? I'll give it a try, Kurama said, though not entirely confident. Can't afford to mess this up, Kurama thought, not wanting to embarrass itself. Fortunately, it didn't mess up. Kurama's powerful sensory abilities quickly locked onto the chakra source from the direction of the Hokage's office. Once certain, Kurama grinned. Kushina, little brat, if you tell me everything about that tailed beast, about Snowy, I'll tell you who's spying on you and where they are. How about that? What is this fox up to? Kushina wondered, frowning as she weighed the offer. It didn't seem like a bad deal, so she nodded. All right. With the deal struck, Kurama laid down, its tone dripping with disdain as it revealed, the chakras coming from your village's Hokage office. I know it well. Uzumaki Maito used to call him Monkey, but you call him the Hokage uncle. Despite having been tormented by Uzumaki Maito countless times, Kurama still respected her and spoke of her somewhat politely. What? Kushina exclaimed as she exited the seal's inner space. Takuya knew that Kushina had sought Kurama's help. What's wrong? Why the shout? Did you find out who it was? Tsunade asked curiously. I did, but it's... Kushina trailed off, unsure how to put it. Spit it out. Tsunade demanded, her patience wearing thin. Who would dare spy on me knowing I'm here? Tsunade fumed inwardly. It's the Hokage uncle, Kushina finally admitted. Huh? Wait. What? Tsunade's voice rose with each word, her shock turning into anger as she looked toward the Hokage's office, her fists clenching. Sitting in his office, the third Hokage saw Tsunade's reaction and immediately knew he'd been busted. Cough, cough. It's just a misunderstanding, he thought, desperately trying to convince himself. I've been so busy, where would I find the time to do something like that? Quickly putting away his crystal ball, the third Hokage pretended nothing had happened, opening a scroll on his desk to distract himself. You dirty old man, Tsunade seethed. Now certain of her target, she ground her teeth in fury. Takuya pretended nothing had happened and continued walking home with the groceries, while Kushina quickly followed behind. Takuya, why did we buy beef bones? Kushina asked. For ramen, of course, Takuya replied. Like the ramen from Akiraku? Not exactly. You'll see soon enough. These two are really trying to distract me, Tsunade thought, watching their casual conversation with growing amusement. Wait, wasn't the village strict about the Hyuga clan using the Byakugan in public? What's with the double standards now? Takuya remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Tsunade's temple throbbed as she listened to Takuya's biting comments. You two go on ahead. I'll be back soon, she said, her face darkening as she stormed toward the Hokage's office. With a single powerful kick, Tsunade blasted the office door open, leaving the third Hokage staring in surprise. Tsunade, what brings you here? He asked, feigning ignorance. Don't play dumb with me, old man. You know exactly what you've done. Even Kushina knows, thanks to Kurama ratting you out. Tsunade snapped. How embarrassing. If it had been anyone else, Tsunade would have made them eat her fist. Unfortunately, she couldn't hit the third Hokage, so she held back her anger. You ban the Hyuga clan from using their Byakugan around the village to avoid exposing any secrets, yet you're constantly spying on people with that disgusting jutsu of yours. She accused. Cough, cough. The third Hokage, now visibly nervous, tried to defend himself. Tsunade, listen to my, explanation. I only did it for the good of the village. The Uchiha have been getting closer to Takuya, especially Fugaku Uchiha. His position is too sensitive, so I hoped you'd understand. Understand, my foot? Tsunade retorted, her anger only growing. Why is it that whenever something shady happens, you guys always claim it's for the good of the village? For the good of the village, could you at least stop doing things that make us look bad? What will people think of Hidden Leaf Village if this gets out? Takuya has no intention of rejoining the Uchiha. Stop deluding yourself. Or do you plan to keep hounding him until you push him right into their arms? Is that what you want? That's not my intention, the third Hokage replied, his tone turning serious. But Tsunade wasn't buying it. If that's true, then stop using those ridiculous tactics, she said, glaring at him. With nowhere to vent her frustration, Tsunade punched a large hole in the office wall before storming out, still fuming. Well, that was a mess, the third Hokage thought, his serious expression quickly turning to one of embarrassment. What was supposed to be a discreet observation had turned into an awkward situation after getting caught red-handed. And thanks to his other uses of the telescope jutsu, he couldn't even muster the courage to stand his ground against Tsunade's accusations. Ramen? It's fine to eat occasionally, but every day? No one could handle that. Takuya prepared a bowl of ramen with a unique flavor for Kushina. Kushina finished an entire bowl, and even Tsunade, who was still stewing with anger, had 2 bowls before she was satisfied. After the meal, Takuya made his exit with a quick goodbye. Back home, he grabbed a pen and some paper, quickly jotting down the principles and hand seals required for the telescope jutsu. After 2 hours of work, Takuya had written over 100 sheets before finally stopping. He had memorized the jutsu's details from a game he played in his previous life, or he wouldn't have known the sequence of hand seals. This was a jutsu the third Hokage hadn't even taught Jiraiya. So, you like to spy, huh? Takuya thought with a smirk. Well, let's make sure everyone can enjoy the show. Let's see how you like it, Hiruz and Saratobi. Takeya had made up his mind. He was going to make the telescope jutsu common knowledge. Whatever consequences followed, that wasn't his problem. If anyone was to blame, it was the old man who couldn't keep things decent. Snowy, this is your job, Takeya said, knowing he couldn't risk being caught distributing the information himself. That night, a small white fox started through the streets of Hidden Leaf Village, expertly placing the sheets it carried in the most visible spots before returning to Takeya's side, satisfied with its work. The next morning. What's this? A new village notice? Is it about the war? Can someone read it? Tell us what it says. Chapter 104, Public Outrage, and the Elder Council in panic. Early in the morning, the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village woke up to find new pieces of paper plastered all over the streets in prominent locations. Curious, they went up to check, and what they read shocked them to their core. Telescope Jutsu, created by the third Hokage, Hiruz and Saratobi. This technique allows the user to lock onto another's chakra and observe them remotely. It can also be used to peek into unshielded areas such as the rivers, bathhouses, and hot springs of Hidden Leaf Village. A warning to the women of Hidden Leaf Village: avoid bathing in the rivers, bathhouses, or hot springs. The technique requires a crystal ball as a medium. Hand seals are as follows. This is a jutsu. Telescope jutsu, huh? Sounds impressive. Wait, isn't there something off about this? Are we all being watched? Being watched is one thing, but this technique can be used to spy on women bathing. Someone, write this down, this is gold. So this was developed by the third Hokage himself? That's amazing. For a moment, those who saw the notice became excited. Some shinobi even quietly memorized the hand seals for the jutsu. Why are so many villagers gathering? Noticing the commotion, the members of the Anbu Black Ops arrived to investigate, only to be dumbfounded by what they saw. As members of the Hokage's personal guard, they were well aware that the third Hokage often carried a crystal ball to keep an eye on things. But now, someone had spread this information to the public, and it was likely that many people had already taken note of it, including spies from other villages. This was a disaster. The Anbu quickly moved to disperse the crowd and began tearing down the papers, rushing them to the Hokage's office as fast as they could. Hokage-sama, we have a major problem, one of the Anbu reported, their tone filled with urgency. Although it was barely dawn, the third Hokage had already started his day, seated at his desk and handling paperwork. The panicked arrival of the Anbu caused his heart to skip a beat. What he feared most were the potentially devastating reports from the front lines. What is it? He asked, bracing himself. Hokage-sama, it's best if you see for yourself, the Anbu member replied, hesitating as they handed over one of the papers they had removed from the streets. Paper? With his pipe in hand, the third Hokage glanced at the paper on his desk, puzzled. This is just an ordinary piece of paper, he thought. If this was frontline intelligence, it wouldn't be written on regular paper like this. It would be on specially coded paper or a scroll. At least it's not news from the front lines, he thought, somewhat relieved. Anything else, I can deal with. What is this? He muttered, frowning as he picked up the paper. But the moment he read its contents. Cough, cough. The smoke he had just inhaled shot out through his nose in shock, nearly causing him to choke. Tears welled up in his eyes as he stood up abruptly, his face a picture of disbelief. Telescope jutsu? Yes, it was indeed the telescope jutsu. But the real question was, who had leaked it? Wait a minute. As far as I know, I'm the only one who knows this jutsu. Jiraiya has been begging me to teach it to him for years, but he never learned it. How could anyone else know about it, let alone spread it like this? And there it was, in black and white, claims that he had used the technique not only to monitor everyone but also to spy on women bathing. Sure, he had done that a few times, but having it plastered all over the village for everyone to see? Not even the third Hokage's thick skin could prevent the flush of embarrassment that crept up his face. His hands trembled as he pointed to the paper on his desk. Who did this? How did this happen under your watch? He demanded, his voice quivering with anger. What were the Anbu even doing? The news was already spreading like wildfire before they noticed. The third Hokage rarely lost his temper with the Anbu, but this time he couldn't hold back. The war had left the economy in shambles, with villagers struggling due to reduced incomes and rising prices. Complaints were already piling up, and now this scandal threatened to turn those complaints into full-blown outrage. The worst part was that the telescope jutsu could single-handedly ruin Hidden Leaf Village's bathhouse and hot spring industries, key parts of the village's economy. These businesses were major taxpayers, too. If this scandal drove customers away, the economic fallout would be disastrous. But that wasn't even the worst of it. Once word spread, everyone would associate Hiruzen Sarutobi with this perverted jutsu. His reputation would be shattered, his name dragged from the heights of respectability into the gutter. A Hokage could have his vices, but letting them become public knowledge was unacceptable. It would destroy everything. Feeling like he had been plunged into the icy wastes of the Land of Frost, the third Hokage's heart sank as he furiously questioned the Anbu. Even during previous crises, the third Hokage had only ever given the Anbu mild reprimands. After all, they were his direct subordinates. The Anbu member reporting to him could only offer a bitter smile beneath their mask, lowering their head in shame as they explained, "Hokage-sama, the Anbu on patrol last night didn't notice anyone suspicious. We have no idea how these were posted all over Hidden Leaf Village. The team is working hard to remove them and disperse the unaware villagers." What? The third Hokage's voice rose in pitch, disbelief setting in. He had assumed only a few had been posted before being caught. But he had been too optimistic. It wasn't just a few. These papers had been plastered all over the village, in every prominent location, practically everywhere except the Hokage's office itself. This was a full-blown disaster. "Sarutobi, what on earth is going on?" Hamura Midokado and Koharu Uchiha burst into the office, looking as if they were about to have a collective meltdown. Villagers had initially been curious, but as more and more started reading, complaints and outrage began to swell. Times were tough enough during the war, everyone was barely scraping by. And then, the Hokage himself was caught engaging in such behavior. "Don't you have a wife? Haven't you ever seen a woman bathe before? Why do you need to spy on people?" Just hearing the word surveillance made members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans squirm. These clans were used to being closely monitored, especially the Hyuga, who had long resigned themselves to it. The Hyuga had chosen to lie low, accepting whatever the village's leadership decided without interference. But the Uchiha, their pride wouldn't allow them to take it lying down. This difference in attitude was a constant source of tension between the two clans, especially when debating which had the superior dujutsu in the shinobi world. As soon as they heard the news, Koharu and Hamura rushed to the Hokage's office, arriving just in time to encounter a crowd of irate bathhouse and hot spring owners demanding answers. Even with the best possible spin, this situation was getting out of control. Chapter 105, Emergency Meeting. Spies take the blame under normal circumstances. Something like this could have been smoothed over with a simple announcement, a bit of an explanation, and some appeasement to calm the villagers down. Over time, the incident would fade from memory. But not now. Not during a time of war, when life had become unbearably difficult and many families had lost loved ones on the battlefield. With so many people grieving, this kind of scandal was bound to stir chaos. "I don't even know how it got out," the third Hokage admitted, looking thoroughly embarrassed. He was sure he hadn't told anyone else, so how had it spread so quickly? Koharu Uchiha pointed an accusatory finger at the flustered Hokage, barely restraining her urge to let loose. They had grown up together, been classmates and comrades in arms. She knew all too well about Hiruzen's dirty little habits. He was practically a carbon copy of Jiraiya. In fact, Jiraiya had learned quite a bit from him. "Fine, you say you didn't tell anyone. Then how do you explain this?" Koharu snapped, slapping the incriminating paper down on the desk. "There are people out there protesting right now, demanding you come out and explain yourself, especially those who've lost loved ones on the front lines, and the owners of the hot springs and bathhouses. Thanks to this jutsu being made public, their businesses are going to tank. Who's going to want to visit Hidden Leaf Village now? Who would dare to soak in our hot springs or bathhouses?" Make no mistake, Hidden Leaf Village's tourism industry was no small thing. Unlike other major shinobi villages that were incredibly strict about outsiders entering, often requiring a thorough background check, Hidden Leaf Village had always taken a more open approach to tourism. But now, everyone knew that if you came to Hidden Leaf Village, you were under surveillance, with someone potentially spying on you even while you bathed. Who wouldn't find that disgusting? We'll issue an announcement claiming that all of this is just a baseless rumor, spread by spies from enemy villages to sow discord in Hidden Leaf Village, Hamura Midokado interjected, trying to salvage the situation. Whether it was true or not, there was no way they could let this scandal stick. The damage to the Hokage's reputation would be too great. They had to deny everything. Blame it all on enemy spies, and that would be the end of it. "I'll order the Anbu to start rounding up spies immediately," the third Hokage agreed. He knew this wasn't the time for jokes. This situation couldn't be allowed to escalate any further, or it would spiral out of control. "Notify all the Jonin remaining in the village to report to the conference room for an emergency meeting," he commanded. "And have the Anbu retrieve every single one of those papers. If anyone refuses to hand them over, detain them under suspicion of betraying the village and take them to the Hidden Leaf Village police force for interrogation." "Yes, Hokage-sama." With the third Hokage's orders, The Anbu sprang into action. Meanwhile, the Jonin in the village received their summons and headed to the conference room in the Hokage's office. The Anbu sent to fetch Tsunade, however, found her still asleep, and they didn't dare wake her. Instead, they asked Kushina to wake her up. Tsunade ne, wake up. Hokage-sama called an emergency meeting at the office. You need to go. Kushina urged, gently shaking her. Don't mention him, I'm sick of hearing about him. I'm trying to sleep here, so stop bothering me, Tsunade grumbled, batting away Kushina's hand before rolling over and wrapping herself up in her blanket. Can't win with you, Kushina thought, shaking her head in exasperation. Tsunade ne, it's serious. The Anbu said that there's a large number of spies in the village, spreading harmful rumors. Everyone has to go to the Hokage's office for a meeting. Spies? 1 second, Tsunade was dead to the world, and the next, she was wide awake, sitting up in bed. Yeah, the news is all over the village. A lot of people are gathering to talk about it, but I was busy making breakfast for Takeya, so I didn't go see for myself, Kushina explained, pointing out the window. This must be serious, Tsunade thought, jumping out of bed and hurriedly getting dressed, skipping her usual morning routine as she dashed out the door toward the Hokage's office. Even on the way there, Tsunade could hear the not-so-friendly discussions going on in the streets. Do you think this telescope jutsu is real? It must be, people have already tested it, and it works. So, the Hokage really did create it? Does that mean he's actually been using it to spy on girls at the hot springs and bathhouses? SHH. Watch what you're saying. How can you slander the Hokage like that? It's obvious this rumor was spread by enemy spies. The Hokage is an honorable man, he would never do something so perverted. If it's not true, then why are the hot spring and bathhouse owners protesting? If you keep insulting the Hokage, I'll knock your teeth out. Oh yeah? Bring it on. I'm just asking questions, it's not like I said the Hokage definitely did it. Watching the heated arguments on the street, where people were seconds away from coming to blows, Tsunade's emotions shifted from concern to outright anger. Anger at the third Hokage. The villagers might not see through him, but Tsunade wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't do something like that? Then who was the pervert clutching a crystal ball, grinning like a maniac, blushing, and drooling as he stared into it? Getting nosebleeds whenever he saw something particularly exciting. And the worst part? That dirty old man even wanted to spy on his own students. The more she thought about it, the more Tsunade wanted to punch the third Hokage into oblivion. Disgusting. It wasn't enough to keep an eye on Jiraiya, she now had to watch out for her old teacher too. Realizing the full extent of the situation, Tsunade's mood couldn't have been worse as she stormed into the Hokage's office. The Anbu stationed nearby saw the look on her face and quickly stepped aside, hoping to avoid becoming her punching bag. In the conference room, several Jonin had already taken their seats. Tsunade entered with a scowl, heading straight for the seat to the right of the third Hokage, second from the head of the table. Tsunade doesn't look happy. She had taken Denzo's usual seat, but no one dared to comment on it. Denzo, Tsunade, either way, the senior shinobi knew better than to get involved in the affairs of their superiors. They just focused on minding their own business. Wow, things are really heating up, huh? At that moment, Takeya had just been dragged out of bed by Kushina for breakfast. He'd been feeling a bit sleepy, but when Kushina mentioned the chaos in Hidden Leaf Village, he burst out laughing. So even the third Hokage has days like this, huh? Go ahead. Keep spying on people. Next time, I'll expose your secret experiments with Hashirama cells and see how cocky you feel then. Takeya, slow down. I made plenty of food, Kushina fussed, worried as she watched him hastily stuffing his face. She assumed he was starving, and her expression was full of concern as she tried to get him to eat more slowly. I know, cough cough. Takeya swallowed his food quickly, clearing his throat before continuing. I'm just trying to eat fast so I can go see the commotion. Kushina, you should take Nami out for a walk today. I've gotta run. Chapter 106, has it come to this? No one believes the truth anymore? Takeya put on a wide-brimmed sun hat, carefully tucking his hair underneath. After checking his reflection in the mirror and confirming that he looked less conspicuous, he finally felt satisfied. TSK, having a face like a celebrity really makes it hard to sneak around and enjoy some good drama, Takeya mused to himself. Even he hadn't anticipated the impact of simply sending Snowy to post a few sheets of paper. The third Hokage must be tearing his hair out by now. Going to watch the show, huh? Kushina didn't quite know what to say. Fortunately, she had to stay with Nami, so she couldn't follow Takeya around. If Takeya wanted to enjoy the chaos on his own, she wouldn't stop him. Outside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was electric. Owners of the hot springs and bathhouses were standing around, demanding a reasonable explanation from the third Hokage. So, this telescope jutsu. Is it really that powerful? It can even let you see people bathing in the bathhouses. SHHH, keep your voice down. My cousin's friend already tried it, and it's crystal clear. We're in for a real treat, hee hee hee. Make sure you include me, or I might just report you. Listening to the whispered conversations of the villagers around him, Takuya had to stifle his laughter, his sides aching from trying not to burst out. The faces of the hot springs and bathhouse owners had darkened considerably. Perched comfortably in a tree not too far from the Hokage's office, Takuya found a good spot to watch the drama unfold, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Inside the Hokage's office, nearly every jonin who wasn't out on duty had gathered in the conference room. The room, which was usually half empty, was now filled to capacity. The third Hokage, along with Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitakato, were the last to arrive. As they walked into the conference room, they noticed Tsunade sitting in Denzo's usual seat. They took their places without comment. Ahem. The third Hokage cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention before he began speaking. I'm sure you've all heard about what happened this morning. There's no need to go over the details again. The village needs to conduct a thorough sweep for spies. I hope you all take this matter seriously. If the Anbu requires your cooperation, please offer your full support. Wait. Tsunade's hand shot up as soon as the Hokage finished speaking. Everyone turned to look at her, and the third Hokage's face twitched slightly as he forced himself to ask, Tsunade, do you have any questions? Koharu and Hamura exchanged nervous glances, subtly trying to signal Tsunade to hold her tongue. But Tsunade either didn't notice or chose to ignore them as she asked, as I recall, only the Hokage knows the telescope jutsu, correct? So how did it get leaked, and are the hand seals and sequence that were leaked accurate? The third Hokage's expression stiffened. Everyone in the room suddenly found the grain of the wood on the conference table to be incredibly fascinating, their eyes glued to the surface as if flowers had begun to bloom there. They're mostly accurate, with a few minor differences. I believe this must be the work of a deeply embedded spy, the third Hokage finally replied, his voice growing sterner as he spoke. Everyone, the leak of the telescope jutsu offers no benefit to Hidden Leaf Village. Our immediate priority should be to capture the spies and quickly calm the villagers. We'll support the Anbu in any way we can, the assembled jonin voiced their agreement. Tsunade crossed her arms, coldly watching the third Hokage. This so-called meeting was nothing more than a formality, intended to inform the villagers that there were spies active in Hidden Leaf Village. The message was clear, these spies were dangerous, and it was the spies who had leaked the telescope jutsu. Therefore, the village would be deploying personnel to capture the spies, and the villagers were advised to disperse and avoid gathering in crowds, lest they fall prey to the spies' schemes. If anyone was mistakenly apprehended, it would be a huge hassle to resolve. As the third Hokage continued with his charade, Tsunade stood up and started to walk out of the room. Looks like the bathhouses and hot springs in Hidden Leaf Village are going to shut down for good. The third Hokage was speechless. It used to be just him sneaking peeks, and maybe Jiraiya perched on a rooftop or wall. But now, with the telescope jutsu out in the open, anyone who learned the jutsu could just grab a crystal ball and start spying. Why keep the fun to yourself when everyone can join in, right? With things going this way, it would be a miracle if the bathhouses and hot springs stayed in business. Even men wouldn't want to be spied on while they were in their birthday suits. Everyone watched as Tsunade left, none daring to stop her. Sarutobi, are you just going to let her act out like this? Koharu couldn't hold back any longer after Tsunade left. She believed the third Hokage was being too lenient with Tsunade, which had allowed her to become so unruly, showing no respect even for the village elders. That's enough. Let's just get to work, the third Hokage replied wearily. Tsunade hadn't completely derailed the meeting, and for that, he was grateful. There was no way he was going to provoke her further. If he pushed her too far and she decided to spill everything she knew, Sarutobi Hiruzen might as well dig a hole and crawl into it right then and there. His reputation would be in tatters in front of all the jonin. And if the word got out, how would anyone in the village see him after that? In the end, the leak of the telescope jutsu was a done deal. The most important thing now was to calm the villagers' anger, not worry about Tsunade's attitude. As she exited the Hokage's office, Tsunade didn't even glance at the crowd gathered outside. Instead, she looked around before zeroing in on the tree where Takuya was perched. How did you know I'd be here watching the show? The old man's been having you followed this whole time. If he's in trouble and you don't show up, that would be weird. Hopping over to a nearby branch, Tsunade sat down and kept her eyes fixed on Takuya, her expression a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Why are you staring at me? Did I get even more handsome? Takuya teased, running a hand over his face. "Could you be any more full of yourself?" Tsunade nearly choked, her expression turning dangerously sharp. "Was this your doing?" "Yep, it was me," Takuya replied nonchalantly, nodding as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "And I'm planning to leak all the forbidden jutsu from the Scroll of Seals next. Then our dear Hokage will really be done for." "Yeah, right, like I believe that." Tsunade had only asked on a whim, but Takuya's immediate confession made it impossible to take him seriously. He was just a kid, but his ability to lie so convincingly was impressive. Who'd actually buy into that? This whole mess is going to have a huge impact. The telescope jutsu has definitely been leaked, and it's probably already been passed on to spies from other villages. There's no way to take it back now, Tsunade mused, more to herself than anyone else. The bathhouses and hot springs are probably going to see their business plummet after this. But maybe that's for the best, at least certain people won't have an excuse to keep peeping. Watching Tsunade muttering to herself, Takuya rolled his eyes. "I told the truth, and she doesn't believe me. How has it come to this? Humans really are complicated creatures. When you lie, they believe you. But when you tell the truth, they don't. If the bathhouses and hot springs close down, so what? It doesn't really affect me. Worst case, I'll just go soak in a hot spring outside the village." Chapter 107, Tsunade, you want to learn the telescope jutsu, Nawaki? Let me teach you. The mountains surrounding Hidden Lee Village are home to several natural hot springs. For someone like Takuya, the closing of the bathhouses and hot spring inns had little impact. But certain people were likely feeling the sting, like Jiraiya, who was busy teaching his disciple on the front lines, and the third Hokage, who was currently scrambling to shift blame and organize the village's response. "Let's go. There's nothing left to see here. Pack up, we're heading back to the camp in the Land of Rain tomorrow," Tsunade said, her tone laced with frustration. She had had enough of the murky atmosphere in Hidden Lee Village. Being on the battlefield was better than staying in the village. At least there, she didn't have to deal with such nonsense. "Got it," Takuya replied. With Tsunade saying that, Takuya lost interest in watching the drama unfold. There wasn't much left to see anyway. The Hokage's office had put out an official statement, and the crowd outside dispersed quickly. No one wanted to be associated with spies. Getting involved could spell disaster not just for themselves but for their families as well. As for the owners of the hot springs and bathhouses, they left after receiving the third Hokage's promise of compensation. With the funds, they could always cover the baths and hot springs, turning them into indoor facilities. This way, while business might still take a hit, they could at least gradually recover. A large-scale sweep for spies was launched across Hidden Lee Village, and sure enough, they uncovered quite a few spies from other villages. Tsunade's suspicion was correct. Interrogations confirmed that the telescope jutsu had indeed been leaked. Sigh. The third Hokage stared at the crystal ball he had once treasured, letting out a heavy sigh. He couldn't just casually use this thing anymore. Otherwise, people would start associating him with peeping and spying again, and if that happened, it would be like getting mud on his pants. No one would believe it wasn't what it looked like. He'd have to start using the crystal ball at home. But what if his wife caught him? The third Hokage found himself deeply conflicted. Thankfully, time has a way of making people forget. Once enough time had passed and everyone had moved on, maybe then he could use the crystal ball in public again. While the village was busy rounding up spies, Takuya and Tsunade left Hidden Lee Village and headed back to the camp in the Land of Rain. Not long after they left, the situation in the Land of Rain shifted again. With supplies from the Sand Village, even if they weren't abundant, it was enough to keep the Hidden Rain Village going for a while. Under Hanzo's leadership, the Rain Village launched a new wave of attacks against Hidden Lee Village. But it seemed that Hanzo was intentionally dragging things out. He had no intention of fully committing his forces, clearly sending a message to Chio. "If you want me to launch a full-scale attack, you better keep the supplies coming. Otherwise, you can forget about making any progress against Hidden Lee Village's camp." Hanzo's actions left Chio seething with anger. She was now hesitating, unsure whether to continue sending supplies to the Rain Village. After all, Sand Village's own resources were running low. But if she stopped, the war would drag on, which would be a problem for both Hidden Lee Village and the Sand Village. As Hidden Lee Village launched counterattacks, Sand Village wasn't having much luck on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers either. The Sand Village's attempt to raid the Land of Fire had cost them dearly, even though they managed to seize a considerable amount of goods. Grain, gold, silver, anything of value was taken by the Sand Village. If it weren't so troublesome, the Sand Shinobi would have likely captured people too, to bolster their village's population. Upon returning to the camp, after reporting in, Takuya learned that Minato and Nawaki were in the camp and hadn't been sent to the front lines. Leaving Tsunade to deliver supplies from the village to Denzo, Takuya went off to find them. I thought you guys were only going to be gone for a few days, but you ended up staying much longer. Minato greeted Takuya with a playful punch on the shoulder. Takuya grabbed for Minato's hand, but Minato quickly pulled back, prompting Takuya to laugh. Not bad. Looks like Jiraiya-sensei has been seriously training you. Your reaction time is getting freakishly fast. TCH, what do you mean freakish? It's called improvement. Minato scoffed. So I'm getting stronger, and that makes me freakish? What does that make you? Perpetually freakish? How are things in the village? Nawaki asked, voicing the question that had been on his mind. Takuya's expression turned odd, which caught Minato and Nawaki's attention. They both leaned in, urging him to spill the details. Something interesting happen? Come on, tell us. Where's your irresponsible teacher? Takuya glanced outside the tent. Minato blinked in confusion. What does this have to do with Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya-sensei went to the front lines a couple of days ago to provide support. The Hidden Rain's attacks have become more aggressive, so the front lines are under a lot of pressure. Good, that's a relief. With Jiraiya out of the picture, there was no issue. Takuya sat down on the ground, clutching his stomach as he burst into laughter. Something hilarious happened in Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage's telescope jutsu, the one he uses to spy on people and peep on them while they're bathing, got leaked. Now, quite a few shinobi have learned it, and the village is in a frenzy, hunting down spies. Minato was dumbfounded. A jutsu for spying on people and peeping while they bathe got leaked? What kind of bizarre jutsu is that? Nawaki was stunned for a few seconds before quickly reacting, eagerly asking, is that the one where you can see everything with a crystal ball? Did you learn it? Tell me the jutsu's mechanics and the hand seals. Nawaki nudged Takuya with his shoulder, clearly impatient. Stop laughing and spill. Did you learn it or not? Sorry to disappoint you, but I didn't. Takuya lied without missing a beat, and Nawaki looked visibly disappointed. That's a shame. You guys. Minato was both amused and exasperated. What really threw him off was that Nawaki actually wanted to learn this jutsu. No wonder Takuya asked if Jiraiya-sensei was around. This is exactly the kind of jutsu Jiraiya-sensei would be dying to learn, and now it's out there, but he hasn't had the chance to pick it up. If Jiraiya-sensei found out, he'd be absolutely crushed. The image of Jiraiya, with his white hair, jumping up and down in frustration, flashed through Minato's mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't learn it, but someone else did. You could ask them. Who? Nawaki's eyes lit up as he leaned in closer, and Takuya struggled to keep a straight face. Your sister. Damn it. Just kill me now. If my sister finds out I want to learn that jutsu, she'll skin me alive. Nawaki raised a middle finger at Takuya. I despise you. You went back to the village and didn't even learn something that important. What a waste of a trip. The weather's nice today, Minato said, suddenly changing the subject, pretending to admire the view outside the tent. Takuya nodded in agreement, a smile on his face. Yeah, it's usually pouring rain, but today it's just a drizzle. The weather is pretty good. Since when was the weather in the land of rain ever nice? Rain, rain, and more rain, it's the norm. A whole year goes by, and you don't see the sun once. And now they're saying the weather's nice? Nawaki was about to say something when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His heart sank as he nearly jumped out of his skin. Killing intent. Wait. Don't tell me. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Nawaki's face twisted into a grimace, more pain than if he were crying. As he slowly turned around, his gaze met Tsunoda's amused but menacing eyes. Tsunoda had just returned from the command post when she overheard Nawaki pestering Takuya about whether he had learned the telescope jutsu. Takuya's right, I know it. Come with me, and I'll teach you, Tsunoda said with a sly smile, shaking the water droplets from her golden hair. She grabbed Nawaki by the collar and dragged him outside. Ah! Seconds later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside the tent. Takuya and Minato exchanged a glance, sighed in unison, and said together, poor guy. Chapter 108, Fear not the open attack, but the hidden ambush. The next day, Tsunoda led her team out of the camp early in the morning. She needed to bring reinforcements to the front lines, while Takuya's team finally received a long-awaited mission, transporting supplies. The camp is currently short on manpower, with most of our shinobi deployed to the front lines. Takuya's team will lead 3 other Chunin squads, forming a supply transport unit responsible for delivering supplies to the front lines, Denzo explained as he handed the mission scroll to Takuya instead of the usual recipient, Minato, who was the team's de facto diplomat. He then marked a line on the map, outlining the route the transport convoy would need to take. Despite the use of sealing scrolls, most supplies, aside from medical materials and ninja tools, had to be transported by cart. This was why a full transport unit was necessary. The combined forces of 3 Chunin squads and Takeya's team were not meant for combat, their mission was purely to transport goods. Denzo's expression was grave as he pointed to the route they would be taking. With the current instability in the Land of Rain, many of Hidden Stone's villages shinobi have retreated, likely to defend against potential attacks from Hidden Cloud's village. However, Hidden Sand village is still keeping a close watch on us, so your mission is crucial. Denzo's gaze then shifted to Takeya. Under normal circumstances, a transport unit of this nature would be led by a powerful Jonin. But with most of the camp's Jonin already on the front lines and the rest needed to defend the camp, Denzo had no choice but to assign this task to Takeya's team. Fortunately, Takeya possessed strength comparable to a Jonin, making him a suitable leader for this transport unit. So, we'll need to be ready for potential enemy attacks at any time? Takeya asked. Had Denzo not been so forthright, Takeya might have suspected a setup. But with everything laid out plainly, it was clear that this was not some trap. In a period where the village was short on high-level combatants, Denzo wouldn't risk sabotaging Takeya. This was, indeed, just a standard transport mission. Yes, that's why I'm entrusting Takeya's team to lead the other 3 Chunin squads, Denzo confirmed. Takeya Yagami, though you haven't officially been promoted, your record shows that you possess the strength to rival, if not surpass, a Jonin. Therefore, you need to lead this unit effectively. Nodding, Takeya accepted the mission scroll. As long as this wasn't a deliberate attempt to set him up, he had no other concerns. He wasn't afraid of facing enemies head-on, what worried him was the possibility of being betrayed by his own allies. With Takeya taking on the mission, Denzo seemed satisfied and continued, these 3 shinobi are the Chunin captains who will be assisting you in this operation. You should coordinate with them and familiarize yourselves with each other's teams and formations. After leaving the command center, the 3 Chunin captains introduced themselves to Takeya. Captain, I'm Yama Akizuki. I'm Cesaro Kanta. Shimura Suimaku, the 3rd captain said, catching Takeya's attention. Are you from the Shimura clan? Takeya asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, Captain, Suimaku replied. He was well aware of Takeya's reputation. The Shimura clan had become something of a laughingstock because of Shimura Hidetsu's infamous incident. Their clan had been the subject of ridicule from other families, which had naturally fostered some resentment toward Takeya. Suimaku had initially shared that sentiment. But after learning of Takeya's impressive record, Suimaku had quashed his own resentment. Even if Takeya hadn't officially advanced in rank, his capabilities were on par with those of a Jonin. A Chunin like Suimaku had no business getting involved in conflicts between Jonin-level shinobi. He knew that antagonizing Takeya would only bring misfortune upon himself and possibly his teammates. After all, he wasn't particularly close to Shimura Hidetsu, there was no need to provoke Takeya on his behalf. Very well, gather your teams. We'll meet at the camp gate in an hour, Takeya ordered. It was clear that Suimaku, unlike many others from the Shimura clan, didn't harbor any hostility or resentment towards Takeya. Whatever his reasons, as long as Suimaku didn't cause trouble and followed orders, Takeya saw no need to make things difficult for him. Yes, sir. The 3 Chunin captains replied in unison before heading off to assemble their squads. Nawaki sighed with a mix of pride and disbelief. Who would have thought our team would end up leading a whole transport unit? Minato glanced at him and quipped, we're only getting this mission because Takeya has the strength of a Jonin, maybe even stronger. Otherwise, we'd still be stuck doing grunt work. Did you really have to ruin the moment? Your sunny disposition is anything but warm, it's more like a harsh spotlight. Sunny. Shut up. Nawaki grumbled, annoyed as Minato chuckled at his frustration. Takeya sat nearby, enjoying the banter between the two. Everything they needed for the mission was already packed. Once the 3 squads gathered, they'd be ready to depart. Soon enough, the squads were assembled, and the supplies were loaded onto the carts. With everything in place, the convoy set out from the camp. From an inconspicuous spot within the camp, Denzo watched the convoy disappear into the rain. A root shinobi standing beside him couldn't help but voice his concern. Sir, are you sure it's wise to entrust this mission to Takeya's team? They're still just kids. The kids you're referring to have already proven capable of taking down Jonin with ease. If someone were to sponsor his application, Takeya Yagami would undoubtedly pass the Jonin exam. Don't let age cloud your judgment, Denzo replied calmly. Now, what's the latest on our investigation into Hidden Grass Village? The root shinobi responded respectfully, we've located 3 members of the Uzumaki clan. Just give the order, and we can proceed with the rescue operation. Proceed. Denzo raised an umbrella and began walking toward the command center. We already have 1 Uzumaki, Nami. A few more won't hurt. After all, a Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails is still just that, a Jinchuriki. They're not invincible. What belongs to Hidden Leaf Village, stays with Hidden Leaf Village. Even if we don't need it, We won't let other villages have it. Denzo glanced in the direction of Hidden Stone's village, a cold smile forming on his lips. Onoki, you think you can get your hands on a perfect Jinchuriki? Think again. If Onoki hadn't meddled, Denzo wouldn't have cared about the Uzumaki remnants in Hidden Grass Village. Hidden Leaf Village already had a new Jinchuriki, and as long as nothing went wrong, Kushina could keep the Nine Tails in check for decades. There was no need to go through the trouble of finding a new Jinchuriki. But since Onoki had interfered, Denzo decided that the Uzumaki remnants couldn't be allowed to fall into Hidden Stone's village's hands. He quickly ordered Root to investigate, rescue the Uzumaki survivors, and bring them back to Hidden Leaf Village. After all, Takuya's team had already brought one Uzumaki, Nami, back to the village. A few more wouldn't upset the balance. Besides, the rescued individuals were just children. Once they grew up and integrated into Hidden Leaf Village, they would naturally develop a sense of loyalty to the village. As for the adults, they weren't worth rescuing. Along the muddy roads of the Land of Rain, the three Chunin squads struggled to push the carts forward. Transporting supplies in this terrain was proving to be a challenging task. Chapter 109, What to Do When Stuck with an Unreliable Squad Leader. Waiting for advice, urgent. The purpose of the three Chunin squads was essentially to push the carts. Meanwhile, Takuya's team was tasked with ensuring the safe delivery of the supplies to the front lines. As for Gainin, at this stage, Hidden Leaf Village wasn't desperate enough to send Gainin to the battlefield as expendable assets. Seeing the three Chunin squads working hard to push the carts forward, Nawaki and Minato felt too embarrassed to just watch, so they went up to help. Their assistance was welcomed by the others. The more hands available for this laborious task, the better. However, when Takuya rolled up his sleeves to help, he was immediately refused. Shimura Tsuimaku firmly declined, saying, "Takuya-sama, you shouldn't be doing this. Your role is to protect us and the supplies. If you expend your energy on this, who will protect us and the supplies when the enemy attacks?" Exactly, Countess Izaro and Akizuki Yama nodded in agreement. Your duty is to scout the surroundings and ensure our safety along with the supplies. Leave the physical labor to us. Takuya. Why does it feel like helping out is the wrong thing to do? After a moment's thought, Takuya decided not to push it. Since his task was to protect the supplies and his teammates, he would focus on fulfilling his role as their guardian. As for Minato and Nawaki, they could continue pushing the carts. The weak don't get special treatment. So, we're stuck pushing carts while he gets to rest? Minato and Nawaki were dumbfounded. You too, why are you slacking off? Takuya-sama is conserving his strength to protect us and the supplies. Do you think you're on the same level as Takuya-sama? Tsuimaku scolded. Exactly, stop trying to slack off and get back to pushing. If everyone works together, it'll be easier. Don't think about taking it easy, or I'll report you to Denzo-sama after the mission is over, Yama added. At that moment, Minato and Nawaki felt as if they'd been stabbed in the heart, the pain seeping through and through. Seeing their plight, Takuya couldn't help but laugh. The sight was just too amusing. Transporting supplies was indeed a laborious task. Ninja might be able to run on water, but trudging through muddy terrain while pushing carts was an entirely different story. The muddy ground and heavy carts made for a challenging combination. As a result, everyone except Takuya looked exhausted and disheveled. Not only was it tiring, but the ninja couldn't simply use chakra to walk on the ground. The carts, after all, couldn't do the same. They had to exert effort where it was needed, with no shortcuts available. Push the carts to that clearing up ahead, and we'll rest there. We'll set off again in the morning. Traveling through the night was not a good idea. The mission required them to deliver the supplies within 3 days, so there was no need to rush and risk overexertion. Is that really okay? Tsuimaku hesitated as Takuya announced the rest stop. He watched as Minato and Nawaki sat down to rest after checking that the tarps covering the supplies were secure. The sight left the three Chunin captains wide-eyed. This wasn't their first time transporting supplies, and every previous mission had involved pushing themselves to the limit, fearing delays or enemy attacks. Yet Takuya's team was ready to rest as soon as night fell, with no intention of pushing on through the night. Just do as he says, it'll be fine, Nawaki said, unable to bear the sight. Since Takuya is the captain, you should follow his orders. And you, Shimura guy, take your team and go hunt something. Otherwise, we'll be stuck eating dry rations tonight. Tsuimaku's expression soured. Shimura guy? How would you like it if I called you Senju guy? And you want me to go hunting? During a mission, you want to eat grilled meat? As expected, the descendants of the first Hokage have truly fallen. Tsuimaku looked at Nawaki with an expression of deep disappointment, ready to scold him and impart some battlefield survival wisdom. But before he could speak, Takuya said, sounds good. Tsuimaku, take your team and go hunting. Tsuimaku swore he had never encountered such an odd team before. They were on a mission, yet they still wanted to eat grilled meat. Even though the grilled meat smelled delicious, and Tsuimaku ate quite a few pieces, he still felt that this was not the right approach. The smoke from the fire could easily reveal their position and attract the enemy. After they finished eating, Takuya calmly extinguished the fire and reminded them, "You can all rest easy tonight. If any enemies approach, I'll let you know." Minato and Nawaki didn't argue, finding a spot sheltered from the rain and quickly dozing off after a long day of pushing carts. In contrast, Tsuimaku and the other two Chunin captains seemed uneasy. They assumed Takuya would be on watch and volunteered to keep him company. "Captain, we'll stay up with you on watch. There are enough of us to take turns so everyone can get some rest. One person staying up all night would be too exhausting." "I'm not staying up," Takuya replied, looking at the three, who were eager to help with the night watch. "You should all just rest. I'll handle everything else." Look, those two are already about to fall asleep. With Snowy around, why would he need to stay up? That would only make things harder for himself. Better to get some sleep and save his strength for tomorrow's cart pushing. Glancing at the carts piled with supplies, Takuya sighed. The technology in the Naruto world was oddly skewed. While medical technology had advanced incredibly, other areas lagged frustratingly behind. Especially in terms of mechanical transport. Sure, they could build robots, but they still couldn't make decent vehicles. And as for guns, the ones they had were outdated and almost useless. Are we really stuck with an unreliable squad leader? Watching Takuya dig a hole in a tree with a kunai and settle into rest, Tsuimaku, Yama, and Cesaro felt a wave of despair. What should you do when you're stuck with an unreliable squad leader? Waiting for advice, urgent. I'm ordering you three to rest. If you have any complaints or dissatisfaction, you can report them after the mission is over. For now, follow my orders, Takuya said, noticing the trio whispering amongst themselves, clearly up to no good. Working with people outside his own team was such a hassle. They always found something wrong with his decisions. It was much simpler with his own team. "I'm definitely reporting you to Denzo-sama," Tsuimaku grumbled in frustration before leading his team to rest. What choice did they have? The captain had practically ordered them to rest in a stern tone. All they could do was lie down and hope they wouldn't be the ones blamed if something went wrong. If the enemy attacked, their best bet would be to run for it and then report Takuya's misconduct. What a reckless leader. How could someone so strong have so little dedication to the mission? What was Denzo-sama thinking, putting him in charge of the transport? Cesaro and Yama were also a bit upset, but unlike Tsuimaku, they didn't dare voice their complaints. After all, Tsuimaku was from the Shimura clan, with a powerful backing. They, on the other hand, were just regular shinobi and didn't want to risk offending Takuya. How boring. Shaking his head, Takuya didn't let it bother him. After all, they were just concerned about completing the mission successfully and avoiding any encounters with the enemy. It was just a clash of perspectives during their first mission together. Takuya wasn't petty enough to hold a grudge over a difference in opinion. "How's the progress on your new technique, Minato?" Chapter 110, Entering the War Zone. "Something's up." Takuya glanced at Minato and Nawaki and casually asked. The two, lacking the energy to dig out tree holes, were resting under a rock. Hearing Takuya's question, Minato opened his eyes and frustratedly ran his hand through his increasingly long hair. "It's tough. As expected of a forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage. I haven't made much progress yet. I need to learn sealing techniques first." "Flying Thunder God Jutsu isn't something just anyone can learn," Nawaki said, proudly lifting his chin. Minato was speechless. "Have you learned it?" Nawaki was immediately flustered. "Why did you have to ask that? Weren't we talking about the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? How did this turn into whether I've learned it or not?" After a few seconds, Nawaki's face slowly turned red. He seemed to recall his own painful experience attempting to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and he grabbed Minato by the collar, shaking him violently. "You idiot, we were talking about your Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Why are you bringing me into this?" "Ha ha ha." Takuya nearly laughed himself silly. Nawaki did try to learn the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, and his family even has the second Hokage's notes. Unfortunately, he couldn't manage it. He couldn't even get past the sealing techniques part. This wasn't Takuya slandering him. Tsunade had said it herself. When she talked about it, she couldn't hide her disappointment in her brother, Nawaki. She had told him repeatedly that he wasn't cut out for it, but he didn't believe her. He insisted on trying, and now he was thoroughly discouraged. Sigh. "Are we really okay with this mission?" Kota Cesaro sighed as he listened to Takuya, Minato, and Nawaki chatting and laughing. He felt like he'd boarded a pirate ship. This captain isn't reliable, and neither are his team members. Can we really deliver these supplies safely to the front lines? Okazuki Yama shook his head slightly, smiling bitterly. I don't know, but since Tenzo-sama trusts the captain, we should trust him too. Let's get some rest, we've had a long day. I'm so frustrated, I just want to run back and complain. Shimura Suimaku, who hadn't joined the other two, looked even more agitated. He felt like Takeya and his team had no common sense at all. Following such a captain, who knows what terrible things might happen next? It's so hard to be stuck with a leader like this. Regardless of what the others thought, Takeya and his team acted like they always did. They chatted when they wanted to, rested when they wanted to, and Takeya couldn't even be bothered to go out in the rain and set traps. The night passed without incident, and they made it through the first night safely. Takeya's team was well rested, but the other three squads were not. After a night of worry, especially the three Chunin captains, they had dark circles under their eyes and looked utterly exhausted the next day. Seeing Takeya's team, bright-eyed and cheerful, they regretted their choices. Why did we worry for nothing? Wouldn't it have been better to just get some proper rest? Now, while the others were energized, they were struggling to stay awake and constantly fighting the urge to sleep. And the worst part? They still had to push the carts. Snowy, notify me immediately if you notice anything unusual, Takeya reminded the little fox as they entered enemy territory. As they progressed further, they needed to be on high alert, whether encountering enemies or allies. Sometimes, even allies could turn into enemies in an instant. Understood, Master, Snowy said, peeking out from under Takeya's raincoat, its snow-white head curiously observing the surroundings. Captain, we've entered a zone where enemies frequently appear. The forces of Rain and Sand often ambush our transport teams in this area, so we need to be extra cautious, Shimura Suimaku said, unable to contain his anxiety as he noticed Takeya wasn't showing any signs of conducting patrols or reconnaissance. He was worried about potential ambushes along the way. If the team stumbled into an enemy trap, things could get ugly fast. Even with Takeya's strength, there was no guarantee the team could escape unscathed. And even if they did manage to escape, what about the supplies? If the supplies were destroyed or stolen, the mission would be considered a failure. The ninjas on the front lines, fighting the enemy, were counting on these supplies. Though he was from the Shimura clan, Suimaku wasn't as ruthless as Denzo. Takeya looked at him in mild surprise, then smiled and said, "Thanks for the reminder, Suimaku-senpai. I've already made the necessary preparations, so you don't need to worry. Go back and continue pushing the carts. We'll try to get out of this area as soon as possible. If anything unexpected happens, I'll have us move through the night. If there's an enemy that even Snowy can't detect, what good would it do for me to patrol or scout? Do I think I have better sensory skills than my own personal tailed beast? Not even Gushina could compare to Snowy in this regard." Suimaku felt disheartened by Takeya's response. Nodding sadly, he returned to the convoy, bottling up his frustration as he resumed pushing the carts. What if we don't patrol or scout and end up surrounded or ambushed by the enemy? Okazuki Yama and Kota Cesaro deliberately brought up the topic, hoping to get some insight from Minato and Nawaki on how Takeya's team handled reconnaissance. Minato smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, senpai. If any enemies approach, the captain will detect them immediately." "Really?" Yama asked in surprise. "Does the captain have the advanced sensory abilities of a sensor-type ninja?" Nawaki, however, responded more arrogantly, "We've always been the ones ambushing others, no one's managed to ambush our team. The three of you can rest easy, Takeya will handle everything." Unlike Minato, Nawaki didn't bother with subtlety and seemed quite pleased with himself. "You two knuckleheads. They're fishing for information, and you didn't even notice?" It's one thing for Nawaki to be clueless, but Minato, you should know better. Could it be that all the time you've spent learning sealing techniques has muddled your brain? Thinking back to how Minato had been tirelessly working on learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Takeya couldn't help but shake his head. The barriers to learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu were just too high. Thankfully, he had enough self-awareness not to attempt it himself. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Minato, constantly obsessing over how to master sealing techniques, nearly driving himself crazy. Listening to you guys makes me even more anxious. Yama and Cesaro exchanged glances, both seeing the resignation in the other's eyes. Unfortunately, they weren't the ones in charge, so all they could do was follow orders. How things would proceed was entirely up to Takeya. "Master, someone's watching from the left front," Snowy reported. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Traveling through enemy territory, being watched was almost inevitable. "Keep an eye on them," Takeya instructed calmly. The convoy continued to move steadily forward, and they passed the entire day without incident, aside from encountering scouts. "Looks like this mission might go smoothly after all," Nawaki said, drying his clothes by the fire and inching closer for warmth. Pushing carts in the rain was no easy task. Even with raincoats, not a single part of him was dry. I'm not so sure about that, Minato replied, roasting some meat patties from the camp supplies, casting a glance at the silent Takuya. His instincts told him that tonight wouldn't be peaceful. Normally, if everything were fine, Takuya would have had them go hunting for some fresh meat to warm up. But today, Takuya seemed unusually quiet. It looked like there was a fight coming. Sighing, Nawaki quickly put his clothes back on, ignoring the steam still rising from them, and went to inform the other squads. Senpai Cesaro, Senpai Yama, Senpai Suimaku, it looks like we might be in for a fight tonight. Be prepared. Are enemies approaching? Cesaro, Yama, and Suimaku exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 111, Dark Night, High Winds, Time to Hunt. Nawaki quickly explained, the enemy hasn't arrived yet, but it's only a matter of time before a battle breaks out. Just be ready to fight. Having a sensory ninja on watch meant that the enemy would arrive soon or launch an attack during the night when everyone was resting. Takuya hadn't given a direct warning because of the unspoken understanding within his team. As long as he showed even the slightest change in his usual demeanor, Minato and Nawaki would pick up on it immediately. Let's move out. But this time, Takuya's decision took them by surprise. Aren't we going to rest and wait? No, this mission is going to be tricky. Neither the Rain Village nor the Sand Village will just sit back and let these supplies reach the front lines without a fight. There will be many enemies trying to stop us. Takuya's response was quick and firm. We'll travel through the night and aim to arrive by morning. In the past, Takuya would have chosen to rest and continue traveling during the day. But the current situation was different, and it was better to reach their destination as soon as possible. The frequent scouting by Sand and Rain Ninja wasn't a good sign. Understood, Minato and Nawaki nodded and went to relay the information to the others. Soon, everyone was ready, and they continued their journey under the cover of darkness. Although traveling at night brought its own set of challenges, their pace wasn't too slow. In the darkness, a flash of white light streaked across Takuya's body before disappearing into the night. Some distance away, a Sand Village sensory ninja, who had been hiding and observing the supply convoy from a tree, felt a sudden pain in his throat. The next second, blood sprayed from the wound. All he could do was clutch his throat in disbelief as he fell from the tree. In his sensory field, there had been no chakra signatures approaching. So what was that white figure that just attacked him? Was it some kind of special jutsu? Or perhaps a unique summoning beast? As a special summoning beast, Snowy was different from other tailed beasts. It could suppress its chakra, gather natural energy, and blend seamlessly into the environment, avoiding detection by traditional sensory methods. Then, it could approach the target and easily execute a one-hit kill. How sharp are a tailed beast's claws? How terrifying is its power? Perhaps only those who had experienced a tailed beast's rampage truly understood the terror they embodied. Killing a sensory ninja was no more difficult for Snowy than slicing through a blade of grass with its claws. After easily eliminating one sensory ninja, Snowy headed for the next target. In the rain-soaked night, no one would have expected that a small, white fox had transformed into a white-clad Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of their enemies. It wasn't long before Snowy returned to Takuya's shoulder, nuzzling his face affectionately. Takuya petted its little head and smiled as he asked, "All taken care of?" Snowy nodded, yawned, and curled its tail under its head like a pillow, settling down to sleep. But not before giving Takuya a satisfied look, a touch of pride in its eyes. As if to say, with Snowy on the job, it's a sure thing. The poor enemies probably didn't even know how they died. Takuya offered a silent 3-second tribute to those unfortunate souls before calling out to the team behind him, "The sensory ninjas have all been dealt with. Pick up the pace." "Yes, sir." Minato and Nawaki didn't seem surprised, they gritted their teeth and kept pushing the carts, while the others were left in a daze. The sensory ninjas have all been dealt with. But the captain didn't seem to have made a move. How were they taken out? Was the captain just joking? Without those sensory ninjas, the team's pace quickened considerably. Meanwhile, some who had planned a midnight ambush were still waiting for news. Among them was a Sand Village squad specifically tasked with intercepting Leaf Village's supply lines. Staring out at the pitch-black sky, the rain dripping steadily down, Masa and his team hid in a cave, waiting for the latest intel from their sensory ninja. From the information they had gathered during the day, a Leaf Village supply convoy was passing through the area they were responsible for. That convoy had the audacity to stop and rest along the way. If it weren't for the sensory ninja's advice to hold off and wait for further updates, Masa would have already led his team to attack. Could that idiot Kuromaku have fallen asleep? It's been over 3 hours without any response. Masa grumbled, irritated, before ordering one of his subordinates, Hidden Stone's village to go check if that fool Kuromaku has dozed off. Why hasn't he reported anything? Yes, Masa-sama. Hidden Stone's village to braved the downpour, disappearing into the pitch-black night. It didn't take long for him to reach the spot where Kuramaku had been hiding and keeping watch. Looks like we've got a problem. Seeing Kuramaku's corpse lying on the ground, his throat slashed open, blood mixing with the muddy rainwater in a grotesque blend, Hidden Stone's Villagto froze in shock. Without even checking on his fallen comrade's body, he turned and fled back to the cave. Masa-sama, it's bad. Kuramaku's been killed. What? Masa shot to his feet. They had all been waiting for Kuramaku's report, and now they learned he was dead. This is bad. Masa suddenly realized what was happening and slapped his thigh in frustration. It must be the Leaf Ninja. They discovered Kuramaku's surveillance, so they pretended to stop and rest to deceive us, making us think they were an easy target for a midnight raid. Meanwhile, they killed Kuramaku and slipped away. Those Leaf Ninja are so cunning. Masa cursed furiously. If that supply convoy reached the front lines, it would mean his mission was a failure. And failing this mission wouldn't just mean a blot on his record, he'd likely lose a significant amount of battle credit. The thought of failing, especially now that Lady Chio's son and daughter-in-law had been killed in the Land of Fire, made Masa panic. Lady Chio's hatred for the Leaf was at a boiling point, and failing this mission and letting the supplies reach their destination would earn him nothing but trouble. Pursue them. With no time to lose, Masa led his men to the spot where the convoy had rested earlier. Seeing the empty campsite, with nothing left but the remnants of a rain-doused fire pit, Masa was so furious he nearly exploded. He immediately set off after the convoy, following the tracks left by their carts. He didn't believe that in just a few hours, the Leaf Ninja could have simply vanished into thin air. Master, the enemy is pursuing us. As the convoy pressed on, Snowy suddenly alerted Takuya. Glancing back, Takuya chuckled, these guys are quicker than I expected. I thought they'd wait until later in the night to move. I guess killing their sensory ninja wasn't enough to fool everyone. Keep moving forward. I'll go hold them off. With those parting words, Takuya dashed towards the back of the convoy, disappearing into the night with a few swift flickers of movement. Keep moving. With Takuya gone, Nawaki took over issuing commands. Chapter 112, Summoning Manda? Does that mean Orochimaru is leading? Nawaki, the captain went to stop the enemy. Shouldn't we go help him? Asked Shimura Suimaku, as he and the other two ran up to inquire. Nawaki waved his hand dismissively, our mission is to keep moving. Takuya can handle it on his own, we just need to trust him. Don't you trust Takuya's strength? If Takuya faces something he can't handle, Snowy will step in, and the enemy will likely be left in despair. Minato, you scout ahead to prevent any other enemies from ambushing us. The rest of you, keep pushing the carts. We have to keep moving. With Takuya gone, they didn't have a second Snowy to provide reconnaissance, so they had to rely on themselves. Leave it to me, Minato said, disappearing into the night. This is so frustrating. After completing countless missions, none had left them feeling so suffocated and helpless. Shimura Suimaku and the others felt like they had 1,000 complaints but didn't know where to direct them. This situation, being neither here nor there, unable to control anything, left them feeling on edge. In 2 words, utterly frustrating. Hurry up. Masa urged his men, pushing them to speed up as they chased down the Leaf's supply convoy. Takuya stopped halfway, waiting for them to arrive. Stop. Suddenly, Masa raised his hand, signaling his team to halt. The Sand Village shinobi following him all stopped as well, frowning in confusion as they gazed at Takuya, who was calmly waiting in the middle of the road. Is this guy a Leaf shinobi? Is he purposely waiting for us to catch up? The pursuers had arrived. But Takuya showed no intention of attacking. He slowly raised his hands and began forming hand seals. Are there ambushes waiting nearby? This doesn't feel right. For him to stand there so brazenly in the middle of the road, Takuya must have something up his sleeve. Masa didn't believe the Leaf Ninja was there to just throw his life away. Seeing Takuya forming hand seals, Masa didn't dare to approach carelessly, so he watched as Takuya slowly completed his seals. I even slowed down for you. Aren't you going to rush up and attack me? How boring. Shaking his head, Takuya pressed his palm against the muddy ground. Boom. A burst of white smoke spread out, covering the roadside. In the dark night, a massive figure emerged. Master. Already frightened by Snowy, Manda no longer dared to bare its fangs at Takuya. As soon as it was summoned, it obediently bowed its head and greeted him. Not bad, Takuya said, satisfied. He then pointed toward Masa and his men, saying to Manda, I'm not sure if there are more enemies ahead, so I'll leave these guys to you. You can eat them, kill them, do as you please. I can eat them? Hearing this, Manda's eyes lit up. Ever since Manda started working with Takuya, life hadn't been great. Orochimaru often summoned it for a battle but never provided any sacrifices. Whenever Manda demanded sacrifices, Orochimaru would mention Takuya, and Manda would immediately lose its temper. After putting up with this for so long, Manda finally had a chance to feast and go on a rampage. How could Manda not be excited? Manda. Masa stared at the massive snake in horror, his mind going blank. A look of terror appeared on his face as he shouted, "It's Orochimaru! The elite Leaf Jonin, Orochimaru!" Although Orochimaru had not yet earned the title of one of the legendary Sannin, his reputation on the battlefield was already well established. Many enemies had fallen by his hand. Even Chio and Hanzo dared not underestimate the presence of Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Though Orochimaru's intimidation factor wasn't on the same level as Minato in the Third War, it was enough to strike fear into his enemies. There's a vast difference between Jonin level shinobi. Orochimaru, who was between elite Jonin and Kage level, would have little difficulty taking down an average Jonin. Everyone in the shinobi world knew that Manda was Orochimaru's summoning beast. Seeing Manda, Masa panicked, mistaking Takuya for Orochimaru. Orochimaru must have abandoned the front lines to personally escort the supply convoy. This must mean Leaf is running out of supplies. We need to get this information back. Masa's mind raced. He realized that he shouldn't stay and fight Orochimaru. Not only did they lack the strength, but destroying a supply convoy was far less important than delivering urgent intelligence. Moreover, roar. Seeing Manda open its huge mouth and drool as it looked at them, Masa felt a chill run down his spine. Manda's power was no joke. This creature had turned many enemies into its snacks on the battlefield. In terms of ferocity, neither Katsu nor Gamabunta could match Manda. With Takuya's permission, Manda, who hadn't eaten well in a long time, roared and charged at Masa and his men. Despite its massive size, Manda moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance. It wouldn't be long before it collided with Masa and his team. Retreat. Having confirmed that Leaf was running low on supplies and believing that the opponent was Orochimaru, what reason was there to hesitate? Run. If they didn't, they'd be waiting for death. They were barely enough to fill Manda's stomach. Even though Manda became less intimidating in the later stages of Naruto, during a time when battle power hadn't yet gone off the charts, Manda was even more terrifying than Orochimaru himself. Retreat. The Leaf Jonin Orochimaru is personally escorting the supplies. We have to get this information back. I'll hold him off. The rest of you retreat immediately. Yes, Masa-sama. The Jonin leading the team stayed behind to cover the retreat, while the remaining San Shinobi scattered. Snowy, what did that rooster-headed ninja say? Takuya watched as a flamboyant red-haired ninja, who looked like a rooster, shouted something before bravely trying to hold off Manda. Takuya tilted his head. Snowy blinked its big, innocent eyes and said, he seemed to be saying, retreat. The Leaf Jonin Orochimaru is personally escorting the supplies. We must get this intel back. Takuya. So, just because I'm wearing a raincoat and summon Manda, I'm Orochimaru? Orochimaru personally escorting supplies. This joke isn't funny at all. The Jonin leading the team clearly hadn't memorized Orochimaru's chakra signature. Otherwise, he would have recognized Takuya wasn't Orochimaru the moment Takuya used the summoning jutsu. How did this guy's mind come up with this? Wait a second. Watching Masa flee in panic while being chased by Manda, Takuya's forehead creased with a line of black. Is this guy really trying to hold the line? Or is he just planning to be Manda's next meal? Forget it, let Manda have its fun. Takuya thought about it for a moment and decided not to interfere. The mission was more important, and he didn't want to risk failing it for no reason. As for the so-called intel, does that even count as intel? Are you just making excuses because you're afraid of dying? Takuya left, while Manda continued to chase the San Shinobi. As for how many it managed to eat, only Manda would know. Captain. Chapter 113, Snowy, as long as I'm here, no one can spy on my master. Takuya caught up with a group ahead. Seeing him return safely, everyone except Nawaki let out a sigh of relief. Minato was still out front, scouting, and hadn't returned yet. Captain, are you okay? Was the enemy from the Rain Village or the Sand Village? Before Nawaki could speak, Kota, Okazuki, and Suimaku anxiously asked. No problem. The enemy was a Sand Village interception squad, just an ordinary team with only one Jonin. I let Manda play with them. Manda? Everyone except Nawaki was stunned. Wasn't Manda Orochimaru-sama's summoning beast? The captain can use it too? They'd heard that the giant snake wasn't very friendly and had a habit of eating its enemies' corpses. Who knows where that habit came from, but the snakes from Richie Cave all had a taste for human flesh. If you accidentally wandered into Mount Mayabaka or Shikatsu Forest, you had a high chance of making it out safely. Of course, you couldn't just go around revealing the locations of those places. But if you wandered into Richie Cave and didn't get the approval of the snakes there, you were 100% doomed. Alright, the enemies have been stalled. Our top priority now is to deliver the supplies to the front lines. We'll discuss everything else later. Seeing that the others still had questions, Takeya raised his hand to stop them. The mission came first, there would be plenty of time for gossip later. Pick up the pace. We don't know if there will be more enemies. I'll go find Minato and get him back to the group. Without another person to help push the carts, their speed would slow down considerably. If Minato knew the real reason I'm looking for him, would he cough up blood? No, he doesn't know. He might think I'm concerned about his safety. What if he runs into a strong enemy? He might not be able to fight them off or escape. That would be dangerous. When Takeya found Minato, the little ray of sunshine was still checking the roadside for traps left by the enemy. Takeya, did you deal with the enemies behind us? Why did you come up front? I was worried you might run into a strong enemy and be in danger. The enemies have been dealt with. I summoned Manda, and he's chasing them around. Let's head back and get moving. We need to reach the front lines before dawn. Takeya lied without batting an eye. Completely unaware, the little ray of sunshine was touched. He believed Takeya had come to find him out of concern for his safety. Alright, let's go help push the carts. We need to hurry. Okay. Minato nodded and stepped forward to help. But just as he raised his hand, he realized something. He turned back to look at Takeya, who was standing there with a serious expression. Wait, did he come specifically to get me to help push the carts? Is it just my imagination? Something doesn't seem right. Looking at Takeya's flawless expression, Minato thought for a moment and decided he might be overthinking it. Takeya wouldn't do something like that. So he relaxed and went to help push the carts. Whether it was day or night, the weather in the land of rain was always rainy, just like Nawaki complained. There were hardly any good weather days in a year. In the rainy night, a rain village ninja had camouflaged himself, hiding in a tree, watching the muddy road in the distance. The rain village ninja didn't notice a white blur approaching him from behind at lightning speed. The white blur got close, revealing sharp claws that slashed at the back of his neck. Ugh! The back of his neck felt cold and numb. Before his brain could process what had happened, the rain village ninja found himself losing control of his body as he fell from the tree. I'm under attack? That was the last thought in his mind before he died. Mission accomplished. As long as I, Snowy, am here, no one can spy on my master. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Snowy proudly lifted its head. With Snowy returning, it meant the enemies had been dealt with. Takeya felt the journey had been pretty smooth overall. Having an overpowered advantage definitely felt good. Aside from Takeya, Minato and Nawaki also felt relaxed. But the others were feeling a bit conflicted, looking at Takeya with strange expressions. At this moment, they weren't sure if going on a mission with Takeya was a good thing or a bad thing. The idea of filing a complaint yesterday had vanished from their minds. The uncomfortable part was that while Takeya seemed irresponsible, everything was under control, and the supplies were safely delivered to the front lines. But when he was responsible, he was always slacking off. They had never seen such a laid-back leader. When enemies appeared, he would step in to intercept and deal with them. When there were no enemies, you could point out countless flaws in his approach. He didn't seem like a dedicated ninja at all. Lighting a fire during a mission, refusing to eat dry rations, insisting on eating grilled meat, not setting traps, not checking the surrounding area before calling it a night. And he didn't scout or patrol either, he just strolled ahead of the group with his hands behind his back, like some kind of official. If it were any other ninja, they'd likely get a severe scolding or even have part of their mission credit deducted for these issues. But Takeya just did whatever he wanted. The most frustrating part was that his teammates thought this was completely normal. Maybe they were used to a strict and responsible leader, but suddenly being part of such a laid-back, unrestrained team was hard for them to adjust to. The group arrived safely. When they heard the supplies had arrived, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade all appeared together. No trouble on the way? Tsunade crossed her arms, sizing up Takeya, Nawaki, and Minato. We ran into quite a few rain and sand village scouts, but they were all dealt with. Besides them, there was a sand village squad. I let Manda play with them, so there probably aren't many left to go back. Takeya shrugged, giving Orochimaru a strange look. Because I was wearing a raincoat and it was dark, they seemed to mistake me for Orochimaru-senpai. I bet it won't be long before rumors spread that Orochimaru-senpai personally escorted the supplies. Mistook you for Orochimaru? Jiraiya paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, clutching his stomach and pointing at Orochimaru. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. They mistook you for Orochimaru? Don't the Sand Village shinobi have eyes? Look at you two, where's the resemblance? Ow! Before he could finish, Jiraiya's face turned red like a pig's liver. With a dark expression, Tsunade, fed up with his nonsense, kicked him. Orochimaru coldly smirked. At least it's better than being mistaken for you, he retorted. Glaring at the hopping, foot-clutching Jiraiya, Tsunade turned to the surrounding shinobi and said, "You guys, hurry up and unload the supplies. Your teacher is so embarrassing," Nawaki whispered to Minato. Minato felt a wave of embarrassment, wanting to hide his face and pretend he didn't know Jiraiya. With such an unreliable teacher, anyone would feel exasperated. Hey, I heard that." Jiraiya protested. "How am I embarrassing?" Given that Nawaki was Tsunade's brother, Jiraiya let it slide. Otherwise, he might have had some choice words for him. Chapter 114, Strained Forces. Left to fight caught red-handed in his bad-mouthing, Nawaki wished he could dig a hole and hide. Tsunade massaged her forehead and said, "Enough, both of you are just as embarrassing. I never should have allowed him to apprentice under Orochimaru. He should have apprenticed under you instead. Big sis." "Tsunade!" Nawaki and Jiraiya exclaimed in unison, perfectly in sync. Takeya couldn't help but laugh. "I think it suits them quite well. Look at this synergy, ordinary people can't develop this." Nawaki. Jiraiya. The supplies were quickly unloaded, and just as Takeya thought Orochimaru would arrange to take the wounded back to camp, Orochimaru approached him with a straightforward request. "Takeya, I'm afraid the team you brought can't return to the camp. The front is short on forces, you'll need to stay and help." "We have to stay?" Takeya frowned and asked, "Is the Leaf's manpower really so strained?" The forces were already stretched thin, and in the chaos of the Land of Rain, where leaf, rock, sand, and rain were all tangled in a chaotic melee, today you attack me, tomorrow I attack you, being short on manpower was indeed fatal. Looking toward the Leaf, Orochimaru explained, "Wounded keep being sent back to the village, but the village hasn't dispatched new reinforcements. The battlefront in River Country is intense, the Sand's offensive is fierce, and the village has had to deploy most of its forces there." He said this with a helpless smile. As the wounded retreat and no new ninjas arrive, the camp needs a certain military strength to hold it, leading to a manpower crunch on the front lines. Under these conditions, why keep so many people in the camp? Takeya couldn't understand what Denzo was up to. No wonder Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were all displeased with him. Anyone facing such tough circumstances would be frustrated. "Alright, you handle the communications with the command center." Whether staying or going back, it didn't really affect Takeya. As long as Orochimaru coordinated with Denzo. Just don't end up accusing him of deserting when the time comes. "I'll take care of it," Orochimaru nodded, then continued, "Because we're short on forces, your squad will need to split up and continue operating in small team formations." "That's perfect, it's really uncomfortable working with people you're not familiar with." Takeya was more than happy to have the team split up, he preferred working with Nawaki and Minato anyway. After sorting things out with Takeya, Orochimaru then turned to Kota Cesaro and the other two Chunin captains, informing them about the shortage of forces at the front lines and asking them to stay and participate in the fighting. The three didn't hesitate and agreed decisively. "So, we're staying to fight?" Nawaki, shaking the water from his clothes, disdainfully threw his soaking wet clothes onto a nearby rock before turning to ask. As Minato struggled to start a fire, Takeya, annoyed, unleashed a grand fireball jutsu to ignite the damp wood successfully, though the cave filled with smoke, it finally warmed up. Finding dry wood in the Land of Rain's wilderness was not an easy task. Drawing circles in the dirt with a stick, Takeya pointed to the largest one, saying to them, "This is our Leaf's position, and will be deployed here to guard against the Sand Ninja. The numbers aren't large, so there's a considerable risk. Orochimaru-senpai has already said he won't summon Manda to assist in the fight for now." The implication was clear, keep Manda available in case Takeya needed to summon him into battle. Unfortunately, Takeya didn't place much importance on this kind of support. Sigh, "I hope this damn war ends soon." Nawaki, shirtless and pushing Minato, grumbled, "Go hunt, unless you want to eat dry rations." "Why not you?" "I collected the firewood." Minato refused outright. "You agreed to divide the labor and cooperate, trying to shirk responsibility?" "Not a chance." "Do I need to go?" Takeya looked at Nawaki with a teasing grin, causing Nawaki to falter. "Can I wait until my clothes are dry?" "Dry, my foot." "You run outside in dry clothes, come back, and they'll be just as wet." Takeya and Minato decisively sent Nawaki out, dreaming of slacking off. Putting on his drenched clothes, Nawaki left the cave with a gloomy face to search for game. "After staying up all night, couldn't I rest first?" Just as he was about to rest after eating, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Sis, were you looking for me?" Seeing Tsunade, Nawaki jumped up happily, but his joy lasted only 3 seconds before Tsunade, with a look of disgust, waved her hand. "Why would I be looking for you?" "Takeya, come out for a moment, I need to discuss something with you." Nawaki was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen in place, his smile instantly solidifying. Does my sister not love me anymore? Poor guy, Minato sighed, patting his shoulder and said solemnly, sit down. Look how happy you were. The senior was probably going to discuss battlefield matters with Takeya. You shouldn't meddle. Stop, please, just stop. You'll never understand the bitterness in my heart. Stricken, Nawaki sat miserably by the fire, doodling circles in the dirt with a stick, making Minato struggle to hold back his laughter. Is something wrong? Casually putting on his clothes and raincoat, Takeya followed Tsunade out of the resting cave to a nearby forest. Tsunade brushed off Takeya's raincoat. Takeya said irritably, didn't you see? Snowy is resting. Did you come looking for me because of Snowy? More or less. Tsunade didn't beat around the bush, clearly stating, this time, stopping the sand will be a daunting task, it's very dangerous, so we need strong enough power to hold them off. So you think highly of me, and of Snowy? Takeya couldn't help but laugh. Tsunade was serious, even if we can't stop all of Sand's people, we at least need to hold them off, otherwise, it will be very troublesome for the village hidden in the rain. I'll do my best. After a moment's thought, Takeya spread his hands, this kind of thing, nobody can guarantee. Who knows what might happen? As long as you do your best, that's enough. We still don't know the specifics of Sand's plans, but it's certain that they will interfere and try to attack us, so be prepared. If. Tsunade hesitated but continued, if you can't hold them off, take Minato and Nawaki and leave as soon as possible. Just being able to defeat the village hidden in the rain will bring the village's war with them to an end. It wasn't like Tsunade to encourage fleeing danger. But she still said it nonetheless. Chapter 115, even major issues can't disturb his sleep. I thought you called me out here because you had something important to say. But. That's it. Rolling his eyes, Takeya turned back toward the cave, waving dismissively, got it, I'm not dumb enough to stick around and die fighting. If things get tough, I'll definitely run, and I'll take Nawaki and Minato with me, don't worry, your foolish brother isn't that easy to kill. Despite his seemingly carefree words and constant complaints about his foolish brother, deep down, Tsunade was always genuinely worried about her brother's safety. Well, enough said. Having a sister like her is indeed a blessing. What did your sister tell you? When Takeya returned, Nawaki, like a curious child, kept nagging him for answers. Your sister said she's worried you'll die on the battlefield, so she asked me to keep an eye on you, to make sure you don't actually kick the bucket. She said her brother can only die by her hands. Takeya replied sarcastically. Get lost. Nawaki laughed off his irritation. Would my sister really say that? You must be joking. The Senju clan isn't afraid of death, don't try to fool me. My sister would never say that, I trust her character. Nawaki was confident. Takeya looked at him with pity. The Senju clan no longer exists, you two don't even use the Senju surname anymore, still harping on about Senju, which is already a thing of the past. And besides, I was just saying it's good to have a sister, and you get all worked up? I might believe Minato won't die, but you, Nawaki, who were supposed to be blown up by an explosive tag, where do you get the confidence to say such things? No wonder your sister likes to deal with you, you really do need handling, truly. Takeya patted Nawaki's shoulder meaningfully and waved him off. I'm going to rest now, don't disturb me unless it's necessary. We're heading to the front line tomorrow, and who knows how many people from the sand will come to stir up trouble. It's inevitable that the sand will interfere in the massive battle between the leaf and the rain. The question is just how many people Chio will send to cause trouble, and she might even come in person. What does he mean by that? Looking at Takeya leaning against a rock, closing his eyes to rest, Nawaki nudged Minato, who was busy scratching his head with a scroll. Minato, initially unwilling to deal with Nawaki, reluctantly set down the scroll. Takeya means you're a bit foolish, so Tsunade-senpai likes to straighten you out. This isn't fun at all. Takeya is like this, and so are you, Minato. You're the foolish ones. Unable to get a straight answer, Nawaki gave up asking further and sulkily sat down to rest. It wasn't long before his snores began to sound. Typically heartless, with a huge heart. Would anyone else be able to sleep if they were preoccupied with concerns? But Nawaki was different, no matter how big the issue, he could always let it go quickly. Like the time his sister stole his allowance to gamble. Minato continued his studies, not disturbed by Takeya. He looked forward to the day Minato would become the fastest man in the ninja world, even if it took a long time. A night without words. The next morning, after eating, the squad packed their ninja tools and headache-inducing dry rations and pills and set off. Along with Takeya's squad to the front line were many other ninjas. These accompanying ninjas all shared one thing in common, they were of average strength, even among Chunin, they were just mediocre. With a major battle looming, Orochimaru, as the commander, couldn't afford to pull away strong ninjas to guard against the sand. This battle's focus was on the leaf and the rain, The sand was just there to stir trouble. In the temporary camp of the sand, Chio looked at Masa, who was covered in mud and disheveled, with an unhappy expression. So, the leaf is also facing a shortage of supplies, forcing Orochimaru to escort the supplies personally. Yes, Chio-sama, I'm certain it was Orochimaru. The news that Takuya could also summon Manda hadn't spread. Seeing Manda, Masa was convinced the person he encountered was Orochimaru. After all, no other reports suggested anyone other than Orochimaru in the leaf could summon Manda. And the squad you led? Chio asked coldly. Sweat formed on Masa's forehead as he bowed respectfully. Chio-sama, it's my lack of strength, I'm no match for Manda. My subordinates were chased down and devoured by Manda. To die in battle is at least an honorable death, fighting for the village, sacrifices are inevitable. But the type of death matters. Being eaten alive by a snake is particularly hard to accept. If they had died on the battlefield and couldn't bring back the bodies, it would be one thing. But to be eaten alive by a snake is another level of pain. Masa felt as if he had a stone stuck in his heart, suffocating him. Orochimaru, that bastard, was too bullying. Not engaging directly, instead summoning Manda to chase and bite them was downright humiliating. Alright, I understand. Go and rest. Although the mission you led failed, you brought back some useful intelligence. This mission's failure won't affect your military merits, you may leave. Chio waved him off, signaling he could leave. Thank you. Masa felt a surge of relief. Standing straight, he respectfully bowed before leaving the tent. His subordinates were eaten, leaving only him alive to return. Masa had been worried about punishment, but thankfully, there was none, and even his military merits weren't deducted. Chio-sama is truly kind-hearted. Masa gratefully issued Chio a metaphorical kind person card. If only the contemplative Chio knew, she might kick him to death. I've lost a son, a daughter-in-law, and I'm fretting over this nonsense, and you're giving me a kind person card? What do you think? Chio turned to her brother Ebizo, who was in charge of the San's intelligence. Because of the need to gather a lot of information about the rain, Chio had messaged the third Kazekage to send Ebizo to the land of rain. The third Kazekage agreed to Chio's request. So the siblings found themselves together in the land of rain. It has some credibility, but we can't fully trust it. Ebizo, who had been handling intelligence, said, maybe this is a leaf ploy to deceive us, pretending to be weak to give us an opening. Based on the spy's information, Hiruzen's 3 disciples all have numerous complaints about Denzo, the commander, so it might be intentional. Or. Ebizo paused, looking at his sister Chio. Or Orochimaru is returning to the leaf camp, perhaps transporting a batch of supplies to the front line en route. Hearing this, Chio nodded. Then how credible do you find Masa's intelligence? Not very credible, but it doesn't hinder our plans to attack the leaf camp. Ebizo smiled, showing a few missing teeth. Chapter 116, is this a move to undermine from within? As soon as the major battle between Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain Village breaks out, Hidden Leaf Village's attention will be diverted. That will be our chance to strike. I've been waiting for Denzo to leave the camp, but he hasn't stepped out even once. Mentioning Denzo made Chio angry. Can't you just step outside for once? As the commander-in-chief, you just stay in the camp without even stepping out of the gate? Other commanders go to the battlefield to fight, but not you. You just hand over the tasks to Orochimaru and make yourself a hands-off leader. Are you staying in the camp to stabilize the troops, or are you just afraid of dying? Forget it, no point in talking about this frustrating man. Chio suddenly asked, what about Tsukumo Hatake? Ebizo's smile froze slightly as he replied, he was injured while fighting against the Kazekage a while ago and is currently recovering at the Hidden Leaf Village camp in the Land of Rivers. Sister, we'll kill him eventually. I know. Chio nodded, her eyes reddened as she gritted her teeth and said, one day, I'll cut off his head. Chio's hatred for Tsukumo Hatake ran deep, all the way to her bones. Unfortunately, she couldn't seek revenge on him because she had to oversee the larger situation on the battlefield in the Land of Rain. No one expected that the Sand Village's ultimate target wouldn't be the front lines but rather the rear camp. They planned to launch a sneak attack. If Takuya knew that the Sand Village was preparing to attack the rear, he would definitely laugh until his stomach hurt. Denzo, the cunning old fox, has been hiding in the camp. When the Sand Village's forces come attacking, he'll definitely be dumbfounded. I've been hiding in the camp, who did I provoke? Within a few hours, the group reached their destination. Nawaki looked around at the other ninjas, swallowed nervously, and whispered, Takuya, are we really supposed to fend off the Sand Village's attack with just this few people? There were 2 special jonin, and the rest were all chunin, there weren't even that many of them. Just a few dozen people, how are we supposed to fight? What else did you expect? Do you think your sister is worried for no reason that you'll die on the battlefield? Takuya looked at him with a smirk. It's precisely because she knows the risk is high that Tsunade is worried. Yet Nawaki still doesn't believe Tsunade would say such a thing. Is it too late for me to back out now? Nawaki looked like he was about to cry. Minato's face was tense. It was clear he was feeling the weight of the situation. Anyone in his place would feel uneasy after arriving here. Expecting just a few dozen people to hold off the Sand Village's forces, this isn't defense, it's just buying time. Stalling for time, and as for how many will survive in the end, that's up to fate. Orochimaru's command style certainly loves to take risks. This move. It's like cutting the ground from under their feet. Takuya was left speechless by Orochimaru's tactics. Forget it, why think so much? Let's just stall for as long as possible. If we can't hold out any longer, I'll just release Snowy. Takuya didn't believe the Sand Village could be so stubborn as to take down Snowy. Takuya-sama, Orochimaru-sama has sent me a message. Your Takuya squad only needs to hold the position on the right. I'll assign 2 squads to assist you. The special Jonin in charge of command came forward to make the arrangements. Takuya's squad was positioned on the right flank, with 2 additional squads assigned to support them. The deployment was simple, just hold a small area. If the enemy approaches and you spot them early, you sound the alarm. If you don't spot them in time, do your best to eliminate the incoming enemies. If you can't take them on, retreat while fighting, and buy as much time as possible. It was easier than expected. Orochimaru still showed some humanity, only asking everyone to delay the enemy, not to hold the position at all costs. There's a big difference between delaying and holding at all costs. When delaying, if you can't win, you can run. But if you are ordered to hold at all costs and run, that's desertion, and there will be consequences after the battle. That's why wars always produce a lot of defected ninjas. This is one of the reasons. After the Second Ninja War, the defected ninjas who were left hiding all over the Land of Rain continued to cause trouble for more than a decade. It wasn't until the Akatsuki organization rose to power that they were gradually cleared out. Only then did the Hidden Rain village experience real peace. Using all the materials they had brought, they set up a large number of traps. Takuya and the others sat inside a hollowed-out tree to rest, while the 2 accompanying squads kept watch on both sides. Takuya didn't dare place these 2 ordinary Chunin squads in crucial positions. Otherwise, if the enemy attacked, they might be confused and unsure where the attack came from. Chunin on the battlefield are just cannon fodder. This isn't an exaggeration, it's a fact. As the war drags on, even Genin will be sent to the front lines, becoming part of the cannon fodder. Do you think Hidden Leaf Village can win? Nawaki seemed conflicted. Takuya glanced at him and answered confidently, yes. No matter the outcome of this battle, Hidden Leaf Village will be the victor. Because Hidden Leaf Village still has the chance to recover, while the Hidden Rain Village does not. Therefore, the Rain Village and Hanzo are destined to lose this war. Hanzo's war efforts have drained the Land of Rain of decades of potential. After this battle, the Land of Rain will never rise again. On the front lines, the battle broke out. The ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village and the Hidden Rain Village clashed fiercely on the battlefield, fighting back and forth. Overall, Hidden Leaf Village had the upper hand, as the Rain Village, no matter how hard it tried, couldn't match Hidden Leaf Village's overall strength. The Rain Village's strength lies solely in Hanzo. Once the demigod falls, the Rain Village will collapse. The battle was extremely brutal, with corpses strewn across the battlefield, some blown apart by ninjutsu, some with their throats slit by kunai, some with their hearts pierced by ninja swords. You could find all sorts of gruesome deaths on the battlefield. The most terrifying and numerous of them all were those killed by poison. To minimize casualties, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade dared not let anyone else fight Hanzo. They could only rely on their own strength. Facing a Hanzo in his prime, the 3 of them struggled. No matter how intense the battle on the front lines was, Takuya had no idea. At that moment, he was leading Minato and Nawaki in clearing out the Sand Village's scouts. How many does this make? Nawaki flicked the blood off his kunai. Minato replied, his face expressionless, this is the 4th one in our sector. Including the others, there must be quite a few. Looks like the enemy is close. The big battle is probably about to begin. Chapter 117, More enemies are coming. Let's see if you can handle them. Takuya looked up toward the front, having already received a signal from Snowy. A large number of people were quickly approaching their position. Retreat, send up the signal flare. The team's mission was to stall the enemy, not to fight to the death. If possible, Takuya wasn't keen on rushing into a melee with the enemy. Nawaki launched the signal flare, alerting the others that the enemy was coming, and the 3 quickly retreated. The Sand Ninja would have to deal with the various traps set along the way before they could advance. These traps would delay the enemy considerably. Boom. The signal flare exploded in the sky, and all the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas prepared for combat and possible retreat. Masasama, The enemy has discovered our presence. Masa, whom they had encountered just days before, was also among this group. Seeing the signal flare in the sky, he said flatly, "It doesn't matter, we have too many people to avoid detection by Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas. Be cautious of the traps on the ground. Our mission is to delay them as much as possible, to stretch Hidden Leaf Village thin." Understood. Hundreds of sand ninjas halted and began clearing the traps. One by one, the traps were quickly disarmed. Of course, there were also some that triggered, and a few unlucky ones lost their lives as a result. Hundreds of enemies, could this be a vanguard force? Takuya wasn't sure what the sand village was planning. All he knew was that they needed to stall this force as long as possible and take out as many as they could. As more and more traps were cleared, the hundreds of sand ninjas split into smaller squads and began infiltrating the area. Soon, sounds of battle could be heard from other directions. "Stay with me. Don't worry about the other areas, and don't touch the enemy corpses, especially you, Nawaki." At times like this, Takuya's priority was the safety of his own squad. If it was possible to assist other squads, Takuya wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand. But if circumstances didn't allow it, he wouldn't risk his squad by attempting a rescue. In a moment like this, "You're still keeping an eye on me? Am I really that unreliable? Why didn't you remind Minato instead?" Nawaki's face was contorted with frustration. "They're here." Takuya didn't have time to worry about what Nawaki was thinking. Because the enemy had arrived. Let's see. Just 3 little kids, huh? Unlike Takuya's squad, the enemy was a standard ninja team, one captain with 3 members, with the captain wearing a Sand Village Jonin vest. Upon seeing Takuya's squad, the Sand Jonin's eyes lit up. "We're being underestimated again." Nawaki felt a surge of irritation. Minato, though expressionless, was similarly displeased. Takuya hated being called a kid, and Minato and Nawaki didn't like it either. Against such opponents, there was no need for words, just action. Activating his Sharingan, Takuya used a body flicker to close the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Such speed with that body flicker. And those are the Sharingan. A young age, white hair, and a 3-Tomoe Sharingan. This must be Yagami Takuya. The Sand Jonin felt his heart plummet as his pupils shrank. He couldn't believe that what he thought were 3 easy targets included a deadly opponent. "Don't look into his eyes." The Sand Jonin growled, swinging his sword in an attempt to force Takuya back while quickly lowering his head to avoid eye contact. "Sakura drop." When those words echoed in his ears, the Sand Jonin's consciousness was already being dragged into a Ganjutsu. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, a sharp pain pierced his throat. Hot blood sprayed out, splattering even the nearby trees. "Am I going to die?" Having suffered a fatal blow, the Sand Jonin's awareness snapped out of the Ganjutsu, but all that awaited him was rapidly fading life. His vision darkened, and the world lost its color as his body slumped to the ground. Silence fell over the scene. The 3 sand ninjas stared in shock as their captain's throat was inexplicably slit, his body crumpling to the ground. Their minds went blank, taking several seconds to process what had happened. "Captain. He's already dead." Takuya helpfully clarified, flicking the blood off his kunai. Without looking back, he said to Minato and Nawaki, "These 3 Chunin are yours to handle." Minato and Nawaki needed battle experience, needed to hone their skills, and they needed war merits. After dispatching the Sand Jonin, Takuya left the 3 Chunin to them. Both nodded, silently launching their attacks. Panicked, 2 of the Sand Chunin rushed to meet them, while the 3rd immediately fired a flare, signaling for reinforcements. Seeing the flare, the surrounding sand ninjas quickly converged on their location. Takuya watched Minato and Nawaki's battle with a calm expression. If they needed help, he was ready to step in immediately. As for the approaching enemies, Takuya wasn't concerned. Unless the entire Sand Village army arrived, this vanguard of a few hundred wasn't worth worrying about. Minato and Nawaki's combat styles were polar opposites. Minato relied on his exceptional teleportation jutsu, striking with lethal precision at the perfect moment. His reflexes, nearly superhuman, allowed him to exploit even the tiniest opening to deliver a fatal blow. On the other hand, Nawaki's approach was all about brute force. Nawaki had an immense amount of chakra, maybe not on the scale of a chakra C, but definitely enough to be called a chakra ton. And being from the Senju clan, he had plenty of jutsu scrolls and notes at his disposal. As a result, Nawaki's fighting style relied heavily on ninjutsu. The legendary taijutsu and kenjutsu that made the Senju clan as famous as the Uchiha were barely visible in his approach. Watching Nawaki unleash a barrage of ninjutsu, Takuya couldn't help but think that Nawaki might become the next 3rd Hokage. The difference was that Nawaki didn't know as many jutsu, but he had an overwhelming amount of chakra to throw them around. Thanks to his abundant chakra, Nawaki managed to turn the C-rank water-style wild water wave into something akin to a B-rank jutsu. A massive jet of water blasted out, smashing the enemy's corpse until it was unrecognizable. The scene was almost too gruesome to watch. Takuya covered his eyes, trying to avoid getting a headache. He suddenly felt the same urge Tsunade often did, to just smack Nawaki around a bit. I won. As Nawaki finished off his opponent and looked around for the last enemy, Minato appeared beside him, casually tossing aside a kunai with a nicked blade. Damn it. He beat me to it again. Nawaki felt the urge to curse. Both he and Minato were well aware that they couldn't compete with Takuya, so they ended up constantly trying to outdo each other, whether openly or subtly. But most of the time, Nawaki ended up on the losing side. Why does Minato always get there first? Nawaki scratched his head in frustration. Takuya, slightly annoyed, said, so what if you have more chakra? You threw out a whole series of jutsu, and by the time you were done, Minato had already finished the fight. Nawaki's face turned red. I'm not satisfied. Then keep it up. More enemies are coming, let's see if you can handle them. As Takuya's words echoed, the figures of sand ninjas began appearing all around them. Nawaki's defiance turned into alarm in an instant. Even Minato's smug expression vanished. Chapter 118, Impossible to Defend, Which One is the Real Body? Let's begin. Takuya quickly formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Boom. A series of puffs of smoke erupted, and one after another, clones of Takuya appeared on the battlefield, their numbers continuously growing. Watching Takuya decide to use a swarm tactic, Minato had to admit he felt a bit envious. He had a decent amount of chakra, but it couldn't compare to Takuya's. He couldn't even match Nawaki. When it came to chakra reserves, the only person in Hidden Lee Village who could compete with Takuya was Nami. I really don't know if you've got Uchiha blood or Uzumaki blood. Pulling out a new kunai, Minato couldn't help but mutter. The Uchiha clan had a lot of chakra, but none of them were as excessive as Takuya. It made people wonder if he was some kind of mix between Uchiha and Uzumaki. I give up. You win. Seeing the hundreds of clones, Nawaki figured it was best to stay humble, otherwise, he'd just end up embarrassed. There was a time when his vast chakra reserves were a source of pride. Even Tsunade didn't have as much chakra as he did. But now, there was Nami to contend with, and on top of that, Takuya had shown up. They both completely crushed him. Nawaki used to think he was perfect for the multiple shadow clone jutsu, but now it seemed like the jutsu was tailor-made for Takuya. Hundreds of clones charged in all directions, and Nawaki quickly focused, blending in with the crowd of clones alongside Minato as they charged at the enemy. Takuya's real body was among them. Everyone, stay alert. Seeing the distress signal from their comrades, several sand ninjas rushed to provide support. But they didn't expect that as soon as they arrived, they would be faced with hundreds of white-haired clones, each with a pair of blood-red, 3 Tomoe Sharingan eyes glaring at them, practically blinding them. Don't make eye contact. The enemy has Uchiha's Sharingan. Be careful, his real body is hidden among the clones. Yagami Takuya, he's Yagami Takuya. The stark white hair combined with the 3 Tomoe Sharingan led the arriving sand ninjas to guess Takuya's identity. But there were no prizes for guessing right. The clones quickly engaged the enemy, and like Naruto, Takuya didn't care about his clones getting dispelled. If he couldn't handle the strain, Takuya wouldn't be using the multiple shadow clone jutsu in the first place. In his past life, Takuya had watched the anime and seen how Naruto would summon hundreds of clones to surround his enemies. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. Takuya had always wanted to try it out, but the right opportunity never came. Now that the chance had arrived, there was no way he was going to let it pass. The clone jutsu taught at the Ninja Academy was easy to see through, any ninja with a bit of experience could figure out which were the fakes. But with the B-rank shadow clone jutsu, it wasn't so simple. The same applied to the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Without specific signs, identifying the real body among the clones was extremely difficult. After all, not everyone could be Madara Uchiha. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, no one could tell where Naruto's real body was. Madara Uchiha could, though, just by glancing at them, he knew they were all shadow clones. That's the difference in skill. Could the sand ninjas on this battlefield do the same? Seeing hundreds of people with 3 Tomoe Sharingan charging at them, many of the sand ninjas were on the verge of wetting themselves. Even with experienced Jonin giving orders, it didn't make much difference. Besides, Takuya wasn't going to give them the time to shout commands. Once the battle began, the first priority was to eliminate the strongest Jonin on the enemy side, and then deal with the rest slowly. Damn it. Which one do we defend against? Which one is the real body? In that brief moment of hesitation, death came calling. Screams filled the air as one sand ninja after another fell to the ground. Damn it, poison needle burst. Several puppet ninjas panicked, disregarding whether they were targeting clones or the real body. They controlled their puppets to launch indiscriminate attacks, with some sacrificing themselves to draw fire. The result of drawing fire? They got riddled with holes. Boom. One by one, the clones exploded. Takeya had created so many clones just to confuse the enemy, he certainly didn't invest much chakra into each one. His fighting style was very different from Naruto's. And let's not forget, Naruto could pull off crazy stunts like this because he had access to the Nine Tails chakra. Without the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto would probably have died from exhaustion. Is it over? The remaining clones all vanished in puffs of smoke, and the puppet ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. Instinctively, they looked up, only to see a blonde-haired boy with a kunai growing larger in their vision. Before they could react, Minato's kunai had already pierced through the ninja's heart, and he quickly withdrew. Puppet masters often had unexpected tricks, always ready with some sneaky move. The best approach was to attack them directly and then get out fast. Otherwise, you might run into one of those self-destructing puppets and end up in trouble. Many Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had met their end fighting Sand Village's Puppet Corps. The Puppet Corps had always been a major headache for Hidden Leaf Village. Puppet ninjas use area of effect jutsu to destroy the clones. The sweating Sand Jonin continued to shout orders. Puppet ninjas hurriedly manipulated their puppets to launch area of effect jutsu, trying to clear out Takeya's clones. But still, Sand ninjas kept falling, their deaths as mysterious as ever. Wherever the real Takeya went, bodies were left in his wake. So what if the clones were wiped out? They were just there to distract you. Even if every clone was destroyed, it wouldn't affect Takeya too much. Sure, there would be some feedback, but it would be manageable. Before all the clones were cleared, the Sand Ninjas would have taken a heavy toll. After a lot of effort, the Sand Ninjas finally cleared all of Takeya's clones, but by then, more than half of the reinforcements had been killed. Minato and Nawaki, slightly out of breath, made their way to Takeya's side, both splattered with blood, a sign they had taken down quite a few enemies. So, do you still want to keep competing? Takeya tilted his head, looking at the remaining, terrified Sand Ninjas, and asked Minato and Nawaki, should I give you guys a few more chances to show off? No, we're done. Minato didn't have the monstrous chakra or physical endurance that Takeya did, and he was already pretty tired. Nawaki was in slightly better shape, being a senju, his constitution was naturally stronger, and being 3 years older, his physical strength far exceeded Minato's. Even so, Nawaki was feeling worn out. Before, they were busy trying to snag as many kills as possible. Now, with enemies everywhere, they couldn't afford to get reckless. One wrong move and they'd be in trouble. Looks like you two have had your fun. Since that's over, it's time to get serious. Takeya decided it was time to wrap things up. So he would. Summon Manda. Chapter 119, Strike while they're weak, take them down. Manda was an absolute force of destruction on the battlefield. This massive serpent could easily throw the enemy ranks into chaos, creating numerous opportunities for a decisive victory. Takeya-sama, we're here to support you. Several Hidden Leaf Village shinobi arrived from the rear. Judging by their appearances, they had already been through intense combat. Some were gasping for breath, clearly drained of chakra and stamina. Others bore injuries but still pushed forward to provide reinforcement. Are you all crazy? Takeya couldn't help but think. Why didn't they retreat at a time like this? Why risk their lives to support me? Despite his outward annoyance, Takeya felt a warm surge of appreciation. These shinobi didn't know the extent of his strength, yet they risked their lives to support him without hesitation. It was impossible not to feel some gratitude. But the truth was, Takeya didn't need their help. Lead the others to hold the rear. If you find an opening, strike. If not, stay put and watch. Takeya glanced at Minato, who nodded seriously before sprinting off to relay Takeya's orders to the reinforcements. Charging in now wouldn't be helping Takeya, it would only get in his way. Summoning jutsu. Takeya bit his thumb, swiftly forming the necessary hand seals before slamming his palm against the ground. Without hesitation, he summoned Manda. Since Orochimaru had claimed he didn't need Manda's assistance, Takeya decided to let Manda clear the battlefield for him. It wasn't time for Snowy to make an appearance yet. Bang! A massive plume of smoke erupted, and Manda's enormous form materialized, crushing numerous trees under its weight. Thick, towering trees that would take several men to encircle were easily flattened by the colossal serpent. Standing atop Manda's head, Takeya looked down at the sand shinobi below, their faces twisted in shock. With a grin, he asked, Manda, there are quite a few enemies today. Are you scared? Manda's long tongue flicked out, tasting the air. Then, baring its fangs, it asked, Master, may I eat them? Eat as you please. As long as Manda didn't fear being poisoned, Takeya had no objections. Whether Manda decided to devour them or simply kill them, it didn't matter to him. The only rule was that Manda couldn't eat his comrades or their corpses. Apart from that, Takuya didn't care. This was one of Manda's few remaining pleasures, and Takuya didn't mind indulging it. Worms. Are you ready to enter the belly of your lord, Manda? Given the green light, Manda's eyes sparkled with excitement. It didn't look at the sand shinobi as enemies. To Manda, they were nothing more than bite-sized snacks. With a roar, Manda launched itself like a massive spring, its colossal body hurtling toward the largest concentration of enemies, jaws wide open. Takuya leaped off Manda's head, landing on a tall tree. From there, he watched from a distance as Manda rampaged through the ranks of the sand shinobi, chasing them down and snapping them up. Follow Manda and seize the opportunity. Minato and Nawaki led the others in an assault, closely following behind Manda. Manda. Just 2 days ago, Masa had been absolutely certain that the one who could summon Manda had to be Orochimaru. Masa, who had arrived with reinforcements, watched as Takuya performed the summoning technique and brought forth Manda. His face twisted in an expression that resembled severe constipation, his forehead beaded with a mix of sweat and rain. He dreaded the thought of what would happen when this news reached Chio. What would she do to him after learning that he had brought back false information? How could this possibly be Orochimaru? This is clearly Yagami Takuya, the man whom Lord Kazekage despises the most. I'm finished, absolutely finished. Once I return, Lady Chio is going to kill me. Masadano, snap out of it. Manda is coming. A shinobi next to him called out, shaking Masa from his thoughts. Finished? No, the real trouble is just beginning. They had brought hundreds of shinobi to attack Hidden Lee Village's positions, aiming to create enough chaos to distract Orochimaru. But now, one of the 3 Jonin had been killed by Takuya, and Masa was one of the remaining 2. Sure, they had numbers, but when it came to facing Manda, that wouldn't be enough. The best way to deal with a massive summoned beast like Manda was through sealing techniques. But the problem was that their squad didn't include any sealing specialists. Sealing ninjas were treasured in every village, there was no way they would be sent on a mere diversion or harassment mission. This left the Sand Village's forces in an awkward position. They had numbers, but most of them were Chunin. Without a sealing expert and only 2 remaining Jonin, Manda had free rein to rampage, tearing through their ranks and swallowing enemies whole. The jutsu they threw at Manda were little more than tickles. Honestly, unless you had a sealing ninja or an elite Jonin on hand, facing off against a summoned beast like Manda was a futile endeavor. Roar. Get into your Lord Manda's belly, worms. Manda charged through the battlefield like a high-speed train. Despite its massive size, it moved with incredible agility, weaving through the chaos with ease. While its attacks were simple, they were more than sufficient for Manda's needs. Its tail, fangs, and massive jaws were all it required to obliterate the enemy. Are we still going in? The battlefield was in total disarray, the Sand Shinobi utterly helpless against Manda. Even though Masa and the other Jonin were doing their best to hold the line, they couldn't stop Manda from indulging in its feast. Comrades, the enemy is panicking, overwhelmed by Manda's assault. As their adversaries, what should we do? Seeing the hesitation in their ranks, Takuya raised his voice with a commanding shout. Finish them. Already swayed by Takuya's influence, Minato reflexively shouted back, finish them. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Minato froze. What the hell am I saying? This is a battlefield. I shouldn't be saying things like that. It's all Takuya's fault. If not for him, I wouldn't be acting like this. Finish them. Shouldn't I have said, slay them all instead? But finish them had a certain edge to it, and the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi around him couldn't help but join in, looking at one another before echoing the call. Finish them. Finish them off. Stop it, please stop saying that. That was a slip of the tongue. The future eternal optimist, the Yellow Flash, desperately wanted to raise his hand to cover his already reddening face. Exactly. Strike while they're weak, take them down. If the Sand Village shinobi dare to attack us, then we'll hit back and finish them. With that, Takuya drew his blade and was the first to charge at the enemy. Seeing Takuya rush forward, the other shinobi quickly followed suit, drawing their weapons and charging alongside him. Attack. Finish them. These Hidden Leaf Village shinobi must be insane. Chapter 120, A Silver Flash on the Battlefield? No, that's a demon. Some of the Sand shinobi who had managed to avoid Manda's rampage turned at the sound of the shouting behind them. When they looked back, they saw Takuya leading the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi in an all-out assault, his voice laced with curses. Their minds momentarily froze. Not good. The Hidden Leaf Village forces are attacking. The Sand shinobi quickly regained their composure, yelling to warn their comrades. But it was too late. A ghostly figure flickered through the rain-soaked battlefield, and a flash of silver light streaked past. The one who had raised the alarm was already on the ground, clutching his throat, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Even in his final moments, he couldn't comprehend how Takuya could move so fast. In what felt like an instant, Takuya had appeared before him, sliced his throat with lightning speed, and then vanished to target the next shinobi. Takuya, fully unleashed, resembled nothing less than a silver flash of light cutting through the rain. Wherever he went, all that could be seen was the gleam of his blade and the flash of his silver hair. Enemies fell one after another, unable to even register how he was striking them down. So cool. This is exactly the kind of fighting I've always wanted to do. Minato watched Takuya's almost imperceptible movements, feeling a surge of excitement. Like Takuya, Minato also excelled in close quarters combat, relying on speed. For him, ninjutsu was merely a supportive tool, unlike Nawaki, who focused more on ninjutsu. But Minato lacked Takuya's chakra reserves and the powerful physique that allowed Takuya to explosively boost his speed with chakra. So all Minato could do was watch enviously as Takuya tore through the battlefield. I need to master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu as soon as possible. Only then will I be able to keep up with Takuya. Maybe not even match him, but at least follow in his footsteps. Clenching his fists, Minato silently encouraged himself. Am I doing this wrong? After all this effort, I've only managed to take down one enemy. Nawaki, panting heavily, watched Takuya dart across the battlefield and began to doubt himself. Why does it look like Takuya is cutting through enemies like they're nothing, while I have to give everything I've got just to kill one? Even Minato is more efficient than me. Maybe after this war, I should go back and train in the Senju clan's swordsmanship and taijutsu? The Senju were just as skilled as the Uchiha in both areas. But whether Nawaki could reach Takuya's level by picking up those skills again was another question entirely. The clash of weapons, the roars of beasts, and the screams of the dying created a grim symphony of battle. Every moment, shinobi from both Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village fell. Despite Hidden Leaf Village's advantage, they were still suffering losses. This was the reality of war, there was no such thing as a bloodless victory. After wreaking havoc on the battlefield for a while, Manda felt his time was almost up. With a powerful sweep of his tail, he knocked down the last remaining Sanjonin, Masa's comrade, and swallowed him whole. Satisfied, Manda devoured a few more corpses before raising his head to catch Takuya. Master, my summoning time is almost over. Summoned creatures like Manda had a time limit on how long they could stay in battle. Once that time was up, the summoning jutsu would automatically end, sending Manda back to Richie Cave. No worries, you've done more than enough. Standing on Manda's head, Takuya surveyed the remaining sand shinobi. More than half were dead, and those who survived were visibly terrified, their morale shattered. Despite their superior numbers, it was clear that Hidden Leaf Village would win this battle. Return now. I'll handle the rest. Yes, Master. Manda gently placed Takuya on a large tree that had been knocked down during the fight. With a puff of smoke, the massive serpent vanished, returning to Richie Cave. We meet again. Takuya paid no mind to Manda's departure. Instead, he looked up at Masa, who was standing on a distant tree, his expression uncertain and fearful. Seeing how shaken Masa was, Takuya grinned. But with his body covered in blood, even his silver hair stained red, that grin made him look terrifying and savage. He's a demon, a silver-haired demon. Whether it was Takuya's smile or just the horrors of the battlefield, a few of the more cowardly Sand Shinobi blurted out their fear. Takuya's smile froze on his face. A demon with silver hair? Seriously? Have you ever seen a demon as handsome as me? Silver-haired demon? Masa chuckled bitterly. Just a few days ago, I gathered the wrong information and sent it to Lady Chio. For some reason, Masa felt that the nickname fit Takuya perfectly. Taking a deep breath, Masa's expression darkened as he asked, can you tell me how you're able to summon Manda? As far as I know, Manda is Orochimaru's summon, and you and Orochimaru aren't exactly on friendly terms. Aren't you afraid of my Sharingan? Takuya leaped down from the tree, walking slowly toward Masa. The remaining Sand Shinobi, now few in number, gripped their weapons tightly, eyes locked on Takuya as he approached. The Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi who were still able to fight moved forward with him. Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Masa gritted his teeth. But do you think that just because I avoid looking at you, I can escape your Ganjutsu? Even the third Kazekage had fallen to the Sharingan. Masa didn't believe that he, an ordinary Sanjonin, could resist Takuya's Ganjutsu. If he couldn't escape, then whether he looked down or closed his eyes didn't matter. Unfortunately, no, you can't. Takuya shook his head. As for Manda, maybe he thinks he has better prospects with me than with Orochimaru. The snakes of Richie Cave aren't exactly loyal pets. Changing masters isn't a big deal for them. By the way, Orochimaru is just his summoning partner. I'm his master. The distance between the two closed steadily, neither showing any intention of backing down. One needed to press the attack, the other to defend. This was their duty, their mission. I see. Masa finally understood. He also realized his mistake, seeing Manda and assuming Takuya was Orochimaru. By now, the incorrect information had already reached Lady Chio. What consequences that would bring, Masa could no longer worry about. Because he realized his consciousness was already slipping into another world. Masadano. Seeing Takuya continue to approach, while Masa stood motionless like a puppet, the remaining sand shinobi shouted in desperation. Some even rushed forward, hoping to snap Masa out of his trance. They knew that Masa had fallen into Takuya's Ganjutsu. But Takuya wasn't going to give them any chance. With a swift motion, his blade flashed through the night, and Masa's head was sent flying, landing several meters away. Blood gushed from the now headless body, spurting like a fountain. And with that, all three of the Sand Village's lead jonin were dead. Ah! The Sand Shinobi who had rushed forward saw a flash before their throats were slit by Takuya's blade. With a choked cry, they fell to the ground, clutching their wounds. He's a demon. A demon. Chapter 121. The little son almost lost a kidney as Takuya stood in the pouring rain, his clothes soaked through with a mix of blood and water. The remaining Sand Shinobi could feel their will to fight slipping away. The sight of him, drenched in blood, was too much. They turned and ran, screaming in terror. If there had still been a jonin to lead them, they might have found the courage to continue the fight, even with their fear of Takuya. But with Masa's death, their mental defenses had shattered. Abandoning their weapons, they fled, no longer concerned with their mission or duty. All they wanted was to escape this terrifying place, to get away from the silver-haired demon. Kill them. Finish them off. Without Takuya needing to give any orders, the remaining Hidden Leaf Village shinobi shouted as they charged after the fleeing enemies. It was the perfect time to strike. The Sand Shinobi were scattered and broken, making them easy prey. As Takuya planted his sword in the ground, he took a deep breath, letting the rain wash the blood off his body. Watching the red-tinted water drip down, he shook his head and muttered to himself, I really need to stop slitting throats so often. It's way too messy. While stabbing the heart or other vital organs could be effective, there was something about a clean cut to the throat that made it the fastest and most efficient way to kill in battle. A single stroke severing the throat and carotid artery would almost always result in death unless immediate medical attention was provided, and even then, it would require a highly skilled medic. But the downside was the blood. It sprayed everywhere. Takuya didn't join in the pursuit of the fleeing enemies. He was tired. Leading a group of shinobi, driving the enemy into a rout, it had taken its toll on even someone with his stamina and chakra reserves. I wonder when I'll unlock my second special ability, he mused aloud. If he had another unique skill at his disposal, situations like this would be much easier to handle. He figured that his second ability would probably awaken when his Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo. What special ability? Minato asked as he helped the limping Nawaki back to their makeshift camp. Behind them, the other Hidden Leaf Village shinobi followed, all looking exhausted and battered. Compared to them, Takuya was in a league of his own, only tired, but otherwise unharmed. Unlike Nawaki and the others, who were not only low on chakra but also physically exhausted and wounded, even Minato had taken some hits during the battle. Judging by the way he moved, it looked like he'd been caught by a desperate attack from one of the fleeing enemies. Nothing important, Takuya replied. He pulled his sword from the ground and quickly began carving out a few notches in a nearby tree. Within minutes, he had constructed a simple wooden shelter, covering it with oilcloth to keep out the rain. A temporary rain shelter, just like that. It had taken him less than 5 minutes. Damn, that hurts. Nawaki winced as he sat down in the mud-covered shelter. The adrenaline from the battle was wearing off, and now the pain from his wounds was setting in. Blood was still seeping from a gash, causing him to shiver in pain. The others weren't faring much better. Hang in there. Takuya used a basic fire jutsu to ignite a small fire, then cleaned some bandages and began tending to the wounded, applying medicine where necessary. Thankfully, he had thought to bring a sealing scroll packed with medical supplies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known what to do. Medical ninjutsu wasn't exactly his specialty. Minato had a nasty cut on his side, likely from a kunai. As Takuya bandaged the wound, he couldn't help but tease him. Minato, it's a good thing the enemy didn't stab any deeper. A few centimeters more, and you might have been in trouble for the rest of your life. Wait, what? Minato winced as the antiseptic stung his wound, his face paling from the pain. He hadn't quite caught on to Takuya's joke. Ha. Ha ha. One of the older, grizzled shinobi in the shelter couldn't help but laugh, slapping Minato on the back. Kid, what Takuya-sama means is that the enemy almost got your kidney. And trust me, if a man loses his kidney, his wife won't be too happy. Yeah, you'd be in big trouble with the missus. Minato blinked a few times before the meaning sank in. His already pale face flushed a deep red. He shot a glare at Takeya, grinding his teeth, clearly tempted to punch him. Ha ha ha. The others couldn't help but laugh as well. It was a good thing there weren't any female shinobi present, otherwise, they might have gotten an earful for joking around while injured. After a few more laughs, Takeya finished bandaging the last of the wounded and stepped out into the rain again. The battle had taken a heavy toll on the Hidden Leaf village forces. Only about 15 shinobi remained, most of them injured. Takeya was left to deal with the grim task of handling the bodies, both their own and those of the enemy. Leaving bodies on the battlefield wasn't an option. In the harsh weather and conditions of the Land of Rain, corpses would quickly begin to rot, potentially leading to outbreaks of disease. Takeya-sama, let us help you. Seeing him working alone, the others were eager to assist. Get back and rest. Takeya shot them a glare, snapping, I'm not so tired that I can't move a few bodies. Chastised, the shinobi reluctantly retreated to the shelter, watching as Takeya worked in the rain. Sorry, he muttered quietly as he began to bury the bodies. He didn't have enough sealing scrolls to bring the corpses back to Hidden Leaf village for a proper burial, so burning and burying them on the spot was the best he could do. The sight of the muddy graves weighed heavily on him, but there was nothing more he could do. After finishing the grim task, Takeya wandered through the nearby forest, eventually coming across a large wild boar resting under a tree. Without hesitation, he hurled a kunai, the blade piercing through the boar's eye and into its brain. With a final squeal of pain, the boar thrashed for a moment before collapsing. Takeya leaped down from the tree and grabbed the boar by the legs, dragging it back to the camp. When he returned to the battlefield with the boar in tow, the shinobi's eyes lit up. The thought of eating roasted meat after a long, grueling battle was almost too good to be true. For shinobi who had been living off rations and soldier pills, the idea of a hot meal was a rare luxury, and Takeya was about to make sure they got one. Chapter 122, Sand Village Army launches a night raid on Hidden Leaf Village's camp. You're injured, and your energy is a bit depleted. Eating some hot roast meat will help you recover faster, Takeya said, his voice calm yet commanding. Eat up. When you're with Takeya, there's never a shortage of roasted meat. Nawaki added with a grin, trying to reassure the others as he himself took a large bite. Seeing Nawaki and Minato start eating, the other Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, who had been silently drooling at the sight of the roasted boar, couldn't hold back any longer. They eagerly grabbed the meat and began devouring it. Hiss. It's so hot, but so good. Watching the injured shinobi juggle between blowing on the hot meat and hastily stuffing it into their mouths, Takeya couldn't help but chuckle. The scene was almost comical. Should we move out? One of the shinobi asked after everyone had eaten their fill. All eyes turned to Takeya, who was sitting by the fire. After the battle they had just endured, Takeya had become their anchor. In situations like this, his orders were the ones they would all follow without question. Let's wait for news, Takeya replied, tossing a couple of still damp sticks into the fire and fanning away the resulting smoke. We need to wait for news from the front lines. If the Sand Village army makes a move, we'll retreat. In theory, their mission was complete. But Takeya wanted to stay and see what happened at the front lines. The Sand Village's actions had been strange, their vanguard had been decimated, leaving only a handful of survivors. Yet, the main force had remained silent. It seemed as though the Sand Village had sent just a few hundred troops to stir things up, to muddy the waters. But the main force was nowhere to be seen. Logically, the Sand Village should have taken this opportunity to strike Hidden Leaf Village from behind, but they hadn't. They had only sent a small contingent to cause trouble, which didn't make sense. Takeya couldn't believe that Chio, the old strategist of the Sand Village, would pass up such a good opportunity to strike a blow against Hidden Leaf Village. The fact that the main force hadn't shown itself meant that they were likely up to something else, perhaps some kind of scheme. Whatever Chio's plan was, as long as the Sand Village's main force didn't attack, Takeya and his team could stay put and rest, waiting for orders and news from the higher-ups. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the battle between Hidden Leaf Village and the Rain Village was intensifying. The difference in overall strength between the two villages was becoming more apparent as the battle dragged on. Apart from Hanzo, the Rain Village was steadily losing ground. At the same time, the Sand Village's army was quietly making its way toward Hidden Leaf Village's camp. No one expected Chio and her brother, Ebizo, to take the risk of launching a surprise attack on Hidden Leaf Village's camp. Their plan was to catch Hidden Leaf Village off guard while most of their forces were engaged with the Rain Village on the front lines. Orochimaru didn't expect it. Denzo didn't expect it. Not even Takeya had anticipated such a move. After all, in the original timeline, the Sand Village had never attempted something like this. Sister, the defense forces in Hidden Leaf Village's camp are still formidable, Ebizo said, having gathered information with his Anbu team. The intelligence they had collected showed that the Hidden Leaf Village camp was not as underdefended as they had hoped. I know, Chio responded with a cold smile. But that's exactly why Denzo feels secure. I'm certain he wouldn't expect us to bypass the front lines and attack their camp directly. The defense forces in the Hidden Leaf Village camp were still substantial. But Chio was confident that, with most of Hidden Leaf Village's main force occupied on the front lines, the camp's defenses would be thinner than usual. Chio believed that this battle would end in victory for the Sand Village, catching Denzo completely off guard. Have the troops ready, Chio ordered, planning to strike at around 3 a.m., an hour when even shinobi would be at their most vulnerable, tired, and drowsy. She was certain that a surprise attack at this hour would throw the Hidden Leaf Village camp into chaos. As the battle on the front lines raged on, the Hidden Leaf Village camp remained busy, with reports and updates constantly coming in. Denzo, who had been stationed at the camp as the overall commander, had been running around non-stop, managing the situation. Denzo-sama, the rear defense line has come under attack from the Sand Village. The number of attackers is significant, but their exact number is still unknown. Understood, Denzo nodded slightly. Orochimaru will handle it. I trust him. Has the third batch of supplies reached the front lines? No word yet. So, Chio, you finally made your move, huh? Denzo looked over the map with a smirk, something rarely seen on his usually stern face. If anyone had seen it, they would have been shocked to see their stern, rigid leader actually smiling. The battle between Hidden Leaf Village and the Rain Village, and the subsequent attack by the Sand Village, were all within Denzo's expectations. Like Takeya, he was waiting for news from the front lines. As the night wore on, the camp, which had been bustling with activity, gradually quieted down. More and more shinobi returned to their tents to rest. Even Denzo, having finished his duties for the night, decided to catch some sleep in the command center. He wasn't about to stand around waiting like an idiot for news from the front lines. The time had come. Chio and Debizo exchanged a glance, nodding to each other. Chio raised her hand, giving the signal. The shinobi following them quickly relayed the command. Yawn. One of the sensory ninjas tasked with monitoring the area around the camp let out a big yawn, struggling to stay awake. Keeping his senses extended for long periods, watching for any disturbances around the camp, was exhausting work. No sensor ninja could keep it up for too long. Fortunately, the camp's security had held up so far. Since the war had begun, there hadn't been a single instance of an enemy attacking the camp. Just one more sweep. Glancing at the time, the sensor ninja knew his shift was almost over. He decided to do one last check before his replacement arrived, so he could finally get some rest. Using the village's sensor amplification device, the ninja quickly scanned the area around the camp. Everything seemed normal. Just as he was about to wrap up his shift, he suddenly detected multiple unfamiliar chakra signatures in the forest not far from the camp. A flood of unfamiliar chakra signatures appearing out of nowhere. He thought for a moment that his senses were off, or that the sensor device was malfunctioning. No. Something was wrong. This wasn't a mistake, it was an enemy attack. Panic gripped him as he screamed out, "Enemy attack!" The shout was like a stone thrown into a pond, causing ripples to spread throughout the camp. The shinobi on night watch immediately sprang into action, firing off a signal flare without waiting to confirm the report. Boom. The bright flare exploded above the camp, waking up countless shinobi who had been sound asleep. Attack. Since they had already been discovered, Chio gave the order to charge. She hadn't expected Hidden Leaf Village to be completely unprepared, but she also hadn't anticipated an easy victory. A direct assault was inevitable. Like a swarm of ants, the Sand Village shinobi surged toward Hidden Leaf Village's camp. Enemy attack. The Sand Village is attacking. The entire camp erupted into chaos as the shinobi, shaken from their sleep, rushed out of their tents, ready to fight. What's going on? Denzo's eyes snapped open, his mood instantly sour as he realized he'd barely closed his eyes before being woken up by the commotion. Chapter 123, The more Denzo cares, the more Chio wants to destroy Denzo-sama. It's the Sand Village ninjas, they're attacking the camp. There are a lot of them. The Sand Village? Chio? Denzo froze for a moment, quickly grasping the situation. His expression darkened instantly. I thought the Sand Village just wanted to stir things up, to muddy the waters on the battlefield. I didn't expect Chio to have such audacity, to launch an attack on our Hidden Leaf Village positions to divert my and Orochimaru's attention, and then lead her army to circle around and strike at our camp. Chio truly is a shrewd tactician, he muttered, a scowl forming on his face. Did Chio really think she was something special? Hidden Leaf Village was indeed under pressure from fighting on two fronts, but did she think the Sand Village had it any easier? Hidden Leaf Village's resources were substantial, and though the situation was challenging, they were far from being overwhelmed. The Sand Village, on the other hand, couldn't compete with Hidden Leaf Village in terms of resources or the number and strength of its shinobi. Even with battles raging on two fronts, Hidden Leaf Village could still manage. But the Sand Village? They were overreaching. If all they wanted was to stir up trouble, that would be one thing. But to launch a full-scale attack on the camp? That was sheer recklessness. Snorting disdainfully, Denzo issued his command, prepare to engage the enemy. Hidden Leaf Village had the advantage of defending a fortified position, while the Sand Village was on the offensive. Attacking a well-prepared camp was no easy task. Denzo wasn't particularly worried about Chio's attack, he just hadn't expected it. However, Denzo had overlooked several crucial factors. For one, Hidden Leaf Village had been in continuous combat, and the tension had been constant. The only place the shinobi could let their guard down and rest was within the camp, where many were now asleep. The Sand Village, on the other hand, had spent much of its time conserving energy, apart from their disruptive tactics. Moreover, the surprise attack from behind was unexpected. When the Sand Village finally launched their assault, most of the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi were just starting to prepare for battle, uncertain of who to follow or how to organize themselves. This disarray meant that Hidden Leaf Village's forces couldn't effectively concentrate their strength. In large-scale battles, a rushed defense was perilous. And most importantly, there was a critical time lag. Even if Hidden Leaf Village realized they were under attack, it would take time to organize a coherent defense. Chio was counting on that very delay to strike a decisive blow. This was a well-planned, well-prepared ambush against an unsuspecting enemy, designed to catch Hidden Leaf Village off guard and give Denzo a bitter taste of failure. Move out. As they neared Hidden Leaf Village's camp, Ebisu raised his hand and gave a sharp wave. A group of uniformly equipped sand ninjas gathered quickly, aiming their weapons at Hidden Leaf Village's wooden walls. Wind style, Great Sickle Weasel Jutsu. Despite the pouring rain, a large contingent of sand ninjas combined their efforts, unleashing a powerful wind-style jutsu. A series of razor-sharp wind blades tore through the air, shredding Hidden Leaf Village's wooden walls like paper. Many shinobi stationed behind the walls were sliced to pieces by the relentless wind blades. Everything in the path of the jutsu was cut into fragments. Although Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi tried to counter with their own jutsu, the sheer power of the coordinated wind-style attack overwhelmed them. The Great Sickle Weasel Jutsu created a vacuum effect, rendering many of their jutsu ineffective. Puppet Brigade, advance. With Hidden Leaf Village's defenses breached, Chio gave the signal. The Sand Village's infamous Puppet Brigade surged forward, their mechanical warriors flooding into the camp. The battle erupted in an instant, but Hidden Leaf Village found itself on the back foot. The unprepared shinobi were caught off guard by the Sand Village's Puppet Brigade, and chaos ensued. Puppets fired off volleys of poisoned needles and razor-sharp blades in all directions. Shinobi within the attack radius barely had time to react before being torn apart. Chio. Denzo burst out of the command center, gripping a sword tightly as he surveyed the battlefield. Wounded shinobi lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. His forehead veins bulged with anger. He had considered various scenarios, but he hadn't accounted for the time lag. This oversight had allowed the Sand Village to breach the camp and unleash their Puppet Brigade, resulting in significant casualties. Denzo. Chio, controlling her puppets with ease, led her forces into the camp, with Ebisu close behind. Chio, did you really think this would be enough to defeat Hidden Leaf Village? Of course not, Chio replied, a wide grin spreading across her face as she took in Denzo's rage. My mission is simply to make you feel pain, to inflict as much damage as possible. Does it hurt, Denzo? She taunted. Did you ever imagine that I would dare to attack your precious camp? The angrier Denzo became, the more delighted Chio was. It meant Hidden Leaf Village had suffered significant losses. This surprise attack had been a resounding success for the Sand Village. Even if they couldn't hold the camp or wipe out all the shinobi, they had already won. As the initial chaos began to subside, Hidden Leaf Village's forces started to regroup and mount an effective counterattack. The Sand Village's advance began to stall. If the battle continued, Hidden Leaf Village would eventually drive the Sand Village out. But would it even matter at that point? The Sand Village had already achieved its goal. They had successfully launched a surprise attack on Hidden Leaf Village's camp, breached its defenses, and inflicted heavy casualties, delivering a significant blow to Hidden Leaf Village's pride. For Chio, the mission was already more than successful. Which? Denzo seethed as he stared at Chio, who grinned mockingly at him. He wanted nothing more than to tear off his composed mask and hurl insults at her. But he couldn't. He had to maintain his image. The villagers would never accept a foul-mouthed leader as their Hokage. Counterattack. Denzo barked, too frustrated to engage in a war of words. He ordered the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi to mount a full-scale counteroffensive. Hey! Knowing that Denzo was likely fuming, Chio was even more pleased. She shouted, Puppet Brigade, target the medical unit. If they could overrun the medical unit and eliminate a large number of Hidden Leaf Village's medical ninjas, Chio's mission would be even more of a triumph. Killing a group of shinobi was something Hidden Leaf Village could endure, but losing a significant number of medical ninjas would be a crippling blow, one that might just make the third Hokage cough up blood in anger. No. Stop them. Losing a group of regular shinobi wouldn't bother Denzo too much. But the medical ninjas were another matter entirely. Every single one of them was invaluable, especially during wartime. Seeing Chiyo's forces advancing on the medical unit, Denzo could no longer remain composed. Puppet Brigade, take the medical unit. Chiyo ordered, her voice filled with glee. The more Denzo cared about something, the more Chiyo was determined to destroy it. Taking down the medical unit would be the perfect time to withdraw. Chapter 124, Denzo's reckless duel with the sibling duo ends in disaster under Chiyo's command. The Puppet Brigade surged toward the camp's medical unit. Denzo, seething with anger, attempted to intercept them but was swiftly blocked by Chiyo's puppets. Hey, Denzo, I think you're better off staying here with this old lady, Chiyo taunted with a sly grin. Chiyo, I swear, the humiliation you've caused me today, I'll repay it 100-fold. Denzo growled. With the war against the Rain Village nearing its conclusion, and negotiations on the horizon, Denzo had been poised to be hailed as one of Hidden Leaf Village's heroes. But with Chiyo's sudden move, his ambitions were crumbling. Instead of being celebrated, he'd be ridiculed, his hopes of glory dashed. If the medical unit was completely wiped out, he might even face serious consequences. Well then, I'll be waiting for your revenge, Denzo, though I doubt you'll get the chance, Chiyo retorted, her eyes gleaming with malice. It was clear to anyone that Denzo's stability in the camp was largely thanks to the presence of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Without them, he would be overwhelmed. If the war had gone according to plan, Denzo would indeed have claimed significant credit. But now, with the camp breached and the medical unit in shambles, his position was all but lost. If Denzo could still command operations in the Land of Rivers after this, Chiyo would be the first to admit she'd underestimated him. But the reality was, the third Hokage would almost certainly remove him from command after such a failure. Ah! Help! Someone, please help! Most of the medical ninjas were not trained for combat. With the sudden attack catching them off guard, and despite Hidden Leaf Village's forces beginning to organize, no one had anticipated that the Puppet Brigade would suddenly shift focus to the medical unit. Chaos erupted as many wounded and ill were slaughtered, with countless medical ninjas falling victim as well. Retreat. Ignoring Denzo's furious, bloodthirsty gaze, Chiyo, satisfied with the devastation, immediately ordered a withdrawal. There was no point in dragging the fight out. While Hidden Leaf Village had taken significant losses, the Sand Village had also suffered. It was wiser to retreat now while Hidden Leaf Village's counterattack was still disorganized. Having breached Hidden Leaf Village's camp, inflicted heavy casualties, and severely crippled the medical unit, Chiyo could barely contain her satisfaction. There was no need to push their luck further. Kill them. Kill them all. Denzo, losing all semblance of composure, roared in fury. His rage was palpable as he led his root ninjas in a relentless pursuit of the retreating sand forces. Despite his treacherous nature, Denzo was no weakling. He had the skills of an elite Jonin. Under his leadership, Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas surged forward with renewed fury, determined to exact vengeance. A fierce pursuit ensued. Denzo's unbridled fury demonstrated just how dangerous a cornered man could be. His hopes of glory dashed, Denzo pursued Chiyo's forces with relentless aggression, inflicting considerable damage on the Sand Village's retreating forces. Forced to respond, Chiyo regrouped her forces to engage Hidden Leaf Village once more. Chiyo. Denzo's eyes burned with hatred as he charged directly at her. The nearby ninjas were stunned by his audacity. Denzo-sama, be careful. One of his subordinates shouted. Protect my sister. Ebizo, seeing the danger, quickly moved to assist Chiyo, leading the Sand Village's Anbu into the fray. A chaotic melee erupted. With Denzo's relentless pursuit, Chiyo found herself forced to continue fighting, despite her original intention to withdraw. The battle intensified, with Denzo fighting with a ferocity that surprised even Chiyo. His wind-style techniques and ruthless swordsmanship tore through her puppets, giving her a hard time. Sister. Ebizo, realizing the danger, joined the battle to support Chiyo, turning the tide against Denzo. What had been a duel was now a 2-on-1 fight, with Denzo struggling to keep up. As the fight wore on, Denzo began to realize the gravity of his situation. He was surrounded, his root ninjas engaged by Sand Village's Anbu, leaving him isolated against Chiyo and Ebizo. His mind raced as he surveyed the battlefield, recognizing the danger of his position. Damn it, I've pushed too far. Realizing he was now deep within enemy lines, surrounded by Sand Village's elite, Denzo's heart sank. The pressure was mounting as the Sand forces closed in, eager to finish him off. Quickly, save Denzo-sama. Kill him. Both sides responded with urgency, Hidden Leaf Village's forces desperately trying to break through to rescue Denzo, while the sand ninjas were eager to strike a crippling blow by eliminating him. Killing Denzo would deliver a severe psychological blow to Hidden Leaf Village. Seeing the opportunity, Chio's earlier restraint vanished. Denzo's own recklessness had led him into their trap, and she was more than willing to finish what he had started. Attack! Under Chio and Debizo's command, the sand ninjas surged forward, encircling Denzo in a deadly assault. On the other side, the root ninjas fought desperately to reach Denzo, ignoring their injuries in a frantic bid to rescue their leader. Seeing the root's desperation, the other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas joined in, charging forward with renewed fervor. In the midst of the chaotic battle, a massive summoned creature appeared, a monstrous being, part elephant, part nightmare. It was Denzo's summoned creature, the Baku. Chio. With the Baku creating a temporary barrier, Denzo seized the opportunity to break free from the encirclement. But the cost was high. One of his eyes had been pierced by a poison needle, the black, foul-smelling blood oozing down his face. His arm was slashed open, barely hanging on after nearly being severed by Chio's puppets. So close. As Denzo escaped their grasp, Chio knew that killing him now would be nearly impossible. Retreat. With a swift motion, Chio ordered her forces to withdraw. There was no point in continuing the fight. The mission had been a resounding success, and the Sand Village could now sit back and reap the rewards. There was no need for greed. Denzo's reckless charge into the enemy's trap had nearly cost him his life. If they could have killed him, it would have been a great victory. But with Denzo slipping away, Chio knew it was time to pull back. Denzo-sama. The root ninjas finally reached Denzo, their faces pale as they saw the extent of his injuries. Medical ninjas, quickly, treat Denzo-sama's wounds. Denzo's severe injuries sent shockwaves through Hidden Leaf Village's ranks, disrupting their formation and causing widespread panic. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas immediately formed a protective circle around their wounded leader, abandoning any thoughts of pursuit. But as they turned to their medics, they realized with horror that the Sand Village's attack had nearly wiped out the camp's medical unit. The few remaining medics were barely qualified, more suited to bandaging wounds than treating serious injuries. Denzo's condition was critical, and time was running out. Send a message to the front lines immediately. The Sand Village has attacked the camp, and Denzo-sama is severely injured. The Sand Village's plan had succeeded. Denzo's blind rage and overzealous pursuit had led him straight into their trap, leaving him critically wounded. On the front lines, Jiraiya lay sprawled on the ground, letting the rain pour over him. He was utterly spent, unable to move even a finger. Whatever happens now, let it happen, he thought, resigned to his fate. He was too exhausted to care. Not far away, Orochimaru clutched his shoulder, panting heavily as he glared at Hanzo, who stood atop his salamander, unyielding and formidable. Their eyes were filled with frustration. Tsunade wasn't faring much better, her chakra and strength nearly depleted. The three of them had been battling Hanzo non-stop since the conflict began, but in the end, they were no match for the legendary leader of the Rain Village. Chapter 125, The War with the Hidden Rain ends. Hanzo proposes peace talks. The title of demigod might have been a bit of an overstatement, but at his peak, Hanzo was undeniably powerful. From a personal standpoint, he had won this battle. After all, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were no match for him. They had lost. But from the perspective of his village, Hanzo had lost. The Hidden Rain simply couldn't match the resources and strength of a village like Hidden Leaf Village. He had defeated Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru and slain many Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, yet the result remained unchanged. The Hidden Rain had lost. And it had lost badly. After the fierce battle, most of his shinobi lay dead, and those who remained were severely wounded. In contrast, Hidden Leaf Village still had a substantial number of ninjas capable of fighting. However, they were too wary of Hanzo's poison to approach and could only watch from a distance. I have won. And yet, I have also lost. Hiruzen has trained 3 exceptional students, Hanzo mused aloud from atop his salamander. His gaze shifted to Orochimaru as he asked, Orochimaru, why didn't you summon Manda for this battle? If Manda had been here, you might have stood a chance at victory. Orochimaru had refrained from summoning Manda throughout the battle, even when his life was in grave danger. Tsunade had summoned Katsu, and Jiraiya had called forth Gamabunta, but against Hanzo, neither summon had made much of a difference. Katsu was useful for healing, but Gamabunta struggled against Hanzo's salamander. The creature's poison even made the toads from Mount Mayabaka hesitate. He. Orochimaru let out a nervous laugh. Manda has chosen a new master. I wouldn't summon him to fight on my behalf anymore. Besides, even with Manda, the outcome would remain the same. Hanzo was too powerful, his presence suffocating. This defeat weighed heavily on Orochimaru, filling him with a sense of helplessness. Whether in taijutsu or kenjutsu, none of them could match Hanzo. Combined with his near-legendary speed, The three of them had been utterly overwhelmed. Should he kill them? If Hanzo wished, it would be easy to finish off Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. They were out of strength, and while there were still plenty of Hidden Lee Village ninjas around, Hanzo didn't see them as a threat. One breath of his salamander's poison would turn them all into corpses. After a moment of consideration, Hanzo lowered his scythe and dismissed his summoning jutsu, sending the salamander away. You three are impressive, but you still need time to grow. Today, I, Hanzo the demigod, grant you the title of the legendary Sannin. What? Orochimaru's smile froze, Jiraiya rolled his eyes, and Tsunade was left speechless. Legendary Sannin? Granted? Is he serious? That's not an honor, it's an insult. Tell Denzo that I will be waiting in the Hidden Rain village for him to send someone to negotiate, Hanzo said, flicking his scythe before leading the surviving rain ninjas away from the battlefield, signaling the end of the war. But for the so-called victors, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, there was no joy to be found. The title of legendary Sannin felt more like a mark of humiliation than an accolade. Tap, tap, tap. Raindrops pattered against the oilcloth, splashing in tiny droplets. Sitting on a tree branch while keeping watch, Takuya lifted his gaze toward the front lines. I wonder if the battle's over. I wonder if the title of Sannin will still stick with Tsunade and the others. With no enemies in sight and no orders to retreat, those who remained could only rest and recover. This left Takuya feeling a bit idle. The Hidden San's movements were somewhat suspicious, but whatever schemes they had weren't Takuya's concern. That was for the village leaders to worry about. Takuya-sama, there's news from the camp. A ninja with an injured left arm excitedly jumped up to the branch, carrying a messenger hawk, completely ignoring the rain soaking his wounded arm. Let's head back first, Takuya replied, taking the small scroll from the hawk's leg before releasing it. News from the camp. Back inside the makeshift shelter, Takuya sat by the fire and relayed the message to the other ninjas who, like him, were idle and waiting. All eyes turned to him as he unrolled the scroll. Huh. He had expected orders to either retreat or hold their position, perhaps with reinforcements and the wounded sent back to safety. But as he read the contents, Takuya was stunned. Could it be that they lost? Seeing Takuya's reaction, the others felt a sinking feeling in their chests. You've got to be kidding me. Takuya muttered, rubbing his face, a strange urge to laugh bubbling up. Denzo, that old schemer, had finally messed up. He had been taken down by Chio, losing an eye and an arm in the process. But the worst part was the severe damage to the camp. The medical unit had been nearly wiped out. This kind of loss would have the third Hokage and others seething. Seeing Takuya's reaction, no one dared to speak. After a tense silence, Nawaki forced a shaky smile and asked, Takuya, please don't tell me we lost the battle. What happened to my sister? Phew. Taking a deep breath, Takuya looked at the scroll again and announced, your sister is fine. The front line secured a victory, and the Hidden Rain has been defeated. Hanzo is requesting peace talks. But what? Nawaki asked, clearly relieved but still on edge. Did something happen to our sensei? Now it was Minato's turn to worry, fearing the worst for Jiraiya. It's just that. Takuya paused, carefully choosing his words. The Hidden Sand pulled a surprise attack, hitting our camp from behind. The camp was breached, and the medical unit was decimated. Most of our medical ninjas were killed, and Denzo was severely injured, losing an eye and an arm. Has karma finally caught up to him? Chio played this move brilliantly. Why couldn't she have just finished the job and taken Denzo out entirely? What a shame. Takuya silently gave Chio a nod of approval in his mind. The only downside was the loss of the medical unit. Losing so many medics would hurt Hidden Lee Village deeply. Training medical ninjas wasn't easy. Everyone else was left in stunned silence. They now understood why Takuya had reacted the way he did earlier. The camp was breached by the Hidden Sand? The medical unit was wiped out? Denzo's now a one-eyed, one-armed man? Holy crap, the Hidden Sand is really pushing their luck. Alright, everyone, pack up. We're heading back to the camp immediately. With the Hidden Sand's sneak attack, the camp had suffered greatly, and now they needed to regroup. Since the Hidden Rain had been defeated, the next step would be negotiations. To prevent any further sneak attacks, they needed to bolster the camp's defenses. Poor Denzo probably thought he had everything under control, just waiting for the war to end and for negotiations to conclude so he could return to the village as a hero, a celebrated figure. But now, that's all gone. Chio's sneak attack had shattered all his plans. At this point, Denzo would be lucky if he wasn't held accountable. If anyone had to take the blame for this disaster, it would be Denzo, the Shadow Hokage. No one else could bear the weight of this failure. Thinking of how Denzo had been so eager to gain glory and become a hero of the village, possibly even aiming to become the fourth Hokage, Takuya couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. He had to admit, Chio's move was incredibly cunning. Chapter 126. They are the true heroes of the village. The war was over, but no one looked particularly pleased, especially not Tsunade, Jiraiya, or Orochimaru. They had ordered the other ninjas to take the wounded and the bodies of their fallen comrades back to the camp, while the three of them remained on the battlefield to recuperate. Now, the three sat inside a cave, silently staring at the fire. They should have been celebrating, but the title of Sannin that Hanzo had so condescendingly bestowed upon them had left a bitter taste in their mouths. What made it worse was that everyone else saw it as an honor. Are we just going to sit here? When are we heading back? I'm done with this miserable rain country weather. Jiraiya finally broke the silence, unable to contain his frustration. What, eager to get back to peeping? Orochimaru shot Jiraiya a sideways glance, which Jiraiya promptly returned. He might fear Tsunade, but he wasn't about to back down to Orochimaru. The two locked eyes, the tension palpable. Lord Orochimaru, urgent message from the camp. Before Tsunade could intervene, an Anbu ninja rushed into the cave, handing a scroll to Orochimaru, who had command over the front lines. Orochimaru responded nonchalantly as he took the scroll and opened it. As he read, his usually stoic face twisted into something more animated. What could have happened in the camp to make even Orochimaru's features contort like that? Curious, Jiraiya leaned in to take a look. Hey! Ignoring Jiraiya, Orochimaru chuckled after finishing the scroll. His earlier frustration seemed to lift. Nothing like seeing Denzo in trouble to brighten your day. Looks like someone's having a really bad day, Orochimaru remarked, handing the scroll to Tsunade, while Jiraiya shot him a dirty look. Couldn't you let me see it first? Would it kill you? Tsunade took the scroll, and as Jiraiya tried to peek over her shoulder, she kicked him, sending him flying into the cave wall. The Anbu ninja present could only sweat nervously, quickly lowering his head and pretending he hadn't seen or heard anything. Damn it! What was that old bastard Denzo doing? How the hell did Chio manage to break through the camp? And the medical unit got wiped out? Tsunade was livid, hurling the scroll to the ground as she cursed out loud. What a rookie mistake. And he expects me to help heal him after that? Jiraiya picked himself up from the ground, rubbing his face as he retrieved the scroll. After reading it, he let out a sigh. This is just. He didn't even know what to say. Tsunade was right, this was an amateur mistake. No matter how careless you were, letting the camp be breached was inexcusable. It was one thing for the camp to be attacked, that was to be expected in a war. But for it to actually be overrun? That was a failure on another level. The camp's defenses might not have been at full strength, but the number of sand ninjas left in the rain country wasn't overwhelming either. The breach in the camp could only be due to two factors. First, a lapse in vigilance. The sensing ninjas must have let their guard down after a long period without any attacks. Second, the defensive forces were too spread out. In most camps, the defensive forces are spread around the perimeter to prevent attacks. But in Hidden Leaf Village's camp, all the guards were clustered around the command center. Was Denzo more afraid of dying than leading? Or was he just paranoid about being dragged off in the middle of the night and buried alive? Orochimaru had pointed this out before, but Denzo hadn't taken it seriously. To Denzo, he was the supreme commander, the one in charge of everything on the front lines. His safety was paramount. If the enemy attacked the camp, surely they would target the command center first. Well, they didn't. Instead, they went straight for the medical unit and wiped it out. The thought of all the medical ninjas, whom the village had painstakingly trained, being killed in one fell swoop had Tsunade seething with rage. Even Jiraiya wanted to curse Denzo out. It was bad enough that the camp had been attacked. But then to chase after the retreating enemy and charge headfirst into their ranks? What was he thinking? And now look at him, nearly killed in an ambush, sacrificing his summoning just to escape, and now he's half crippled. Lost an eye, lost an arm. And he thinks Tsunade's going to come back and heal him? He must be dreaming. He's lucky she doesn't kill him herself. After cursing for a while, Tsunade finally asked, has the message been sent back to the village? What did Denzo say? The Anbu ninja kept his head low, replying respectfully, yes, the message has been sent to the village. Additionally, Lord Denzo has recalled the ninjas stationed outside the camp. He also requests that you, Lady Tsunade, return to the camp as soon as possible. Screw that. Tsunade spat out, echoing Takeya's usual vulgarity, a habit that once would have made her want to smack him. But now, it felt strangely satisfying to say it out loud. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. It was the first time either of them had heard Tsunade curse like that. For a moment, they were stunned into silence, while the Anbu ninja looked utterly bewildered. Thankfully, he quickly collected himself, pretending not to have heard anything. If it had been anyone else cursing like that, he wouldn't have been able to just let it slide. But this was Tsunade, a high-ranking, celebrated figure cursing out another high-ranking figure. He wasn't about to get involved in that. He'd just have to pass on the message to the Hokage, word for word, if asked. Back to the camp. Even though she didn't want to deal with Denzo, Tsunade knew they had to return to the camp. There were too many wounded to ignore. If she didn't save Denzo, she'd at least save the lives of the others. More than Denzo, they were the real heroes of the village. Let's get going. Jiraiya had long since had enough of this hellish place and was eager to leave the rain country behind. Nodding, Orochimaru got up to follow. But as they left the cave, he glanced back, his lips curling into a slight smile before he turned to leave. Phew, that scared me. I thought we were busted. As soon as Orochimaru and the others were gone, 3 small figures emerged from the nearby trees. It was Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan. They were starving, and the smell of something cooking had led them to the cave. Fortunately, there were still some leftovers from the food that had been cooked. Whether it was because of their anger or because Orochimaru had intentionally left it behind, the cave still had some uneaten rations. In their hurry to leave, neither Tsunade, Jiraiya, nor the Anbu had noticed or cared. Orochimaru had seen the 3 kids hiding in the trees but hadn't thought much of it. So, the food was left behind. Smells good, but it's nothing compared to Takuya-sensei's grilled meat. Yeah, I really miss Takuya-sensei's cooking. Conan nodded in agreement with Yahiko as Nagato quietly ate his portion, not saying a word. Even though Takuya hadn't officially accepted them as his students, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato still regarded him as their teacher. After all, he had given them food, given them hope to survive, and a chance to become stronger. And just like that, they narrowly missed their opportunity to become Jiraiya's disciples. 3 little kids, huh? As they walked, Jiraiya suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Orochimaru glanced at him and nodded without saying anything. Jiraiya chuckled. Since when did you get so soft? I remember you used to be pretty ruthless. I'm only ruthless to you, Orochimaru thought as he stared at Jiraiya. Takuya once said that all of this, the war, the suffering, was caused by those who should be held accountable. But children are innocent, Orochimaru finally replied. Chapter 127, The Third Hokage Cancels His Plans. In rage, Orochimaru admitted that Takuya had influenced him in some ways. In the past, he wouldn't have hesitated to kill those 3 kids, thinking it would be a mercy to send them to the next world. After all, if they survived, they'd only face more suffering. Yeah, right. Like I'd believe that, Jiraiya said, flipping Orochimaru off. Orochimaru ignored him and continued walking away. Unfazed, Jiraiya just shrugged it off. Orochimaru had always been that way, cold and unapproachable. Looking back at the cave where the kids were hiding, Jiraiya muttered, "Hang in there, kids. It's not your fault, it's the war's." Meanwhile, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato were still hungrily devouring the food they had found. As he chewed, Yahiko spoke up, "I wonder if we'll ever see Takuya-sensei again. If the war ends, he'll probably go back to Hidden Leaf Village. Let's finish eating and find a place to train. Nagato's already using jutsu, so we can't fall behind," Conan added. Among the 3, Nagato was the most talented. With just a few pointers from Takuya, he had managed to extract chakra and use jutsu in no time, much to the envy of Yahiko and Conan. Unfortunately, they didn't have Nagato's natural talent, so they had to work even harder to catch up. Their paths were already diverging from what was written in the original story. Without Jiraiya's direct guidance and moral teachings, their personalities were slowly but surely taking a different shape. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage's office was still brightly lit. The usual hustle and bustle had been replaced by an eerie silence. Koharu Uchiha and Homura Midokado sat in silence, their expressions grim. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked even worse. Chio's successful raid on their camp felt like a slap in the face, leaving Hiruzen and his advisors stunned. Denzo was too careless, Koharu finally said, breaking the silence. If it had been anyone else, she would have been the first to lash out, calling them useless. But Denzo was a special case. Criticizing him would be like criticizing herself and Homura because it was their influence that had secured Denzo's position as the commander of the front lines. Blaming Denzo would be the same as admitting their own mistake. Turning to Hiruzen, Homura spoke up, "Hiruzen, the most important thing now is to organize a team of medical men and send them to the front lines. There are still many injured waiting for treatment, this can't be delayed." "I know that," Hiruzen replied, his face darkening further as he let out a frustrated sigh. "I've already ordered some of the wounded to be sent back. If all of them are crowded in the camp without proper treatment, it will only lead to more problems as time goes on. But the real issue is..." As he spoke, Hiruzen's frustration reached a boiling point. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising. "Denzo's negligence led to the camp being breached by the Sand Ninjas. And as if that wasn't bad enough, he's so focused on his own glory that he's ignored everything else. Now, the medical unit has been wiped out. Do you realize how difficult it is to train medical nin? We're already stretched thin in the land of rivers, and now we're supposed to pull together a team of medics to send to him? It's bad enough that his carelessness cost us the medical unit, but then he recklessly chased after the enemy, got himself surrounded, and only managed to escape after losing an eye and an arm. What the hell is wrong with you, Denzo? Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru fought tooth and nail to bring down Hidden Rain Village, and now Hanzo is ready to negotiate peace. But here you are, screwing things up on our end. Not only have we suffered heavy losses, but now we've given Hanzo and the other villages something to laugh about. Once word gets out, Hidden Leaf Village is going to be a laughingstock. And Denzo will be the butt of the joke. After a long rant, the third Hokage finally calmed down. Split the wounded into groups and send those with lighter injuries back to the village. We need to figure out a way to send a team of medical nin to assist Tsunade with treating the injured. There was no way he could let Denzo continue to run things on the front lines. Koharu and Hamura had initially planned to have Denzo take charge in the land of rivers as well, and Hiruzen had even considered it. But after this mess, that idea was completely off the table. No way in hell. If you can't even handle the camp in Hidden Rain Village, how do you expect to manage in the land of rivers? The enemies there are even more relentless. Their constant attacks are already giving me a headache. If Denzo goes and makes things worse, we might as well call off the war. Koharu and Hamura could only sigh inwardly as they looked at the third Hokage. Denzo, it's not that we didn't support you, but you screwed up too badly this time. Back at the camp, the walls that had been breached by the Sand Ninja had been repaired, but the scars left by the attack were still visible. Inside one of the newly assigned tents, Nawaki let out a long sigh. I thought we'd get treatment as soon as we got back to camp, but... well, guess not. Looking at the almost empty medical unit, Nawaki felt a pang of regret. He used to help out the medics whenever he could, but now there were only a few left, barely able to change bandages and clean wounds. As for actual treatment? Forget about it. Even Denzo, the commander, was gritting his teeth and bearing the pain. Unless Tsunade returned or Hidden Leaf Village sent a new batch of medics, the injured would just have to tough it out. Oh, quit whining. There are guys here missing arms and legs, and they're not complaining. You've just got some cuts and bruises, what's there to be so down about? Minato almost lost his future happiness, and he's not moping around like you. At that, Takuya couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yagami Takuya. Minato glared at him, gritting his teeth, while Takuya waved it off, wiping away tears of laughter. Sorry, couldn't help it. Nawaki chuckled too. Compared to Minato, his own situation didn't seem so bad. A hurt arm was nothing, Minato had nearly lost something far more precious. Ha. That's too funny, Nawaki said, bursting out in laughter himself. But his laughter was cut short when Minato smacked his injured arm, making him wince in pain. You're evil. It was just a joke, did you really have to hit me where I'm hurt? Takuya, after a while, once the laughter had died down, Nawaki suddenly spoke up. When all this is over and we're back in the village, will you train with me? I want to work on my taijutsu and kenjutsu. The more time Nawaki spent with Takuya and Minato, the more he realized his own shortcomings. He wanted to get stronger. As long as you don't mind getting beat up, you're welcome to join us, Takuya shrugged. Another punching bag wouldn't hurt. I've been beating up Minato for years now, might be nice to have a change. Minato shot Nawaki a sympathetic look. Yagami Takuya. Just as they were talking, Takuya was thinking about what to make for dinner when an Anbu ninja appeared. What's up? This is a mission from Lord Denzo, assigned to your squad. Prepare to depart in 2 hours. Handing Takuya a mission scroll, the Anbu ninja then left the tent. Chapter 128, Minato, there's an art to getting free meals, what the heck? Nawaki let out a groan of frustration. They had just gotten back to camp, barely had time to sit down, and now they were being assigned another mission. Was there really no other team available to handle this? Damn you, Denzo. After spending so much time with Takuya, Nawaki's opinion of Denzo had become entirely negative. Getting slapped with a mission right after returning to camp was just plain unfair. Takuya didn't bother complaining. Instead, he opened the mission scroll and, after a quick glance, a smirk spread across his face. He kicked Nawaki lightly. Quit whining. It's actually good news. Our mission is to escort a group of injured shinobi back to the village, and then we get to stay there and rest. With shinobi returning from various fronts, the camp was overloaded with medical cases. This meant that Denzo had no choice but to assign some teams to escort the less severely injured back to Hidden Leaf Village. This would help ease the burden on the camp and prevent too many wounded from gathering in one place, which could lead to negative morale. So, Takuya's team had been given an escort mission. Given how Takuya had proven himself on the battlefield, Denzo naturally wouldn't overlook him for this crucial task. Escorting injured shinobi was no small responsibility. If they were ambushed, the entire mission could end in disaster. The camp had already been breached, the medical unit decimated, and Denzo himself had been seriously injured. His reputation was hanging by a thread. If even the wounded didn't make it back safely, Denzo might as well kiss his position in Hidden Leaf Village goodbye. That's awesome. 1 second Nawaki had been complaining, the next he was practically bouncing with excitement, wiggling his hips in a way that made Minato want to kick him. It looked ridiculous. The thought of returning to Hidden Leaf Village for some well-deserved rest lifted everyone's spirits. They quickly gathered their things and set off with the injured. Several other squads were also tasked with escorting wounded shinobi back to the village. The goal was to get them proper medical care. Those too severely injured to travel would have to wait for Tsunade to return or for reinforcements from Hidden Leaf Village. Those who could walk did so, while others were loaded onto carts. The long procession made its way from the camp toward Hidden Leaf Village. To guard against potential ambushes, Takuya, Minato, and Nawaki took turns scouting the area, even if it was just for show. I wonder how long the war with the Sand Village is going to drag on, Nawaki mused. It won't end anytime soon, Takuya replied, patting Nawaki on the shoulder. But that's not our concern right now. Our job is to get these injured shinobi back to the village safely, complete the mission, and then take some time to recover ourselves. I've had enough of this constant rain and gloomy weather in the land of rain. Just seeing clouds makes my head hurt. Tell me about it, Nawaki agreed, nodding enthusiastically. The harsh weather of the land of rain was unbearable for most, especially for shinobi from Hidden Leaf Village. The peaceful, sunny climate of the land of fire was much more preferable. Because of the injured, their pace was slow, but once they crossed into the land of fire, they were able to speed up considerably. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any attacks from the sand shinobi, much to everyone's relief. Takuya wasn't too worried. If any enemies showed up, his companion Snowy would alert him immediately. Once they were back in familiar territory, Snowy emerged from hiding and lazily draped himself over Takuya's shoulder, basking in the sunlight. Even a tailed beast like Snowy found the constant rain of the land of rain unbearable. After 7 days of travel, they finally arrived back in Hidden Leaf Village. As soon as they got there, Takuya tossed the mission scroll to Minato. Why is it always me? Minato protested. Because you're the diplomat of our team, Nawaki said with a smirk. Minato's eyes gleamed with mischief as he grabbed Nawaki's hand. Then you're coming with me. Otherwise, you're staying here with me. Let go. No way. I said let go, or I'll jab you in the ribs. Then I'll twist your arm. Bring it on. Takuya rolled his eyes at their antics and walked off, leaving them to their bickering. He was too eager to get home, change into clean clothes, take a long bath, and enjoy a good meal. The ordeal was finally over. Aside from special missions, he wouldn't have to return to the land of rain anytime soon, which was a relief. He was sick of that hellhole. In the end, Nawaki caved in, knowing better than to poke at Minato's sore spot. He didn't want to find out just how far Minato was willing to go to defend himself. Meanwhile, back at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage took one look at Minato and Nawaki walking in together and knew Takuya had already bolted. He was probably already at home, enjoying a drink and relaxing in the bath. Thank you for your hard work, Hiruzen said with a smile, signing off on their mission. With another stroke of his pen, Takuya's team had earned another battle commendation. Since their mission involved escorting wounded shinobi from the battlefield, it still counted as part of the war effort. And battle commendations were worth far more than regular mission points. Just as the third Hokage had guessed, Takuya had indeed just finished his bath and was now enjoying a cold drink he had pulled from the fridge. The drink, of course, had been prepared by Kushina and Mikoto, his favorite orange juice. As for the bath, Takuya would have liked to take one, but his house didn't have a bathtub. After completing their mission, Minato dragged Nawaki to the market. What are we doing here? Nawaki asked. All I want is a bath and some food. You don't get it, Minato said, flashing a mischievous grin that seemed out of character for him. He lowered his voice. If we just show up, Takuya will probably suggest we go out for ramen or barbecue. Do you really want ramen or barbecue? No, Nawaki quickly shook his head. After eating either dry rations or barbecue on the battlefield, he was sick of both. He didn't want to see either of them for a long time. He craved something different. Exactly. That's why we're buying groceries. That way, Takuya has no choice but to cook for us. There's an art to getting free meals, pay attention. After years of tagging along with Takuya, Minato had become quite adept at securing a good meal. When Minato and Nawaki returned with bags of fresh vegetables, Takuya could only sigh. He had been planning to suggest ramen because he was too tired to cook, but Minato had effectively blocked that option. Looking at the fresh produce they had brought, Takuya knew he couldn't get out of cooking now. After dinner, the three of them headed to a hot springs inn for a soak. Ever since Takuya's prank, business at the hot springs had taken a hit. Many owners had received funding from the village to build enclosed hot springs, turning them into indoor baths. After all, the telescope jutsu couldn't see through walls. With rumors about the technique spreading, how many girls would feel comfortable bathing in an open-air hot spring? If anyone still did, it was almost like they were inviting someone to peek. When Takuya returned to Hidden Leaf Village, Kushina and Mikoto were thrilled. Kushina even took Takuya to meet some of her clansmen. Seeing a group of redheads left Takuya a bit confused. When did Hidden Leaf Village get so many Uzumaki? Weren't there just Kushina and Nami? Chapter 129, You Beast. Even little kids aren't safe around you. 7 or 8 Uzumaki, seriously? Takuya was taken aback. If they really worked at it, the Uzumaki clan might have a shot at rebuilding. Mixed bloodlines were inevitable, but that was better than letting the Uzumaki bloodline disappear altogether. Kushina, do you think there's a chance for the Uzumaki clan to recover? Lord Third said that Denzo-sama rescued these clan members from Hidden Grass Village, Kushina explained. Despite her dislike for Denzo, she sincerely addressed him as Denzo-sama out of respect for saving so many of her clan members. However, there was no way Kushina's opinion of him would change. So that's why I've been seeing more Uzumaki around Hidden Leaf Village lately, Takuya said, suddenly understanding the situation. Looks like Denzo was pressured by Hidden Stones Village into sending them to Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Stones Village? Kushina's large, bright eyes widened at the revelation. She had assumed Denzo acted out of goodwill, but apparently, that wasn't the case. Takuya chuckled and ruffled Kushina's soft red hair. During a mission in Hidden Grass Village, we ran into Nami and her late parents. There were other Uzumaki being held by Hidden Grass Village too, Takuya explained. Hidden Stones Village caught wind of this and sent people to investigate. Denzo didn't want the Uzumaki bloodline falling into their hands, so he brought them to Hidden Leaf Village. Kushina blinked, slowly processing the information. So, it wasn't out of the kindness of his heart. Not at all, Takuya replied, smiling as he spread his hands. Denzo just didn't want any other village solving their Jinchuriki issues. It's all about keeping Hidden Leaf Village's position secure. Kushina frowned, realizing how naive she had been. I guess I was wrong to be grateful to him, huh? Takuya shrugged. It's not about kindness or morality. Denzo was only thinking about Hidden Leaf Village's stability. Besides, this way, he keeps you loyal to Hidden Leaf Village and stops Hidden Stones Village from getting their hands on any Uzumaki. It's a win-win for him. Kushina sighed, but a smile soon returned to her face. Well, even if it wasn't for the right reasons, at least the result is good. The Uzumaki clan has a chance to grow again, even if our bloodlines have to be mixed. There weren't many Uzumaki left, and rebuilding would mean intermarriage with other clans. In the world of shinobi, clans often had to make sacrifices to ensure their survival. Even the Hyuga clan, with its strict purity rules, wasn't immune to such realities. This is the best we can do, Kushina said with another sigh. As long as the Uzumaki bloodline continues, we'll have to accept that some things will change. As she spoke, Kushina noticed that Takuya's attention had drifted. She followed his gaze and spotted a little red-haired girl running circles around Minato. The young shinobi was clearly flustered, while Nami stood nearby, wearing a wry smile. Looks like that kid really likes Minato, Takuya said, chuckling. Kushina's eyes lit up. If Miko grows up and marries Minato, that wouldn't be too bad. Minato's got that warm, sunny look. Their kids would be adorable. Takuya nearly choked, staring at Kushina in disbelief. Are you serious? What? What did I say? Kushina looked genuinely confused. Miko seemed to adore Minato from the moment they met, and who wouldn't be drawn to someone as bright as him? She could already hear the little girl sweetly calling him Big Brother Minato, much to Nawaki's annoyance. Why should Minato get all the attention while he was ignored? Nothing, Takuya said, patting his chest and giving Kushina a thumbs up. Great idea. Kushina wasn't entirely sure if Takuya was being sincere or mocking her, but she let it go. You beast. Nawaki accused Minato as they left the Uzumaki clan's temporary quarters. What did I do? Minato asked, exasperated. You don't even spare little kids. Minato rolled his eyes. You're the only one who would think that, Nawaki. Seriously, Minato muttered, giving Nawaki a middle finger. The idea of grooming a girl from childhood to be a future bride was absurd to him. His focus now was solely on mastering the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Any fleeting romantic thoughts he might have had were long gone. Though the Uzumaki clan's numbers were dwindling, the third Hokage had still officially recognized them and set aside land for them within the village. Even though the area was a bit remote, it was more than enough for them. After being brought to Hidden Leaf Village and realizing they couldn't leave, the survivors were content to settle down. After all they had been through, they were tired of running. All they wanted now was a peaceful life. "I've got a surprise for you guys," Nawaki said with a sly grin after they left the Uzumaki's new home. He led Takuya and Minato to the Senju clan's ancestral home. There, he dug out a bottle of sake from an old house and grinned. "This is some of my great-uncle's finest sake. I hid it here so Tsunade wouldn't drink it all. Today, it's on me." Nawaki, we're not even old enough to drink," Minato pointed out, clearly uncomfortable. "Please," Nawaki scoffed. "My sister and my sensei were sneaking sips when they were our age. You're being way too uptight." "I'll give it a try," Takuya said, more out of curiosity than anything else. He wasn't much of a drinker, he didn't enjoy the splitting headaches that followed. But it was hard to resist when presented with something special. Nawaki rummaged through some old cupboards and found a few cups. Minato, though reluctant, was eventually dragged into the impromptu drinking session. "Why doesn't anyone like me?" Nawaki suddenly wailed after a single cup. "Am I really that ugly? Even my sister can't stand me." Takuya watched in exasperation as Nawaki started to spiral. Just one drink and he was already a mess. Chapter 130, Nawaki gets drunk and causes a scene in front of the third Hokage. Minato, who had also had a bit to drink, felt his face flush, but he was still mostly in control of himself. He tried to calm Nawaki down, saying, "It's not about your looks. You just haven't met the right girl yet. Trust me, it'll happen." "This is why I said we shouldn't drink," Minato thought. "Now look what's happening, Nawaki's losing it." "Bullshit!" Nawaki suddenly shouted, grabbing Minato by the collar. "If I had a face like yours, or a cool look like the silver-haired devil, you think I wouldn't have girls flocking around me?" "Takuya." "Minato." "What now?" Minato thought, feeling a bit dizzy and really just wanting to sleep. Minato shot a pleading look at Takuya, who simply tossed him a rope and said, "Tie him up and hang him from a tree. He'll sober up eventually. I'll take care of this booze." Patting Minato on the shoulder, Takuya quickly ditched the scene, taking the half-finished bottle of sake with him. "Damn it!" Minato cursed as Takuya vanished. "Minato, you liked Kushina, didn't you? I could tell. Too bad she wasn't into you," Nawaki slurred, his words stabbing right at Minato's pride. That was years ago, Minato thought, feeling the sting. "Do you really have to bring that up?" Nawaki's words hit a nerve, and Minato's eyes narrowed. He suddenly felt a lot less sympathetic toward his drunken friend. Maybe Takuya's right, Minato thought. A little time hanging from a tree might teach Nawaki to keep his mouth shut. With a determined grin, Minato quickly and efficiently tied Nawaki's hands and hoisted him up into the air. After making sure the knots were secure, Minato rubbed his aching head and headed home, leaving Nawaki to dangle until he sobered up. And so, Nawaki's first experience with drinking ended with him hanging from a tree in the Senju compound. "Let me down. Somebody let me down," Nawaki yelled, swaying in the breeze. The cold wind on his face finally made him realize that he was about to throw up, and he started shouting for help. On patrol nearby, a couple of Anbu operatives heard the commotion. Tracing the source of the noise to the Senju compound, they were greeted by the sight of Nawaki hanging from a tree, still clearly drunk. "What should we do?" one of them asked. "Let's get him down and take him to the Hokage. Let him handle this mess," the other replied. Dealing with an ordinary citizen, they might have given them a lesson they wouldn't forget, but Nawaki was no ordinary citizen. As the grandson of the first Hokage and Tsunade's little brother, he was too important to handle roughly. Better to let the Hokage deal with it. So they untied Nawaki and carried him, still swaying and unsteady, to the Hokage's office. "What happened here?" the third Hokage asked, raising an eyebrow as the Anbu operatives dragged Nawaki into his office. He was in the middle of trying to figure out how to scrape together another team of medical men for the front lines when they interrupted him. Nawaki, reeking of alcohol and barely able to stand, was the last thing Hiruzen expected to see. "He's drunk," Hiruzen realized immediately, recognizing the signs. "Lord Hokage," one of the Anbu operatives said, stepping forward with a bow. "We were on patrol when we heard shouting coming from the Senju compound. When we arrived, we found this kid tied up in a tree, completely hammered. So we brought him here." "This is ridiculous," the third Hokage muttered, though there was a hint of a smile on his face. Nawaki was only 13, hardly old enough to be drinking. But then again, Hiruzen recalled that Tsunade and her friends had been sneaking sips long before they graduated from the academy. Compared to them, Nawaki was pretty tame. "Was he alone?" Hiruzen asked. "Yes, Lord Hokage," the Anbu operative confirmed. Hiruzen sighed, guessing that Nawaki's drinking buddies had left him hanging, quite literally. "Take him home." I'll let Tsunoda handle him when she gets back. She'll know how to deal with him." Just as the Anbu operatives were about to haul Nawaki out, he suddenly lifted his head and stared at Hiruzen with bleary eyes. "I know you. You're the monkey." Hiruzen almost choked on his pipe, the ember flaring dangerously as he inhaled sharply. The Anbu operatives froze, staring in disbelief. The nickname Monkey was one only a few of Hiruzen's late peers had ever dared to use, and even then, it had been years since anyone had said it out loud. "You little brat," Hiruzen muttered under his breath, not sure whether to laugh or rage. But Nawaki wasn't finished. "My sister says you're a dirty old man, just like Jiraiya. Always trying to peek at her when she's in the bath. Get him out of here, and tie him back up." Hiruzen snapped, slamming his hand on his desk. The veins in his forehead throbbed with anger. This had gone from funny to dangerous. If word of this got out, Hiruzen's reputation could be ruined. Being a bit of a pervert was one thing, but being accused of peeping on one's own students was something else entirely. He could already imagine his wife's reaction, not to mention the potential fallout with the daimyo. The Anbu operatives, wide-eyed and pale, quickly covered Nawaki's mouth and dragged him out of the office. They were already regretting bringing him here. And so, Nawaki found himself back up on the tree, but this time with a dirty sock stuffed in his mouth to keep him from spouting any more dangerous accusations. That night, Takuya slept soundly, thanks to the alcohol. Minato, too, was out like a light after his long day. He didn't even make it to his bed, passing out on the floor as soon as he got home. Nawaki, however, woke up in the middle of the night, shivering from the cold. With a groan, he freed himself from the ropes and stumbled back to his room in the Senju compound. The next morning, he awoke with a splitting headache and sore wrists where the ropes had dug in. "Damn it," he muttered, rubbing the red marks. "It must have been Takuya and Minato who tied me up." As he slowly pieced together the events of the previous night, Nawaki's face paled. "Oh no. Sis is going to kill me," he whispered, dread washing over him. Chapter 131, Why Am I the Only One Left Holding the Bag? At that moment, Nawaki felt like the world was coming to an end. He had called the third Hokage a monkey right to his face in the Hokage's office, and if that wasn't bad enough, he had also implied that the third Hokage was a peeping Tom who wanted to spy on Tsunoda while she bathed. This is it, Nawaki thought, I'm done for. The Hokage is definitely going to blow his top. As for the accusation of peeping, well, that wasn't entirely out of nowhere. After all, it wasn't unheard of for such things to happen, though it had mostly been Jiraiya causing trouble. That time, Jiraiya had actually gone and tattled to Tsunoda when he caught wind of it, thinking, I can get away with it, but you, old man? No way. The result? Jiraiya got a double beating from both Tsunoda and the third Hokage. I'm so dead, Nawaki groaned, burying his face in his pillow. He felt like the whole world was against him. Lord Hokage requests your presence. Before Nawaki could wallow in self-pity for too long, an Anbu operative knocked on his door and escorted him to the Hokage's office, where his fate awaited him. Are you sober now? The third Hokage asked, his face darkened with irritation as he stared down at Nawaki, who was trying his best to look anywhere but at the Hokage. Yes, sir, Nawaki muttered, not daring to make eye contact. What were you thinking, drinking yourself into a stupor and getting strung up like some delinquent? Hiruzen scolded. Do you have any idea how irresponsible that was? Nawaki hung his head even lower, feeling about 2 inches tall. I got drunk and started saying stupid things, so they tied me up, he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. He wasn't sure whether to be more upset that Nawaki had been so reckless, or at the thought that the Anbu had brought this whole mess to his attention in the first place. If they'd just left him alone to sober up, none of this would have happened, Hiruzen mused. But instead, here they were. The idea that rumors might spread about him being some sort of pervert was enough to make his blood boil. Whether it's true or not, once something like that gets out, it sticks. From now on, you're not allowed to drink until you're of age, Hiruzen commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. And for the record, I have never done anything so disgraceful. Nawaki's head jerked up. But Jiraiya said, that bastard. Hiruzen thought, practically seeing red. If Jiraiya had been in the room, Hiruzen might have throttled him on the spot. It was him all along. I won't say anything like that again. Nawaki promised, raising a hand as if taking an oath. I'll be good from now on, I swear. Get out of here before I change my mind, Hiruzen growled, giving Nawaki a swift kick that sent him stumbling out the door. Once Nawaki was gone, the third Hokage sat back down, muttering to himself, Jiraiya. You're in for it when you get back. Meanwhile, back in the rain country, Jiraiya had just returned to camp when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His hand instinctively went to the back of his neck, rubbing it as he looked around suspiciously. Orochimaru, did you do something to me? Orochimaru glanced at him, unimpressed. What are you blathering about? If it wasn't you, then why do I feel like something terrible's about to happen? Jiraiya pressed, refusing to let it go. Because you've done a lot of shady things, that's why, a voice cut in as Tsunade entered the tent, fixing Jiraiya with a glare that could freeze water. Jiraiya chuckled nervously and quickly sat down, deciding it was best not to push his luck. Stretching her arms over her head, Tsunade sighed. Denzo's in pretty bad shape, so it looks like we're going to be the ones handling the negotiations. Any volunteers? Denzo's injuries were worse than she had expected. The poison had spread from his ruined eye to his brain, causing complications even Tsunade found difficult to treat. Extracting the poison would be a slow, painstaking process, requiring multiple treatments. With Denzo out of commission, the third Hokage had decided that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru would represent Hidden Lee Village in the negotiations with Hanzo. I'm not going, Jiraiya declared the moment Tsunade finished speaking, jumping to his feet. I'm exhausted. All I want is to rest up and head back to the village for some R&R. You two can handle this. Tsunade knew exactly what Jiraiya was thinking. You can forget about peeping, she said flatly. Thanks to your little stunt with the telescope jutsu, all the girls in the village are too paranoid to bathe outdoors. The bathhouses and hot springs have all been remodeled to have indoor pools. Jiraiya froze, his eyes widening in horror. What? His entire body went slack, and his mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. Why? Why would they do that? Because of certain perverts who can't keep their eyes to themselves. Tsunade snapped, delivering a swift kick to Jiraiya's side that sent him crashing into a heap. The sight of him, utterly crestfallen, only made her want to hit him again. Fine, she said, turning to Orochimaru. What about you? Are you up for it? Orochimaru shrugged, crossing his arms. I'm not interested. I just want to go back to the village and rest. Tsunade's patience snapped. You've got to be kidding me. It's supposed to be a 3-person mission, but now you're both bailing? Orochimaru closed his eyes, clearly done with the conversation. His disdain for the legendary 3-ninja title that Hanzo had given them still lingered, making him unwilling to face the man again anytime soon. Besides, he was truly exhausted. The combination of distrust from the third Hokage and Denzo's reckless behavior had taken a toll on him. He also wanted to return to the village to focus on training Nawaki, whom he had grown quite fond of. He felt guilty for neglecting Nawaki's training and wanted to make up for lost time. Seeing that Orochimaru wasn't going to budge, Tsunade sighed in frustration. Great, now it's just me. Fine, I'll go alone. Tsunade huffed, storming out of the tent. She was so angry that she stomped her foot down, causing the ground to crack and form a spiderweb of deep fissures beneath her. As the ground shook and the tent collapsed, Orochimaru calmly stepped outside, while Jiraiya was left buried under the wreckage, groaning in pain. Going to meet Hanzo alone. Tsunade thought as she cooled down, treating some wounded in the newly constructed medical tent. She hated the idea of facing Hanzo alone, but it seemed like she had no other choice. Chapter 132, Do I really have to handle the negotiations myself as Hokage? Forget it, I'll just check with the old man first, Tsunade said with a sigh of frustration. With no other choice, Tsunade had the intelligence department send a message back to the village, informing the third Hokage that neither Orochimaru nor Jiraiya wanted to be involved in the negotiations. She wanted to see if he'd send someone else to negotiate with Hanzo. Maybe someone like Koharu Yutain or Hamura Minakato. Those two loved to act like elders and seemed perfect for the job. Whether or not they'd anger Hanzo and get themselves killed wasn't something Tsunade needed to worry about. The camp was overflowing with injured, and Tsunade was already running herself ragged. She didn't have the time or energy to think about negotiations. The intelligence department immediately used a messenger bird to send the news back to Hidden Lee Village. The third Hokage wasted no time summoning Koharu and Hamura to discuss the situation. Tsunade said the camp is overwhelmed with injured shinobi, and she's too busy to go to the Hidden Rain Village for negotiations with Hanzo, he explained. The medical division has suffered heavy losses. Tsunade's got a lot on her plate, Koharu nodded in agreement, not realizing the bigger issue. Well then, leave it to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. As long as Denzo hasn't recovered, we'll need to rely on them for negotiations. After all, they're your students, and their status and strength are more than enough to represent the village. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, together, they had the power and authority to lead the negotiations. Ideally, Denzo would have handled it since he was the commanding officer at the front lines. But with Denzo out of commission for at least a month, neither Hanzo nor Hidden Lee Village could afford to wait that long. So the negotiating team had to change. Hamura nodded in agreement. Koharu's right, Hiruzen. If Tsunade is too busy, then send Jiraiya and Orochimaru. It's time they shouldered more of the pressure and responsibility. That's part of their duty. The third Hokage glanced at his two old friends, then put down his pipe and rubbed his face. But Jiraiya doesn't want to go. He said he's tired and wants to come back to the village to rest. He claims negotiations aren't his thing. What? Koharu and Hamura exchanged confused looks. Jiraiya didn't want to go? What's gotten into him? Is his old reckless behavior acting up again? Everyone knew Jiraiya had a habit of doing ridiculous things and not always acting responsibly. But for him to drop the ball now, at such a crucial moment? Forget it. If Jiraiya didn't want to go, then fine. Then Orochimaru can handle it, they both agreed. Tsunade was busy, Jiraiya was out, so that left only Orochimaru. And to be fair, Orochimaru was still a solid choice. Orochimaru said he's exhausted and wants to return to the village too, the third Hokage added, looking exasperated. After saying that, even the third Hokage was at a loss for words. His 3 students, each one of them didn't want to deal with this mess. Tsunade was genuinely too busy. Jiraiya didn't want to go, and Orochimaru was avoiding Hanzo altogether, thanks to the whole legendary Sannin title situation. The last thing Orochimaru wanted was to face Hanzo and negotiate. This is ridiculous. Koharu fumed after a few moments of silence. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her face turning red with anger. Hiruzen, are you really going to let them walk all over you like this? Adjusting his hat, the third Hokage calmly responded to her outburst. That's why Tsunade suggested that one of you two should go and represent Hidden Lee Village in the negotiations with Hanzo. The third Hokage's gaze shifted between Koharu and Hamura. Hamura pointed to himself with a strained smile. Hiruzen, I don't have the time. The logistics division is under immense pressure. The front lines in the land of rivers are heating up, and a camp in the land of rain needs a steady supply of resources. And with the rising costs of goods, the logistics team is busier than ever. I can't leave right now. Hamura's argument wasn't unreasonable. He wasn't trying to get out of it, he was genuinely swamped. The weight of responsibilities on his shoulders was enough to drive anyone mad. Where would he find the time to leave for negotiations? How about Koharu goes then? Hamura suggested. You've got to be kidding me. Koharu snapped back. The logistics division is under pressure? What about the medical division? Do you think we're not facing the same struggles? We've lost a lot of medical nin, and both the village and the front lines need medical support. We are also running low on medical supplies, and it's my responsibility to oversee their allocation. What am I supposed to do? Send a clone to handle everything? Frustrated, Koharu stormed over to Hamura, practically jabbing a finger in his face. Hamura chuckled awkwardly, raising his hands in surrender. Alright. I give up. I can't argue with you. Neither of them was available. So, what now? Was the Hokage himself supposed to handle this? The third Hokage chewed on his pipe, visibly irritated. He puffed a few more times, filling the Hokage's office with thick smoke. Normally, Koharu would have told him to cut back on the smoking, but today she kept quiet. She knew the third Hokage was in no mood to be lectured. After a few more puffs, he seemed to calm down. Have the reinforcements of medical nin arrived at the front lines yet? He asked after a long pause. They got there this morning, Koharu answered. Alright then. The third Hokage put down his pipe and turned to one of the Anbu. Send a message to Tsunade. Tell her that she's in charge of the negotiations. She can choose whomever she needs. I'm counting on her to handle this. With the reinforcements in place, Tsunade should have some breathing room. That meant the negotiation responsibility could be passed on to her. Jiraiya was stubborn. Once he decided not to do something, that was the end of it. Orochimaru wasn't any better. If he didn't want to go, he wouldn't even entertain the conversation. Tsunade, however, had a stronger sense of duty. The third Hokage had no choice but to push this onto her. Meanwhile, in another part of the village. You two. Nawaki gritted his teeth, glaring at Takeya and Minato. Do you have any idea how embarrassing this is for me? Why did you tie me up and hang me from a tree? The more Nawaki spoke, the more upset he became. Though he didn't mention the part where he had lied to the third Hokage, even the rest of the story was enough to make Takeya and Minato laugh until their stomachs hurt. Ha 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 ha. Takeya was rolling on the couch, while Minato had collapsed to the floor, clutching his sides. And you're still laughing? Nawaki fumed. No. Takeya said between fits of laughter, wiping the tears from his eyes. You were the one who told us to drink with you. You got drunk and started acting crazy. What were we supposed to do? Tie you up and sit around while you went nuts? But why did you have to hang me from a tree? Nawaki shouted, his face turning red with embarrassment. Just then, Mikoto Uchiha and Kushina Uzumaki walked in, having returned from shopping. The door wasn't closed, so they let themselves in. "What's going on here?" Mikoto asked, noticing Takuya and Minato's loud laughter. "These two idiots tied me to a tree last night, and I ended up getting caught by the Anbu. They dragged me to the Hokage's office, where I made a complete fool of myself," Nawaki complained. He was mortified. The sheer humiliation of the whole situation made him want to disappear. And that wasn't even the worst part. Nawaki had left out the fact that he'd called the third Hokage a pervert and accused him of trying to spy on Tsunade while she bathed. If Tsunade found out about that, Nawaki would be in serious trouble. Just thinking about Tsunade's fists, the ones that could shatter bones with a single punch, filled Nawaki with dread. "You were drinking?" Kushina asked, looking shocked. "And acting crazy?" Mikoto added, equally stunned. Takuya sighed, rolling his eyes. "All right, you three," Kushina scolded. "You're not even of age, and here you are drinking. Especially you, Nawaki. Not only were you drinking, but you dragged Takuya and Minato into it as well. When Tsunade gets back, I'm telling her everything." Chapter 133, The battlefield changes in an instant. How could you be prepared? "You guys aren't even old enough to drink." Mikoto Uchiha's gentle demeanor vanished, her face stern as she scolded Nawaki. I'm not here," Minato thought, trying to hide behind the couch, hoping that the anger of Kushina and Mikoto would be directed at Nawaki and Takuya instead of him. But of course, Nawaki wasn't having it. "Minato, what are you hiding for? You drank plenty last night too," he said, throwing Minato under the bus. "You're not getting out of this that easily." "Seriously, dude?" Minato thought, cursing under his breath. "You just had to drag me into this, didn't you?" Under the deadly glares of Kushina and Mikoto, Minato slowly raised his hand. "It was Takuya who convinced me to drink." Takuya's smile froze. "You traitor. Alright, so what? What's the big deal?" "Next time, we'll just invite you two to join us," Takuya said, rolling his eyes and smacking the table. He couldn't stand the judgmental stares from the girls anymore. "I'm not just gonna sit here and take it." Kushina and Mikoto were caught off guard, speechless for a moment. It seemed like he had a point. Drinking a bit wasn't that big of a deal. Plus, Takuya promised to bring them along next time. Drinking with Takuya could actually be fun. Kushina's eyes sparkled with interest, and Mikoto raised an eyebrow, pondering the idea. "Alright, it's settled then," Kushina smiled. Yeah, don't worry about it," Takuya waved it off. "We'll go make lunch," Mikoto said, smiling as she dragged Kushina into the kitchen. Nawaki and Minato stood there, mouths hanging open. "Wait. What? Did that really just happen?" The two of them stared in disbelief as Kushina and Mikoto, who had been so angry just a second ago, happily went off to make lunch. They then glanced at Takuya, who was lounging on the couch like a king. "This doesn't make any sense," Nawaki thought, feeling frustrated. "They were so strict with us, but when Takuya talked back, they just gave up and even agreed to drink with him next time." Minato could only chuckle, while Nawaki's mind started racing with ideas. "So, talking back confidently makes girls listen to you? Maybe I should try that." After making plans to drink together next time, the whole ordeal was smoothed over. Sometimes, dealing with problems doesn't require a perfect solution. You just need to drag everyone else down with you, and things tend to work themselves out. After lunch, Takuya and Minato took Nawaki down to the riverbank where they usually trained. Meanwhile, Kushina and Mikoto went out shopping. With her good mood, Kushina had the itch to spend some money, and she pulled Mikoto along to help her pick out some clothes and carry the bags. "Nawaki, have you really thought this through?" Takuya asked as they stood by the river. "Whether it's taijutsu or kenjutsu, you'll need a ton of practice and real fights to get better." Nawaki had decent talent for ninjutsu, so Takuya wasn't sure why he wanted to shift his focus to physical techniques. But since Nawaki insisted, Takuya was willing to go along with it. "Come on, man, I've been injured in real combat before. Bring it on," Nawaki said, striking a cocky pose with his hands on his hips. Minato, who was sitting nearby reading a scroll, rolled his eyes. This guy's about to get wrecked. And sure enough, a split second later, Takuya's fist was flying straight at Nawaki's face. Nawaki's instincts kicked in, and every hair on his body stood on end. His brain screamed, "You can dodge this." But his body just couldn't keep up. Wham! With a loud crash, Nawaki was sent flying into a tree, leaving a huge dent in the trunk. Leaves shook loose and fluttered down around him. Takuya, still holding his punching stance, sighed. "You idiot. On a battlefield, that cocky stance of yours would get you killed 10 times over." "Ow!" Nawaki groaned, holding his face. He barely had time to stand up before Takuya's leg whipped around, sending him flying again. Like a kicked soccer ball, Nawaki rolled across the ground for several meters before finally coming to a stop. "Wait, I wasn't ready," he yelled, spitting out dirt. "Too late," Takuya replied, not cutting him any slack. "The moment we got here, the fight began." Takuya wasn't going to hold back just because Nawaki wasn't ready. On the battlefield, enemies don't wait for you to prepare. Battles can erupt at any moment, and even a 1-second delay can be the difference between life and death. While Tsunade and Orochimaru might coddle Nawaki and give him time to grow, Takuya wouldn't. If Nawaki didn't have time to prepare, then he'd have to learn to adapt through experience. After all, that's how Takuya and Minato had done it, getting stronger by constantly fighting. Though, to be fair, Minato usually ended up being on the receiving end of the beatings. "Ah, damn it." Nawaki groaned, spitting out blood as Takuya's figure appeared like a ghost, sending him flying once again. Takuya glanced at the tooth Nawaki had lost on impact. That can probably be reattached at the hospital. Poor guy. Sparring with Takuya to train taijutsu and kenjutsu was a brutal path full of pain and suffering. Minato shook his head in sympathy and returned to his scroll. His focus now was mastering sealing techniques as a foundation for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. He wasn't about to challenge Takuya until he'd mastered it. Otherwise, he'd get pummeled just like Nawaki. Watching Takuya's lightning-fast movements, Minato mumbled to himself, "He's a total freak." To be honest, Minato was envious of Takuya's insane physical abilities. But he knew better than to try and imitate him. Keeping chakra constantly focused in your feet to boost speed like Takuya did might work a couple of times, but overdoing it would destroy your body. Takuya was just built differently. Then again, Takuya was probably jealous of Minato's lightning-quick reflexes too. It had been a while since Takuya had trained like this, and he had to admit it was a lot of fun. Of course, it was less fun for Nawaki, who was now bruised and bloodied with several missing teeth. At least they could get those fixed at the hospital. Though medical care wasn't cheap, thankfully Nawaki had enough battlefield merit to exchange for cash at the Hokage's office. He wouldn't have to worry about covering his hospital bills. "Maybe you went a little too hard on him?" Minato asked, watching Nawaki limp toward the hospital. He elbowed Takuya as if to say, "Was that really necessary?" Takuya just grinned. "Too hard? Count how many mistakes he made that would have gotten him killed on the battlefield. If it weren't for you and me covering him, do you really think he'd have made it out alive?" Chapter 134, The Evolution of the Sharingan, Awakening the Mangekyo. If I didn't think he wouldn't be able to move tomorrow, I'd probably have gone even harder on him. Getting beaten up really does build experience, it's no joke, it's the truth. The only downside is that the growth process can be a bit painful. Nawaki's biggest flaws were his tendency to lose focus and let his guard down. The guy would literally space out during a fight. Takuya was determined to drill that out of him. In training, getting distracted just meant more hits or getting yelled at. But on the battlefield? That kind of carelessness could get you killed. In the original story, wasn't Nawaki blown up because he stepped on an explosive dug? And it happened right in front of Orochimaru. 1 second, Orochimaru warned him to be careful, and the next, boom, he was dead. Yeah, you're right, Minato agreed after thinking about it. If Nawaki doesn't fix these bad habits, he's going to get into real trouble eventually. "Tomorrow, you're training him," Takuya said. "Deal." Minato responded, grinning. His eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, he wasn't going to be the punching bag for once. When Takuya got home, something strange happened as he was washing up. His vision blurred when he looked in the mirror, and everything started to go fuzzy. What?" Takuya thought, confused. Is my eyesight getting worse or something? It didn't make sense. There was no way his body was breaking down, and it's not like he had some kind of illness. Plus, his Sharingan was still only at the 3 Tomoe stage, nowhere near the overuse of the Mangekyo level. "Master, the yin chakra in your brain is becoming more active," a voice suddenly said. It was Snowy, his companion, offering a helpful reminder. Wait. Are my eyes evolving? Takuya suddenly realized. The blur wasn't a problem, it was the precursor to the evolution of his Sharingan. Damn, that freaked me out. Knowing that his eyes were about to evolve, Takuya calmed down. After finishing up, he skipped dinner and went straight to bed, throwing a towel over his eyes. The thing about the Sharingan is that it's cool and all, but when it evolves, it makes your eyes bleed. Not exactly the most pleasant experience. As Takuya lay down, Snowy curled up beside him, staying alert and ready to protect him. No one would be allowed to get near Takuya during this crucial moment, not even Kushina, Mikoto, or Minato. Snowy's only priority was Takuya's safety. A tingling sensation crept over Takuya's body as the evolution process began. He was excited. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was a big deal. Because of his game-like character system, Takuya already knew what abilities his Mangekyo would grant him. Back when he played the game, he had spent plenty of money trying to unlock new skills. Of course, like any good cash grab, the game would only give you basic abilities like Amaterasu unless you paid extra to unlock better ones. And even then, they were randomly assigned, designed to make you spend more. Once the evolution was complete, Takuya's power would take a huge leap. It wasn't just a small step, this was a massive upgrade. His Mangekyo's design was similar to Shizue Uchiha's, but instead of 4 hooked points, his had 6. If I had a choice, I'd have preferred something like Sasuke's or Itachi's design, Takuya thought with a sigh. Unfortunately, the shape of the Mangekyo determined the abilities that came with it. So, Takuya was stuck with his flashy pinwheel design. In gamer terms, it looked extra as hell. Still, if the design was showy, at least the abilities were powerful. The evolution process took longer than expected. The towel covering Takuya's eyes gradually turned crimson, soaked with blood. Bleeding eyes had practically become a signature move of the Uchiha clan at this point. After what felt like ages, the evolution finally completed. Takuya pulled off the bloodied towel and headed to the bathroom. In the mirror, his Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed with a sinister red light, its 6 hooked points glowing ominously. My second unique ability has arrived, Takuya said, raising his hand. A ball of lightning-based chakra formed in his palm. The orb looked a bit like a Rasengan, but it wasn't. It was just a sphere of concentrated lightning chakra, a skill known as lightning burst. When thrown, it explodes with incredible power. In the game, it was one of the higher damage skills, especially for area attacks. Damn, evolving the Sharingan really takes it out of you, Takuya groaned, rubbing his temples as a wave of dizziness hit him. The evolution had drained his mental energy. Shaking his head to clear the fog, he deactivated his Sharingan and collapsed onto his bed. Testing out his new Mangekyo abilities would have to wait, he was too exhausted. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, Tsunade angrily slammed a scroll down on her desk. Why am I the one who has to handle this? She fumed. Just because we're shorthanded doesn't mean I should have to go negotiate. Tsunade was furious. Jiraiya wasn't lifting a finger, and Orochimaru didn't care either. Why did she always have to be the one to deal with these problems? It was completely unfair. Jiraiya, who had just come by to chat and maybe try to ease the tension, immediately regretted it. Seeing Tsunade's wrath, he shivered in fear. He had the sinking feeling that if he said the wrong thing, he might actually die. How about this? Jiraiya suggested nervously, scratching the back of his head. Why not send Takuya with you? You've always said he's sharp-tongued and good at arguing. Perfect for negotiating, right? Shut up. Tsunade glared at him, making Jiraiya shrink back. I just remembered, I have something I need to talk to Orochimaru about. Gotta go. Jiraiya mumbled before bolting out of the room. Get out. Tsunade roared after him, watching as Jiraiya ran for his life. Seriously, he thinks I should take Takuya to negotiate? She muttered to herself. He's gotta be kidding. Jiraiya yelled back as he ran, come on, Tsunade. The kid's got the skills and the talent. He's got a silver tongue, too. Perfect for this job. If the old man gave him a special rank assessment, promoting him to Jonin, it wouldn't be an embarrassment for Hidden Leaf Village, right? Jiraiya shouted from a distance. Takuya had the strength. The only thing he lacked was the official rank. But did that really matter? One wave of the third Hokage's hand, and the promotion could be done in an instant. Takuya wouldn't even need to take a formal test. And even if there was a test, with his abilities, it'd be a cakewalk. So why not let him handle the negotiations? Was it just because he was young? As Jiraiya's voice faded into the distance, Tsunade couldn't help but pause. He kind of had a point. When it came to debating and making arguments, Takuya was far better than she was. He always left her speechless, unable to argue back, even when she was furious. The only thing Tsunade feared was that Takuya might embarrass her in public again, like he did with the whole pole dancing thing. He claimed he only suggested it to humiliate the third Kusagakure, but still, when you're under someone's control, you don't get to choose what kind of dance you end up doing. That's why Tsunade was careful to keep her interactions with Takuya civil, she didn't want to risk her reputation. If that ever happened in front of a crowd, she'd have to leave the village in shame. Alright, old man, Tsunade grumbled, grabbing a scroll and writing her response. If you want me to handle this, then you're going to promote Takuya to Jonin, or you can handle it yourself. With that, she sent the message back to the village. Chapter 135, Who signed me up for this Jonin exam? Within just a few hours, the messenger hawk carrying the intel flew back from the land of rain to Hidden Leaf Village. The intel department swiftly delivered the scroll to the third Hokage's desk. At this point, the third Hokage had already changed into his sleeping robe, ready to finally rest. He had been so swamped with work that he didn't even bother going home and was preparing to spend the night at the office. But, of course, before he could even lie down, more work showed up. "Hokage-sama, this is a report from Lady Tsunade, sent from the camp in the Land of Rain," said the shinobi delivering the message. "Thank you." The third Hokage nodded and opened the scroll. But after just a few moments of reading, his eyes widened in disbelief. "That damned Tsunade," he muttered, half amused, half exasperated. "Is she serious? She was suggesting sending a 10-year-old kid to represent the village in peace negotiations. If that wasn't ridiculous, what was? And to make matters worse, Tsunade herself was being incredibly stubborn. If Takuya didn't help out, she outright refused to go to the talks. She even said, "Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not dealing with it." Rubbing his temples to soothe his growing headache, the third Hokage pulled out Takuya's file, reviewing all the boy's accomplishments and the records of his contributions in the field. After a careful review, the Hokage let out a sigh of relief. Takuya's record and achievements were more than enough to justify promoting him to Jonin. Making him take the Jonin exam wasn't exactly against the rules. Even the council members, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitakato, wouldn't be able to argue with this. The negotiations couldn't be delayed any longer. After all, Hidden Leaf Village was still fighting with the Sand Village over in the Land of Rivers. Resolving the situation with the Land of Rain as quickly as possible was vital if they wanted to free up resources to deal with the sand. "Send word to Yagami Takuya first thing in the morning," the Hokage instructed. "Tell him to prepare for his personal Jonin exam." "Understood, Hokage-sama," the Anbu ninja acknowledged before disappearing. With that, the Hokage put away the files and scrolls, finally feeling like he could relax and get some rest. What? The next morning, Takuya was barely awake when he found an Anbu ninja standing outside his door. He opened the door, still groggy, and the ninja got straight to the point. "Yagami Takuya, please proceed to the testing grounds immediately to participate in your personal Jonin exam." Without waiting for a response, the Anbu vanished, leaving Takuya standing there in utter confusion. "Jonin exam? I didn't sign up for this," Takuya muttered, dumbfounded. And it was a personal exam, no less. He could understand the Chunin and special Jonin exams being somewhat flexible, but the Jonin exam? That was a whole different story. Whether in times of peace or war, the Jonin exam was notorious for being the most rigorous and difficult. Because so few shinobi applied for the Jonin test, it was rarely held, and when it was, the exam was always kept secret. There were no shortcuts, no leniency. And this test would be just as challenging as any of the regular group exams. Takuya scratched his head, still trying to make sense of the situation. "I didn't sign up for this test. So why is this happening? Was it April Fool's Day? Did the Anbu decide to play a prank on him or something? Damn it." He cursed, realizing that no, this was no prank. It was real. After swearing under his breath, Takuya hurriedly got dressed and sprinted toward the testing grounds. When he arrived, the area was almost completely deserted. Only 2 Anbu members stood there, waiting for him. One of them gave him a brief nod. "If you're ready, the exam can begin right away." "Ready? I didn't even get a chance to prepare," Takuya thought, rolling his eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "Who signed me up for this exam?" "This was a direct order from the Hokage," one of the Anbu replied curtly. "Please take your seat in the exam room." Takuya let out a long, frustrated sigh. Of course, it's the third Hokage again. What's he playing at this time? The old man had already pushed him into the Chunin exam without warning. And now this? There wasn't even an option for special Jonin, it seemed like they were skipping that step entirely. So here he was, sitting alone in the exam room, with only the Anbu as proctors. The test papers were handed to him. Takuya scanned the questions. They weren't as hard as he feared. With a shrug, he picked up his pen and started answering. After he finished and handed in his exam, one of the Anbu members spoke up. "Your test will be sent to the Hokage's office for grading. Please wait here in the meantime." Takuya leaned back in his chair, propping his feet up on the desk. "Great. Like I've got a choice." The Anbu didn't seem to care about his laid-back attitude. They were used to it. Talented ninja with strong abilities often had personalities to match. In fact, compared to some others, Takuya was still pretty polite. Elsewhere, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage reviewed Takuya's exam. Most of the answers were spot on. But when he reached the section on the Will of Fire, the Hokage found himself shaking his head. Takuya's response was a total mess. Still, after deducting a few points for that, the boy had passed the written exam with a decent score. He still needs to learn about the Will of Fire, the Hokage thought, sighing. "I'll have to ask Tsunade or maybe Jiraiya to give him some lessons on that." "Pass him," the Hokage said to the Anbu delivering the test. Tell him to proceed to the intelligence gathering portion of the exam. As expected, Takuya passed the written test with no issues. As for the whole will of fire nonsense, Takuya didn't really understand or care about it. He just wrote whatever came to mind. But at least it didn't affect his overall score. He passed, and that's all that mattered. As for whether the Hokage had any thoughts about his response, Takuya couldn't care less. Yagami Takuya, an Anbu member called out, "You passed the theory exam. Next, we'll proceed to the intelligence gathering exam. Please follow us to the Forest of Death." Yes, even the Jonin exam involved the infamous Forest of Death, but unlike the Chunin exams, this wasn't about fighting. The focus here was gathering intel. Once they arrived at the forest, the Anbu explained the task. Within the Forest of Death, we've hidden 11 intel scrolls in various locations. Your mission is to locate at least 7 of these scrolls based on clues left at staged battle scenes. If you can find 7 or more, you pass. The Anbu glanced at the small white fox perched on Takuya's shoulder. You may use summoning animals to assist in gathering intel. After all, summoning creatures were considered part of a ninja's skill set, and there was no rule against using them during the test. Gathering scrolls? Takuya thought. This is practically a freebie. Finding the first staged battle scene, Takuya turned to his summoning fox, Snowy. Sniff out the scent and start searching. Right away, Master, Snowy replied, hopping down from Takuya's shoulder. After catching a whiff of the lingering scents, the little fox started off into the woods, with Takuya following close behind. Snowy led Takuya around the traps and directly to the hidden scrolls. The Anbu overseeing the test exchanged puzzled looks. Is this even difficult? One of them muttered. Takuya wasn't cheating. Using his summoning animal was completely allowed. Still, it almost felt like cheating with how quickly Snowy found the scrolls. Chapter 136, Come on, let's stir some trouble. Even if it was an easy pass, they had to accept it. What else could they do? The exam's content was set, and they didn't restrict the use of summoning creatures. If someone happened to have a summon that specialized in tracking and had a keen sense of smell, well, tough luck. The second part of the exam ended in less than 10 minutes, which left the Anbu responsible for setting up the test feeling rather bitter. They had spent over 3 hours preparing the fake battle scenes, hiding scrolls, and setting up traps, only for Takuya to breeze through it in 10 minutes. It was almost insulting. Where was the effort they'd put in supposed to be acknowledged? The final part of the exam, the combat test, was held at the training grounds. The proctor was a Jonin from the Anbu, who was well aware of Takuya's abilities. From the moment the fight started, the Jonin kept his head down, avoiding eye contact. Unfortunately for him, it didn't help. Takuya snapped his fingers, and the Anbu Jonin froze on the spot. Then, right in front of his comrades, the guy started dancing like there was no tomorrow. It was absolutely absurd. Takuya stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching the spectacle with an amused smirk on his face. The other Anbu members, on the other hand, were mortified. If they weren't wearing masks, you could bet their faces would have been bright red with embarrassment. To make matters worse, the Jonin's moves, decked out in full Anbu gear, were oddly graceful, better than the third Kazekage's infamous dance routine, if you asked anyone watching. The third Hokage, who had sworn he'd stop using his crystal ball jutsu to spy, couldn't help but sneak a peek. Watching his skilled subordinate twirl around at Takuya's command, his mouth twitched in frustration. This is ridiculous. The third Hokage thought, barely resisting the urge to facepalm. Who would dare question Takuya's qualifications for Jonin now? If you thought his skills weren't enough, you'd be the one needing a reality check. That Jonin was trapped in a Ganjutsu, a powerful one that would take some time to break. The poor guy would be bedridden for a while. They were already short-staffed, and now it would get worse. At least Takuya had passed the exam, that was the silver lining in this whole mess. The Hokage almost regretted not skipping the combat test entirely. The whole thing was a formality at this point, a complete waste of time. Can I go now? Takuya asked, clearly done with the whole ordeal. He was the type to cast a spell and walk away, leaving the cleanup for others to deal with. Whether the guy stayed in the hospital for a few weeks or recovered at home wasn't his problem. Yeah, you can go, the remaining Anbu members responded, defeated. Takuya waved dismissively and vanished from sight. Wait. One of the Anbu members called after him, a little panicked. Is there no safe way to release the Ganjutsu? Takuya shrugged apologetically. Sorry, no can do. The other Anbu members could only sigh and haul their dancing comrade off to the hospital, hoping the Ganjutsu would wear off before he caused too much of a scene. With the exam over, Takuya returned home, only to find his house full of people. Kushina, Mikoto Uchiha, Minato, and Nawaki were all there. Nawaki's swollen, bruised face had healed nicely, though it probably cost him a small fortune. His teeth were back in place too, so that was good. "Takeya, where have you been? We've been waiting for ages," Minato exclaimed. He had come over early that morning to discuss sealing techniques with Takeya, but found the house empty. Thinking maybe Takeya had gone grocery shopping, he stuck around, hoping to catch a free meal. Hours passed, and Takeya was still nowhere to be found. "Don't even ask," Takeya grumbled as he opened the fridge, grabbed a bottle of orange juice, and flopped down on the couch. "There was an Anbu guy outside my door this morning. I thought it was some new mission, but number it was to tell me I had a Jonin exam." "Jonin exam?" Kushina and Mikoto's eyes went wide. Minato and Nawaki looked equally shocked. "Wait, when did you apply for the exam?" Minato asked, now looking a little annoyed. "And why didn't you tell us?" Both Minato and Nawaki started to berate him for not mentioning such an important event. Meanwhile, Kushina and Mikoto were more concerned with whether or not he passed. "Did you pass?" they asked, eyes full of anticipation. Takeya tossed the empty juice bottle onto the table, rolling his eyes. "I didn't apply for anything. The Hokage signed me up for it. It was a personal exam, just me. I barely had time to wake up, wash my face, or even brush my teeth before running off to the exam." He sighed, clearly still irritated. "I did the theory exam, but I couldn't leave after that. I had to wait for the results, then they threw me into a combat assessment. Oh, and I haven't eaten anything all day. That explained a lot. Still, why was the Hokage so free these days, signing people up for random ninja exams?" Minato and Nawaki exchanged confused glances. Why had the Hokage been so keen to get Takeya tested? Was this a thing now? Kushina, however, was focused on the more important part. "So, did you pass?" Takeya snorted. "Please. It's a Jonin exam. You think that could stop me? The guy overseeing the combat test is on his way to the hospital right now. He'll probably be out for a week or two." Mikoto couldn't help but chuckle at that. "If they try to mess with you, might as well mess with them back, right?" Takeya shrugged. "I feel bad for the Anbu guy, but hey, someone had to be the proctor, and it wasn't like I was going to hold back. If I don't take these things seriously, people will just keep saying I'm too young to be a Jonin." He didn't even need to mention them by name. Koharu and Hamura were bound to complain to the Hokage. That's what they always did. Better to pass with flying colors and avoid giving them any ammo to use against him later. "That's awesome." Kushina cheered, grabbing Takeya's arm and shaking it enthusiastically. "Let's go out for yakiniku to celebrate. My treat, to mark the occasion." In a fantastic mood, the small fortune she'd spent shopping the previous day seemed like nothing. After all, what's a little spending spree compared to eating yakiniku with friends? "I could definitely go for some barbecue right now," Takeya agreed. "But I'm paying this time. I'm the one who passed the exam, and I can't let you keep covering everything." Kushina looked like she wanted to argue, but Takeya gave her a serious look. "I insist." "Fine, but I'm treating next time." She huffed, pouting a little but agreeing nonetheless. With that, the group got ready to head out for yakiniku. As they left, Takeya pulled Kushina aside. "You guys go on ahead. I need to talk to Kushina for a minute," he said to the others. "All right, don't take too long." Mikoto called back, grinning as she dragged the clueless Nawaki away, with Minato following close behind. Kushina, feeling a bit self-conscious, stared at the ground. "Did I do something wrong?" she asked quietly. Takeya sighed, watching her kick at a small rock on the ground. He reached out, ruffling her hair gently. "Kushina, I know you mean well, and I know you could probably buy an entire street if you wanted to. But you shouldn't always be the one giving, you know." Chapter 137, Koharu loses her cool. "Sarutobi fires back, but it didn't even cost that much," Kushina muttered, her head hung low. Takeya chuckled. "Kushina, it's not about the money. It's the principle. If you keep giving without limits, people will start to depend on you, you know. Not just friends, even with family, you can't let it turn into a one-way street. No one should become dependent. But your relationship with Minato has always been fine, right?" Kushina still didn't get why Takeya often treated Minato to meals and why their friendship remained unchanged, yet she couldn't do the same. "That's because Minato has principles." Takeya patted her on the shoulder as they walked, Kushina quickly catching up, her head tilted in thought. "Think about it. Why do you think Minato buys groceries, drinks, or snacks when he comes over, even if it's just to hang out? Is it because if he didn't, I wouldn't let him eat?" Kushina scratched her head, frustrated. Takeya continued, "It's because that's what he can afford to contribute right now. If he had the means, he'd probably haul an entire cow over for a barbecue. Both of us understand that no matter how good the relationship, you can't always let the other person shoulder all the responsibility. Otherwise, it creates an expectation, like it's normal to rely on them. So is that why Mikoto always buys something for me whenever we go out together? Kushina thought back to when she and Mikoto would go shopping or grab a meal. If Kushina paid for lunch, Mikoto would always cover the drinks or snacks or buy a small gift. At first, Kushina thought it was just Mikoto's habit. Now, she realized it wasn't. It was about principle. Exactly. Remember what I'm telling you. No matter who it is, whether it's your friends, me, your clan, or even the village, you can't keep giving without boundaries. People will always take more if you let them. You've helped your clan with housing and furniture, that's your kindness. But you can't support them forever. If you do, there will come a time when you can't keep up, and they'll turn around and blame you. They'll say it's your fault they can't fend for themselves, that if you hadn't coddled them, they'd still be able to work and make money. People's hearts aren't always ready for that kind of test. Kushina wasn't dumb, not at all. She just hadn't thought about these things deeply before, which is why she'd ended up in her current situation. Takuya wanted to use this moment to help her realize that her clan needed to find their own way. It wouldn't be hard for her to ask the Hokage for some jobs, safe, well-paying ones. She could support them, but not indefinitely. Otherwise, it was bound to backfire. Helping them out was one thing, but keeping them reliant on her? That would only lead to problems. Got it. I'll make sure to sort everything out. Thanks, Takuya. Kushina nodded seriously, lifting her head to look at him with genuine gratitude. No one had ever talked to her like this, not her clan, not the higher-ups, not even Tsunade. Only Takuya, worried she'd fall into a trap, took the time to warn her. Kushina had known for a while that the situation with her clan couldn't continue, but she hadn't been able to bring herself to take action. Now, Takuya had helped her see the reality of it. You know, I'm handsome, but you don't have to stare like that, Takuya teased with a smirk. Kushina was fuming. Why did he have to ruin the moment? She clenched her fists, fighting the urge to smack him. Haha. Come on, let's go. They've probably already started eating by now, Takuya said, waving her off as he started running. Takuya, you get back here. Kushina yelled, chasing after him, her cheeks puffed up in frustration. If you're brave, stop running. If you stop chasing, I'll stop running. If you don't run, I won't chase. If you don't chase, why would I run? As their voices faded down the street, an old man basking in the sun couldn't help but smile and think, ah, to be young again. Meanwhile, as Takuya and his friends enjoyed their celebratory meal, Koharu Uchiha and Homura Mitakato, two supposedly too busy to negotiate elders, barged into the Hokage's office. Hiruzen, what were you thinking, letting Tsunade get away with this? And now you're letting Takuya Yagami take the Jonin exam? He's only 10. Koharu didn't even wait to sit down before she started her tirade. Beside her, Homura exchanged a glance with the Hokage that said, I didn't want to come, but I couldn't stop her. Of all the higher-ups, Koharu had the worst relationship with Tsunade. Whenever Tsunade was involved, Koharu felt the need to interfere. In the original story, she was the one who shot down Tsunade's proposal to prioritize medical ninja training, claiming there weren't enough resources for it. Because she controlled the medical division, even the Hokage couldn't override her. And with Denzo and Homura backing her up, the issue was swept under the rug. Ironically, it was that very conflict that brought Tsunade and Dankato closer, eventually leading them to become a couple. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had anticipated this visit, especially from Koharu. He calmly handed her the files on Takuya's contributions and war achievements. Koharu flipped through the papers, her anger visibly deflating as she read. There was nothing she could say. Takuya had earned his promotion. His contributions and accomplishments more than met the requirements for the Jonin exam. Age didn't matter. How many Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village could claim they were stronger than Takuya? Even so, you can't just let Tsunade bully you like this. She's practically holding the village hostage with these negotiations, as if we couldn't proceed without her. Koharu, unable to poke holes in Takuya's qualifications, redirected her frustrations back at Tsunade. Hiruzen smiled faintly, his tone calm but firm. And what would you have me do? Denzo is out of commission, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both refused the mission, and the battle in the Land of Rivers is draining our manpower. None of us can leave the village. So tell me, Koharu, who should represent Hidden Leaf Village in the negotiations? He raised an eyebrow at her. Can you order Tsunade to go? If orders were that effective, they wouldn't be in this situation. Tsunade wouldn't hesitate to ignore such orders, and if things got really bad, she could go straight to the daimyo to lodge a formal complaint. Well, Tsunade had never done that before. If it came to it, the elders would be in hot water. Koharu fumed silently. She knew there was no way she could get Tsunade to follow her commands. Tsunade barely gave her the time of day, let alone respect. Well then, why don't you go in her place? Chapter 138. The most frustrating part of this negotiation: if Koharu didn't back down now, this issue would keep cropping up in the future, so the third Hokage decided to cut to the chase. Either she could go herself, and he'd stop Tsunade from acting out, or she could stay out of it and let Tsunade do her thing for once. I don't have time, Koharu snapped. There was no way she was going to Rain Country to sit across the table from Hanzo. Besides, the medical corps was already stretched thin, and she barely had time to breathe. Funny how she and Hamura were always too busy when it came to negotiations, but when it came to picking fights, they suddenly had all the time in the world. They could argue with the Hokage in his office for hours without a single sign of urgency. Seeing that the situation was reaching a boiling point, Hamura Midokado stepped in to diffuse the tension, thanks to a subtle nod from the Hokage. Koharu, it's clear Tsunade's upset. Given the circumstances, maybe we should just let her do her thing this time. After all, she's young, and it's understandable. Hamura adjusted his glasses as he spoke. The most important thing right now is to close the chapter on the war with Rain Country and focus our efforts on Sand Village. Sand is a far more significant threat than Rain. No matter how strong Hanzo was, even if his strength matched the third Kazekage, and he had a body count to match, the pressure from the Kazekage was just on a different level. To put it bluntly, Hidden Leaf Village had never taken Hanzo all that seriously. Sure, he was powerful, but Rain Village wasn't in the same league as the 5 great shinobi villages. The only real threat was Sand Village, which Hidden Leaf Village had to take seriously. As for the Hidden Rock Village, well, Onoki had his hands full dealing with the Third Raikage's invasion of the Land of Earth. He didn't have the time to worry about Hidden Leaf Village's clash with the Sand Village. No one could have predicted that what started as a standoff between Rock and Cloud would turn into full-blown combat, with the Third Raikage leading an invasion into the Land of Earth. If the Rock Village didn't pull out soon, the war in Rain Country would drag on indefinitely. What about terms? As the losing side, Rain Village can't be allowed to make any unreasonable demands. With Hamura playing peacemaker, Koharu cooled off and began thinking about the negotiation. Hidden Leaf Village won't push for unreasonable terms from Rain Village, but at the same time, we won't get much from them either. Rain Village was on its last legs. Even if Hidden Leaf Village wanted to demand compensation or resources, they had nothing to give. The fact that Hanzo hadn't come begging for support already was a miracle in itself. They had no money, no resources. I know, Koharu admitted, but her tone still rubbed the Hokage the wrong way. Although she was merely offering advice, not issuing commands, it felt like she was stepping into territory that should be the Hokage's concern, not hers. It was clear Koharu was using this as an opportunity to push her own agenda. I trust Tsunade to handle it. Rain Village, as the defeated party, has no right to make excessive demands. But as for us getting anything out of it? That's unlikely. Rain Village was dirt poor, so poor, in fact, that Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't even know what to demand from them. No money, no manpower. Even trying to squeeze missions out of them would be pointless. Rain Country just didn't have the kind of economy that could support many high-paying missions. Koharu and Hamura fell silent, realizing the grim truth. When you fought other villages, at least you could walk away with some spoils. But fighting Rain Village for so long, with so many losses, had only earned Hidden Leaf Village a reputation boost. There were no material gains to be had. In fact, Rain Village might even ask Hidden Leaf Village for aid when all was said and done. A headache indeed. Good thing I'm not part of the negotiations, both Koharu and Hamura thought with relief. There would be no reward, no glory, just the risk of getting tangled up in more problems. Sure, Rain had lost the war, but Hanzo wasn't the kind of man to go down quietly, especially when he was still at the peak of his power. Fine. Hiruzen, handle it as you see fit. At the end of the day, as long as they didn't have to be the ones at the negotiating table, Koharu and Hamura were content. Let Tsunade go through the motions. The real focus should be on dealing with Sand Village. Rain Village couldn't even spare 2 cents, but Sand? Sand needed to bleed. Of course, that would have to wait until they defeated Sand in battle first. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal, Kushina waved goodbye to everyone with a smile. I'm heading to the Hokage's office. Hey, what did you and Kushina talk about? Minato and Nawaki asked, crowding around Takeya as soon as the others had left. They were sticking to him like bodyguards, one on each side. Nothing much, Takeya shrugged, smiling as he answered. Just gave her some advice about managing her clan. She can't keep supporting them all on her own forever. Even though Kushina has the resources, that kind of dependency will cause problems down the line. Oh, by the way, I'm thinking of hitting up the hot springs later. You guys in? Definitely. Minato and Nawaki's eyes lit up. After everything they'd been through in Rain Country, A good soak in the hot springs was exactly what they needed. "I'll head there first and get us a spot," Minato said, flashing his usual bright smile. Nawaki blinked in surprise for a second, then lightly punched Minato on the arm. "All right, you go ahead. Next time, it's on me." "No problem." With a thumbs up and a grin, Minato set off for the hot springs. Once he was out of earshot, Nawaki's smile faded, and his face grew serious. "You did the right thing, Takuya. Even though the Uzumaki clan isn't big, they can't just rely on Kushina to support them forever. They need to stand on their own 2 feet. Still, Kushina could help them out where it made sense." Kushina's situation wasn't unlike Tsunoda's in Hidden Leaf Village, though the two couldn't be compared in terms of status. Even so, Hidden Leaf Village had seized the Uzumaki clan's assets after Whirlpool was destroyed, and thanks to Mito Uzumaki, Kushina had been well compensated. With ownership of an entire luxurious street, she was in a position to help her clan. But helping didn't mean coddling them indefinitely. If that continued, it was only a matter of time before it backfired. "Wow, didn't expect you to be so insightful today," Takuya said, giving Nawaki a surprised look. "Go to hell." Sure, Nawaki could be a bit slow, but that didn't mean he was dumb. What was with that look? Like Takuya was trying to console a clueless kid? When Takuya and Nawaki arrived at the hot springs, Minato had already reserved a spot. As Takuya eased into the steaming water, he felt the tension in his muscles begin to melt away. Yeah, there was nothing better than soaking in a hot spring after a long stretch of exhaustion. It felt like his whole body was relaxing. Nawaki was enjoying it the most, sinking into the water until only his head was visible, his face plastered with a blissful grin. He even started humming contentedly, which made Takuya and Minato want to kick him out of the bath. Minato rolled his eyes at Nawaki, clearly tempted to give him a good shove. "Takuya, how long do you think we'll be staying in the village? They won't send us back to the front lines right away, will they?" Minato asked, his tone hopeful. "Hard to say." Takuya leaned back against the rock edge of the spring, his gaze thoughtful. "If they hadn't put me through the Jonin exam, I'd say we'd be here a while, probably picking up regular missions for a bit. But now, I'm not so sure." Takuya had no idea Tsunoda was planning to send him to Rain Village. From his perspective, it seemed like the Hokage was in a rush to get him through the Jonin exam, probably to send their team straight to the Land of Rivers, where the real action with Sand Village was happening. The war with Rain Village might be over, but the battle with Sand was far from finished. Jiraiya and Orochimaru hadn't even returned yet. And when they did, they'd probably be heading straight to the Land of Rivers. Hidden Leaf Village was fighting on 2 fronts, and even a powerful village like theirs could only stretch so thin. Sending as much manpower to the battlefield as possible was inevitable. Chapter 139, Heading to Rain Country. Alone? If Sand Village wasn't dealt with soon and the front lines became too strained, even the Genin might end up being sent to the battlefield. "Looks like we won't be resting for long," Minato sighed, scratching the back of his head in frustration. He had really been hoping for some downtime in the village, time to properly study sealing techniques. Here in Hidden Leaf Village, at least he could ask Kushina for advice. But out on the battlefield? Who was he supposed to ask about sealing techniques? Maybe a close friend would help, but a casual acquaintance? Not a chance. Determined to one day become the fastest man in the ninja world, Minato had been pouring almost all his time and energy into studying sealing jutsu. Poor guy, good thing I didn't bother getting obsessed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Sometimes, not having a knack for something can be a blessing. If Takuya had been as fixated on the Flying Thunder God technique, he'd probably be even busier than Minato was right now. "Kushina, what brings you here?" As soon as the 2 elders had left the Hokage's office, Kushina appeared. She didn't usually come to the Hokage's office without a reason, and the 3rd Hokage could tell she wasn't exactly comfortable with the village's higher-ups. "Hokage uncle, I'm here to ask if you can help me arrange some jobs for my clan members," Kushina said, a little embarrassed. It felt awkward, having to ask the Hokage himself to help her clan find work. "Jobs?" The 3rd Hokage blinked in surprise. "The Uzumaki clan members haven't found work yet?" To be honest, the 3rd Hokage hadn't paid much attention to the Uzumaki clan members. There were only a few of them, and with 2 wars going on, he'd been too preoccupied to worry about such small matters. He looked genuinely surprised. How had they gone this long without finding work? Kushina blushed, nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes as she admitted, "I wanted to give them some extra time to rest, so I didn't push them to find work." "Ah, that explains it." So, Kushina had been supporting them herself. That made sense, but it wouldn't work long term. The 3rd Hokage thought for a moment. "Kushina, I can arrange some regular jobs for them. But if your clan members are hoping for..." he began. "Just regular jobs are fine," As long as they're stable, Kushina quickly interjected. She knew exactly what she was asking for. Kushina wasn't looking to get her clan involved in Hidden Leaf Village's power struggles. She simply wanted them to settle down and live peacefully in the village. The Hokage wouldn't agree to placing outsiders in key positions, and Kushina didn't want that anyway. All she wanted was for them to have steady, normal jobs, and no one would object to that. Hidden Leaf Village had plenty of those kinds of positions. Even though the Hokage was about to remind her of the limits of what he could offer, Kushina wasn't interested in anything beyond the basics. The Uzumaki didn't need power or influence. All they needed were jobs that allowed them to support themselves and live quietly. Kushina's main concern was making sure her clan didn't become dependent on her wealth. Thanks to the Uzumaki clan's inheritance, Kushina owned an entire luxury street in Hidden Leaf Village, and she had no intention of giving it away. But she did provide her clan members with occasional financial support. As long as her clan members didn't mess things up, they were living better than most people in the village. That was all Kushina cared about. The third Hokage relaxed a little after hearing this. As long as the Uzumaki clan wasn't trying to stir things up, finding them regular jobs wouldn't be a problem. It was only a few people, after all. I'll take care of it. Once the arrangements are made, someone will notify your clan members. Don't worry, Kushina. The Uzumaki clan used to be one of Hidden Leaf Village's strongest allies. Now that they're here, they can consider themselves part of Hidden Leaf Village and live here permanently, he said with a kind smile. But to Kushina, the smile felt forced. Wasn't this the same village that had stood by while her clan was destroyed? She sighed inwardly but kept a bright smile on her face as she bowed to the Hokage. Thank you, Hokage uncle. I'm really grateful. Don't worry about it. I'll make sure it's handled, the Hokage assured her. Kushina left the office in high spirits, but as soon as she was gone, the Hokage's smile faded. He called for one of the Anbu. What's the situation with the Uzumaki clan since they've been living here? He asked. The Anbu member, kneeling respectfully, answered, Hokage-sama, the Uzumaki clan members have remained within their designated district. They've shown no signs of unusual behavior and rarely interact with people outside their clan. I see. So, they were truly trying to settle down in Hidden Leaf Village. The Hokage handed the Anbu a scroll. Send someone to inform them tomorrow. These are the jobs I've arranged for them. And make sure they're watched. Whether the Uzumaki clan was sincerely integrating into Hidden Leaf Village or not, they would still be monitored in secret. For the next few years, the village would keep an eye on them until it was clear they were fully assimilated. Only then would the surveillance be lifted. The next morning, Takuya had just woken up when he noticed someone waiting at his door. Opening it, he found none other than one of the ever-dedicated Anbu. Yagami Takuya, your Jonin exam results are in. You've passed. Please proceed to the Hokage's office to collect your Jonin vest and update your ninja registration, the Anbu said, handing him a scroll. This is a mission from the Hokage. You are to take this scroll to the Hidden Leaf Village camp in Rain Country and deliver it to Tsunade-sama. She will brief you on the rest. Huh? Takuya wasn't surprised he'd passed the Jonin exam. He'd aced every part of it. But being sent back to Rain Country? That didn't make sense. He had just returned home, and now they were sending him back to that miserable place? And alone, no less. Was this some kind of solo mission? Taking the scroll, Takuya headed to the Hokage's office. First, he needed to pick up his Jonin vest and update his ninja registration. As for the vest itself, it was up to him whether he wanted to wear it or not. Sure, it offered decent protection, something like a bulletproof vest from his previous life. But Takuya wasn't a fan of green, especially when it came to clothing. After updating his registration and receiving the vest, he headed home and tossed the vest aside. No way was he going to wear that green thing. He'd rather stick to his usual clothes. I should let Minato know, he thought. Since it was a solo mission, Minato would have plenty of time to stay in the village and focus on his sealing jutsu training. Nawaki would be staying behind, too. Takuya planned to meet up with Minato before heading out. Letting him know would be the same as informing Kushina and Mikoto. They would all know soon enough that he'd be leaving the village on a solo mission. Up already? Minato groggily opened the door, still half asleep and wearing his pajamas. He yawned, clearly having stayed up late studying sealing jutsu. Without much thought, he made his way toward the bathroom. Takuya flopped down on Minato's worn-out sofa, which was faded from years of use. As Minato disappeared into the bathroom, Takuya called out, "Hey, Minato, you really need to get some new furniture in here." Chapter 140, Orochimaru, if I say I'm resting, then I'm resting. No one can change that. Why bother fixing up the house if we're not expecting any guests? Minato mused to himself. I'll deal with it after my Jonin exam. Right now, there are just too many things that need money. Since joining Takeya's squad, Minato had racked up a decent amount of contribution points and merits. With the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and some Sealing Jutsu under his belt, he didn't need to learn any new ninjutsu for a while. He could exchange his points and merits for cash instead. Learning sealing techniques wasn't cheap. A single scroll could cost tens of thousands of ryo. One wrong move and the scroll was ruined, becoming a worthless piece of paper. Minato had already spent a fortune just to learn sealing techniques. After quickly freshening up, Minato stepped out of the bathroom, looking a little out of it. My Jonin exam's done, and the Hokage has already assigned me an important mission, Takeya announced with a sly grin. Already? That was fast. Minato perked up at the mention of a mission. Grinning, Takeya rested his chin on his hand, looking at Minato with a mischievous glint in his eye. Of course, it's... Minato leaned in, eager to hear the details. With Takeya now a Jonin, their squad would naturally become a Jonin-level team. That meant the missions would be much tougher, something Minato had been looking forward to. Seeing that Minato was on the edge of his seat, Takeya finally finished his sentence. A solo mission. Huh? Minato's eyes went wide, stunned. Did I hear that right? A solo mission? Minato thought, rubbing his face as if to wake himself up. Wait. Are you saying this mission is just for you? No me, no Nawaki, no team? Minato and Nawaki had been guessing what kind of mission their squad would take on after Takeya became a Jonin. But none of them expected that Takeya's first mission as a Jonin wouldn't involve them at all. Well, that's why it's called a solo mission, Takeya said, lounging back on the couch. If it wasn't directly from the Hokage's office, I wouldn't bother leaving the village so soon. It's not like I enjoy running around all over the place doing missions. Takeya was far from a mission addict who couldn't sit still. He much preferred taking it easy in the village, training when he felt like it, and cooking up a good meal to reward himself afterward. When do you leave? Minato asked, snapping into focus. Do you need me to say goodbye to Nawaki and the others? What's with the drama? Takeya waved him off. It's not like it's a life or death parting. Just tell them I'll be gone for a while. I'm not sure how long this mission will take, but I don't expect it'll be too long. Hidden Leaf Village is still at war with the Sand Village, after all. You guys should be ready to head to the Land of Rivers at any moment. I'll pass on the message, Minato said seriously, giving a firm nod. When it came to important matters, Minato was never one to mess around. Since Takeya had asked him, he'd make sure to handle it first thing. As Takeya walked off into the distance, Minato sighed. I need to step up my game, fast. If I don't get stronger, I won't be able to keep up with him. Clenching his fist, he made a mental note to push himself harder. Everything's in order, Lord Takeya, the gate guard said, handing back his ID with a respectful nod. Ninjas leaving the village for missions, unless it was a secret assignment, had to register at the village gate. Otherwise, there was a risk of being mistaken for a rogue ninja. The guard, although respectful, couldn't help but look at Takeya with a mixture of awe and disbelief. He still remembered when Takeya had just become a Geinin, back when he used to take on D-rank missions with Mikoto Uchiha. Now, barely 2 years later, here he was, a full-fledged Jonin. The speed of his rise was nothing short of incredible. Takeya was likely the youngest Jonin in Hidden Leaf Village's history. Maybe even the youngest across the entire ninja world. At only 10 years old, anyone would have suspected favoritism or cheating if not for Takeya's clear merits and strength. But no one could deny that Takeya earned his rank through his own hard work. Even though Tsunade might have helped speed things up, Takeya's abilities were unquestionable. Without Tsunade's push, it might have taken him another 2 years to attempt the Jonin exam. The third Hokage wouldn't have approved it so early under normal circumstances. Hey, think we're getting old? One of the guards joked to his colleague as they watched Takeya leave. I still remember when he was fresh out of the academy, just a regular Geinin, the first guard continued, shaking his head. Now he's a Jonin. In only 2 years. We're only in our 20s. The other guard groaned. Besides, this is the kid the third Kazekage said could rival the first Hokage himself. Becoming a Jonin at 10 doesn't seem so crazy when you think about that. Yeah. I guess you're right. A 10-year-old Jonin would normally shock people. But when you heard he was compared to the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senshu, it suddenly made a lot more sense. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Tsunade had just received the latest reports from Hidden Leaf Village. Her eyes narrowed as she read through the details. She had been hoping her little stunt would force the Hokage to send someone else for the negotiations with Hanzo. But to her surprise, the third Hokage had gone ahead with her plan. Not only had Takeya passed the Jonin exam, but he had already left the village with his mission scroll. He'd arrive at the camp in 2 days. That old man. Tsunade muttered, slamming the scroll down on the table. She let out a frustrated laugh, her anger rising. After a few moments, She managed to calm herself down enough to avoid cursing out the Hokage. Sighing, she grabbed the scroll and went to find Orochimaru and Jiraiya. She tossed the scroll to Orochimaru. The old man wants you both back in the village. They need manpower on the Land of Rivers front. Looks like your plans for a break are out the window, she said with a smirk. Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight, mocking smile. He casually handed the scroll over to Jiraiya. Taking orders? That wasn't really his thing. He'd take a break whenever he felt like it. If he didn't want to move, even someone holding a knife to his throat wouldn't change that. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was the Hokage's loyal lapdog. The thought of the legendary Sannin title made Orochimaru's temper flare again. I'm not going anywhere, he declared, rising from his seat. I've recently made a breakthrough in my research, and I need time to focus. I'll return to the village when I'm good and ready. With that, Orochimaru strolled out of the tent without another word. Chapter 141, Nara clan has more than just Nara Shikashage. Orochimaru was leaving the camp, but he hadn't quite decided where to go yet. One thing was for sure, he wasn't heading back to Hidden Leaf Village anytime soon. As for the higher-ups, well, they could think what they wanted. He didn't believe the village would label him a rogue ninja just because he didn't return on time. But if they did, well, running off wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Tsunade frowned slightly but just crossed her arms and watched Orochimaru walk away. She didn't feel like stopping him. Jiraiya, on the other hand, rushed forward, blocking Orochimaru's path. Orochimaru, what the hell are you doing? The old man wants us back in Hidden Leaf Village. We need to head to the Land of Rivers to help with the battle. I need rest. If you want to go, then go yourself. But if you follow me, I'll kill you. Orochimaru was never someone easy to persuade, and when it came to Jiraiya's attempts, they were doomed to fail. If Tsunade had tried, maybe there would have been a better chance, but she couldn't be bothered. The three of them had done so much in the Land of Rain, fighting non-stop and working until they were near exhaustion. Now, they couldn't even take a break? Anyone would be pissed. Tsunade knew Orochimaru wouldn't go rogue over this. He'd probably just take a little trip, clear his head, and come back when he felt like it. As for Jiraiya, well, that idiot would run straight back to Hidden Leaf Village and head for the front lines like a dog chasing after its master. The killing intent radiating from Orochimaru was undeniable, and Jiraiya could only laugh bitterly as he watched him leave. Tsunade, are you seriously not going to stop him? I can't even deal with my own problems. You want to try? Just don't get yourself killed, she shrugged. All three of them were called legendary, but even at this point, Jiraiya was still a bit behind Orochimaru in terms of strength. There was no chance of winning if it came down to a fight. If Jiraiya kept pushing, Orochimaru might not kill him outright, but he definitely wouldn't be walking away in one piece. Fine. I'll just head back to the village and let the old man deal with this, Jiraiya muttered, rubbing his neck as he recalled the cold, murderous look Orochimaru had given him. You'd have to be crazy to follow him right now. Besides, Jiraiya wasn't about to put himself through that kind of torture. Let the third Hokage handle Orochimaru's rebellion. Damn it. Jiraiya cursed under his breath. Why do they get to rest while I'm stuck running around? The thought of not having time to gather material for his books or work on his novel made his world feel bleak and empty. It was like the universe had forgotten about him. Orochimaru was gone. Jiraiya was leaving too. Tsunade didn't bother to see them off. She had way too much work to deal with. The camp was overflowing with wounded, and that alone was enough to keep her busy. She had no time to worry about her teammates. 2 days later, Takeya arrived at the camp without any trouble. When he met Tsunade, he almost didn't recognize her. He had to blink and take a closer look to confirm it was really her. What's with that look? Do you not recognize me or something? Tsunade snapped, raising her hand threateningly as Takeya stared at her with a confused expression. It had no effect, though. Takeya just kept staring. Here, take a look for yourself, Takeya said, handing her a mirror that happened to be lying around. Why there was a mirror in the tent, he had no idea. Probably something a female or medical ninja left behind. It wasn't his fault for reacting that way. Tsunade looked rough. Her blonde hair was a tangled mess, lacking its usual shine, and her skin looked dull. Dark circles hung under her eyes, and her gaze was bloodshot. If Takeya didn't know better, he might have thought she'd been up all night playing video games. One glance at the mirror, and Tsunade's forehead veins started to throb in anger. Her face darkened considerably. Try dealing with hundreds, maybe thousands, of critically injured patients and see how good you look afterward, she snapped. Well, good thing I'm not a medical ninja. Got anything to eat? I'm starving. Nope. Go grab something from the supply unit and make something yourself. While you're at it, make me something too. I'm starving. The food here is terrible. Even as she complained, Tsunade let out a huge yawn. She looked like she was on the verge of passing out right there. Seeing her nodding off at the desk, Takuya shook his head. He grabbed a white coat, draped it over her, and headed for the supply unit to pick up some ingredients. Luckily, he always carried cooking tools in his ceiling scrolls, just in case. As the smell of simmering meat filled the air, Tsunade woke up. After a short nap, she seemed a bit more lively. Tearing into the stew with satisfaction, Tsunade grinned. I thought the old man wouldn't let you take the Jonin exam. But not only did he let you, he sent you here to the camp. Wait, I took the Jonin exam because of you? Takuya asked, looking up at her, confused. He had been wondering why he, at such a young age, had been allowed to take the exam. At the very least, he thought he'd have to wait another couple of years. Turns out, it was all because of Tsunade. Cheeks puffed with food, Tsunade gave her chest a light tap and swallowed before replying. You think I wanted to do this? The old man wanted me, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to negotiate with Hanzo. But Orochimaru doesn't want to see Hanzo because of the 3 legendary ninja title, and Jiraiya doesn't want to go either, so that leaves just me. So I suggested you take the Jonin exam and come help me out here. The old man actually agreed. Takuya was speechless. This woman really knew how to dig a hole for someone. Not that it mattered much to him. Even before his promotion, the missions and tasks he handled weren't any different from what a Jonin did. Finishing up his meal, Takuya asked, so, does that mean I'm part of the negotiation team? Team? It's just going to be you, me, and a few members of the Anbu, Tsunade replied. Tsunade had originally wanted to bring Nara Shikashige over from the Land of Rivers to handle the negotiations. But, of course, the third Hokage had refused. With Tenzo unable to move and the 2 elders, Koharu and Hamura, never willing to dirty their hands, the job fell to the Sannin. But with Orochimaru's refusal and Jiraiya's desire to rest, the burden ended up on Tsunade's shoulders. Honestly, this should have been a job for the Nara clan. Was Shikashige really the only smart one in the entire clan? It was clear the higher-ups didn't want the Nara clan to rack up too much credit. Oh, by the way, I spotted someone interesting in the camp earlier. Let's bring him along. Who? Nara Shikaku. As one of the prominent members of the Inoshikacho trio, Shikaku couldn't just hang out in the village forever. His family had tossed him into the camp to learn the ropes of leadership. Ever since that time when Kushina scared him off, Takuya hadn't seen the guy in a while. Chapter 142, now we've got a negotiation expert on hand. Since they were heading to negotiate, they might as well bring Shikaku along. Whatever, Tsunade shrugged. Takuya didn't care either. As long as she was in charge, he'd just follow along. Tsunade would be the one leading, while Takuya would handle the talking when necessary. It was already decided. As for whether Takuya agreed, well, by the time they got to the Rain Village, it wouldn't matter. By then, he wouldn't have the option to say no. Once you're pushed into a situation, you're committed, whether you like it or not. Takuya still thought he was just tagging along for the ride, so he didn't give it much thought. Casually, he asked, when do we head out? Once the medical team from the village gets here, Tsunade answered with a sigh. She wanted to leave right away so she could finally be done with everything, but the medical team was traveling with heavy equipment and medical supplies, making them slower than Takuya, who could move much faster. It would be another day or 2 before they arrived. Alright, just let me know when it's time, Takuya said. If this were anywhere else, he might have wandered around the village. But in the Land of Rain, where it poured constantly and clear skies were rare, there wasn't much to do except get drenched. Might as well find somewhere to lie low and relax for a couple of days. Meanwhile, an Anbu ninja approached Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku, you've been reassigned. Please report to Lady Tsunade. Reassigned? Shikaku asked as he set down the papers he'd been working on. He left his tent and headed to the medical camp. When he got there, Tsunade was busy treating a wounded shinobi. Without looking up, she said, the Anbu will take you to Takuya Yagami. He'll explain what comes next. Yes, ma'am, Shikaku replied. He left and followed the Anbu ninja to find Takuya. At that moment, Takuya was sitting in his tent, absent-mindedly petting Snowy, his white fox summon, while thinking about his training in Sage mode. Since his Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo, all of his other abilities had improved as well. His next step was to start absorbing natural energy and refining Sage Chakra. Luckily, Snowy was there to assist him, so there wouldn't be much risk involved. Lord Takuya, Nara Shikaku is here, the Anbu ninja announced as they entered the tent. Nara Shikaku? Takuya turned to face them. Hearing the Anbu ninja refer to Takuya as Lord caught Shikaku off guard. Anbu members rarely spoke with such respect unless it was toward high-ranking individuals or people they admired. Has something major happened since I left the village? Shikaku thought, but he kept his questions to himself. Lord Takeya, Shikaku greeted, Lady Tsunade told me to report to you. Of course, this was Tsunade's doing, Takeya thought. He had suggested bringing Shikaku along, so naturally, Tsunade sent him over. Thanks, Takeya nodded to the Anbu ninja, who promptly left. No need to be so formal, Shikaku. Come on in and take a seat. He continued, we'll be leaving in a couple of days for a special assignment. You'll need to get ready by then. A special assignment? Does it involve Lady Tsunade? Shikaku asked, curious about the mission. Takeya nodded. Yeah. Nothing too complicated, just be prepared. Should I move my stuff over here? Shikaku asked. Up to you, Takeya said casually. He didn't mind either way. More company wouldn't hurt, and it wasn't like he had any secrets to hide. Alright, I'll gather my things and be back soon, Shikaku said, relaxing a little as he noticed Takeya's laid-back attitude. As Shikaku was about to leave, Takeya called after him. Oh, and stop by the logistics unit. We'll need ingredients for dinner later. Dinner? Shikaku almost dripped. Cooking our own food in the camp? Takeya just nodded, unfazed. Yeah, why not? This. Shikaku thought, is this really how things work with Tsunade? It wasn't long before Shikaku's view of things was further challenged. After gathering his belongings and heading to the logistics unit, he mentioned Tsunade's name, and a logistics officer gave him a knowing smile. Lady Tsunade deserves a good meal after all her hard work. If this isn't enough, come back for more, the officer said as he handed over a generous amount of food supplies. Seriously? Shikaku thought, utterly confused as he returned to Takeya's tent, where Takeya was already busy cooking dinner. Before Shikaku could process it all, things got even weirder. I'm so damn tired, Tsunade muttered as she entered the tent just as dinner was ready. She briefly glanced at Shikaku before plopping down beside Takeya. There wasn't much space, so she nudged him. Move over, would you? Maybe if you didn't have such a giant ass, Takeya retorted. What's it to you? I like it this way, Tsunade shot back, pushing herself even closer. Shikaku stared, feeling like he had just walked into something strange. Is this seriously happening? Tsunade noticed him staring and frowned. What's the matter, Nara? You're not going to eat? Oh, sorry, Lady Tsunade. I got distracted, Shikaku stammered, quickly standing up and bowing. Relax, will you? Just sit down and eat, Tsunade said, gesturing for him to join them. Shikaku sat down and grabbed his chopsticks, feeling like this was the most unconventional meal he'd ever had. Meanwhile, Takeya had already dug in without a second thought. As they ate, Takeya suddenly asked, so, anything special I should know about this negotiation? Tsunade glanced at him. Not really. The old man just said not to agree to anything crazy that the Rain Village demands. Other than that, we'll figure it out as we go. I'm not really good at this kind of thing. Takeya sighed, neither am I. But no worries, we've got an expert right here, don't we? He motioned toward Shikaku. Chapter 143, Shikaku's Unbeatable Strategy. Tsunade loses it. As Tsunade and Takeya went back and forth, they seamlessly passed the responsibility on to Shikaku Nara. By this point, if Shikaku still didn't realize what was happening, he might as well stop being an Nara. From the moment Takeya and Tsunade began their conversation, Shikaku sensed something was off. It didn't take him long to figure out that he had been reassigned to a new task. He was now part of the negotiations with the Rain Village. Tsunade was leading the negotiation team, with Takeya as one of the members, and somehow, Shikaku had been roped into it without a choice. And as Takeya and Tsunade continued to pass the buck, a cold sweat formed on Shikaku's forehead. This wasn't good. The Nara clan might be known for their intelligence, but they all had one thing in common: they were lazy and hated trouble. Seeing Tsunade and Takeya throw the problem at him, Shikaku couldn't stay calm anymore. He quickly interrupted them. Tsunade-sama, are you sure you want to leave something this important to a kid like me? Tsunade glanced over at Shikaku, who had been nearly forgotten in the conversation, and thought for a moment before answering, no problem. If Takeya says you're up for it, then you're up for it. I trust you. But Shikaku didn't trust himself. On the verge of tears, he looked desperately at Takeya for help. Takeya, however, kept his head down, pretending to be too focused on his food to notice. This is a trap. Shikaku had fallen into a pit, one so deep that he didn't know how to climb out. He was torn between wanting to refuse but knowing he couldn't. Not refusing meant taking on a mountain of trouble. Negotiating with a demigod like Hanzo. He'd be lucky if he didn't get sliced in half. Feeling anxious and defeated, Shikaku barely remembered finishing his meal. Perfect, we've got 3 people now. Let's play some cards. It's been so long, I've been dying for a game. Tsunade exclaimed after the meal, pushing her dishes aside and pulling a deck of cards from her jacket. She waved Takeya over. Come on, kid. This time, I'm gonna wipe the floor with you. With those skills even a dog wouldn't bother looking at? Takeya teased. You think you can beat me? What's next? Betting clothes off? He thought. And dragging Shikaku into this? You're gonna lose so bad you won't even have a shirt left. Come here, Shikaku, Tsunade called, motioning him over. By the way, what's your name again? Tsunade asked, squinting at him. Shikaku Nara. Shikaku replied, feeling a bit of a stab in his heart. Doesn't matter. As long as you can play, we're good. Oh, and no IOUs, she said, slapping the small pile of cash she'd earned recently on the table. Takeya folded his arms and leaned back, waiting for Tsunade's inevitable downfall. The rules weren't difficult. As someone from the highly intelligent Nara clan, Shikaku memorized them quickly and was soon pulled into the game. Takeya played it cool this time, avoiding being the landlord whenever possible and keeping a low profile. It was time for Shikaku to give Tsunade a lesson. Tsunade's expression shifted from excitement to confusion, then to frustration, and finally, full-blown anger. Within an hour, her pile of money was gone, most of it scooped up by Shikaku. Focused and calculating, Shikaku was too deep into the game to notice Tsunade's growing fury. He meticulously counted every card, leaving Tsunade with no chance. This game's pretty interesting, Shikaku mused, playing a pair of twos. Tsunade likely didn't have anything left to counter it, so... 3. Shikaku declared calmly. Tsunade's forehead vein bulged, but Shikaku kept on with his meticulous calculations. He was worse than Takeya, at least Takeya would sometimes go easy on her. Not Shikaku, though. He was in it to win, oblivious to the rising tension. Everyone always said the Nara clan was brilliant but had issues with emotional intelligence. This moment was proof. Unable to take it anymore, Tsunade slammed a joker onto the table. Take that. But Shikaku wasn't fazed. Bomb. And a 4. As the single 4 hit the table, Takeya burst into laughter. I can't. I need a break. Takeya said, unable to contain his amusement. What's so funny? Shikaku asked, confused as he looked up from his intense card counting. Bam. Tsunade couldn't take it any longer. She slammed her hands on the table, grabbed Shikaku by the collar, and lifted him off the ground. You little brat, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? She roared. After being relentlessly outplayed for an hour straight, Tsunade was at her breaking point. Anyone would be. Shikaku, still engrossed in his thoughts, had been completely unaware of Tsunade's growing rage. But now, dangling from her grip, it finally dawned on him. I swear, Tsunade-sama, I wasn't trying to target you. I was just thinking about strategy, Shikaku said, scrambling to explain. Tsunade wasn't buying it. Liar. I play a pair of twos, and you throw down a joker. I play a joker, and you bomb me. I play a straight, and then you, what's that phrase again? Tsunade turned to Takeya. Break the bank, Takeya grinned. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Yeah, break the bank. Every time I play a straight, you break the bank. You're out to get me, aren't you? What's your deal, kid? Are you trying to drive me insane? Tsunade fumed. But you were the landlord, Shikaku stammered. I was just following the rules. The farmers are supposed to stop the landlord from winning, right? I wasn't doing it on purpose, I swear. Oh, really? Tsunade said, narrowing her eyes as she dropped Shikaku back into his chair and planted her hands on her hips. Then how come when Takeya was the landlord, you didn't do that to him? I was in the middle of playing, and you just shut me down. What's that about, huh? That was because... your hand was almost empty, so I played to stop you. Shikaku trailed off, realizing there was no way to win this argument. You. Come outside right now. Tsunade barked, dragging Shikaku out of the tent by his collar. She was determined to give him a piece of her mind. Poor guy. He might have been a genius, but his emotional intelligence needed some serious work. Tsunade was going to teach him a lesson, no doubt about that. Takeya could barely contain his laughter. Better him than me. Shikaku had dug his own grave by getting so wrapped up in the game. It wasn't Takeya's fault Tsunade was about to lose her mind over it. Besides, Tsunade wouldn't actually kill him. At worst, he'd take a beating. No big deal. Consider it a lesson learned. 10 minutes later, Shikaku returned with a swollen eye. Tsunade was nowhere to be seen, most likely off to the medical unit. Chapter 144, Hanzo, are you underestimating me? Seeing Shikaku Nara walk in with a black eye and a forced smile, Takeya couldn't help but laugh again. You're unbelievable. You've still got the nerve to laugh. We were playing cards together, so why was I the only one who got beaten up while you're perfectly fine? Shikaku groaned, rubbing his black eye in frustration. Internally, Shikaku made a vow, if I ever play cards with Tsunade again, I'm a fool. After resting for a bit and holding an ice pack to his bruised eye, Shikaku asked curiously, Takeya, why was I brought into the negotiation team with the Rain Village? There is no team. The village didn't have anyone else to send, so they had Tsunade take the lead, Takeya replied casually, not even looking up from playing with Snowy. And since I saw you at the camp, I figured we'd bring you along. We needed someone with a high IQ to handle the details, Takeya added. Ah, so it's your doing, Takeya Yagami, Shikaku thought, shaking his head internally. Damn, this hurts. Shikaku winced at his sore eye. Tsunade really didn't hold back. It's going to take days for this to heal. Such a hassle. Women. They're the worst. Of course, this kind of complaint stayed inside Shikaku's head. He wasn't foolish enough to say it out loud and risk getting Tsunade mad again. No matter his status as the heir to the Nara clan, it wouldn't mean anything to her. So, what's the bottom line here? If we're negotiating with the Rain Village, we need to know the village's stance, right? Shikaku asked, his mind shifting back to the task at hand. Without knowing Hidden Leaf Village's bottom line, they couldn't begin negotiations. It wouldn't make sense to just go in blindly. Besides, there was no way Shikaku could lead the talks himself. Hanzo would definitely take issue with that. What would Hanzo, the so-called demigod of the shinobi world, think if Hidden Leaf Village sent a kid to negotiate with him? He'd see it as an insult for sure. Without a solid bottom line, it would only lead to trouble. The bottom line? Takeya said, still stroking Snowy's tail. Hidden Leaf Village's main goal is just to sign a peace treaty with the Rain Village. As for any spoils of war, don't expect much. It's not like the Rain Village has anything to offer us anyway. What could they even give us? Takeya thought. The Rain Village was dirt poor. Asking for reparations would be a joke. Yup, this is gonna be a pain, Shikaku thought, feeling his headache grow. We might even end up having to help the Rain Village instead of getting anything from them. That part's going to be tricky. In the original timeline, Hidden Leaf Village did end up providing aid to the Rain Village, but Hanzo didn't use it for recovery. Instead, after a short rest, he launched an attack on the neutral Land of Iron. Takeya still couldn't figure out why Hanzo made such a bizarre move. After crossing the Land of Fire to attack a neutral nation like the Land of Iron, he left Hidden Stone's villages on Oki on edge. In the end, the Rain Village and Hidden Stone's village ended up clashing. Hanzo certainly had a talent for stirring up trouble. Well then. Shikaku mumbled, deep in thought as he began considering how to approach the negotiations. Takeya didn't disturb him. 2 days passed in a blur. The medical team Hidden Leaf Village sent arrived at the camp, and Tsunade, along with Takeya, Shikaku, and a group of Anbu, set off for the Rain Village to begin the talks. As for how many of those Anbu members were secretly root agents? Only Denzo knew for sure. Along the way, Tsunade's face remained tense. I have a feeling Hanzo won't be very welcoming, she muttered, voicing the concern that had been weighing on her mind. Hanzo wasn't just the leader of the Rain Village, he was known as a demigod in the shinobi world. While there was some self-promotion involved in that title, no one could deny Hanzo's immense strength. Hidden Leaf Village should at least have sent someone of equal standing to negotiate with him. But Hiruzen Saratobi, the third Hokage, couldn't leave the village. The elders weren't interested in getting involved unless there was something in it for them, and Denzo, who might have taken the role, was still recovering from his own recklessness. He was lying in bed, nursing injuries that had left him one-eyed and nearly one-armed. Waiting for Denzo to recover would take months, maybe even years. Sending all three of the Sannin to negotiate would have shown proper respect. But with Orochimaru and Jiraiya both dropping out, Tsunade was left to handle everything on her own. Frustrating. She thought, grinding her teeth. Just you two wait. The next time you need a favor from me, I'll make sure to pay you back for this. Tsunade was still fuming over Orochimaru and Jiraiya bailing on her. Just hit him back if he tries to get cocky, Takeya said casually. Really? You're still acting arrogant as a defeated village? I'll slap you so hard your face swells. Cough. Cough. Shikaku choked, startled by Takeya's words. Tsunade shot Takeya a glare. Can you get any more reckless? If fighting were an option, she wouldn't be so stressed about this in the first place. She'd already be showing Hanzo what's what. The reason Takeya had been brought along was precisely to handle things if Hanzo tried to pull something. Before Tsunade could say anything, Takeya spoke up. I get it, I get it. If Hanzo tries anything, I'll hit him with a Ganjutsu and make him dance a poison-filled jig. If that doesn't work, I'll think of something else. I won't let him push us around. As long as you have a plan, Tsunade said with a sigh. But don't be reckless. Tsunade would rather the negotiations fail than see Takeya get hurt by Hanzo. Hanzo's poison was no joke. Even she wouldn't dare take it lightly, and anyone else wouldn't stand a chance. The group made their way swiftly toward the Rain Village, while the Anbu scouts monitored for any potential ambushes by the Sand Village. Though Hidden Leaf Village hadn't fully withdrawn yet, Sand Village ninjas were still lingering in the Rain Country. Recently, they'd been quiet, but Tsunade couldn't shake the feeling that Chio, the crafty elder from the Sand Village, was planning something. Fortunately, no Sand Ninja appeared. Soon, the group arrived safely at the Rain Village. Lord Hanzo, the Hidden Leaf Village team has arrived. Leading them is Tsunade of the Sannin, one of Hanzo's subordinates reported. Oh? They've come at last? Hanzo rose, grabbing his scythe and slinging it over his shoulder. Let's go. I'll personally greet our Hidden Leaf Village guests. Let's see who they've sent for these negotiations, Hanzo said, making his way out. About that. The subordinate hesitated. Hanzo frowned, sensing something amiss. Is it just Tsunade? He asked. The subordinate lowered his head. Tsunade brought 2 kids and a group of Anbu, but no one else. 3 people? That's it? This is the negotiation team Hidden Leaf Village sent. This is the respect Hidden Leaf Village shows me? Hanzo paused, then let out a laugh, one filled with bitterness. They weren't even taking him seriously. Chapter 145, Refusing Us Entry to the Rain Village? Fine, I'll just force my way in. If all 3 of the Sannin had shown up, Hanzo wouldn't have had much to say. He respected the strength of the Sannin. Even if Denzo came, that would have been fine. A member of the Elder Council would also be a reasonable representative. As for the 3rd Hokage, Hanzo didn't even consider it. With Hidden Leaf Village still fighting against the Sand Village, there was no way the 3rd Hokage would leave the village so easily. But just Tsunade? What was the meaning of this? Did they think so little of me, Hanzo? Outside the walls of the Rain Village, Tsunade suddenly felt uneasy. Shikakunara, too, looked tense. Only Takuya seemed completely at ease, yawning lazily as if the seriousness of the situation didn't faze him in the slightest. Tsunade. From the top of the village walls, Hanzo appeared, but he made no move to open the gates. Standing high above them, Hanzo gazed down at Tsunade with a cold and aloof expression. Tsunade frowned. Hanzo, what is the meaning of this? Don't tell me this negotiation with Hidden Leaf Village was a lie? Hanzo's face remained emotionless, his voice cold as ice. I've already lost the war, and I have no intention of going back on my word. However, Hidden Leaf Village clearly underestimates me. Sending you, Tsunade, with 2 brats to negotiate? What an insult. I knew this wasn't going to be simple, Tsunade thought, feeling anger bubbling up inside her. So, what do you want then? She asked, frustration lacing her voice. Go back and tell the 3rd Hokage himself to come here. Or let Denzo and the elders come. You, Tsunade, are not qualified to represent Hidden Leaf Village on your own. So Hidden Leaf Village wants to play hardball? Fine, let's play, Hanzo thought. Let's see who cracks first. The Rain Village lacked resources, but Hidden Leaf Village was in an even more dire situation, still at war with the Sand Village. Damn it. Tsunade cursed, stomping her foot hard enough to crack the stone beneath her. But it was pointless. Feeling disrespected, Hanzo believed Hidden Leaf Village had sent such a group as an insult. He had no intention of opening the gate, let alone negotiating. Let's go. Tsunade barked, her frustration evident. There was nothing more she could do here but return and let the 3rd Hokage decide what to do next. You old man. You're going to regret making me look like a fool. She stomped off, her temper flaring as she imagined the scolding she would give the 3rd Hokage once she got back. The Anbu members obediently followed. Shikaku sighed, thinking of the 2 days of preparation now wasted. Takuya? Tsunade called when she realized he wasn't moving. She turned to find him still standing there. We came all this way. Don't you want to go inside and have a look around? You're just going to leave it like this? Takuya asked casually. How are we supposed to get in if they won't let us? Tsunade replied. Of course, she wanted to get in. If she could, she would have already punched her way through the gates, given Hanzo's masked face a taste of her fists, and shown him what it felt like to get hit by something as solid as a sandbag, though her fists weren't quite that big. Just fight your way in, Takuya said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Fight your way in? If I could have done that, I would have already. Tsunade's forehead twitched with irritation. Shikaku, standing off to the side, felt numb. He had heard of Takuya's terrifying achievements, but this was Hanzo. Even though Hanzo's title of demigod was perhaps a bit exaggerated, there was no doubt that he was one of the strongest ninjas in the world. And Takuya seriously thought he could just punch his way into the Rain Village? What kind of insane plan was he cooking up? Hanzo watched the conversation unfold from his vantage point on the wall. That white-haired kid looked vaguely familiar. Lord Hanzo, that white-haired boy is rumored to be Yagami Takuya, the one who put the third Kusagakure under a Genjutsu and made him dance. Something ridiculous, whispered one of the Rain Village ninjas standing safely behind the walls. Oh? Hanzo said, his eyes narrowing as he remembered the name. That's why the kid seemed familiar. Yagami Takuya. The same boy who supposedly put the so-called strongest Kusagakure under a Genjutsu? Could his Genjutsu really be that powerful? It seemed like Hidden Lee Village hadn't sent just any brats after all. Factoring in Takuya's achievements and strength, Hanzo begrudgingly placed him on the same level as Tsunade. Even so, this didn't change his resolve. For Hanzo, sending these people to negotiate was still an insult. Well, go ahead and try, Tsunade said, exasperated beyond belief. If you can fight your way in, you'll certainly earn a ton of merit. She raised her hand, massaging her temples. This kid's just messing around, she thought. His Genjutsu might be strong enough to affect the Kusagakure for a moment, but there was no guarantee it would work on Hanzo. You better not come crying to me if things go sideways, she warned, waving her hand dismissively. If I can break in, you'll personally put in a good word for me? Takuya said with a mischievous smile. Merit? That's it? Takuya teased, looking at her with a playful grin. Tsunade clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling as her anger flared up again. What else do you want? Do you expect me to be your servant or something? Tsunade snapped. Well, I wouldn't say no to that. Takuya began, unfazed by Tsunade's murderous glare. But then Takuya paused, imagining Tsunade clumsily attempting to serve someone while wearing a maid outfit. The mere thought made him shudder. No thanks, Takuya said, shaking his head with a wince. Tsunade's eye twitched, but before she could respond, Takuya quickly added, actually, there is something I'd like. How about you give me your grandfather's Raging Blade? No one's using that old relic anyway. Takuya had been on the lookout for a good weapon, and the legendary Raging Blade seemed like a perfect fit. The sword had been sitting in the Sunju family's ancestral home for ages, and not even the third Hokage dared to take it. Deal. Tsunade said, a fierce grin spreading across her face as she pointed at Hanzo, still standing smugly on the wall. If you manage to fight your way in, I'll give you my grandfather's Raging Blade. Now, go hit that damn village with everything you've got. It's just a sword, she thought. Not like I ever use it anyway. Besides, Shizune could never master it, and neither could anyone else. If Takuya could succeed in humiliating Hanzo and bringing honor to her name, the sword would be a small price to pay. Deal. Takuya replied, his grin matching hers. With the terms set, he stretched his arms and prepared to get started. What's this kid planning? Hanzo thought, his mind racing. He had already made it clear that no one was getting in, yet they still hadn't left. Were they seriously trying to challenge him? And what was Yagami Takuya going to do? Was this kid really about to pull a stunt in front of me, Hanzo? Chapter 146, A Demigod. You dare call yourself a god? Takuya started doing something strange, and Hanzo wasn't sure what to make of it. But soon enough, Hanzo realized just how wrong he'd been. Art is an explosion. Takuya raised his hand above his head, palm facing the sky. A purple-blue sphere, composed entirely of concentrated lightning chakra, formed in his hand. It wasn't very big, about the size of a large bowl, but the amount of chakra contained within it made everyone's heart race. This can't be good. As Takuya flashed a smile, he hurled the sphere toward Hanzo, shouting, time to blow up. Hanzo's pupils shrank, and it felt like his heart stopped. It was as though some invisible force had just grabbed hold of him. What kind of jutsu is this? It looked incredibly dangerous. Takuya's chakra-infused sphere made both Tsunade and Shikaku uneasy, and they instinctively stepped back a bit. Better stay clear of whatever's coming. Even the Anbu, known for keeping their cool, widened their eyes in shock as they watched the sphere fly toward the Rain Village's walls. There's no way I can let that thing hit the wall. That was Hanzo's first thought. Despite the sphere's size and less than impressive appearance, the immense chakra it held was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Takuya had been itching to test out his new technique, and the Rain Village seemed like the perfect opportunity. Water style, water wall. Hanzo wasn't sure what kind of attack Takuya was launching, but he knew one thing, he couldn't let that thing hit the walls. If it did, it would spell disaster. As Hanzo formed hand seals, a massive wall of water rose up, protecting the Rain Village's outer defenses. Hanzo's water style was impressive, and the wall he summoned looked like a waterfall crashing down to shield the village. But would it be enough to stop Takuya's lightning attack? Takuya doubted it. The purple-blue sphere shot toward the wall at lightning speed. In a flash, it tore through the water wall like it was nothing, slamming into the village's outer defenses. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the village. A massive mushroom cloud of smoke and debris rose into the sky, and the screams of those caught in the blast echoed through the air. A blur of movement shot away from the explosion, Hanzo. His speed was legendary, and few could match him in raw agility. From a distance, Hanzo watched as the walls of his village crumbled and the mushroom cloud slowly dissipated. His head was still ringing from the explosion. How is this possible? A small sphere like that could do this much damage? Was this the true power of Takeya's technique? Takeya stood there, smiling, satisfied with the results. Not bad. If I ever get surrounded by enemies, a few of these lightning bombs will definitely do the trick. The power was even greater than he had expected. The Rain Village's sturdy walls, combined with Hanzo's water wall defense, had been reduced to rubble in seconds. While Hanzo stood in shock, Tsunade and the others stared at Takeya as if they were seeing a ghost. Tsunade even lifted her hand to measure the size of the attack. Was that little sphere really responsible for this? Are you sure this is just a regular jutsu? It feels more like a tailed beast bomb. Takeya had been granted permission to act because Tsunade was so angry, but no one had expected him to actually pull it off. Hanzo wasn't just shocked, he was furious. He glared down at Takeya with murder in his eyes, as though he wanted to rip him apart. You brat! How dare you! Standing on top of a steel structure, Hanzo's rage was palpable. His eyes were full of hate, and he looked ready to strike. Takeya chuckled darkly. So, Hanzo, you think the people Hidden Leaf Village sent aren't worthy of negotiating with you? Let me show you just how wrong you are. Demigod. Don't make me laugh. You think you're a god? Takeya casually formed another purple-blue lightning sphere in his hand. If the Rain Village refuses to negotiate, then there's no need for the village to exist at all. I'll destroy it here and now. Explode. Takeya hurled the second sphere with incredible speed. Stop! Hanzo shouted, panic clear in his voice. He hadn't expected Takeya to act so recklessly. The boy wasn't interested in negotiations, he was ready to destroy everything. To make matters worse, Takeya had outright insulted Hanzo's title of demigod. Do I try to block it? Hanzo didn't dare. The risk was too high. He could only focus on attacking the source of the chaos, Takeya himself. With a furious roar, Hanzo launched his sickle directly at Takeya. Look out! Tsunade warned, moving to push Takeya out of harm's way. She had seen what Hanzo could do with that weapon. Many Hidden Leaf Village Jonin had died at the edge of Hanzo's sickle, and as Tsunade saw it flying toward Takeya, her heart raced. Get lost! A soft but firm voice rang out as a large, fluffy white tail, about 4 or 5 meters long, suddenly whipped out and smacked Hanzo's sickle away. The weapon was deflected before it even got close to Takeya. Tsunade froze in shock, her eyes darting from the flying sickle to the small white fox perched on Takeya's shoulder. Just how many secrets is this kid hiding? Hanzo caught his sickle, stunned as he stared at the fox. Is that a summoning animal? Since when could a summoning beast deflect his sickle? Even the legendary beasts of Orochimaru and Jiraiya couldn't do that. You fool, Snowy, the small white fox, sneered. If my master wanted to, he could wipe out your entire village right now. Demigod. What a joke. You're barely half a man, let alone half a god. Snowy's cold glare sent shivers down Hanzo's spine. He felt like a predator had locked onto him, ready to strike at any moment. Boom. The second explosion rocked the village as buildings crumbled, sending clouds of dust and debris into the sky. Hanzo's face was as dark as the storm clouds. So, Hanzo, Takeya smirked, are we qualified to negotiate with you now? Chapter 147, If negotiations fail, we can always just flatten the Rain Village. Let's see if I can flatten your Rain Village today. Other people might be scared of Hanzo, but Takeya wasn't. Poison? Sure, it could be dangerous, but only if it could reach you. And Hanzo wouldn't even be able to get close, so what good was his poison? Was he going to poison his own people? If Hanzo couldn't touch Takeya, nothing else he had would work. He'd just stand there and watch Takeya blow the whole village to bits. The only downside to Thunderblast was that it used a lot of chakra each time. But Takeya? He had chakra for days. He figured that in a few years, he could even go head-to-head with Hashirama Senju if he wanted to. And let's not forget, Snowy was still sitting on his shoulder. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say Takeya could spend all day blowing up the Rain Village until it was flat. No joke. Hanzo's poison was supposed to be his most terrifying weapon, but it was useless if it couldn't touch Takeya. As for his fancy taijutsu and his speed, those didn't matter either if he couldn't get close. His instant movement might be fast, but if he couldn't reach Takeya, it was pointless. And if he tried, Snowy would probably smack him across the battlefield, just like when they dealt with Manda. And other ninjutsu? Well, let's just say Takeya didn't want to hurt Hanzo's feelings by bringing that up. And, on top of that, Takuya hadn't even used his Mangekyo Sharingan yet. If it came down to it, Takuya could squash Hanzo without breaking a sweat. But he preferred not to use his Mangekyo if he didn't have to. He'd rather keep it under wraps until his eyes evolved into the eternal Mangekyo. After all, the downside of using the Mangekyo was the risk of going blind, and he didn't really want to deal with that. So for now, he'd rather expose Snowy's power than overuse his Mangekyo. When I get the eternal Mangekyo, then I'll really show them, he thought. Unlike most of the Uchiha, Takuya had an edge. He didn't have to worry about going blind permanently. Once his Sharingan evolved into the eternal Mangekyo, his eyesight would come back anyway. But in the meantime, he wasn't eager to find out what it was like to go blind. That's why he avoided using his Mangekyo Sharingan unless absolutely necessary. Art is an explosion, Takuya muttered with a grin. So, here's the deal, we can either settle this with a nice little chat, or I'll just blow the Rain Village off the map. Either way, my mission will be complete. I mean, this is my first mission as a Jonin. What's it going to be, Hanzo? Takuya knew how to put the ball in Hanzo's court. Either they'd sit down and negotiate peacefully, or Takuya would just go ahead and flatten the place. Either way, his mission would be done. Plus, he'd probably rack up some extra merit points for causing all that destruction. You think we can still negotiate after all this? Hanzo growled, glaring at Takuya. If Snowy weren't there, Hanzo probably would have taken a swipe at him by now. Takuya had already blown up parts of the Rain Village's walls, buildings, and even some of its ninjas. And now, he wanted to negotiate? Well, if that's how it is, then I guess we're not negotiating. Takuya shrugged and turned to Snowy. Keep him in check. He might want to watch the art of destruction firsthand. The Rain Village could go down as the first hidden village to be leveled. Got it, boss, Snowy replied, hopping over to Takuya's other shoulder, his eyes locked on Hanzo. Any funny moves, and Snowy would strike. Hanzo's expression was grim, his eyes flicking from Takuya to the gathering ball of lightning in his hand. The casual way Takuya was preparing another attack made it clear, this wasn't a bluff. Hanzo couldn't afford to sit still any longer. Wait! He shouted, lifting a hand in surrender. Fine. I'll negotiate. Just stop destroying the village. See? Was that so hard? Takuya said, dispersing the lightning ball. You could have saved us both a lot of trouble if you'd just agreed earlier. Some people just need to be pushed around a bit. Hanzo's face was dark, but he didn't argue. He could tell Takuya wasn't like other shinobi who just posture and make threats. No, this one would absolutely keep blowing up the village until there was nothing left. Tsunoda elbowed Takuya lightly, whispering, alright, enough. Don't push him too far. He's the kind of guy who holds grudges, and you don't want him coming after you later. Takuya might be able to blow up the village, but Hanzo wasn't a pushover. If they couldn't kill him now, he'd come back with a vengeance, and he had enough poison to cause serious trouble for Hidden Leaf Village. Whatever. I've done my part. You handle the talking, Takuya said, stretching his arms. He'd made his point and didn't care much for sitting through the actual negotiations. Follow me, Hanzo said stiffly, leading them into the village. The Rain Village wasn't a place Takuya had ever seen up close before. Thanks to the constant rain, the buildings were mostly steel and had a gritty, industrial look to them. They towered high, and there weren't any basements. Most of the space beneath the village was taken up by massive drainage pipes. With the war raging on and the recent damage from Takuya's attack, the streets were mostly deserted. People peeked out from their homes, watching the group pass by. Compared to Hidden Leaf Village, the Rain Village had a cold, ironclad feel to it. It was like a city made of steel, but one that had seen better days. The buildings were rusty and crumbling in places, and nothing seemed well maintained. Hanzo was obviously struggling to keep the place together, and after the explosions, it looked even worse. Hanzo's face stayed stony as he led them through the streets. Rain Village shinobi scrambled to tend to the injured and clear away the bodies, some of them reduced to little more than piles of bloody meat. Takuya wasn't the only one watching. The Anbu members with them were experts in gathering intel, and they didn't miss a thing. It was clear that the third Hokage had sent them along not just for protection but to scout the village for information. Hanzo knew that too, but he didn't say anything. He had enough on his plate. As they walked, Takuya caught Hanzo eyeing Snowy nervously. He was clearly rattled by the little white fox on Takuya's shoulder. Hanzo didn't know what Snowy was, but he knew enough to be wary. This thing? Is it a fox? A nine-tailed fox? Hanzo had no idea what Snowy was. He couldn't find a single scrap of information about it, but its resemblance to the Nine-Tails was unmistakable. It was unsettling. Eventually, they reached the Rain Village's main building. It stood in stark contrast to the rest of the village, well-maintained and sturdy. At least Hanzo still had some pride left. Please, Take a moment to rest. We'll begin negotiations shortly, Hanzo said as they entered the meeting room. The Anbu stayed outside. Tsunade didn't object. They didn't need the Anbu in the room for the negotiations. Besides, with Takuya there, she doubted Hanzo would try anything. Still, she shot Takuya a few glances, hoping to get a sense of his plan. Chapter 148, Hanzo's request. Takuya rolled his eyes and said flatly, "Let's just get on with the negotiations." What, does our dear demigod think he can make some ridiculous demands? He didn't care if Hanzo was listening. As the defeated side, what right did he have to ask for anything crazy? Even if he did, Takuya wouldn't even bother entertaining it. The whole idea was laughable. Just follow the normal process, Takuya thought. Tsunade sighed internally, feeling a little helpless. Seriously? You couldn't leave him a bit of dignity? Saying stuff like this right in front of Hanzo was just brutal. Even Shikaku's face twitched a little. This was definitely the first time he'd seen someone negotiate like this, straight up throwing threats out in the open. Across the table, Hanzo's expression darkened as he let out a quiet grunt but stayed silent. The ninja pouring tea nearby fumbled and almost dropped the teapot. That's enough. You can go, Hanzo said, waving his servant away irritably. At least Hanzo wasn't the type to start yelling or punishing his subordinates for small mistakes. If this had been Denzo, there would have been insults and probably some harsh punishment by now. What's the point of drinking tea right now anyway? Hanzo thought. His pride had already been bruised, no sense in pretending to care about proper hospitality, better to just get the negotiations over with quickly and send this disaster of a guest on his way. I assume you three don't want to waste any time either, Hanzo said, moving straight to the point. Let's begin the talks. That works for me, Takuya said, satisfied with the straightforward approach. He wasn't a fan of the kind of people who like to circle around with their words, playing mind games. This is the post-war peace agreement from Hidden Leaf Village. Have a look, and if you don't have any issues, just sign it. That'll make things easier for all of us. Takuya grabbed the document Tsunade had been holding and practically shoved it into Hanzo's hands. Tsunade was stunned, staring at Takuya with wide eyes. Wait, you're just going to hand him the contract without any discussion? Seriously? Hanzo, equally surprised, looked at the papers in his hands. He hadn't expected things to move this quickly, but after a moment, he opened the document and started reading through it. To be fair, the terms weren't all that harsh. The third Hokage had written them himself, and given his personality, it was clear he didn't want to squeeze anything out of the Rain Village. There were a few reasons for this. First, the Rain Village was broke. Even if Hidden Leaf Village demanded reparations, they wouldn't be able to pay. Second, the Hokage didn't want to push Hanzo too far. Cornering him could lead to retaliation, and if Hanzo allied with the Sand Village, it would make Hidden Leaf Village's situation much worse. A combination of Hanzo and the strongest Kazekage would be a nightmare for Hidden Leaf Village. Third, the Hokage genuinely wanted peace at the borders. He hoped the Rain Village could stabilize and develop without causing more conflict. If the Rain Village collapsed, it wouldn't benefit Hidden Leaf Village in the long run either. Well, is there a problem? Tsunade shot Takuya a questioning look. Takuya casually glanced back at her, giving her a reassuring nod. Relax. I've got this. Since Tsunade didn't know how to start the negotiations, and Shikaku wasn't confident enough to speak up, Takuya figured he might as well handle it. Negotiations? Easy. If Hanzo didn't like it, Takuya could always go back to blowing up the village until he submitted. No problem. Tsunade gave a weak smile. This feels like a disaster waiting to happen, but I guess I have no choice but to trust him at this point. While Takuya might think the Hokage's terms were fair, there was no telling how Hanzo would react. As Hanzo read through the agreement, his brow furrowed, and he finally looked up, directing his gaze straight at Takuya. He didn't even glance at Tsunade. Clearly, he saw Takuya as the only one worthy of negotiating with him. As for Shikaku? Hanzo didn't even acknowledge his presence. Who's this kid, anyway? Is there something you don't agree with? Takuya asked, noticing Hanzo's hesitation. This part needs to be revised, Hanzo said, pointing to the section of the contract labeling the Rain Village as the defeated party. He ignored Takuya's earlier jabs, focusing instead on the document. While it's true the Rain Village acknowledges the war is over, we are not defeated in the strictest sense, Hanzo explained. He glanced at Tsunade briefly before continuing. The daimyo invested a lot of money into the village to strengthen it. If we accept the label of being defeated, it will cause problems with the daimyo, who won't be pleased with the outcome. If that happens, the Rain Village's recovery will be even more difficult. If the daimyo felt insulted, there was no way he'd keep funding the Rain Village. They weren't like Hidden Leaf Village, which could survive even if the daimyo tightened the purse strings. For the Rain Village, losing the daimyo's support would be disastrous. So, What are you suggesting? Takuya asked, shifting into a more serious tone. Even though negotiating wasn't his strong suit, basic communication wasn't beyond him. Hanzo clasped his hands together and leaned forward slightly. I suggest we frame this as a mutual agreement to end the war, with both villages agreeing that further losses were unacceptable. And the Sand Village would be blamed for instigating the conflict. He paused before continuing. The Sand Village was the one who sparked the fighting. They provoked both sides. That way, both our reputations are preserved, and the daimyo will be satisfied. What do you think? Technically, the Rain Village hadn't been the one to start the war. The Sand Village had stirred the pot. Hanzo had already shared this intelligence with Hidden Leaf Village. Blaming the Sand Village would solve a lot of problems. It would be a win-win situation for both the Rain Village and Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, the Rain Village would suffer under the label of a defeated nation, and Hidden Leaf Village's reputation as a peacekeeper would take a hit for being seen as the aggressor. Takuya glanced over at Tsunade, who frowned in thought for a moment before giving a small nod. It wasn't a bad deal. Shifting the blame to the Sand Village was perfect timing, especially since they were already at war with Hidden Leaf Village. And since the Sand Village had been the one to declare war, it made sense for them to take the fall. With Tsunade's approval, Takuya shrugged. Fine, we can tweak that. Anything else? The fact that Hidden Leaf Village wasn't demanding reparations was already a pretty big concession. The Hokage's attitude was clear. He wasn't trying to crush the Rain Village, just avoid pushing them into desperation and rebellion. I also want to request some aid from Hidden Leaf Village. The Rain Village is in desperate need of supplies, both food and other essentials. Additionally, I would like permission to pass through the Fire Country's borders to purchase grain from the daimyo's lands. Chapter 149, Meeting the three kids again in Rain Village. We can give you some supplies, but not too much, Takuya said flatly. And it'll only be food, nothing else. As for buying grain from the Land of Fire's daimyo, that's fine, but you can't send any of your shinobi to do the purchasing. Providing some supplies was part of the third Hokage's plan. It wasn't much, just a token gesture to keep things calm. In the end, Rain Village would still have to pay for its own supplies. As for the checkpoints, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't block them, but Rain Village's ninja wouldn't be allowed to enter the Land of Fire. Instead, they'd have to issue a request and let Hidden Leaf Village's ninja escort the supplies to Rain Village. This strategy had multiple benefits for Hidden Leaf Village. Not only did it help maintain control, but it also increased Hidden Leaf Village's income through mission requests. The third Hokage was truly a crafty old man. He'd set up this situation perfectly, waiting for Rain Village to fall into the trap. What's the harm in giving some food? The real money was in the missions and requests. In a way, this was like slowly digging out the foundation of Rain Village's economy. But did Hanzo have any other options? Not really. Aside from the Land of Fire, it would be nearly impossible for him to buy enough food from anywhere else. Even if they had the money, other nations wouldn't be eager to sell to them, especially during wartime when food supplies were tightly controlled. Other countries weren't like the Land of Fire, where they had plentiful harvests year-round. Buying from smaller neighboring nations would only cause tension with the stone or sand villages. So, all things considered, buying from the Land of Fire was his best option. Hidden Leaf Village had really played this well. Hanzo was tempted to flip the table in frustration. Tsunade kept a serious expression, fully aware that this was a tough deal for Hanzo to swallow. But the terms weren't hers, they were the Hokage's. I accept, Hanzo finally muttered, conceding defeat. Though they were sitting in his own village, he didn't feel any sense of control. After two devastating lightning explosions from Takuya, the man's nerves were shot. One wrong move and Rain Village could very well be reduced to rubble. Condensing lightning chakra into a ball and detonating it? What kind of crazy jutsu was that? Hanzo had never seen anything like it before. It had to be some sort of forbidden jutsu, right? Little did Hanzo know, the lightning explosion wasn't a forbidden technique, it was Takuya's signature move, unique to him. And even if someone else wanted to learn it, good luck. Takuya had no intention of teaching anyone, and even the basics weren't exactly easy to grasp. With most of the main terms settled, the rest of the negotiation was just a matter of hashing out minor details. Takuya stretched lazily and headed outside, letting Tsunade and Shikaku handle the rest. Tsunade would lead the talks, and Shikaku could watch. Hanzo, for one, was more than happy to see Takuya go. The guy's presence was suffocating. The further he stayed away, the better. Preferably until the negotiations were over. Sir, one of the Anbu members said, stepping forward as Takuya left the building. I'm just going for a walk. Stay here and continue protecting Tsunade, Takuya replied, waving them off. He strolled alone through the mostly deserted streets of Rain Village. After wandering around for a while, he noticed something strange. There were an unusual number of shady businesses. Are they seriously trying to build a red light district? Takuya muttered, shaking his head at the scantily clad women standing under the eaves of various buildings. He wasn't impressed. The place was poor, and so were the women. Even if they paid him, he wouldn't be interested, let alone the other way around. Just as he was about to head back, something caught his eye. Around the corner, 3 small kids were struggling to pull a cart loaded with supplies. Are they trying to make a living by hauling stuff around? Takuya thought, scanning the trio. What surprised him most was the chakra within one of them. Nagato's chakra levels had grown significantly. Yahiko and Conan seemed about the same as before, but Nagato's chakra was impressive. The 3 kids were the same ones he had met before, the future core members of the Akatsuki, Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan. Sensing that someone was watching them, Nagato looked up. The moment his eyes locked onto Takuya, he froze, murmuring, "Teacher? Teacher? What teacher? Come on, Nagato, we've got to push this cart." Yahiko grumbled, noticing the cart had suddenly gotten heavier. He glanced back, ready to scold Nagato for slacking off, but stopped when he saw where Nagato was looking. Yahiko's grip on the cart's rope slipped, and Conan, who had been pushing from behind, cheered in delight. "Teacher!" she called out. Takuya face-palmed. "Since when did I become your teacher?" Still, he waved them over. Even though Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan were only 3 years younger than him, their malnutrition made them look much smaller, like they were 5 years old instead of 7. "Teacher!" Yahiko shouted, running toward Takuya, with Conan close behind. Nagato hesitated but eventually followed. "Looks like you've been practicing what I taught you," Takuya said as the 3 of them stood before him, soaking wet but beaming with excitement. They didn't even seem to care about the rain. "Hey, it's all thanks to your great teaching, teacher," Yahiko said, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Takuya chuckled. "I don't recall ever officially taking you 3 on as disciples." He looked them over, frowning at their ragged, dirty clothes, which were soaked through and covered in mud. Sighing, he gestured for them to follow. "Come with me." As they walked through the streets, Takuya noticed a few shops were still open despite the poor weather. There was a clothing store nearby, as well as a restaurant. Yahiko and Conan didn't seem to care about what Takuya said earlier. They happily followed him, while Nagato trailed behind, still cautious but less on edge than before. "What can I do for you, sir?" The shopkeeper greeted them warmly as they entered. Takuya cut him off, pointing at the 3 kids behind him. "Get them 2 sets of your best clothes each." He tossed some money onto the counter. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the cash, and his face broke into a wide grin. "Right away, sir." "Teacher, we don't really need." Conan began to protest, but one sharp look from Takuya silenced her. She lowered her head, obediently following the shopkeeper's instructions as he helped them pick out clothes. The shopkeeper even let them use the restroom to clean up. After a good wash and change of clothes, the 3 of them finally looked more like normal kids, though Nagato still kept his head down, his red hair hiding his rinnegan. Once they were dressed, Takuya bought them umbrellas and then led them to a restaurant, where he ordered plenty of food. As they sat down to eat, Takuya asked, "So, how did you 3 end up in Rain Village?" Chapter 150, The Unclear Future, Friends or Foes? "Teacher. We." Yahiko scratched his head, starting to speak, but Takuya raised a hand to stop him. Waving his hand with a sigh, Takuya smiled, "Don't call me teacher. I never took you in as my students. Besides, I'm only 3 years older than you." He continued, "Given the situation, it's impossible for us to have a teacher-student relationship. For all we know, one day the situation might change, and we could end up as enemies." Takuya was 10 years old, while Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato were 7. But looking at them, the gap between them seemed like more than just 3 years. Takuya already looked like a teenager, while the 3 of them, due to malnutrition, were much smaller, resembling kids around 5 years old. Unless someone mentioned their ages, no one would guess that the difference was only 3 years. Yahiko's expression froze, the smile fading from his face. Nagato, who had been looking down, clenched his fists, his emotions clearly unstable. Conan's eyes reddened as she whispered, "But teacher, this is what we want. I never planned on taking any disciples." For a moment, Takuya wasn't sure how to respond. Looking at Conan's tear-filled eyes, Yahiko's hopeful expression, and Nagato cautiously raising his head, Takuya sighed in defeat. "Alright, let's drop this topic. Call me whatever you want. But for the record, I'm not acknowledging you as my disciples." Takuya Yagami is still just a kid himself, he thought. There's no need to take on disciples right now. Plus, taking on disciples isn't something you just do on a whim. What if these kids end up turning against him in the future? He'd be the first target. And who knew if the mysterious Black Zetsu was already keeping tabs on them? Best not to get involved with Nagato's Rinnegan too much. I've already given them some help. The rest is up to their own abilities. Oh, by the way, you still haven't told me why you came to Rain Village, Takuya reminded them. Since the war ended, there've been a lot of rogue ninja causing trouble, stealing, and killing. For safety, I brought Conan and Yahiko here, Nagato explained. One of the village's ninja even helped us. He didn't turn us away. Yahiko smiled brightly at the mention of the helpful ninja, though he didn't know the man's name. Hanzo might not be the best leader, but when it came to his own people, he was fair. Unfortunately, after his return from the Land of Iron, Hanzo had more or less given up. The once feared demigod had become a recluse, leaving Rain Country in chaos. It wasn't until the Third Great Ninja War that things took a turn for the worse. Manipulated by Denzo, Hanzo attacked the Akatsuki, leading to Yahiko's death and ultimately sealing his own tragic fate. As their conversation wound down, the food arrived, and the three kids eagerly dug in. Watching them devour their meal, Takuya couldn't help but sigh. To him, the food wasn't anything special, even bordering on bland. But to Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato, it was a rare treat. Yahiko, eating too quickly, started choking. After gulping down a large glass of water, he finally caught his breath, looking relieved. Conan rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Teacher, did you came to Rain Village on a mission? Conan asked, ever the observant one. Putting down his chopsticks, Takuya ruffled Conan's hair, making her smile. The war may be over, but some things still need to be settled. The village sent me here to join the negotiation team to talk with Hanzo. It's taking a bit longer than expected, so I decided to take a walk, and here we are. What about the explosion at the gate? Conan asked hesitantly. Even though no one had been talking about it, the loud explosion had echoed throughout Rain Village. Of course, the three of them had heard it. Cough, cough. Takuya cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward under their questioning stares. Well, Hanzo wasn't exactly being cooperative. He didn't think we were worthy of negotiating with him, so I had no choice but to use a fujutsu to blow up part of the wall. It worked, we got into the village, and now we can talk. Yahiko's eyes widened in shock. Nagato dropped his chopsticks onto the table. Conan's jaw dropped, speechless. They hadn't expected that the explosion at the gate had been caused by Takuya, and intentionally, at that. It was all part of his plan to force Hanzo to the negotiating table. Without that, the talks would never have started. In truth, Takuya hadn't wanted to do it. But Hanzo had been looking down on them, refusing to acknowledge them as equals. A little destruction was the only way to make him take them seriously. If he hadn't made a strong move, Hanzo would have continued to act like a god. What demigod? If he'd ever faced someone like Hashirama or Madara, he would have been beaten so badly he'd forget his own name. This whole situation was a clear sign of how much Hidden Leaf Village's elite had thinned out since the deaths of Hashirama and Madara. The first ninja war had hit Hidden Leaf Village hard, leaving a major gap in top-tier power. Watching the kids' stunned faces, Takuya chuckled. Anyway, things are settled for now. Sure, a lot of Rain Village's people died, and the wall will take some time to rebuild, but the negotiations are going smoothly. It should all wrap up today. So, does that mean you'll be leaving today, too? Conan asked quietly. She didn't care about the negotiations or the destruction, her only concern was that Takuya would be leaving. Takuya knew they didn't want him to go, but unlike Jiraiya, he couldn't stay behind to look after them. Yes, he said, nodding solemnly, though he knew it would upset Conan. Once the talks are done, I'll be leaving by sunset. Hanzo won't want someone like me staying here. It'll keep him up at night. In the meantime, if you have any questions, about anything, this is your chance to ask. I'll do my best to answer. Really? Yahiko's mood instantly shifted from sad to excited. That's awesome. Yahiko had a ton of questions about ninjutsu and fighting techniques, and Conan and Nagato were no different. As budding ninja, they still had a lot to learn. They quickly finished eating, then gathered around Takuya, bombarding him with questions. Anything Takuya could answer, he did, explaining each concept patiently. As time passed, Takuya sensed Tsunade and Shikaku's chakra signatures nearby. Looks like it's time for me to go, Takuya said, standing up. Consider this my parting gift to you. He asked the shopkeeper for a pen and unrolled a blank scroll. Writing down some basic ninjutsu hand signs and training tips, he handed the scroll to Yahiko. Chapter 151, Are you trying to smother me with those mountains? Takuya didn't know many jutsu, only the ones he had picked up along his journey. He certainly wasn't like Orochimaru, who seemed to be a walking encyclopedia of jutsu. Still, the basic ones he did know could help Conan, Yahiko, and Nagato save some time on their path to strength. If fate allows, we'll meet again someday, Takuya said, his voice carrying a note of finality. As all things must eventually come to an end, their time together was no exception. Without further delay, Takuya stood up and disappeared into the rain-soaked streets of Hidden Rain Village. Wah! Konan was the first to break down, tears spilling from her eyes. She still clutched the money Takuya had given her. Takuya wanted them to focus on training and improving their skills without worrying about survival for a little while. Once they got through the early hardships, their natural talent would allow them to grow stronger quickly. Yahiko felt conflicted, and Nagato was equally torn. However, neither could bring themselves to ask Takuya to stay. They simply watched as he vanished into the downpour. Do you know anyone else in Hidden Rain Village? Someone with red hair, like Kushina's clan? Tsunade asked, her brow furrowing in curiosity. She sensed that Nagato might be a member of the Uzumaki clan. But if that were the case, why hadn't Takuya taken him away? Surely, Hanzo wouldn't have objected if Takuya wanted to bring a few people with him. And arranging for them to settle in Hidden Lee Village wouldn't be difficult, especially with Tsunade backing him up. Yes, Takuya replied, his umbrella shielding him from the rain as he nodded slightly. But his family was killed during the war, mistakenly by Hidden Lee Village ninja. He wouldn't want to go to Hidden Lee Village, even if he had the chance. Even if Nagato had agreed to go, Takuya wouldn't have taken him. I see. Tsunade murmured, taken aback by the turn of events. She hadn't expected such a complicated history. After thinking about it for a moment, she recalled something. I think I remember seeing those 3 kids hiding in the woods the day we retreated. Jiraiya even left them some food. Did Konan and the others really cross paths with Tsunade and the Sannin back then? Takuya was surprised. He had always assumed that Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato had stayed hidden the entire time. It turned out that the 2 groups had encountered each other, with one party hiding and the other already aware of their presence, choosing not to intervene. How did the negotiations go? Takuya changed the subject, not wanting to dwell on the past. Quite well, Tsunade said, her lips curling into a grin. Without warning, she grabbed Takuya by the neck and pulled him close. Now, how about you come clean? When did you get so strong, huh? And what's with this artisan explosion technique? That thing is dangerous enough to be sealed in the Forbidden Scroll. Whoa. Takuya stumbled as Tsunade pulled him, causing him to lean against her. The real problem, however, was that his face ended up pressed against something soft. Very soft. His entire face was buried in Tsunade's assets. A faint scent filled his nostrils as his face nestled against the plush, overwhelming softness. My god, this is happening in the middle of Hidden Rain Village's streets? People are watching, for crying out loud. Behind them, Narashikaku could hardly believe what he was seeing. Tsunade had Takuya in a headlock, pressing his face against her chest like it was the most natural thing in the world. This was beyond absurd. He couldn't help but wonder. What did that even feel like? Let go. Takuya protested. Sure, the sensation wasn't unpleasant, but being smothered like this wasn't comfortable either. He quickly pushed away from Tsunade, standing upright once more. Tsunade froze, her face turning crimson. In that brief moment of contact, she had instinctively let him go and, completely unconsciously, rubbed at the area. Odd. It didn't feel the same when she touched it herself. Why did it feel different when Takuya did it? Damn it, are you trying to smother me with those things? Takuya blurted out. PFFT. Shikaku nearly choked trying to stifle his laughter. Behind them, the hidden Anbu members suddenly vanished into the shadows, becoming invisible onlookers. Tsunade's face turned a dangerous shade of red. In a fit of fury, she grabbed Takuya again. I'll kill you. What the hell are you saying? Smother you with my chest? You've got some nerve, after getting an eyeful, and now you're blaming me? Realizing that Tsunade was genuinely angry, Takuya made a hasty retreat. It didn't matter how old or what stage of life a woman was in, when they got mad, they were terrifying. And from the look on Tsunade's face, she was ready to kill. Takuya wisely decided it was time to make himself scarce. To be fair, the sensation wasn't half bad. And... wait. Did Tsunade's face actually turn red? Had he imagined it? Meanwhile, Shikaku was desperately trying to calm Tsunade down. Tsunade-sama, I swear, I didn't see anything. Really? Now you've done it. By explaining, you've just made it obvious you saw everything. Tsunade's eye twitched in frustration before she swung her fist at Shikaku, landing a solid hit. You seem to have quite a friendly relationship with Takuya-sama, one of the Anbu commented quietly. Don't start with that, another snapped. We're not here to gossip. Let's focus on gathering intelligence for the Hokage like we were ordered. Still, I kind of envy Takuya. Once they left Hidden Rain Village, the Anbu quickly relayed their report back to the village using specialized methods, sending their scrolls to the intelligence division. Tsunade's anger had already cooled by the time they left the village. As usual, she fell into easy conversation with Takuya, discussing trivial matters, while poor Shikaku followed behind them, nursing a black eye. Why did you punch him? Takuya asked, glancing back at Shikaku. High IQ, low IQ, Tsunade muttered. I was just giving him a lesson on what to say and what not to say. When Tsunade glanced back at Shikaku, the man flinched in fear, wearing a sheepish grin that only made her more exasperated. Low emotional intelligence? Was she serious? Shikaku was a genius. With their mission complete, the group made their way back to camp as the sun began to set, arriving just before dark. The negotiations are complete, sir, one of the Anbu reported upon their return. He immediately vanished into the command center, recounting everything that had happened during the day. Chapter 152, Denzo, I heard you created an S-rank jutsu? Lord Denzo, Yagami Takuya is incredibly powerful. That technique he used, its power was immense. Even the small white fox that's always with him is no joke, the Anbu operative reported. With just a flick of its tail, it deflected Hanzo's sickle, keeping him at bay and making Hanzo hesitate to approach Yagami Takuya. Denzo was still bedridden, his body wrapped in bandages and an eye patch covering one eye. But as a high-ranking figure in Hidden Leaf Village, he enjoyed certain privileges. Unlike other wounded soldiers, Denzo had the luxury of recuperating in the command center's private quarters, a treatment few could hope to receive. Lying there, Denzo remained silent for a while, pondering to himself. A jutsu formed with lightning nature chakra, huh? A white fox that resembles a tailed beast, he muttered, his mind whirring. The Anbu ninja knelt silently, awaiting further instructions without interrupting his leader's thoughts. Bring him to me. Tell him I have something to discuss, Denzo finally ordered. Yes, Lord Denzo. The Anbu agent quickly left to fetch Takuya. Back at the camp, Takuya found himself, as usual, with nothing to do. He wanted to leave, but unfortunately, he had new orders. He was to stay for a few more days and escort a group of wounded shinobi back to Hidden Leaf Village, guarding them against any potential attacks from Hidden Sand Village ninja. Speaking of Hidden Sand Village, Takuya had no idea why they were still hanging around in the Land of Rain. The war between Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Rain Village had already ended. There was nothing left for Hidden Sand Village to gain by sticking around. Yet Jo still hadn't led her forces out of the country, leaving Takuya wondering if she was plotting something. Maybe another sneak attack. You seriously said something that made Tsunade hit you? Takuya asked, stifling a laugh as he stared at Shikaku, who was sporting a nasty black eye. He had managed to hold back his laughter on the journey back to the camp, but now that they were alone, he couldn't resist bringing it up. I swear I don't know what happened, okay? You believe me, right? Shikaku groaned, clearly exasperated. What the hell was I thinking, running my mouth like that? He berated himself. If I had just acted like I didn't see anything, I wouldn't be walking around with a panda eye right now. It's none of my business what Tsunade-sama and Takuya do. You don't know? Takuya looked at him with raised eyebrows, his skeptical gaze making Shikaku even more uncomfortable. With a wry smile, Shikaku added, I really don't. I just said I didn't see anything. No wonder people say the Nara clan has high IQ but low IQ, Takuya thought to himself. You practically dug your own grave with that one. Tsunade not hitting you would have been a miracle. Takuya rolled his eyes. Next time, just stay out of her way. That woman has no sense of timing when it comes to whooping people, unless you're stronger than her. Otherwise, you're just asking for it. Shikaku shook his head so fast it was almost comical. No way. There's not gonna be a next time. You two can hug, kiss, whatever, you'll never hear a peep out of me. As if to punctuate his resolve, Shikaku pressed a warm towel against his throbbing eye and hissed in pain. Peeking over at Takuya, who was casually lounging on his makeshift cot, Shikaku's curiosity got the better of him. Takuya, that jutsu you used earlier today. Ah, that, it's called lightning style, thunderburst, Takuya said, making up a name on the spot. Whether or not anyone believed it didn't really matter. Hell, even he didn't believe it. It's simple, really, Takuya continued, not missing a beat. You just focus your lightning nature chakra and throw it. Super easy. Yeah, right. You're full of crap. Shikaku thought, giving up on the conversation. He was interested in the jutsu, sure, but he was also curious about the whole situation with Tsunade. But the dull ache in his eye was a clear reminder not to dig too deep. One panda eye was bad enough, two would be unbearable. Takuya might not throw punches, but Tsunade sure as hell would. Yagami Takuya, Lord Denzo requests your presence, a voice called from the entrance to the tent. The Anbu operative had arrived with a message, breaking up the conversation. Denzo. He wants to see me? Takuya thought as he sat up, surprised. That was fast. They had just returned to camp, and Denzo already knew everything that had happened? And he's calling for me specifically? It seemed Denzo's grip over the Anbu and his root division was tighter than Takuya had imagined. Hold the fort here while I'm gone, and grab some fresh supplies from the logistics team, Takuya said, patting Shikaku's shoulder as he stood. He followed the Anbu out of the tent and headed toward the command center. As the advisor to the Hokage and one of Hidden Leaf Village's top officials, Denzo's accommodations were far more luxurious than what other wounded soldiers could hope for. While most were crammed into the medical tents, Denzo reclined in a comfortable bed, tucked away in the command center's private rest area. Surrounded by a cadre of Anbu and root operatives, Denzo looked more like a feudal lord than a patient. Must be nice to be in charge, Takuya thought as he approached. Lord Denzo, Yagami Takuya is here, the Anbu operative announced before fading into the shadows. Lying in bed, Denzo opened his one good eye, staring at Takuya from across the room. His other eye was bandaged, and most of his body was wrapped in gauze. Chio really did a number on him, Takuya noted. She had nearly taken Denzo out of the game for good. If it weren't for his quick thinking and use of a summoning technique, the old man probably wouldn't be alive right now. Denzo's gaze was sharp, but Takuya didn't bother with any formalities. Bowing and scraping weren't exactly his style, and he had no intention of starting now. He stood still, returning Denzo's gaze without flinching. Denzo frowned, clearly displeased by the lack of decorum. I've heard about what happened in Hidden Rain Village. You handled things well. Hanzo, the so-called half-god, still had the audacity to think he could dictate terms to us after losing. The nerve of that man, Denzo sneered. Is this guy for real? Takuya thought, his expression turning skeptical. It was one thing for someone like the third Hokage, Anoki, or the Raikage to criticize Hanzo. They had the strength to back it up. But Denzo? Where did he get off looking down on Hanzo? Was it because of his position in Hidden Leaf Village? His title as the Hokage's advisor? Sure, Hanzo's half-god status might have been exaggerated, but even so, there were few people in the ninja world capable of taking him down. Denzo certainly wasn't one of them. Takuya kept silent, waiting to see where this conversation was headed. I also heard, Denzo continued, his voice shifting, that you created a jutsu, lightning-style, thunderburst. An S-rank technique? Knew it, Takuya thought. Of course, he's after the jutsu. Maintaining a calm expression, Takuya simply nodded. Yes, that's correct. Chapter 153, A Paper Tiger Trying to Bite? Dream on. Takuya shrugged, it's a jutsu I developed recently, and I used it for the first time in Hidden Rain Village. It's strong, no doubt about that, but the downside is the massive chakra drain. If you don't have a large enough chakra pool, there's no point in even trying to learn it. Was Denzo really thinking he could get his hands on Thunderburst? Hey, good luck with that. With his chakra reserves, he'd be more likely to blow himself up than pull it off. Denzo's face remained emotionless, his tone flat and cold. Write down the principles behind this technique. Such a dangerous jutsu should be handed over to the village and sealed in the scroll of seals. I nearly laughed out loud. Oh, right. He wants me to hand over Thunderburst so the village can seal it, huh? Yeah, sure, Denzo. As if the village would ever see it. He just wants it for himself. Sorry, I refuse. There's no rule in the village that says I have to turn over any jutsu I create. Denzo, ugly as sin and greedy on top of that. Did he really think I'd just troll over and give him what he wanted? Not a chance. You dare defy me? Denzo's calm facade cracked, his voice tinged with anger. His one visible eye gleamed with menace, and I noticed the root operatives lurking in the shadows starting to shift, preparing to surround me. I smirked, not even slightly intimidated. Refusal isn't the same as defiance, Denzo-sama. Besides, I'm working under Tsunade-sama's command right now. You don't have the authority to order me around. I leaned in slightly, dropping my voice to a more dangerous tone. So, instead of barking up the wrong tree, why don't you focus on getting better? Because if you end up bedridden for life, that'd be a real shame for the village. Watch your mouth. Denzo's voice shot up, trembling with rage. He looked like he was about to leap out of bed and strangle me right there. Later, old man. I turned and walked out of the room, unbothered by the seething anger radiating from Denzo. The root operative still hovered, unsure whether to act. A few months ago, they might have had a shot. Now, I'd send them all to the afterlife if they even thought about trying. Yagami Takuya. Denzo shouted after me, his voice almost breaking in fury. But I didn't bother looking back. His high-ranking status didn't scare me, and the war was over. Tsunade was the one calling the shots now, and she outranked him on this front. If he wanted Thunderburst so badly, why not go ask her for it? Good luck with that. Even if she said yes, he couldn't handle it anyway. That jutsu wasn't made for someone like him. As I stepped out, I threw one last jab over my shoulder. No need to scream, Denzo-sama. Yelling's bad for your health. Maybe Tsunade-sama can come by and help you calm down. I couldn't help but laugh as I walked away. Denzo, threatening me? What a joke. The root operative shifted again, eager for orders, but Denzo didn't give them the signal. Even as angry as he was, he knew better. Trying to take me down right now would be a suicide mission, and with Tsunade backing me, there was no way he could pin anything on me. Besides, unlike Tsukumo Hatake, I wasn't someone he could just ruin with rumors. Anyone who spread lies about me would find me paying them a little visit at night. We'd have a nice chat. Lord Denzo. One of the root agents dared to ask. Denzo gritted his teeth but forced himself to calm down. Stand down. I smirked. He was smart enough to know when he had no cards left to play. For now, he was nothing but a paper tiger. He had no real bite, not until we were back in Hidden Leaf Village. Once there, he'd try to set traps for me in the shadows. That's how he operated. He probably still hadn't forgiven me for taking out his little spies a while back. I knew he'd start piecing it together eventually. Those missing agents? Yeah, that was me. I made sure they wouldn't be reporting back. As I left the command center, I made a detour to the medical division, where Tsunade was finishing up. She looked up, raising an eyebrow as I entered. Finished cooking? Cooking? I flopped down next to her, pushing her over a bit on the bench. I just came back from dealing with Denzo. He tried to order me to hand over Thunderburst, said if I didn't, I'd be disobeying orders. Scared the life out of me. Who's got the time to cook after that? Tsunade's teacup cracked in her hand, spilling tea onto the floor. Her face darkened. I'll deal with Denzo. You don't have to worry about him or anyone else, Denzo, the old man, the elders, all of them. Unless you want to exchange something of equal value, there's no reason for you to give them anything. The village has no rule that says you have to turn over your own jutsu. Right. I leaned back, relieved. Good to know. She nodded, her expression hardening. Denzo's a snake, but he can't force you. Let's go grab something to eat, and we'll come back later. Sure. For now, there wasn't much to do except wait. The other medical nin could handle the patients, and unless something critical came up, Tsunade deserved a break. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen read over the latest intelligence reports. The news of Hidden Rain Village's surrender brought him some much-needed relief. With that war over, Hidden Leaf Village could now focus its forces on dealing with Hidden Sand Village. The Kusagakure had launched several attacks across the Fire Country, and Sarutobi's frustration grew with each new report. These guerrilla tactics were wearing down the village's defenses. He shook his head, turning back to the reports. One scroll, in particular, caught his eye. An S-rank lightning jutsu capable of countering Hanzo's attacks? Sarutobi frowned, setting the scroll aside. Takeya Yagami. This child has grown even stronger than I anticipated. If it hadn't been for Tsunade's insistence, Sarutobi might never have allowed Takeya to even take the Jonin exams. But now it was clear that Takeya's power far exceeded that of a typical Jonin. Every time it seemed like they had a grasp on his abilities, he revealed another card up his sleeve. His strength had become a factor that Sarutobi could no longer ignore, especially considering his close ties with both Tsunade and Kushina. If not handled properly, it could become a significant issue for the village. At least he didn't seem to be aligning himself with the Uchiha clan. That would have made things much more complicated. Sarutobi sighed and gave his next order. Announce the peace treaty with Hidden Rain Village tomorrow. It'll ease the villagers' concerns. The war had dragged on, and the people of Hidden Leaf Village were growing weary. Announcing peace would give them something positive to focus on. Chapter 154, Chio's plan to ambush the wounded. Signing the peace treaty with Hidden Rain Village was the best option for Hidden Leaf Village. Once the internal matters were stabilized, they could fully focus on dealing with Hidden Sand Village. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Anbu promptly appeared, collecting the documents and heading off to print them, preparing to post them all over Hidden Leaf Village at dawn. Takeya had been at the camp for 2 days and hadn't noticed any Anbu or root operatives trailing or keeping an eye on him. After the camp was properly set up, Takeya took on the responsibility of escorting a group of injured shinobi back to Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade, on the other hand, had to return with the main forces, which would take significantly longer. Takeya-sama is truly remarkable, only 10 years old and already a Jonin. That's a record even in Hidden Leaf Village, right? Not just Hidden Leaf Village. In the entire shinobi world, no one else could compare. If my son had even half of Takeya-sama's talent, I'd be grinning in my sleep. Your son? Please, he's nowhere close to Takeya-sama. And yours is no better. As the group traveled slowly to accommodate the injured, the veterans couldn't help but sing Takeya's praises, occasionally getting into heated arguments. Takeya felt a bit awkward at their overzealous compliments but stayed out of the conversation. His focus remained sharp, any trouble with the wounded and the blame would fall on him. Thankfully, Snowy, his trusted white fox, helped keep watch and provided early warnings for any potential threats. Lady Chio, the group escorting the wounded is led by none other than Yagami Takuya, a Hidden Sand Village shinobi reported. Hidden Sand Village had remained in Hidden Rain Village after the ceasefire, with Chio debating whether to retreat to the Land of Rivers to support the third Kusagakure or stay for a while longer. Eventually, she chose to remain, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike Hidden Leaf Village hard. And the group escorting the wounded presented the perfect target. Hidden Leaf Village's camp had already been attacked once, making it heavily fortified. No openings were left. So, Chio shifted her attention to the injured shinobi. There were still plenty of wounded left in Hidden Leaf Village's camp, and if she could strike at the right time, it would deliver a severe blow to Hidden Leaf Village's morale and fighting strength. Injured shinobi, once healed, would return to the battlefield, and Chio wanted to eliminate as many of these potential threats as possible. Yagami Takuya. Chio's eyes narrowed. She wasn't unfamiliar with him. Takuya's exploits had spread throughout Hidden Sand Village, and the villagers harbored a deep resentment toward him. After all, he had embarrassed their Kusagakure in front of the entire shinobi world. Any shinobi from Hidden Sand Village would leap at the chance to tear him apart. Chio was no different. She hadn't expected the escort team to be led by Takuya. "What's the status on that explosion in Hidden Rain Village?" Chio asked. Hidden Leaf Village had begun peace talks with Hidden Rain Village, but before the negotiations could even start, an explosion rocked the city, blowing a hole in the wall and killing numerous shinobi. Hidden Sand Village's spies in Hidden Rain Village had sent this information back. However, the exact cause of the explosion remained unclear. To avoid further embarrassment, Hanzo had ordered his men to keep the incident under wraps. With the limited access that Hidden Sand Village's spy had, it was difficult to uncover the full details in just a few days. Chio's assistant shook his head. "Lady Chio, our agent is doing everything he can to gather more information, but Hanzo's heightened security is slowing things down. We'll need more time. Make it fast." Chio snapped, her patience running thin. She saw the delay as incompetence, frustrated that even a minor incident like this was dragging on for so long. Hidden Sand Village's spy was clearly not up to her standards. Now she had to decide, should she make her move? Takuya's Sakura Fall Ganjutsu, which had humiliated the third Kusagakure, weighed heavily on her mind. What if she, too, fell victim to it? The disgrace would be unthinkable. Send out my orders, surround the Hidden Leaf Village escort team. Eliminate them and kill Yagami Takuya, she finally decided. Despite her reservations, Chio knew this was an opportunity she couldn't pass up. As long as she stayed out of direct combat, Chio believed her forces would prevail. There was no way one shinobi, no matter how skilled, could defeat hundreds. Hidden Sand Village had 700 to 800 shinobi at her command. Even if it came to throwing their lives at him, they could overwhelm Takuya by sheer numbers. Killing him would not only be a major victory but also a much-needed morale boost for Hidden Sand Village. "Yes, Lady Chio." Her subordinates responded eagerly, ready to carry out her orders. Meanwhile, Takuya, unaware of Chio's plans, took a quick scouting round as a formality before returning to his team. He found working with his own group much easier, they understood him with just a look. Working with strangers, however, was a different story. If he didn't scout the area, they'd assume he wasn't competent enough to lead. Takuya hated that feeling, but luckily, this would be his last mission of this kind. He estimated that at their current pace, they would reach Hidden Leaf Village in about 4 days, significantly faster than his last escort mission, which had taken over a week. "Master, a large group of enemies is approaching," Snowy's voice echoed in his mind. "What direction? How many?" Takuya's senses sharpened instantly. "A lot. They're slowly surrounding us." Hidden Sand Village. Takuya sighed in frustration. They were nearing the borders of the Land of Fire, and the only enemy capable of such a large-scale ambush had to be Hidden Sand Village. It had to be Chio's forces. Takuya realized that, despite the official ceasefire, Chio had stayed behind, waiting for an opportunity to strike at Hidden Leaf Village. Now, it seemed he had become her target. Takuya wasn't surprised that Hidden Sand Village wanted him dead. His Sakura Fall technique had turned their Kusagakure into a laughingstock. If someone had done the same to Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage, Takuya was certain Hidden Leaf Village shinobi would want that person dead too. Very well. If that's how it's going to be, I'll settle this once and for all. Takuya knew that until he dealt with Chio, Hidden Sand Village would continue targeting him. The only way to end this was to beat them decisively, make them fear him. If the very mention of his name struck fear into Hidden Sand Village's shinobi, only then would they stop coming after him. "Master Takuya?" One of the accompanying shinobi asked as Takuya stopped and stared toward the right side of the group, muttering to himself. "Everyone, listen up. Keep moving forward. No stopping, no matter what. Something was wrong. Hearing Takeya's command, the accompanying shinobi and the injured understood that danger was near. Without hiding the truth, Takeya shouted, "We've got a large number of hidden Sand Village shinobi closing in on us. It's that old hag Chio, she's planning an attack. Damn it. Those bastards. Master Takeya, should we send a distress signal back to the camp? We'll take those hidden Sand Village dogs down." The shinobi, even the injured ones, roared in defiance, preparing for the worst. Chapter 155, Snowy, it's your turn. No need to send a signal, just keep moving forward. I'll handle the enemies. Your mission is to continue on the path and reach the border outpost in the Land of Fire as quickly as possible. What good would it do to send a distress signal right now? If they could hold off the enemy, they'd be fine. If not, by the time reinforcements arrived, they'd likely all be dead. Escaping with even a few survivors would be considered a victory. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison, speeding toward the border outpost in the Land of Fire. But after a while, someone noticed something strange. Where was their leader? Turning back, they saw Takeya lagging behind, walking slowly. "Takeya-sama, we need to pick up the pace," Hyuga Kase called out, confused by Takeya's casual demeanor in such a critical moment. Was he planning to stay behind and fight the enemy alone? Not good. Kase exclaimed, activating his Byakugan. "The enemy is closing in much faster than I expected," Takeya muttered to himself. It seemed the enemy had accelerated their encirclement once they noticed that the escort team had quickened their pace. "Takeya-sama, we're surrounded by hidden Sand Village shinobi." "There are a lot of them," Kase reported, his eyes scanning the area. "I know. Keep moving forward. Leave the rest to me." Hidden Sand Village had deployed hundreds of shinobi for this attack. The remaining forces had likely been sent back to Hidden Sand Village by Ebizo, given how stretched their resources were on the river country front. Hidden Sand Village's shinobi numbers couldn't compare to Hidden Leaf Villages. With the war against Hidden Rain Village over, there was no reason for them to maintain such a large force in this region. But to Takeya, whether they sent a few hundred or even a few thousand shinobi, it didn't matter. Hidden Sand Village was about to learn the true meaning of fear. Hyuga Kase nearly choked on his own breath, grabbing Takeya's hand and pulling him along in a panic. "Takeya-sama, please, this is no time for jokes. There are too many enemies for us to leave anyone behind. We're almost at the border, we just need to buy more time." "It's too late," Takeya said calmly, raising his hand and calling out, "Everyone, stop. Prepare for battle." Hidden Sand Village's forces were determined to wipe them out. They had pushed themselves to the limit, rushing to encircle the group before they could reach the border outpost. With a group full of injured, there was no way to significantly increase their pace. The escort team itself was small, not even a full squad. Knowing Takeya's overwhelming capabilities, Tsunoda hadn't assigned many to accompany him, feeling it wasn't necessary. Even if Takeya had to escort the group alone, she was confident he could handle it. Who would have expected Hidden Sand Village to jump out at this moment? "Let's take these dogs down," one of the shinobi shouted. "Send them crawling back to the Land of Wind to eat sand." Others joined in, their voices rising with determination. Even the injured, those still capable of moving, grabbed their weapons, ready to fight. The rising morale was infectious, even making Takeya feel a surge of adrenaline. But he couldn't let them charge into battle recklessly, otherwise, the mission would fail. "Kase, take command of the others. Keep a lookout for stragglers or infiltrators. I'll handle the rest." "But, Takeya-sama." Watching Takeya rush off on his own, Kase wanted to follow, but he knew he couldn't. He grit his teeth, stamping his foot in frustration before turning to the others. "Anyone who can move, follow me. We need to keep the perimeter secure and stop any enemies from sneaking through. The rest is up to Takeya-sama." Though reluctant, they had no choice but to trust Takeya. Whether or not he could handle the situation, they had to believe in him. Jumping onto a large rock, Takeya surveyed the approaching enemy forces, scanning for Chio. He swore that once he found her, he'd make her regret ever crossing paths with him. The third Kazekage had danced before, it was time for Chio to join him in that performance. After all, Hidden Sand Village's reputation was already in shambles. A little more disgrace wouldn't make a difference. Sensing Takeya's intentions, Chio made no effort to reveal herself, choosing to remain far from the battlefield. "Lady Chio, there's no way Yagami Takeya can escape now, right?" a Hidden Sand Village shinobi asked. Hidden Sand Village had chosen to move in quickly, fearing that Takeya might slip through their grasp. They weren't afraid of fighting him, even knowing his immense power. After all, how many shinobi could he take on? Eventually, even he would be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Between the injured and the few accompanying guards, Takeya was the true prize. Killing him was far more valuable than taking out a group of wounded. "As long as he doesn't abandon the injured, he can't escape," Chio said with a cold smile. She wasn't worried about Takeya going on a killing spree. Her real concern was him fleeing the battlefield, leaving the wounded behind. Given his past feats, she knew that if Takeya decided to run, she'd have a hard time stopping him. For the sake of her reputation, Chio couldn't risk fighting him directly. She couldn't afford to become the laughingstock of the shinobi world, just like the third Kusagakure had. It was bad enough when the Kusagakure, a man, had been humiliated. If she, an old woman, were caught in Takeya's Sakura Fall Ganjutsu and made to dance, she wouldn't be able to show her face again. So cautious. Takeya muttered, realizing Chio had no intention of showing herself. Even Snowy's senses couldn't locate her. Chio was staying far out of reach, likely fearing that Takeya would trap her in an embarrassing Genjutsu right off the bat. If that's how it is. With the enemy closing in, Takeya bit his thumb and swiftly performed a series of hand signs. Stop him! The hidden Sand Village shinobi shouted, recognizing the summoning technique. Several Jonin and special Jonin charged toward him. But Takeya didn't even acknowledge their presence, slamming his hand down on the rock. Get lost, you filthy vermin! A massive snake, Manda, appeared beside the rock where Takeya stood. Its gigantic tail whipped toward the hidden Sand Village shinobi, forcing them to retreat. Master, Manda hissed, its tongue flicking out as it surveyed the shinobi around it, its eyes glowing green. Can I eat them today? You idiot, Takeya thought, resisting the urge to stomp on the snake. All you think about is eating. Still, he reminded himself that most of the snakes from Ruchi Cave weren't exactly sane, so he let it slide. Manda's role today wasn't to be the main attraction. After the battle, maybe. For now, guard the rear and make sure none of the enemies get close to the injured, Takeya ordered. Very well. Manda blinked its enormous eyes, a bit confused. Wasn't it supposed to fight? Why was it being told to protect people instead? Though puzzled, the giant snake obeyed, not daring to question its master. Snowy, it's your turn now. Snowy, who had been hiding this entire time, was finally ready to make her appearance. For now, she would be used as a powerful summon, a deception to keep others from discovering her true nature as a tailed beast. As long as she didn't start throwing around tailed beast bombs, Takeya thought, everything would go according to plan. Let everyone think Snowy was just a large, powerful summoning beast. Then, when they least expected it, she could reveal her true form, and no one would see it coming. Don't use the tailed beast bomb, Takeya reminded. Got it, master. Snowy happily leapt from Takeya's shoulder, landing gracefully on Manda's head. Manda's enormous body shuddered, and it quickly bowed its head to accommodate the little fox. What's going on? The hidden Sand Village shinobi wondered, growing more cautious at the sight of Manda's arrival. They all knew the reputation of the great snake, it had devoured countless enemies on the battlefield. Chapter 156, Anyone who wants to harm the master must die normally. Orochimaru didn't have the luxury of finding enough sacrifices to keep Manda satisfied. But on the battlefield, there were plenty. All it had to do was feast to its heart's content. However, Manda seemed oddly respectful toward that small, tiny white fox. Kill him. Came the order. Whether Manda was there or not, Yagami Takeya was still the primary target. After dealing with him, they focus on the injured Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. The Hidden Sand Village Jonin who had been forced back by Manda immediately gave the order to attack. Charge. Hundreds of Hidden Sand Village shinobi roared as they rushed forward. In his previous life, Takeya had foolishly thought that battles between ninjas were mostly about unleashing flashy jutsu, blasting each other with everything they had, just like in the anime. Even there, you'd see epic bombardments of ninjutsu. But after arriving in this world, he realized, what a joke. Massive ninjutsu attacks? Yeah, right. Only specialized squads operated like that. For most ninja, especially Genin and Chunin, close quarters combat was the norm. If they could skillfully use a few jutsu during a fight, that was already impressive. All that dream of large-scale ninjutsu bombardments? Rarely ever happened. The only person he knew who liked to mess around like that was Nawaki. Even Orochimaru, the so-called walking encyclopedia of ninjutsu, didn't bother with it. Even the professor of ninjutsu, the third Hokage, spent more time bashing people with his staff than using crazy jutsu. So, if anyone was expecting a grand display of ninja fireworks, they were bound to be disappointed. Takeya glanced at the rushing enemy and sighed. Manda, growing restless, could barely contain itself. It wanted nothing more than to obliterate these little pests. But without the order, it didn't dare move. All it could do was sit still. At the perfect moment, Snowy leaped from Manda's head. But no one paid attention to such a small, cute creature. The next second. Roar. A massive nine-tailed fox, even larger than Manda, appeared in the middle of the battlefield. With a single flick of its 9 long tails, countless hidden sand village shinobi were sent flying, turning the scene into utter chaos. No one had expected the cute, cat-sized fox to suddenly transform into a terrifying monster. Anyone who tries to harm my master must die. With a mighty roar, Snowy charged into the swarm of enemies. Its 4 massive paws, each large enough to be embraced by several men, came crashing down. One by one, hidden sand village shinobi were either crushed into the ground or torn apart by its sharp claws. Snowy's 9 tails whipped through the battlefield like a deadly machine, slicing through the enemy ranks as though harvesting crops. Dozens fell at once, unable to escape its wrath. What kind of monster is this? Many stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief as they watched Snowy rampage. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were dumbstruck, and the Hidden Sand Village shinobi fared no better. Only Takeya, perched on a rock, calmly watched the spectacle unfold. A monster. Many of the Hidden Sand Village shinobi were paralyzed with fear. Fighting against Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas was one thing, but facing a creature like Snowy was beyond what they could handle. The sheer terror magnified every weakness, and once fear set in, it consumed them. For some, the best they could do was turn and run, their minds too overwhelmed by fear to even think about fighting. Look at what happened during the Nine Tails attack on Hidden Leaf Village. That alone showed how terrifying these tailed beasts could be. Without a Kage-level shinobi to hold it back, how could a mere group of hundreds hope to stand a chance? This was a one-sided massacre. Am I seeing things? Hyuga Case, still leading his men in keeping a watch for sneak attacks, was stunned. There wasn't much need to worry about an ambush anymore, the enemy was too busy worrying about their own survival. Is this really Takeya-sama's summon? It's terrifying. Even the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas stood in awe, while the Hidden Sand Village shinobi fled in panic, few having the courage to even try attacking Snowy. Their standard jutsu, kunai, and explosive tags did nothing but lightly scratch its fur. In contrast, Snowy's massive paws and tails mowed down waves of enemies. Within minutes, hundreds of Hidden Sand Village shinobi had either been slain or fled in terror. A few jonin who had tried to flank Takeya were swatted aside like flies, torn apart by Snowy's claws. It remembered them. They were the ones who tried to harm Takeya. Unforgivable. Anyone who wanted to hurt its master had to die. As Snowy unleashed its fury, Manda hissed in excitement, caught between fear and admiration. Watching the restless snake, Takeya rolled his eyes. Fine. You can join in too. If you don't hurry, there won't be any scraps left for you, he said. Manda let out a gleeful hiss before launching itself after the fleeing Hidden Sand Village shinobi, swallowing 2 unlucky victims in one gulp. They didn't even have time to scream before they were gone, devoured in an instant. Manda squinted its eyes, savoring the taste. TCH. You swallowed them whole, fur and all, and now you're trying to taste something? Takeya couldn't help but think there was something seriously wrong with the snake's brain. With Snowy rampaging and Manda joining in, the battle quickly became one-sided. The remaining Hidden Sand Village shinobi barely had a chance to run for their lives. Snowy killed without mercy, while Manda treated the fleeing enemies like snacks. Run. Run for your lives. The survivors were in a state of panic, fleeing in every direction. Their mission, their orders, all of it forgotten in the face of sheer terror. Not all ninjas were fearless. Many lost their nerve once their mental defenses broke. When that happened, retreat was inevitable. Humphrey. Surveying the battlefield littered with bodies, Snowy let out a burst of chakra, shaking off the blood and debris clinging to its fur. It shrank back down to its small, adorable form and jumped onto Takeya's shoulder, curling its tails around itself. As for the remaining enemies, Snowy had lost interest. It would leave them to Manda. Gulp. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas couldn't help but swallow nervously as they stared at the small, seemingly harmless creature lounging on Takeya's shoulder. None of them had expected that this little fox could transform into something far more terrifying than even Manda. It had utterly crushed the enemy. Meeting the awe-filled gazes of his comrades, Takeya clapped his hands and stood up. All right, the enemy is dealt with. Let's move out. Choosing to target Yagami Takeya had been a mistake from the start. Who in their right mind would go after him of all people? The old woman had a death wish, it seemed. Did she really think he was some defenseless kitten anyone could mess with? Yeah. Takeya-sama is amazing. Takeya-sama forever. Slowly, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas began to cheer, their fear melting away. When they had first heard that enemies were approaching, many had braced themselves for a fight to the death. The sheer number of enemies, combined with their wounded state, had left their spirits low. There were only a few dozen of them left to guard over 100 wounded, while the enemy had come with over 600. The odds were laughably grim. But then Takeya had stepped in. He hadn't even given them a chance to fight, he'd taken care of everything himself. Chapter 157, Chio spits blood in rage. The two summoned beasts had utterly annihilated the enemy. There wasn't even much left of the bodies. Manda had eaten most of them. Barely a tenth of the Hidden Sand Village forces managed to escape, making this a decisive victory for Takeya's squad. Even though the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had only been spectators, their safety was guaranteed, and their lives spared. And to top it off, their village had gained yet another powerful figure. These combined factors had everyone in the squad cheering with joy. At that moment, Yagami Takeya was their hero, the one who had protected them. "Alright, enough shouting," Takeya commanded. "Hyuga K's, send a report to the village and our base camp. We continue moving forward." Among the ninja accompanying Takeya, there were those responsible for relaying intel. Being attacked while escorting the wounded was a significant event, one that had to be reported immediately. After all, the sooner they made their report, the sooner Takeya's achievements could be officially recorded. "Yes, sir," K's replied. The mood of the group was now buoyant, with over 100 of them chatting away about Takeya, expressing admiration and awe. Their conversations made Takeya slightly uncomfortable. Using the excuse of scouting, he distanced himself, heading ahead of the group. Their enthusiasm was overwhelming, and Takeya wasn't used to such attention. Manda, once its summoning time had ended, returned to Rechi Cave. Takeya didn't have to worry about the massive snake getting lost. The intelligence was quickly relayed back to Hidden Leaf Village and the base camp. Meanwhile, some distance from the battlefield, Chio sat inside a cave, waiting for news from her troops. Suddenly, she sensed several familiar chakra signatures approaching rapidly, and her heart sank. The battle couldn't have ended that quickly. In an instant, Chio darted out of the cave. "Chio-sama." The Hidden Sand Village shinobi who had remained behind followed her outside, standing in the rain. A sense of foreboding gripped Chio as she gazed into the distance. Soon enough, her worst fears were confirmed. Several disheveled figures appeared on the horizon, clearly members of the Hidden Sand Village Puppet Brigade. Chio knew each and every one of them well. Something terrible had happened. Ignoring the rain, Chio rushed forward at top speed toward them. "Who goes there?" The surviving Hidden Sand Village ninjas, already in a state of panic, flinched at the sudden approach. But when they saw it was Chio, they cried out, "Chio-sama, terrible news. The intel the village has on Yagami Takeya. It's all wrong." "Wrong?" Chio's frown deepened, her mind racing. She stood there in the rain, her face stern as she eyed the survivors. She dared not imagine the worst. If the village had just lost hundreds of its finest shinobi, it would be a devastating blow to Hidden Sand Village. While not fatal, it would cripple the village's overall strength, especially since many of the lost were elite Puppet Brigade members. What happened? Chio found herself struggling to maintain her composure. "Chio-sama," one of the ninjas said, his face twisted in grief. "We were led by Koshiro-sama to surround the Hidden Leaf Village escort team. When we had them surrounded, Yagami Takeya summoned Orochimaru's Manda. Chio already knew that Takeya could summon Manda. That wasn't new information, Hidden Sand Village had gathered that intel long ago. You mean to tell me one snake had you all running scared?" The more Chio spoke, the angrier she became. Her aged face, lined with wrinkles and blemishes, flushed red with fury. "No, it wasn't just that, Chio-sama. Besides Manda, Yagami Takeya had a small white fox with him. It suddenly grew enormous, like the legendary Nine Tails." "Are you kidding me?" Chio trembled, her hand shaking as she pointed at the speaker. Hundreds of elite soldiers, wiped out by 2 summons? Was that even possible? Manda, while formidable, wasn't invincible. Against enough foes, it couldn't withstand the combined attacks and would retreat eventually. A fox as fearsome as the Nine Tails? Don't tell me this is Hidden Leaf Village's Nine Tails. Anyone familiar with the tailed beasts knew that Hidden Leaf Village's Nine Tails was a massive orange fox, not white. Yet, rumors had spread throughout Hidden Sand Village about the small white fox always by Yagami Takeya's side. It seemed no different from a pet, though it did have 9 tails just like the Nine Tails. So, my entire force was wiped out. By a pet? Chio's vision darkened, and she coughed up blood. She staggered, nearly collapsing into the rain. Fortunately, one of the Hidden Sand Village ninjas who had accompanied her from the cave reacted quickly, catching her just in time. Faced with Chio's questioning, the remaining Hidden Sand Village survivors lowered their heads, saying nothing. Their silence was all the confirmation she needed. After a long moment of recovery, Chio clenched her teeth and barked, "Detain them. Search the area for more survivors." Chio needed more witnesses to verify the story. She was even tempted to go out and search herself. Before long, Chio had found other returning Hidden Sand Village ninjas. After questioning them, their answers were all the same. There had indeed been a massive white fox by Takeya's side, a creature so enormous and powerful that it crushed their forces with ease. And Manda, that vile serpent, had taken advantage of the chaos to devour many of their comrades. Once Chio confirmed the intel, she stood there, dazed as if struck by lightning. If the heavens granted her the chance to undo her decisions, she would immediately take her forces back to the Wind Country. Or even head to the River Country instead. Anything, so long as it didn't involve attacking Yagami Takuya. Her greed had led to this. Hidden Sand Village's entire contingent in the Rain Country was now gone. Less than a tenth had survived, thanks to Manda's ruthless opportunism in devouring the fallen. At the same time, back at the Hidden Leaf Village base camp, Tsunoda was still hard at work when a ninja from the intelligence division burst into her office without knocking. Rubbing her aching temples, Tsunoda sighed. Please don't tell me it's more bad news. Tsunoda-sama, this is a report from the escort team. The intelligence division ninja looked troubled. While they were tasked with receiving intel, they didn't have clearance to read the most sensitive information. Escort team? Tsunoda froze. The only escort team recently dispatched was the one led by Takuya, which had just left today. Crash. Tsunoda jumped to her feet, knocking several items off her desk in her haste. She snatched the scroll from the ninja's hand, quickly undoing the seal and reading its contents with urgency. Her heart raced as she read about the enemy attack, but as she continued, her expression gradually shifted from concern to bewilderment. This brat was hiding his strength all along. Her worries had been for nothing. The escort team was fine, and Takuya had even managed to secure a great victory. As for Chio, well, Tsunoda figured she wouldn't be feeling too great. The loss of her forces would likely leave her fuming, if not in danger of a stroke. The Hidden Sand Village forces that had stayed behind in the Rain Country to cause trouble were now obliterated. All that was left for Chio was to slink back to the Wind Country in shame. The thought of Chio's furious, defeated expression made Tsunoda chuckle to herself. Serves her right. Tsunoda and Chio had been bitter rivals for years. Chio specialized in poisons, while Tsunoda was a master of antidotes. Every time Tsunoda neutralized one of Chio's new poisons, it would send the old woman into a fit of rage. Likewise, when Chio's poisons claimed the lives of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, Tsunoda couldn't resist cursing her out. Their rivalry had grown over the years, especially since Tsunoda's prowess in medical ninjutsu and taijutsu made her a deadly threat to puppet users. Puppets and poisons were Chio's strengths, but against Tsunoda, they might as well have been useless. She could shatter any puppet with a single punch or kick, and neutralize even the most lethal toxins. Send this intel to Denzo. Chapter 158, Tsunoda directly threatens Denzo. One can only wonder, Denzo, after reading this scroll, will you feel relieved that Takuya couldn't be bothered with you? And that, due to your health, you didn't act on your plans? Tsunoda was certain of one thing: if Denzo dared to make a move against Takuya, the boy wouldn't back down. He'd strike back immediately, no hesitation. Although such an event would undoubtedly harm the village's unity, Tsunoda would still enjoy seeing Denzo being put in his place. Ever since her grandmother's passing, Denzo had grown increasingly arrogant, and perhaps it was high time someone made him taste defeat. Yes, Lady Tsunoda. The intelligence division ninja didn't understand what Tsunoda was plotting, but obediently took the scroll and headed toward the command center. In the command center's resting area, Denzo lay there, still recovering. Once the scroll arrived, one of his root ninjas opened it for him and set it in place. Bang! Denzo's eyes barely scanned the contents before his fist slammed into the wooden bed. A loud crack echoed as the wood snapped under the force, and to the stunned horror of his root subordinates, Denzo tumbled off the bed, rolling onto the ground with a few undignified spins. Denzo-sama. His subordinates panicked, rushing to scoop him up into a princess carry before sprinting toward the medical tent. What in the world? Tsunoda was peacefully enjoying a cup of tea, savoring the moment when suddenly, the root ninjas burst into the room, cradling a stiff, stone-faced Denzo. Lady Tsunoda, Denzo-sama accidentally fell from the bed. One of the root ninjas blurted out, visibly shaken. Denzo lay there with his eyes closed, feigning intense pain. Tsunoda's mouth twitched slightly. This old fox is faking it, she thought. He's embarrassed and now pretending to be in pain just so no one suspects anything. If word got out that Denzo fell from his bed and rolled around, he'd never live it down. Cough, cough. Tsunoda stifled her laughter and put on a serious face. What were you thinking, moving around like this at your age? Didn't I tell you not to move before we fully detoxify your body? What if the poison spreads and you end up paralyzed? She turned her gaze toward the root ninjas. How did he end up on the floor? One of them, more puppet than person, responded mechanically. Denzo-sama saw the intelligence report, got agitated, and hit the bed. The wooden frame broke, causing him to fall. Tsunoda pinched her hand under the table to keep from laughing. Looking at Denzo's performance, she had to suppress her amusement. Pretending to check him over, she put on her best serious face. Denzo-sama, Is he going to be alright? Asked one of the ninjas nervously, clearly alarmed by Tsunada's exaggerated concern. Denzo, with his eyes still closed, was silently cursing his luck. He wanted nothing more than to leap up and strangle this idiot. Could you be any denser? I'm perfectly fine. Tsunada is just pretending. At first, Denzo was worried about any lasting effects from his fall, but when he saw Tsunada's shoulders subtly shaking as she turned away, he knew. She was laughing at him. Denzo realized it then. Tsunada was faking her concern, just as he was faking his injuries. Both were putting on a show. But he couldn't call her out on it. If he did, she'd expose him. Worse, she'd tell everyone about how he broke the bed and rolled around on the ground. Leave us, Tsunada finally ordered, waving off the root ninjas. One of them hesitated, glancing at Denzo's still pained expression before bowing and scurrying out of the room. They're gone, Tsunada said with a huff, slumping back into her chair. Denzo opened his eyes and snorted in response, saying nothing. He picked up the file Tsunada had been reading earlier, returning to his silence. For a while, the two simply sat there, working in their respective ways. Eventually, Tsunada broke the silence. Yagami Takuya is under my protection, she began, her voice firm. And I expect that misunderstandings, those that could lead to conflict, won't happen again. Everything I do is for the village, Denzo countered, his tone calm but unyielding. As the Hokage's advisor, I act with the village's best interests at heart. Ah, the village's best interests. The same old excuse. Tsunada's lip curled into a sneer. I'm sure you believe that, she said with a mocking chuckle. But let me tell you something, Denzo. I have records about Sarutobi and your own Shimura clan, highlighting some, let's call them irregularities in their development. Denzo's one good eye widened, and his pulse quickened. Impossible. Tsunada had never shown any interest in such matters before. She couldn't have looked into the questionable dealings of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, could she? The irregularities she mentioned referred to how the two clans had used their influence to make it seem like their families were just ordinary civilians, benefiting from all the village's public resources. In truth, they were still major players within Hidden Leaf Village. The Shimura clan wasn't the worst offender, but the Sarutobi clan? They were the most blatant. Just because Tsunada hadn't spoken about these things before didn't mean she didn't know. It just meant no one had crossed her. Until now. Denzo's recent behavior had pushed her too far. She knew that once they returned to Hidden Leaf Village, he'd likely rally the third Hokage, Koharu Utatane, and Hamura Midokado against her. Together, they'd try to pressure Takuya. Tsunada wouldn't let it come to that. So, she dug up some old skeletons. I've kept quiet all this time, Tsunada continued, leaning back in her chair. But push me, and I'll take this to the daimyo's court. Let's see how you explain yourselves then. The daimyo wouldn't directly intervene, he didn't have that authority. But the real threat wasn't legal intervention. Tsunada wanted the scandal to spread. Once word got out, the villagers would turn against them in an uproar. Just the thought of it made Denzo's stomach churn. Tsunada wasn't bluffing. Her next words were spoken loud enough for the departing root ninja to hear. Go on, take your Denzo-sama back to his quarters. Tomorrow, I'll have him transported back to the village by carriage for further recovery. The poison in his nervous system will take a long time to clear, and the process will be smoother in Hidden Leaf Village. In her mind, Tsunada had originally planned to treat Denzo over the course of 2 months. Now she'd changed her mind. Denzo still found ways to stir up trouble while lying down. Looks like he's got too much energy. Time to extend his treatment, at least 6 months, she decided. It'd give her more time to keep him under control. This was a golden opportunity to teach Denzo a hard lesson. Following her orders, the root ninja carried Denzo out. If his acting hadn't been convincing, his tumble from the bed would have spread across the village and left everyone in stitches. By evening, the report from Takuya's escort mission had reached Hidden Leaf Village, landing in the hands of the third Hokage. He was just finishing a meeting in his office when the report was delivered. After the meeting ended, the third Hokage unrolled the scroll and began to read, his brow furrowing with each line. Sigh. Take a look, he said after a long pause, handing the scroll to Koharu and Hamura, who had been waiting in the room. Like the third Hokage, their reactions were not of joy, even though the scroll reported that Takuya had decimated a large hidden sand village force. His progress is troubling, Hamura muttered. Yagami Takuya is advancing too fast. Having a prodigy was a good thing for the village, no doubt about it. Takuya's rise would bolster Hidden Leaf Village's strength. But when a genius became too powerful, it posed a different problem. One Sakamo Hatake had been hard enough for the upper echelons to manage. Now with Yagami Takuya coming up, the pressure on the old guard was mounting. Even though Takuya wasn't aiming for any of their positions, his continued growth would inevitably challenge the status quo. The more achievements he stacked up, the more rewards he'd be owed. Eventually, they couldn't just keep offering him token gestures. Sooner or later, Takeya would have to be brought into the inner circle, and that would mean a redistribution of power. That was something the third Hokage and the elders couldn't afford to let happen. Chapter 159, Hidden Leaf Village's upper echelon's plot to suppress his growth has been rather fast, hasn't it? The third Hokage muttered around his pipe, taking a slow drag. His expression was hard to read, hidden behind the cloud of smoke. But the thought crossed his mind, it might be time to hold him back a little. Koharu Uchiha exchanged a subtle look with Homura Mitokado, who nodded in agreement. Saratobi, Homura began, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully. Koharu's concerns aren't entirely without merit. She doesn't mean to stifle Yagami Takeya's growth, but we can't ignore the fact that he carries the bloodline of the Uchiha. And the Uchiha have always wanted to draw him back into the fold. After 2 rejections, do you really think he can keep turning them down forever? The third Hokage looked up at Homura, who continued. No one understands the Sharingan like the Uchiha. Takeya might be indifferent to the Uchiha now, given the past, but can you guarantee he won't ever return to them? His Sharingan had already reached the 3 Tomoe stage. If he wanted to develop it further, he'd eventually need the Uchiha's resources. The Uchiha could easily offer him something, maybe ask for his return in exchange for certain advantages. They might even dangle the forbidden techniques of the Uchiha before him. Homura didn't believe Takeya would be able to resist such an enticing offer. Saratobi, we've carried on our master's will. We need to ensure that it continues, Koharu interjected, adding fuel to the fire. If mentioning the Uchiha wasn't enough to sway him, invoking Tobirama Senju would certainly do the trick. Sure enough, as soon as Tobirama's name came up, the third Hokage's expression turned serious. What exactly are you suggesting? He asked. Homura and Koharu shared a glance. Well, with the war going on, there's been a backlog of missions in the village, Homura hinted. The implication was clear, if they couldn't suppress Takeya's power, they could restrict his battlefield achievements. No matter how many accomplishments he'd already racked up, they could limit his future contributions by keeping him off the front lines and assigning him to mundane missions in the village. Over time, his fame would gradually fade. The new academy students are graduating soon, aren't they? Koharu added. Takeya's a prodigy himself. Surely, he's the best person to train new talent. Minato is Jiraiya's student, and Nawaki is Orochimaru's disciple. They can go to the front lines under their teacher's guidance. There won't be any issues there, right? In other words, they saw no need for Takeya's team to stay intact. By assigning him as a Jonin instructor, he'd be tied up in the village and unable to participate in the war. Minato and Nawaki could be sent to the front lines with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, effectively scattering Takeya's team. It was clear that Koharu and Homura had spent a lot of time crafting this plan to break up Takeya's group. A prodigy, huh? The third Hokage acknowledged the logic behind their words. Still, he wondered, was there even a prodigy among this year's graduating class? If they were going to throw some random team at Takeya, it would likely stir up complaints, especially from Tsunade. Jiraiya and Orochimaru might not make a fuss, but Tsunade was bound to fight for Takeya. Deep in thought, the third Hokage opened the files on the academy graduates. Koharu and Homura exchanged satisfied glances. They knew the plan was set. Takeya wouldn't be going to the battlefield anytime soon. Soon enough, he'd be just another Jonin instructor, leading a team of fresh-faced rookies through mundane missions. His fame would eventually dwindle. It didn't matter how strong he was. Without a towering reputation to back him up, his influence would be limited. As for Tsunade, well, she might raise a stink with a Hokage, but she wouldn't come after them directly. Koharu and Homura could rest easy. Saratobi, the logistics and medical departments are swamped with work. We'll take our leave now, Koharu said, seeing that their plan was progressing smoothly. They left the third Hokage alone, staring at the academy files, his brow furrowed in frustration. He couldn't just assign any random team to Takeya, but none of the current graduates stood out as particularly remarkable. After much deliberation, he finally selected 3 profiles. Gazing at the files, he sighed deeply. Looks like I'll need to pay the Hyuga clan a visit, he muttered. That night, the third Hokage cut his workday short and made a special trip to the Hyuga clan to speak with the clan head. Only after a long discussion did he return home to rest. The next morning, Jiraiya was summoned to the Hokage's office. Hey, old man. Why'd you drag me out here so early? Jiraiya complained the moment he walked in. I already told you, I need a break. The third Hokage took off his hat and set it on the desk, meeting Jiraiya's eyes with a somber expression. I understand you want to rest, but the front lines are under pressure. Sakamo Hatake is holding off the third Kazekage, But the strain is growing. We've lost a number of Jonin, so I've decided to send you an Orochimaru to support him. The situation's that bad. Jiraiya's carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious expression. It is, the Hokage confirmed, handing him 2 intelligence scrolls. He lit his pipe, taking a long, thoughtful drag as Jiraiya skimmed through the documents. Looks like my vacation is officially over. Jiraiya knew there was no escaping this. He had a soft spot for the village. Whenever the Hokage approached him sincerely, he found it impossible to refuse. Letting the scrolls fall to the side, Jiraiya leaned back in his chair. When do I leave? Will I need to escort a supply convoy or anything? No need, the Hokage replied. Take Minato and Nawaki to the Land of Rivers. Orochimaru will meet you there. You leave at noon. And take Nawaki with you. As his teachers, you and Orochimaru haven't exactly been the most attentive, the Hokage added with a pointed look. Cough, cough. Geez, old man, was that really necessary? Sure, Jiraiya had been a bit neglectful with Minato's training. The kid had practically been teaching himself. Still, Minato was a natural genius. If he had been anyone else, he might have been hopelessly behind by now. Orochimaru wasn't much better when it came to Nawaki. Fine, I'll take them both, Jiraiya relented. He couldn't deny that the Hokage had a point. Takeya's team wouldn't be able to carry out missions together for now, so Minato would accompany him. As for Nawaki, Orochimaru would handle things once they reached the Land of Rivers. Leaving the Hokage's office, Jiraiya went straight to find Minato and Nawaki. He didn't give much thought to the third Hokage's motives. At this stage in his life, Jiraiya still had faith in his mentor and hadn't yet experienced the disillusionment that would come later. It wouldn't be until after the Third Great Ninja War that Jiraiya would become disenchanted with the village leadership. After that, he rarely returned to Hidden Leaf Village, only stopping by for brief visits before heading off again. He had no interest in power, no desire for rewards, and even the offer of the Hokage title couldn't sway him. Is that you, sensei? Hearing a familiar rustle at the window, Minato looked up. Takeya was still away from the village, and even when he was around, he only climbed through the window at night. Nawaki didn't have that habit either. That left only one person. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Jiraiya grumbled, I swear, Minato, with all the accolades and achievements you've racked up, you could afford a nicer place. If money's tight, trade in some of those merits and buy a better house. This place is so run down. It's practically falling apart. We'll see, Minato replied with a smile. I'll have to ask Takeya what he thinks first. Chapter 160, Are you kidding? A Jonin instructor at just 10 years old? Living next to Takeya for so long, Minato wasn't too keen on the idea of moving out. Suit yourself, Jiraiya shrugged, sprawling out on the couch. He casually asked, how's the training going? Ever since Minato had gotten his hands on the Flying Thunder God technique, he'd been practically obsessed with learning sealing techniques. I've made a lot of progress, Minato replied with a confident smile. Even though the training was exhausting, he was genuinely happy. The faster he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, the quicker he could catch up to Takeya's pace. Otherwise, he'd always be trailing behind, eating dust, if he was even lucky enough to be that close. Once the gap between two shinobi's abilities grew too wide, even their relationship could change. The distance between them would grow in more ways than one. That was something Minato didn't want. So, he pushed himself harder and harder to keep up. As long as you understand that yourself, Jiraiya thought, deciding to leave it at that. He clapped his hands and stood up. All right, pack your stuff and go find that brat Nawaki. We're heading to the Land of Rivers soon. We're going to the front lines. What about Takeya? Takeya was still out on a mission and hadn't returned yet. He'll probably join us soon enough, Jiraiya said. The village wouldn't just leave someone as powerful as Takeya sitting around. At least, that's what Jiraiya assumed. He figured that once Takeya's mission was over, the village would send him to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. By the time Takeya joined them, they might have already pushed the enemy back into the Land of Wind. Got it, I'll go get Nawaki, Minato said, not even bothering to pack his things before dashing off. Watching him run off, Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. That kid. Oh well, I guess it's my responsibility as his teacher. When Nawaki heard they were heading to the front lines, he was a little taken aback. Wasn't Takeya still out on a mission? Minato explained the situation, and only then did Nawaki start packing. The two of them, along with Jiraiya, left the village, heading for the Land of Rivers. Meanwhile, Takeya was completely unaware of all this, still in the middle of his mission to escort the wounded back to the village. By the time he returned to Hidden Leaf Village, Minato and Nawaki had already been gone for 2 days. After handing the injured over to the medical team, Takuya made his way to the Hokage's office to officially report the completion of his mission. He knocked on the door, and when granted permission, he stepped inside. "Hokage-sama, the escort mission is complete. I am here to report in." "Well done," the third Hokage said, nodding briefly. He didn't make a big deal out of it, simply acknowledging Takuya's success before looking over the mission report and stamping it. With that, the escort mission was officially wrapped up. Just as Takuya was about to leave and finally get some rest, the Hokage called out to him. "Takuya, the new class of academy students is about to graduate. You're already a Jonin now, and I've noticed that many enemies are keeping an eye on you in the Land of Rivers. I'd like you to stay in the village for a while and take on the role of a Jonin instructor, leading a squad of new gain in." "Me? A Jonin instructor?" Takuya's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand what was going through the Hokage's mind. He was supposed to become a Jonin instructor? Was this some kind of joke? The new graduates were only 8 to 10 years old. And he was, well, 10. How was he supposed to be their instructor? As for the Hokage's reasoning about threats, Takuya wasn't too concerned. Let them keep watching, he thought. What was the big deal? Still, the idea of staying off the battlefield and not having to fight enemy forces was appealing to him. What the third Hokage didn't realize was that Takuya had no real interest in racking up war achievements or boosting his reputation. Given the choice, he'd much rather laze around the village. So if the Hokage wanted him to stay behind, Takuya wasn't going to argue. But being a Jonin instructor? That felt a bit absurd. "With your strength and your accomplishments, even I am impressed," the third Hokage continued. "Besides, Minato and Nawaki have been training under your guidance. I know this. I believe you have what it takes to be an excellent instructor and to raise the next generation of Hidden Lee Village's best. What about my team?" Takuya asked, scratching his head, feeling a bit out of his depth. This whole situation didn't seem right. The third Hokage handed him 3 files and explained, "Minato and Nawaki have already left for the Land of Rivers with Jiraiya. Orochimaru will be joining them there. I believe that as teachers, they need to take responsibility for their students, not leave them behind while they go off on their own." Takuya sighed inwardly. Poor Nawaki. He just hoped the kid would be okay. He wasn't too worried about Minato, but Nawaki? If things went like they did in the original timeline, he'd end up getting blown to pieces by explosive tags. Takuya had warned him countless times. Surely, nothing would go wrong now. Nawaki had become incredibly cautious on the battlefield. He'd even gotten to the point where Minato found his constant jumpiness exhausting. But if Nawaki still ended up dying to an explosive tag, well, then he and those tags were just destined to cross paths. Leaving the Hokage's office, Takuya decided to treat himself to a soak at the hot springs. He rented a private bath, settled in, and began flipping through the files he'd been given. Cough, cough. "You've got to be kidding me," Takuya muttered, completely taken aback by the first file he opened. It was a Hyuga. No, not just any Hyuga. A main branch Hyuga. The picture showed a kid with a smooth, unmarked forehead, free of any caged bird seal. This was definitely a member of the Hyuga main family. The Hyuga clan wasn't like the Uchiha. Most of the main branch members were homeschooled, never even setting foot in the ninja academy. Hinata Hyuga was one of the few exceptions. In many ways, the Hyuga were even more conservative than the Uchiha. Takuya couldn't wrap his head around how someone from the Hyuga main family had ended up in his squad. The other two were more standard fare, academy students with above-average grades. They weren't exactly prodigies, but they were better than most of their peers. But this Hyuga? That was definitely unusual. Clearly, someone had shoehorned this kid into his squad at the last minute. Takuya quickly decided not to bother with those annoying questions. Main branch or not, it didn't matter much to him. The Hokage had assigned this squad to him, so it wasn't really his concern. As long as the kid survived, that was enough for Takuya. Why worry about the rest? Besides, having a member of the Hyuga main family on his team meant that the village wouldn't assign them any missions that were too difficult. And that kind of treatment suited Takuya just fine. Meanwhile, after a day of training, Hyuga Sazune followed her usual routine of greeting her father. "Father, I've completed today's training," she said, kneeling respectfully on the floor, not a hint of sloppiness in her posture. The Hyuga elder glanced at his daughter, clearly satisfied with her discipline and dedication. "Very good," he said with a nod. "Starting tomorrow, you'll pause your training. I've arranged for you to join the Ninja Academy as a transfer student." "A transfer student?" Sazune looked at her father in surprise. She'd spent her entire life training within the Hyuga compound, never once setting foot in the academy. Now, she was suddenly being sent there as a transfer student? And it had all been arranged without her knowing? Sensing her confusion, the elder spoke calmly, "This is the clan head's decision. Your Jonin instructor will be one of the village's most talented shinobi. Yes, father. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Sazune had little choice in the matter. She had no real say in her own future. Whether it was her training, her development, or even her future marriage, it would all be dictated by the clan, even though she was part of the main branch. Not every Hyuga was lucky enough to be born as Hinata, with a father determined to change the clan's future after being inspired by his brother. And not every Hyuga would meet someone like Naruto Uzumaki, a future Hokage who could reshape their world. Chapter 161. Has no one ever told you your smile is scary? If not for certain factors, Hinata Hyuga would have long been arranged for by the Hyuga clan, just like clockwork. A glance at the Hyuga family history shows that ever since Hidden Leaf Village was founded, there hasn't been a single instance of a Hyuga main family member marrying outside the clan. Whatever, I'll just deal with it, Takuya sighed. After soaking in the hot springs and returning home to change into clean clothes, he decided to grab a quick bowl of ramen to tide himself over. With Kushina not around, Minato and Nawaki off at the Land of Rivers front lines, and Mikoto Uchiha busy with her duties at the police force, Takuya found himself feeling a bit bored. Hey old man, 2 bowls of veggie ramen, please, Takuya called out. I'm not an old man. Tuki's son, who had taken over the family ramen business, wasn't much older than Takuya, but his ramen-making skills far surpassed his father's. Every time Takuya called him old man, Tuki's son, who had inherited the same name, felt an overwhelming urge to chuck a rolling pin at his head. This kid always had a way of riling people up. I may look a little older than my age, but is that really a reason to call me old man? I'm only 3 years older than you. Alright. You're the big bro, happy? Takuya waved dismissively, chuckling. Tuki gave him a sharp glare but didn't respond. Where are your friends? They haven't been around for ramen in a while, Tuki asked while preparing the order. Minato and Nawaki went off to the front lines, Mikoto's tied up with the police force, and Kushina. Well, who knows where she's gone? Just me tonight, Takuya explained, accepting a small side dish Tuki added as a courtesy. Whenever a regular dropped by, Tuki always threw in a little something extra. Before long, the ramen was ready, and Takuya dug into his 2 bowls of veggie ramen, savoring each bite. Tuki watched with mild amusement as Takuya ate, shaking his head. He much preferred Minato's approach. Minato always clasped his hands together and said, I'm about to dig in. With such sincerity. Takuya clearly hadn't picked up the habit. Tuki was destined to be disappointed once again. Lately, there's been a lot of rowdy drinkers causing trouble in this area. Tomorrow's patrol will need to focus more on keeping things under control. We can't let things get out of hand, especially during wartime. Spies might take advantage of it. Takuya heard the conversation drifting closer, and when the ramen shop curtain was pulled aside, he looked up. Both he and the person who had just walked in froze. Well, what a coincidence, Fugaku Uchiha said, his stern face softening into a faint smile as he greeted Takuya with a polite nod. What Fugaku didn't know was that when his face was set in a stern expression, he actually looked somewhat dignified. But when he smiled, Takuya immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Some people just weren't made to smile. For Fugaku, smiling made him look worse, much worse. When he had a serious expression, it only made him seem strict. But when he smiled, it was the kind of smile that made you want to reach out and pull his face tight again, smoothing it out as quickly as possible. Yeah, quite the coincidence, Takuya replied, eyeing him. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but blurt out, has anyone ever told you that your smile's kind of scary? Cough. Cough. Fugaku had come in for a bowl of ramen after work, hoping to fill his empty stomach. He hadn't expected to run into Takuya here, since the young jonin rarely visited the ramen shop. Still hoping to curry favor with Takuya, Fugaku had offered a polite smile and greeting. What he hadn't anticipated was Takuya's blunt honesty. Fugaku nearly choked, his already dark complexion turning a shade redder. The 2 Uchiha clan members who had followed him in wore equally bewildered expressions. Everyone in the Uchiha clan knew that Fugaku wasn't suited to smiling, but no one had ever dared say it to his face, until now. Takuya had just delivered that brutal truth straight to him. Maybe it's because I'm normally so serious, Fugaku muttered, trying to brush it off. Despite feeling utterly mortified, he chose not to argue with Takuya. It wasn't worth picking a fight with someone he couldn't win against, especially someone he still hoped to recruit into the clan. 3 bowls of Charsea ramen, extra noodles, Fugaku called out to Tuki, doing his best to ignore his awkward exchange with Takuya. No problem, Tuki responded with a thumbs up, quickly setting to work. It didn't take long for the ramen to be served. Takuya, who was eating leisurely and working through 2 bowls, was still in the middle of his meal by the time Fugaku's 2 subordinates finished theirs and left. With the ramen shop now empty except for Takuya and Fugaku, Tuki glanced between the two before thoughtfully closing the door, giving them a bit of privacy. Takuya shot him a perplexed look. You could have just left, why lock the door like that? So, just back from the front lines? Fugaku asked after a moment of silence. It wasn't hard to gather information about Takuya's activities, especially since the Uchiha clan had members stationed in the Land of Rain. Yeah, just got back. I was escorting a group of wounded shinobi, Takuya answered, leaning against the wooden divider. The ramen shop's lack of chairs with backrests was one of the few things he didn't like. After eating his fill, the only way to relax was to sit sideways and lean against the wall. They exchanged a few casual words, but soon enough, Fugaku fell silent again, his fists clenching and unclenching as if he couldn't decide whether or not to speak. Takuya could see the hesitation all over his face. No wonder the Uchiha clan had plunged into chaos under Fugaku's leadership. This guy clearly wasn't cut out to be the head of a clan. If you're here to ask me to rejoin the Uchiha clan, don't bother, Takuya said bluntly. I'm not coming back. It doesn't matter who asks me. Is that so? Fugaku sighed, visibly relieved. He'd had no idea how to broach the subject. The first time he'd approached Takuya, the kid had shut him down hard. The second time, they'd run into each other in the street, and it had been just as humiliating. Facing Takuya had become a daunting task for Fugaku. He never knew what to say. The same thing goes for the past. I don't want to dwell on it. Out of respect for my mother, I'm willing to let it go. But I'd appreciate it if you'd stop trying to interfere in my life. Why? Fugaku asked, his tone becoming more urgent. Coming back to the Uchiha would only benefit you. No one knows the secrets of the Sharingan better than our clan. Don't you want to learn more about it, about the Uchiha's forbidden techniques? Not really, Takuya cut him off, shaking his head without hesitation. He genuinely had no interest in the Uchiha clan's so-called forbidden techniques. If he ever did get curious, there were plenty of ways to get his hands on them without getting tangled up with the Uchiha. As for learning more about the Sharingan, if I were to show you my Mengekyo Sharingan right now, it'd blow your mind. Do you really hold such a grudge against the Uchiha? Fugaku asked, sounding defeated. As the soon-to-be clan head, he felt completely useless in that moment. It's not that, Takuya replied. The Uchiha clan has enough problems already. I don't need to get involved. The only people I've ever had issues with are a few of the old guard. Anyway, that's all I've got to say, Takuya finished, standing up and preparing to leave. He wasn't interested in continuing the conversation. Whether Fugaku took offense or not didn't matter to him. The Uchiha clan was a sinking ship, and he had no intention of going down with it. Is it over? Takuya asked, walking back in after stepping outside for a bit of fresh air. He smiled as he approached Takuya. Yeah, it's over, Takuya replied with a grin, stretching as he got ready to head home. Oh, and big bro, I left the money on the table. Catch you later. I'm not your big bro. Takuya shouted after him. Chapter 162, Even with Family, Keep the Accounts Straight. Takuya's smile froze on his face, veins popping out on his forehead as he yelled at Takuya's retreating back. How is it my fault I look older than I am? Rubbing his face, Takuya began questioning his life choices. Running into Fugaku Uchiha had been a minor interruption, but Takuya hummed a tune from his past life as he made his way back home. The next morning, Takuya was still snoozing when someone barged in, yanking the covers. Takuya, get up. I need to talk to you. Kushina tugged at the blanket with enough force to nearly pull Takuya out of bed. It's only 7 in the morning. And I'm not wearing anything, Takuya groaned, thoroughly awake now. Really? Kushina asked, peeking curiously, while Takuya twitched slightly. Since when did Kushina get this bold, pulling my blanket like that? Even though she was just teasing and hadn't actually looked, her transformation from her former, more timid self was shocking. So, you want to peek, huh? Fine, let me give you something to see. With a sharp tug, Takuya threw the blanket off himself. Kushina's mischievous grin froze on her face. 2 seconds later, she screamed, covering her eyes as she dashed out of the room. Just as I thought, hadn't even seen anything, and she freaked out. Though Takuya wasn't wearing a shirt, his lower half was covered by custom-made pants. It wasn't like he slept naked. Takuya, you tricked me again. Kushina poked her head back through the doorframe, glaring at him with puffed-up cheeks. Well, that's what you get for yanking my blanket, Takuya shrugged, yawning as he made his way to the bathroom. By the way, why'd you wake me up so early? He asked. He'd planned to sleep in, but that idea had clearly been shattered. Sensing his irritation, Kushina grinned sheepishly. She quickly jumped to the fridge, pulling out a bottle of orange juice and even twisting the cap open for him. Watching her casually twist off the cap with ease, Takuya was reminded of a meme from his past life. I might not be able to open this bottle, but I can crack open your skull. Something's up, isn't it? You've got that overly sweet act going on, Takuya muttered, giving her a suspicious glance. Better to be on guard than let her trick him into something. No, nothing like that. Kushina pouted, stomping her foot in protest. I just wanted to talk to you about opening a restaurant together, she said. PFFFFFT. Juice sprayed from Takuya's mouth as he stared at her, wide-eyed. A restaurant? Are you serious? You own an entire luxury street in Hidden Leaf Village, filled with all kinds of shops. You really need to open a restaurant? Are you messing with me? Plus, Kushina didn't exactly strike him as someone who'd be into running a restaurant. She'd probably run it into the ground. It's for my clan, Kushina blushed, clearly embarrassed. She felt awkward coming to Takuya with this request, but he was the only person she trusted to help. After all, Takuya was a great cook, capable of making all sorts of delicious dishes. All right, explain, Takuya sighed, more understanding now. If it was for her clan, then it made sense. If it was Kushina's own idea, he'd be wondering if she'd lost her mind. Wait a second, Takuya held up a hand, stopping her before she could begin. Didn't you already find jobs for your clan members? Why open a restaurant? Working a steady job with a stable salary seemed like a much easier solution. They don't want to work in the official positions Hidden Leaf Village assigned to them. They want something more flexible, but they also don't want to take any financial help from me. So, I thought of you, Kushina explained, clearly exasperated. Though the Uzumaki clan members had settled in Hidden Leaf Village, they still held on to some resentment. They refused to take jobs from the third Hokage's arrangements, which left Kushina in a tough spot. The only solution she could think of was to open a restaurant and ask Takuya for help. So, you're planning to open a restaurant, let them manage it, and split the profits with them. Is that right? With Kushina's personality, Takuya was sure she'd refuse to take a salary for herself. She'd probably end up giving away her share to her clan members, even if the restaurant ran at a loss. Exactly. So, will you help me? Kushina knelt before him, hands clasped together, giving him her best puppy dog eyes. I've been scouting the streets of Hidden Leaf Village for weeks, checking out different restaurants and food joints, but I can't think of a signature dish that would make our place stand out. Hidden Leaf Village's most famous dishes were things like ramen, dango, BBQ, and rice balls. Seafood wasn't really a big thing here, mostly because of how far they were from the ocean. By the time the fish were transported to Hidden Leaf Village, they often went bad. The Land of Water's dried fish was more popular, mainly because it was the only thing from that region worth eating. Well, you certainly know who to came to for help. Takuya could come up with a dozen unique dishes, but whether Kushina's clan members could learn how to make them was another question. So, what's your idea for the signature dish? Takuya asked. In this world, most restaurants focused on one signature dish, with other options available on the side. It wasn't like back in his previous life, where you could walk into a restaurant and choose from a massive menu of different meals. This lack of variety was why Takuya preferred cooking for himself at home. Hot pot, Kushina declared, her excitement bubbling over as she jumped up. Takuya had made a lot of different dishes over the years, but the one that left the biggest impression on her was hot pot. As for the other dishes, they were too hard to master and control. But with hot pot, all Takuya needed to do was prepare the broth and ingredients, and it was good to go. You little schemer. She definitely wanted him to be in charge of preparing the hot pot broth. Takuya rolled his eyes at her, but Kushina just giggled, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the door. Come on. I've already got the restaurant ready. We just need you to get things started, she urged. Hold on, I'm still not dressed. Takuya found himself staring at a newly renovated shop on one of Hidden Leaf Village's luxury streets. Kushina buzzed around him like an excited little bird, chattering away non-stop. He hadn't expected her to go all out like this, using one of her own shops and transforming it into a hot pot restaurant. Everything was ready, just waiting on him to come in and prep the broth. After a quick look around, Takuya realized there was no getting out of this. Well, money is money, he thought. No one ever complained about making more of it, not even him. Since Kushina had already set everything up, he figured he might as well go along with her plan. Alright, but let's get one thing straight, I'm fine with opening the restaurant and partnering with you, but we need clear agreements. Even with family, you have to keep the accounts straight. Your clan members can get a cut of the profits, but they can't get involved in the restaurant's management. And absolutely no clan members handling the cash, Takuya added firmly. Boundaries needed to be set, or things would get messy fast. The Uzumaki clan could handle odd jobs and help out, but they shouldn't interfere with running the restaurant. No problem. You can have a 50% share, Kushina said cheerfully, pounding her flat chest with pride. Money wasn't a big deal to her. If it weren't for her clan members, she wouldn't have bothered going through all this trouble. Of course, she also had a bit of a selfish motive: she missed the food. When Takeya was around, she could always sneak over to his place for a meal. But when he was away from Hidden Leaf Village, she found herself bored and frustrated, especially after being spoiled by his cooking. She was sick of dango, ramen, BBQ. Nothing satisfied her anymore. Alright then. Start getting the supplies. I'll find someone reliable to handle the cash, Takeya said. He needed someone trustworthy and with plenty of free time, so he decided to pay a visit to Mikoto's mom. With a few gifts and some fruit in hand, Takeya returned to the Uchiha district for the first time in years. Isn't that Takeya Yagami? What's he doing here in the Uchiha clan grounds? Maybe he's visiting Mikoto and her mother. As soon as he stepped into the district, Takeya noticed the subtle surveillance that began tracking his movements. Ignoring them, he made his way to Mikoto's house with practiced ease. The door wasn't locked. Mikoto's mother was sitting in the courtyard, enjoying a cup of tea. Chapter 163, A Mother-in-Law Scared Takeya. When Sayuri Uchiha, Mikoto's mother, saw Takeya arrive with gifts in hand, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. With a delighted smile, she set her teacup aside and quickly shuffled over in her wooden sandals. She wrapped him in a big, tight hug and playfully pinched his cheeks. My, you've grown. Really grown up, you little rascal. It's been years, and you didn't come to visit me at all. Ouch, ouch. That hurts. Takeya cried out, even though she wasn't pinching him hard. Stop whining, I didn't even use any strength, Sayuri scolded, giving him a light smack on the arm as she took the gifts and set them aside. The two of them sat down in the courtyard. However, Sayuri noticed how restless Takeya was, unable to sit still. She sighed, remembering how he had always hated sitting in the traditional kneeling posture ever since he was a child. It wasn't a surprise that he still couldn't handle it. My legs hurt, Takeya said with a sheepish grin, shifting to sit cross-legged instead. Kneeling was just too uncomfortable for him. You haven't changed a bit, Sayuri chuckled, a mix of affection and amusement in her voice as she observed him. Still so handsome, though, she added with a grin. I've always been this handsome, Takeya replied, feeling comfortable in her presence. Oh, stop it, Sayuri said, playfully dismissing his words as she poured him a cup of tea. So, are you here to see Mikoto? She's at the police force. She won't be back until late. The wars made things a lot busier for her. Whenever war broke out, spies inevitably stirred up trouble, and Mikoto, who worked in the administration department, had been working overtime almost every day. No, I didn't come for Mikoto today, Takeya shook his head. I actually came to ask you for a favor. For me? Sayuri blinked in surprise. Takeya visiting Mikoto wasn't strange, given how close they were growing up. In fact, many people in the village assumed they were already a couple. But for him to seek her out directly? That caught her off guard. Yeah, Takeya said, setting down his cup. I'm opening a restaurant with a friend, and we need someone reliable to handle the money. Naturally, I thought of you, Auntie. A restaurant? You want me to handle the cash? Sayuri stared at him in surprise, pointing at herself in disbelief. Of course. Who else would I trust with something like this? I can't just let anyone deal with it, Takeya replied. Sayuri's eyes softened as she looked at him. You've been managing so much all on your own, haven't you? Her voice cracked slightly as she pulled him into another tight hug. Andy, I need air. Takeya muttered, feeling slightly smothered by her affectionate embrace. Sayuri let go and wiped her eyes. Alright, I'll do it. How could I say no to you? To her, Takeya was practically like her own son. There was no way she could refuse helping him. As they continued chatting, the front door suddenly opened. Mom, I bought some black pork for dinner. In came Mikoto Uchiha, holding a basket of groceries in one hand and rushing inside, her bare feet padding on the floor. She immediately spotted Takeya's shoes at the entrance. Excited, she kicked off her sandals and ran straight into the house. She had managed to get off work early after convincing her superior to let her take a break, knowing that Takeya was in the village. Oh, look at her, running around barefoot just because she knows you're here, Sayuri teased with a grin as Mikoto hurried over. Mom. Mikoto's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly composed herself. You didn't have to tell him that. Looks like I've said too much already, Sayuri laughed as she rose to her feet. Well, I'll leave you two to chat. I've got dinner to prepare. Before leaving the room, Sayuri handed Mikoto a bottle of Takeya's favorite orange juice and winked at them. Mikoto's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red as she handed Takeya the drink. So, when did you get back? She asked, sitting down beside him. Just yesterday, Takeya replied. I came to ask your mom for some help with a restaurant I'm opening with Kushina. Oh, that sounds great. Mikoto said with a bright smile. Mom's been bored out of her mind lately. Having something to keep her busy will be good for her. She listened as Takuya explained the details of the restaurant, nodding in agreement with his plan. She understood why he needed someone reliable to handle the finances, especially with the Uzumaki clan members involved. You've thought this through, Mikoto commented. It's definitely the right move to have Mom help out. You know how tricky things can get when money's involved. Takuya nodded. Exactly. I don't want things to get complicated between Kushina and her clan, and I know I can trust your mom to handle things fairly. As they continued talking, Takuya noticed Mikoto looking a little tired. Busy day at the police force? It's not too bad, she said, waving it off. I mainly handle paperwork and documenting witness statements. It's more tiring for the patrol teams. They have it rough, especially now with the war going on. I can imagine, Takuya said, leaning back in his chair. But it sounds like you'll be staying in the village for a while? Yes, for now, she replied. What about you? Are you getting some time off? Takuya sighed. Well, not exactly.